Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. The events take place in Seoul. At the Jamsil bus stop, someone is talking on the phone to the director, stating that he should not worry at all. A guy in a business suit holds a smartphone to his ear and assures that as soon as the bus arrives, he will try to get to the appointed place as soon as possible, which in turn shouts loudly that this meeting is actually very important, so there is no need to do stupid things. With a smile, he once again asks not to worry. The latter replies that with such words the employee only aggravates the situation. Suddenly, something happens in front of the protagonist. He is extremely surprised by this. It turned out that a spatial hole opens opposite it. The cracks become more and more obvious. Only darkness is visible inside the hole. The people around the protagonist see this in amazement, not realizing if it's really what they're thinking. In a matter of seconds, ferocious goblins begin to run out of the huge dimensional portal. People near the protagonist in panic begin to shout that this is a flash and they need to run away urgently. The frightened protagonist freezes in place. At this moment it is revealed that the flash is a phenomenon in which monsters can enter their reality with the help of the dimensional gate, which is exactly what connects the dimensions together. Bloodthirsty goblins run after the frightened people, who urge them to report the outbreak as soon as possible. At this moment, the main character is standing at a bus stop, realizing that he needs to run away from here as soon as possible. One of the people does not understand how to do it. MC opens her eyes in amazement, because she sees something terrible. Not far from him, on the asphalt, a child lies and loudly calls his mother. Running up to him, the guy picks up the baby and asks her not to cry, as well as to take his hand. He looks up in surprise, because suddenly the shadow of goblins began to fall on them. The red-eyed monsters are bloodthirsty frozen. The main character realizes that he is too late. The guy squeezes his eyes, realizing that he is finished. Blood scatters in different directions, accompanied by a vile sound. The protagonist squeezes his eyes, wondering why he doesn't hurt, at which point they are suddenly asked if they are okay. The child and the boy turn around in surprise, replying that everything is fine now. It is told that those people who were chosen by Deus are called awakened. They deal with the monsters that have entered their world from the dimensional gates. The red-haired girl with the sword smiles slightly and states that they came to the rescue, so there is no reason to worry. The embarrassed protagonist looks at her with loving eyes. The skyscrapers of the city are visible. At this moment someone shouts loudly at Do-hyuk. The boss sits in front of the protagonist in displeasure, and asks in a rage if he said that it was very important, and he, in turn, returned without even attending the meeting. He points his finger at the embarrassed employee, stating that if there was a flash nearby, he should have immediately run to the meeting place, who in turn agrees. Other workers are talking about Do-hyuk. One of them remarks that MC was on business, and a gate has formed right on the road. An empty bag flies over the head of the main character. The boss exclaims in fury that it was the last straw. The package falls to the floor. The protagonist is told that if he does not make sure that this contract is signed by the evening, the paper bag lies alone on the floor. While the guy is shouted at that in this case he will definitely be fired, he, in turn, understands everything. The disgruntled protagonist walks next to his friend, stating that the boss is an idiot, because he cannot understand that it was impossible to influence the course of the outbreak. The partner notes that especially since he never lets him down just like that. MC says that he would like to become awakened and earn money. The partner with a smirk asks if he really wants to do it again. An enthusiastic Do-hyuk introduces the mighty fighters and says that it would be cool if he became like the awakened ones from his favorite DNF game, because this is the only thing where he can be completely sure. The comrade in turn asks him to stop talking nonsense and think better about something more substantial. His friend puts his hand on his shoulder, hearing that he is probably right. As thoughts flood his head again after the director scolded him, his partner asks if his bus has arrived. The main character hurries to the bus stop and turning around, shouts that they will see each other tomorrow. He wishes good luck in return, because this time he must cope. An orange sunset adorns the sky above the city. The events take place at 6 p.m. A guy in a business suit stands near the parking lot and says that he drove this distance in order to sign this damn contract. He displeases that this idiot is unlikely to give him another indulgence, so he will have to sign this agreement no matter what. Suddenly, Do-hyuk begins to sense an earthquake. The worried guy suddenly realizes what is happening now. A crack in space forms opposite him. The main character exclaims in fury if this is too much. The stranger in front of him calls the protagonist to him. The guy runs to him angrily while the goblins crawl out of the gate. Bloodthirsty green mutants run after them. They almost catch up with the fleeing protagonist. One of the monsters grabs his suitcase with documents. The main character turns around in horror and sees this. Gritting his teeth, he swings his fist. MC punches the monster in the face, claiming that these documents are more important to him than his life. Suddenly, another goblin with a club flies in his direction. The stranger behind him reaches out with his hand, declaring that he must run here as soon as possible. He grabs the protagonist by the collar. The hero in the red cap carries MC behind the fence, through which the goblins cannot break through. The savior, gritting his teeth, presses the smartphone screen. Suddenly, all the goblins are roasted in a bright flash. A comrade sits next to the protagonist and tells him that this will detain them for a short time. He looks around at Do-hyuk and states that the awakened will arrive very soon. The car is rushing along the asphalt. Several special cars stop in front of the goblins. Guys, get out of there. One of them is amazed to see their number. The partner notices that it doesn't matter. Because they are goblins, he replies that they will make good money. The indignant fighter begins to call the bastard goblins to pay attention. A determined E-rank warrior named Children claims that monsters will fight them today. A soldier in gloves in a rage orders his comrades to go on the attack. Bloodthirsty goblins roar back. A fierce battle begins. The fighters bravely fight the monsters. The mage uses his staff to electrocute them. Another warrior wields a small blade. The leader jumps high, intending to hit the group of goblins with his hands. Children slams the ground with all his strength, causing an explosion. A brave group of fighters stands still. The astonished protagonist sees this, exclaiming that the awakened are very cool. He stands in the middle of the corpses of goblins, wondering where his briefcase is. The awakened are sitting nearby. One of them says that they are not done yet, so it is better not to approach. The protagonist apologizes, explaining that he would like to find something quickly. The soldier holds his bag in his hands and asks if it is necessary. He agrees and thanks. Children says with a joyful look that awakened people like them should always help weak people. He explains with a benevolent look that the power that Deus gave them was given for this very purpose, to restore justice to the world. The gray-haired fighter notices with a smirk that the captain has begun to show off again. Suddenly, someone is dragging the other guy back next to him, at which point he offers to bet on how long the leader will be chatting this time. The shocked guys turn around. A ferocious goblin holds the hair of a murdered guy in his hands. There is rage and hatred in his eyes. A huge monster with a club begins to roar furiously. Children worriedly turns to the protagonist and asks him to hide. The main character froze in place from the impact and explains that he cannot move because of fright. The commander nervously shouts that he needs to run away as soon as he can move. He turns to the other guys and declares that those who can should help him. Children flies into the attack with a smirk, claiming that he will buy everyone some time now. The protagonist is in complete shock at this moment. The red-haired commander lies on the ground unconscious. A giant bloodthirsty goblin puts his foot on his head. The main character opens his eyes in horror. The other awakened scatter, shouting that he killed the captain in a second and that they would not be strong enough. The entire muzzle of the mutant is covered in blood. Gritting his teeth, Duhyuk realizes that his life will end like this. And he hasn't really done anything. He declares that he doesn't want to die. Closing his eyes, the protagonist feels the approach of a club. The giant hits the guy hard. The system says that he suddenly woke up. The enraged monster looks at him. His club rests on the broken asphalt. Duhyuk sits behind him near the car in shock. He is amazed to see the system window, which says that he can use DNF skills. The protagonist wonders if he really woke up at such a moment. The pop-up window says that in order for him to take a closer look at the system, access to all the necessary experience was given. An enraged monster is approaching him. The guy behind them waves his hand and urges them to run. The unflappable protagonist looks forward. The system states that the control of the body has been changed due to the danger. The monster swings his club. The protagonist extends his hand and counterattacks with a magic projectile. The awakened watch the battle in shock, one wondering if he is actually an unusual person. The other wonders if he is awake too. They do not understand what rank it would take to use such power. At this time, the main character skillfully rolls between the monster's legs. He appears behind him and puts out his hand. The goblin is perplexed. Duhyuk holds out a burning hand in front of him, thereby using his flaming palms. A bright flash illuminates the mutant's vile face. A powerful explosion is heard in front of the protagonist. Without showing any emotion, he looks forward. Suddenly, an unharmed goblin flies out of the smoke, and MC summons a shield. The monster hits the protagonist to no avail. The guy looks back in surprise. A moment later, he finds himself in front of the monster, with a blade in his hands. The weapon begins to emit light. He uses an enchanted weapon. Rivals look at each other with hatred. The protagonist calmly goes on the attack. In a few moves, he delivers a devastating attack with his blade. Anger is visible on the face of the main character. The green goblin's body begins to gradually change. His muscles slowly evaporate, turning into dust. The red-eyed monster is surprised that he lost. The monster's particles gradually evaporate, with the system stating that the danger has been eliminated and body control and skills have been returned. The fighters in complete shock suggest that he may be an awakened duelist. Enraged, Duhyuk holds a fighting stance. The guys think that he can be higher. The system window says that the tutorial has been completed, so the protagonist becomes awake. The events took place 20 years ago, in 2000, when magical towers began to appear in capitals around the world, which were made of materials previously unknown to mankind. A giant purple magic tower stretches near the skyscraper, and it was rumored that a creature called Deus lived there. In the middle of the metropolis, another strange tower shines. It is said that in our time they are under the control of states. There are many such installations around the globe. It is said that for some time there were various rumors around these towers, and then, various outbreaks began to occur around the world. Dark silhouettes of humans are seen, and it is explained that special humans were chosen by the Deus to help contain the creatures that came out of there. It is said that 20 years later, in 2020, the whole world learned about the awakened ones, and time is called the period of prosperity. The system states that the protagonist has been awakened. The resolute protagonist holds a fighting stance. realizing that he has become awakened. Bright sunlight falls on the building. You can see blue glass doors. The protagonist gets out of bed with a grin. He looks at the hanging jacket and realizes that it seems that yesterday was not a dream. His black suit hangs on the hanger. The main character cut the monster with an energy blade. He looks around with a serious look. Do-hyuk suddenly sees a system window that the danger has been eliminated and body control and skills have been returned. Suddenly, a genuine surprise appeared on his face. Discouraged, MC looks around and tries to figure out what it was. He looks at the iron sword in his hands and does not understand where it came from. The protagonist is puzzled to realize that he has just seen a goblin warrior. A giant bloodthirsty goblin appears behind him. The frightened guy turns around, wondering if he is really still alive. He is surprised to see only the monster's club lying on the ground. Agitated, Do-hyuk wonders if he might have accidentally come back. Next to the club there is also a crystal of a lower rank. The shocked protagonist looks around his sword and wonders if he really managed to destroy a ferocious opponent. At which moment someone calls for a teacher. The awakened ones happily run up to him and exclaim that they saw how he dealt with the goblin with the help of his cool magic, who, in turn, sincerely does not understand what it is all about. Touched, the girl declares that he is so modest compared to other magicians. Her partner claims that the teacher can talk to them informally. The protagonist anxiously asks him that it is probably necessary to clean up here, because there are corpses around, and the interlocutor replies with a smile that this is normal. In places where there was an outbreak, this always happens. Do-hyuk looks at them anxiously, wondering if it's really normal for people to die, and they in turn exclaim offers to join them since their boss is dead, as they are completely sure that he would be able to lead such weaklings. They look at the protagonist in awe, who notices that they just a couple of minutes ago abandoned him in a panic when their leader died, and now they call it the norm. Do-hyuk looks at them and tells them that he needs time to think about it, and they are madly begging to lead them. A girl in high heels approaches them and demands to calm down. The guys turn around in amazement. A lady in a skirt stands with the bodyguards and now demands to follow their instructions. They, in turn, notice that they are quite fast. The main character is very happy that the guys from the department have already arrived. The logos of a black panther, a white lotus, a plum blossom are shown, and it is told that 20 years ago, in connection with the appearance of the awakened, guilds began to form in the world. A large skyscraper stands in the middle of the city. It is said that the organization's task is to protect the safety of ordinary citizens and the state, and this organization is the control of the awakened. Yoon-so confirms with a slight grin that they did indeed come faster than usual. Surprised, the awakened hear the order to approach her. They are shocked to see that the main character is hastily running away. They excitedly call out to the teacher, wondering whether to run after him. A bodyguard in black glasses asks his boss what to do. She replies that it is necessary to bring them. The fighter takes off at the same second. Workers in suits instantly grab the awakened and wring their hands. MC runs away in fright. One of the fighters asks if he should be caught. Yoon-so leans over to the bag and says she doesn't need to. She looks at her and declares that they will probably meet again. The girl smiles slightly. An alarm clock is visible on the smartphone screen. Do-hyuk gets out of bed and wonders if the headmaster will believe him if he says that he was unable to sign the documents because he woke up. With a serious face, he understands that let it be so. The protagonist hits his cheeks with his palms with all his strength. MC worriedly muses that he first needs to learn his abilities in order to survive as an awakened one. He sees the system window with a joyful grin that he can use the skills from the game. The main character realizes that this time he definitely wrote something about the difficulties from the game. The joyful guy opens the stats window. His stats are written in the window, the F rank is marked, and he is amazed to see that he didn't have to say it out loud. The perplexed protagonist examines his parameters and thinks that he has already seen it somewhere. In the class line, it is written about a magician, a mechanic, an alchemist. Stunned, MC cries out that this is a combination of classes. After all, this was his favorite character from the game. The guy concludes that he just repeated the 3 classes as in the game. The smiling protagonist understands that even those with 2 classes, double awakened, are very rare and guilds are willing to pay a lot of money. He excitedly realizes that he himself is a triple awakened one. The happy protagonist clenches his fists and rejoices. He straightens his shoulders and shouts his surprise to the whole room. His delight can be heard throughout the house. Suddenly, they start knocking on the wall demanding that he be quieter. He, in turn, apologizes, while realizing that it would be too stupid to go to the dungeon now. Do-hyuk opens the refrigerator and takes out food, while thinking about how many awakened people die on the first visits. So he needs to improve his skills first. While he thinks about how to make money without straining too much, the guy pours milk into a glass, realizing that he wants to earn money without fighting with anyone. The thoughtful protagonist drinks. Suddenly, an idea comes to his mind. He happily looks into the system window and remembers the spells among mechanics, namely doubling the maximum level. The pop-up window talks about the first level mechanic, which allows you to create an exact copy of the original item. While it is impossible to copy the item more than twice, the protagonist intends to use it. He holds his glass in his hand and wants to start with it. The main character asks the noble magic thing to double this glass with the maximum level. The glass in his hands began to glow brightly after he said the right words. Surprised, MC looks at the bright energy box in front of him. A glass is gradually created in it. He tries to understand whether he will succeed for sure. The glass literally shines. The system says that the copying is complete. The happy protagonist holds it in his hand and looks at it. He compares them with each other and exclaims that they do not differ in appearance and weight in any way. The protagonist presents a comparison of the game and reality, in which life shows itself to be a more suitable environment for the use of this skill, because the level is not important at all, and with its increase, the creation will be easier. The serious-minded guy says that since he is done with the check, he should start looking for jewelry, or maybe even relics. Various items are illuminated with blue fire, revealing relics, which are items that absorbed a lot of energy during the largest outbreak in 2000. The classification of relic levels from week to day is shown. It is said that the cost of rare and higher reaches billions of dollars. A happy guy bathes in tons of banknotes. It is said that people who owned antiques, which suddenly became a relic and acquired powerful energy, abruptly changed their lives, becoming real rich. The girl stands in front of the silhouettes of the relics, explaining that the problem was that many objects had become relics, but no awakened had the ability to feel them. The driver addresses the gentleman in the back seat and says that they have arrived, while Do-hyuk realizes that he has the skill of identifying from the game. He gets out of the car, thinking about the place he came to. The protagonist stands in front of a quaint antique store. With a smirk, he intends to look for the relics. Events take place 3 hours later. The main character holds a ring in his hand and says that there are even such cool things. He happily sees the system window with information that it is a rare level ring with 4 different abilities. The happy guy looks at him and thinks that this is really very cool. The guy looks around at other things like a teapot and realizes that he has already found enough. There are various magical things nearby. A smiling seller notices that the main character has been looking so hard. He replies that he has such a hobby, on weekends, to go in search of interesting antiques. The protagonist goes outside with a bag in his hands. Suddenly, he hears the ringing of his mobile phone. He sees a call from the damn director on the screen. He looks at the screen and assumes that now he doesn't have to worry about it. Suddenly, a cry comes from the phone, asking why he is not at work yet. An extremely serious young man answers him that he is no longer going to work in an office where employees are not valued, while the boss loudly asks if he really does not want to receive money. Veins protrude from the temples of the angry protagonist. The director wonders if he really thinks that there are many companies in the world that pay employees so well and treat employees so well. Extremely indignant, Do-hyuk says on the phone in a rage that they constantly give assignments, do not give vacation pay, and even on weekends demand to go to work, so even tramps from the street would laugh. He presses the call hang button, stating that he will never be there again from that day forward. MC walks down the street and hums a song. The satisfied protagonist walks, realizing that his work is done and now he can go home and sell items. The amazed guy turns around when he hears swearing that one of the rivals requires the other not to show off at such a low level. The disgruntled guys grappled with each other. One claims that it accidentally hurt him and there is no reason to be aggressive. He says that if it hurts, then there should be an apology. The guys shout loudly at each other, each proves his rightness. The main character stands near onlookers, who discuss that the awakened have quarreled and can hurt others, so it is better to move away. Soldiers with disgruntled faces stand opposite each other. One of them swings his burning fist, shouting that this will not work. The other uses a different kind of energy. Suddenly, Yunso appears in front of them. They did not have time to strike. She holds their hands tightly. In one movement, he throws them in different directions for tens of meters. She reminds them with displeasure that fights between the awakened are forbidden. They need to read the instructions well. The girl insists that she forgives them the first time, but the next time she will send them to prison. Enthusiastic onlookers shout that she is very cool. Yunso smiles sweetly back. The main character stands in the middle of the crowd, which is actively discussing this lady, because they have not seen her before. Excited, Do-hyuk hears her calling out to a guy in a black Olympic shirt with a bag. He realizes that it is his name. Disgruntled bodyguards appear next to him. He realizes that this is indeed his name. The guy is amazed to hear that he needs to pick up the thing he left behind. The action takes place in a white building. Office workers sit at their workplaces. Yunso holds a cup in his hands and apologizes to the protagonist for having only instant coffee, who replies that there is nothing wrong with that. Do-hyuk sits across from her and asks what about his belongings. She puts the dark bag on the table and says that it is a briefcase that he left at the site of the last flash. The protagonist thanks her. The lady with the grin takes out a badge and apologizes for having to dig a little to find out the name of the owner. He replies that the main thing that was found. Yunso shrugs her shoulders and expresses her intention to get down to business, then claims that the 2 people from yesterday reported that they couldn't handle the monster that came out of the gate, and she thought it was the protagonist who did it. As the 2 confirmed it, MC wonders if they were really looking for him to hire him. The girl with the tie states that she doesn't want to hire him at all, while claiming that if he has power, he must register as an awakened. The guy picks up a glass of coffee and listens to the fact that therefore she wants to tell how the check is carried out. Do-hyuk comes out of the bizarre setup. The employee says that the check is over and he can pick up his things from the check-in desk. He thanks in return. Yunso holds a piece of paper and states that the protagonist can sit down. He wonders if the results are ready. She looks at the paper and asks to wait, because she will explain everything now, while MC wonders why she is so worried. She looks thoughtfully. The protagonist with a serious face clarifies what happened and whether the indicators are low. She replies that it's okay. The document has a seal approved on it. Yunso says that this means that the main character has passed successfully. She addresses Do-hyuk with a serious face. The lady calmly wishes the guy good luck as an awakened one. With a slight smile, she adds that she also wishes him a long life. The bewildered protagonist scratches her face and thinks that she has not very pleasant speeches, which in turn says that the exit is behind. Another employee comes up to her to say something. He looks after the main character and asks why she is so nice to this guy. Because he has no prospects. The satisfied girl claims that it's actually all about curiosity. The main character leaves the building. He looks warily at the recruiters, one of whom invites them to join the Black Panther Guild, because it provides full support to newcomers. The other notices that very promising newcomers have joined their guild, so you can get a consultation. Do-hyuk notices that they invite you to join right from the doorstep. MC looks back at the guys behind him and realizes that he is not interesting to them at all, and that's a good thing. The main character goes further, realizing that it is now much better for him to stay alone, without attracting any unnecessary attention, because he only needs to earn money. You can see the protagonist's house. He asks the noble magical power to double something. The ring begins to glow brightly. Copying the maximum level occurs. MC stares at the energy cube in amazement. In the purple system window, it says that the copy creation failed. Its current level is not enough, while the copy success rate is at 0%. The main character frowns from a very bright light. With a displeased face, he realizes that with his level, it's too early to try to copy a rare relic. The protagonist sits down on the floor, intending to look at the remaining three things. On the floor are an old teapot, a fountain pen and a champion's belt, the last of which is magic level. Do-hyuk puts on the ring, stating that since he already has awakened registration, he can use DeusNet and find out the price of it. He points his finger at the objects, realizing that he will copy the rest and put up for auction. The globe is shown. It is said that over the past 20 years, many awakened ones have begun to appear around the world. Various windows on social networks are given. It is explained that DeusNet has become a kind of space that unites everyone, because they share news, information about dungeons and more, and it also has its own auction site where you can exchange or sell items. Ri is sitting at the computer with a disgruntled face. The events take place in Japan. The girl is an awakened shooter. She moves the computer mouse and finds something interesting. A black and gold pen is depicted in the window. The girl claims that such ordinary things rarely become relics. Ri eats the candy and declares that it raises the level of wisdom quite well, and it is quite difficult to raise it, so it is necessary to buy it. The lady clicks on the mouse, noticing that so many people do not give up because of such a price, but this item will go to her. The screen shows the current price of 120 million won. She clicks on the bargain button, explaining that the awakened woman from Japan has successfully bought a fountain pen. The events in Seoul, the White Lotus Guild building, take place at the same time. Set in an office on the highest floor, a lady is lying in a hot tub asking her boyfriend if he knows she's getting a list of recent deals on DeusNet. In-han, the guild master, sits on a chair with a solemn look and asks what. She replies that someone recently put up a rare and common relic, so one of them has already been bought. The red-haired guy wonders if this salesman is ordinary. Sun-yo, the deputy head of the guild, lies in the water and denies it, stating that there is some new ID that is not known, and that only one login can be created with one awakened license. The brunette with a serious face hears a question about what she is getting at. She replies that something is wrong here, because these are relics that can hardly be found, even if you do with 30 dungeons. In-han says with a serious look that she wants to say that he has a hidden ability to find relics. The girl agrees. Sun-yo rises from the water and explains that expensive relics are usually sold at the market in Gangnam, but weak ones can be easily sold through DeusNet. She takes up a white coat. He throws it on himself, and claims that he is not like those who often sell common and rare relics. The guild master sits in a black chair and agrees with the girl, saying that such relics cannot be owned by anyone. The red-haired guy takes a smartphone and assures that in this case he will contact the development team and ask for information about this person. Sun-yo thanks her boyfriend with a slight smile. The events take place in the middle of a green park. The main character is counting down. He does push-ups diligently, counting 48 times. In the system window, it says about the task to do 50 push-ups. The main character completed 49. Through the pain, MC does the last time. Blue energy is raging around him. In the system windows it is written that the task is completed and he receives skill points. In addition, the level has been increased to 11, and the protagonist has also reached the second class of a mage. Do-hyuk realizes with sweat on his face that he did not count on success. He understands that this is great, because he can raise his level like in the game, and even distributes points according to the necessary stats. The window says about the user Do-hyuk F rank, reflects his characteristics. The main character ties his shoelaces and declares that he is slowly developing the characteristics of a magician. With a slight smile, he intends to gain passive skills, movement spells, and concentration. The guy breaks off and runs, realizing that he needs these abilities to resist the monsters. A sorcerer with a staff stands in front of a flaming dragon. Do-hyuk ponders which mage does not fight them, because this is why these spells are mandatory in the game. He runs diligently forward, realizing that you can only get skills through training. MC runs a glowing finger through the air and summons strong and durable armor. An energy ring appears in front of him. The purple message says that the concentration of the spell failed, so it was cancelled. But the main character realizes that nothing works the first time, so he will repeat until it succeeds. Do-hyuk runs hard. He frowns, intending to try again. MC swipes his finger again and demands to generate strong and durable armor. The guy runs forward, opposite the flow of mana is formed again. It is written in the window that the concentration failed. Frowning, the main character realizes that this was the 20th attempt. At this time, a passerby watches him and thinks that this guy has already been running so much and is not tired at all. At this moment someone shouts where the ball is. The boy in front of him demands to find him as soon as possible before he gets lost. The friend runs forward, apologizes along the way and assures that he will find it right away. The boy runs up to the road, on the other side of which there is a soccer ball. He steps on the roadway. A truck rushes towards him. The child is glad that the toy has not rolled far. A worried friend at this time asks you to be more careful and look around. Do-hyuk at this moment sees a child on the roadway. He immediately rushes to help. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist heads forward. A joyful boy reaches for the ball as a truck approaches him. He turns around in shock and sees it. A huge truck almost catches up with him. MC summoning armor once more. Frowning, the main character covers the child with his body. A collision occurs. The main character crossed his arms and stopped the truck. A bluish glow appeared around his body. There was a small cut on his cheek. The brunette noticed the scratches and guessed that the armor did not cover the entire body. He looked around and asked if the child was all right. He looked at him in shock and remained silent. Then his eyes lit up with admiration, and the boy asked if he was a hero. Do-hyuk looked at him in surprise. System windows appeared in front of the hero, notifying him about the activation of the spell on the move and spell concentration ability, and the child clarified if his savior was okay. The brunette sat down and assured with a smile that everything was fine, and he was glad that the boy was not injured. The kid grinned contentedly as he was stroked on the head. People crowded around, discussing that they should call the ambulance. Otherwise they almost ran over the child. Do-hyuk stood up and decided that it was time for him to go. The boy grabbed him by the sleeve and asked him to wait. He looked at the man admiringly and asked his name. The interlocutor rounded his eyes and asked again. The brunette rubbed his chin thoughtfully, assuming that then they would start talking about him all over the neighborhood. The hero pursed his lips, wondering what to do. Then he smiled, thinking of something. He looked at the child and introduced himself, but asked not to tell anyone his name so that it would become their common secret. The boy enthusiastically put his finger to his lips and promised that he would never tell anyone. After that, Do-hyuk jumped up and disappeared, finally advising the child not to play near the road. The onlookers looked at each other, wondering if the stranger had run away, though he had no reason to do so. The boy knitted his eyebrows and replied that he did not know who it was when asked. He smiled slyly and repeated that he had no idea what his name was. A man approached Do-hyuk on the street and said that everything was fine. They checked. He nodded at the case with a handle and belt, for which he was willing to pay 1.08 billion and 450 million won. People in black glasses looked at the man, and one of them said that the money had been transferred to him, and let him tell when the confirmation came. The brunette opened the phone and looked. A notification of arrival flashed on the screen. The guy pressed the button to go to the app. A record of the receipt of a large amount appeared in the list of transactions. The main character smiled happily and thought that he had never had more than 10 million, and now he had 1.5 billion. He looked at his interlocutors and said that everything was fine, and they thanked him for the deal, promising to take care of these relics. The brunette was left alone on the street. Do-hyuk chuckled and muttered that so much had happened today, maybe it was worth grabbing a chicken on the way home. The next day, people were waiting for their bus at the bus stop. The main character stepped down onto the sidewalk. He stopped, putting his hands in his pockets. Then he turned to the scoreboard, trying to figure out which bus was going to the path of the awakened. The guy saw the right number in the schedule and determined that he had 15 more minutes, not so long. Suddenly, the brunette tensed, feeling a vibration under his feet. The hero gritted his teeth, thinking that it was another flash. The red eyes of goblins appeared in front of his eyes. He then remembered the body of the awakened man who had fallen victim to the attack. The guy frowned, wondering where the gate would open. Someone fell on his heel. Do-hyuk looked at the man and asked if he was okay. The stranger pointed his finger and shouted that it was on top. The brunette lifted his head and opened his mouth in surprise. A rift appeared above their heads. Something sparkled out of the darkness. Arrows flew at the man. He deftly dodged the shells. Then he narrowed his eyes, noticing that they were capable of piercing the ground with their spears. The tip pierced the asphalt, and the guy assumed that these were not ordinary monsters. Someone jumped down right in front of him. The protagonist frowned as he studied it. The creature had glasses and an old face with a grin. However, the small body opposite was young. The brunette introduced weapons and remembered those who create incredible things that no one had invented before, which were made by the hands of a monster, and those who were caught in the game just out of boredom. The main character smirked and asked if it was a gnome. They stood and looked at each other. The opponents flinched and turned when they were called out. A girl threw off her jacket and unsheathed her blade. She knitted her eyebrows and asked him to fight her. Without waiting for an answer, the swordswoman rushed to attack. The stranger was approaching the monster. The dwarf frowned and announced the general assembly. A few brethren appeared behind him. They all pointed crossbows at the girl. Shells flew into it. She rounded her eyes and gritted her teeth as she realized her mistake. Arrows pierced her body. However, the blades were unable to penetrate it due to the protective covering, which surprised even the swordswoman. The main character stretched out his finger and muttered that he barely had time to do it. The girl looked back at him, realizing that he had covered her, and the guy shouted to stop looking around. One of the dwarves had already swung to attack her. The awakened woman crossed her arms, blocking the blow. Suddenly, the monster was attacked by magic projectiles. Part of his head was cut off precisely. The girl rounded her eyes dumbfounded and shuddered. Do-hyuk stood in front of her and advised her to leave, as it was dangerous here, but she retorted that she had to fight like an awakened one. Someone in armor jumped out of the rift, and the brunette replied that she would change her mind after seeing him. The creature was armed with a hammer and shield. A red eye flashed from under the helmet. The girl looked at him in fright. Her body was bound by fear, and she asked what it was. The brunette turned to her and explained that this is a special intimidation ability of the highest monsters that does not allow him to move when he is afraid, and the interlocutor wondered how he managed to cope then. The hero took her in his arms and evasively replied that he had already experienced a similar thing once. The man jumped off the ground, holding the swordswoman. The girl blushed slightly as she looked at her savior. The guy landed in a safe place. He looked at her and said that even though he had used a shield, she must still be in shock from those arrows, so she should rest for a while, and she thanked him. The brunette looked down and asked to borrow her rapier. The swordswoman raised her weapon and agreed, advising her to beware of arrows, otherwise this sword is not very effective. The main character ran his finger along the blade, analyzing it, and decided that it would do. The man immediately ran to the place of the rift. He jumped, looking at his enemies from above. Dwarves roamed the street, and 10 of them were with hammers, and 9 were archers. Behind them, in armor, stood their captain. The brunette frowned and muttered that with such equipment, he couldn't take it with a magic projectile, so it was better to start with the minions. He noticed a greenish glow around the shield that seemed suspicious to him. The guy ran his finger through the air, activating the harmony of magic, the coherence of the poles. He attacked with magic projectiles. Then he landed on the ground. Do-hyuk smirked, noting that the effectiveness of the magic projectile in reality is better than in the game. The dwarves turned in his direction and frowned. The man walked towards them, waving his hand, and said that it was time for the stupid creatures to face the Great One. An overwhelming dark energy appeared around the hero, causing fear. His opponent's eyes widened in surprise and gritted his teeth. His eyes were clouded with haze. He suddenly began to see a dragon in front of him. The lizard approached, opening its mouth. The dwarf began to fire at him with a crossbow in a panic. The arrow hit the lizard's head. In reality, the projectile was stuck in the dwarf's forehead. The monsters began to kill each other, and the brunette went forward, thinking that fear is much more effective than many skills, because under the influence of wisdom it can cause hallucinations. In his pocket was a copy of a fountain pen he had kept with him. The enemy commander flashed an eye, and the man noted that it would not last long, so he needed to hurry up and deal with the boss. Magic projectiles flew at the enemy. However, the shield blocked each of them. Do-hyuk smiled, noting that this barrier had high magic resistance, and decided that there had to be another way. He created a magic circle around the handle and enchanted it using the power of disharmony. The guy swung his rapier, giving it a rare level. The hero rushed forward abruptly. The enemy put up a shield in front of him. A sudden blow from the brunette pierced through his armor. The blade came out the other side. The enemy felt weakness in his legs and trembled. Do-hyuk chuckled and said that he trusted his shield too much. The dwarf put his foot on the ground, trying to resist. The grill on his helmet detached. Then she fell to the ground nearby. The main character's eyes rounded. There was emptiness inside, and only the red ball glowed. The guy jumped back. Meanwhile, the enemy swung his hammer. He unleashed his blow on the hero, but hit the ground. Inside the helmet was a glowing stone. The brunette waved his finger and activated the harmony of magic, the coherence of the poles. Several magic projectiles rained down on the monster. They screeched at the metal, slicing through it. The man jumped away. Part of the armor fell off and fell to the ground. Now it was clear that a dwarf, their commander, was sitting inside the armor. The guy noticed that the opponent's shield cracked, and his spells began to work. The brunette looked back at the other monsters and remembered that soon the effect of fear would subside. He knitted his eyebrows and decided that he had to end this as soon as possible. The hero attacked the enemy with a magic projectile. The dwarf shielded himself. The commander grouped and shuddered. His eyes widened in surprise. A new wave of shells was not long in coming, and he had to hide behind his shield. At this time, Do-hyuk ran behind him. Immediately, an attack flew into the side of the monster, then a few more from the back. The main character quickly ran around, firing at the enemy from all sides. The dwarf cowered, trying to block the blows. The brunette smirked and thought that the enemy was mistaken if he thought he was a mere magus. He pushed off the ground, about to end it. The guy was in the air, swinging his sword. Do-hyuk waved his hand, applying the harmony of magic, the coherence of the poles. Several magic projectiles rained down on the enemy from above. The dwarf's body was cut into pieces. The spell raised dust all around. The main character was standing near a pool of blood and the body of the enemy. He turned and muttered that they were the only ones left. The dwarves rose to their feet, coming to their senses. The brunette immediately rushed towards them. A few moments later, the rest of the monsters were already lying on the ground. Do-hyuk sat down on the bench and thought that fortunately, this time only the leader had an enchanted shield. But there was no telling what might happen next time, so he needed to find second-class spells as soon as possible. A woman came up to him and greeted him. Yunso smiled and noted that they began to meet often. She looked away and asked if he had really managed to do it alone. The brunette looked at her and confirmed, and the interlocutor asked what about the girl Kim Liunen. The swordswoman was now talking to another agent, and the hero said that she was wounded at the beginning of the battle, so he carried her away. The man took a look at Yunso and stated that he would like to talk about compensation for this outbreak. He introduced the warriors and remembered that in cases where the awakened were involved in stopping an unforeseen outbreak, they were supposed to be compensated from the spoils. The interlocutor smirked and asked not to worry about it. She noticed the bodies of the 19 dwarves and their leader, as well as the crystals, weapons, and armor after them, and said that the brunette would receive about 500 million. Do-hyuk stood up abruptly, deciding that he could move out, and the woman asked where he was going. She looked at the hero and asked if he would give an interview. The brunette smiled and replied that he didn't want to be conspicuous, so he asked to settle everything without him. After that, the guy ran forward, thanking Yunso and asking him to pass the rapier to that girl. Reporters immediately approached the woman, asking where was the awakened one who had fought the dwarves alone, because they needed to know more about him. Sunlight was reflected in the windows of the high-rise, and the man turned to the master. The woman was sitting on the sofa with a glass of wine and, looking at the door, reminded that she had asked to knock before entering. Chunhwa scratched his head and replied that he would then come out and come back again, but the interlocutor simply asked what had happened. The deputy head of the guild, Plum Blossom, knitted his eyebrows and reported that there had been an outbreak in the Shinryu area. However, there were no deaths, only one injured. He stepped closer and added that there were 2 awakened F ranks on the spot, and one of them had sorted things out, and the woman had asked him not to delay and tell him what he was getting at. The man narrowed his eyes and said that the F rank rookie was able to deal with a pack of E rank dwarves with only magic and 1 sword, but it was said that what he was using was like spells, as he was moving his hands and saying something. The interlocutor looked at Chunhwa and noted that she had only heard about it, but was it really a special kind of awakened ability? The man chuckled and said that it was the first time he had seen someone use awakened powers in this way, and he also used something like crowd control and a magical force field. The woman looked at her subordinate with interest, wondering if an F rank awakened had done it. Lizzie, the guild master of Plum Blossom, smiled and said that before the others woke up, they needed to take the initiative into their own hands. Chunhwa looked at her in bewilderment as she clarified why he had come here after hearing the news, and replied that he had to report to her, of course. The interlocutor sighed irritably and closed her eyes. She jumped up and exclaimed that in this case, she had to rush to the scene immediately to find the newcomer and hire him. The woman frowned and noted that it was the first time they had both heard of such abilities, and something incredibly worth bringing to their guild. The man turned pale and muttered that he was leaving at once. Lizzie literally kicked him out of the office and hurried him up. The streets of the city were not crowded. A snow-white car stopped at a traffic light. Sunyeo, the deputy head of the White Lotus Guild, was driving while listening to the news of a sudden outbreak in the Shinryu area. She narrowed her eyes as the voice said that the main theme was that an F-rank rookie named Do-hyuk had killed the dwarves with a single punch during the attack, according to an interview with the awakened Li Yunen who was nearby. An incoming call from a loved one flashed on the screen. The woman accepted the call and asked what had happened. Inhan, the master of White Lotus, looked at the phone and grumbled that she was having fun, leaving all the work on him, and the woman reminded him that she had external connections on her and asked what price to set to lure such an unusual awakened one. The man narrowed his eyes and offered 10 billion, but in return, she would pass the guild's internal test. The interlocutor grinned and agreed. Sunyeo smiled and assured that she would use all her charm and would definitely bring it. Inhan frowned and replied that it was better to let him get down to business, and not flirt with other men. Clouds floated over the main character's area. People crowded at the door, looking at a note saying that if they were not willing to pay 100 billion won, then they should leave. The men looked at each other dissatisfied, discussing that he was crazy or just showing his reluctance to sign a contract. A Sunyeo car stopped nearby. She went out tapping her heels. The others turned dumbfounded to the deputy of the White Lotus, the best guild in Korea. The woman knitted her eyebrows in displeasure, muttering that so many small midges had flown here. Everyone parted in front of her, assuming that the hero would have no plans to sign a contract with them, and perhaps he was already negotiating with this guild. Sunyeo turned to the disgruntled men and noted that they didn't have a chance to start with, but they still came here for some reason. She smirked and added that only with the wealth of their guild could such an unusual recruit be achieved. The woman looked up. On the doors hung the announcements of the main character. Sun Yeo stared at him questioningly, and read the price of 100 billion. She smiled stiffly and asked what she thought about such a hoon figure. Vice Guild leader Wooden Soul grimaced and demanded that his name not be pronounced with his filthy mouth. He turned away and asked which guild would decide to pay so much money to an awakened F-praying because of some incomprehensible spells. The interlocutor knitted her eyebrows and clarified whether anyone had seen anyone use such a thing. The brunette walked by and exclaimed that it was just a crazy price that a guy would never be able to get in his life, and the woman replied that Do-hyuk just wanted to find a place that would appreciate his talent. The woman looked at the house and loudly addressed the main character. She turned around and said that she would leave today, but offered to meet next time with conditions that would satisfy both sides. Then her car drove away. Sunlight filtered through the bedroom window. Do-hyuk folded his hands behind his head with a smirk and muttered, "Which is very nice when so many people are trying to get his attention." He looked thoughtfully in front of him and said that he didn't plan to join the guild for money yet. The guy looked at the printouts and remembered that working in a guild requires some sacrifices, and he can say goodbye to his freedom. The hero moved the card to himself and decided that all he needed now was strength and growth, and with this data, he would be able to raise his level. Do-hyuk smiled and said that it was time to act according to the plan. 5 days later, a warning about a high-risk area hung on the fence in front of him due to the likelihood of monsters. The main character was standing in front of a high gate. He presented the relics that he had collected during these days. The brunette glanced at his armor, which he managed to assemble from what was left in Shinenryu. Next to him was an armored vehicle, on which the man spent 500 million. He opened the stats window and noted that his stats were much higher than 5 days ago, so he was done with preparation. A man approached him and said that he had checked his license, so the brunette could pass. The man at the entrance looked ahead and ordered the gate to be opened. A bright light poured from the crack. Do-hyuk raised his eyebrows resolutely and said that it was time to move out. The guy presented the map and remembered that 20 years had passed since the Awakened had appeared, and during that time, dozens of dungeons had appeared all over the country. However, most of them had guild or HR markings above them, and in order to use dungeons, a number of untouchable rules must be followed, and for an awakened one who does not belong to any guild, it will be an extremely difficult task to go there. The brunette thought of goblins and noted that areas are different from dungeons because these are places where, due to the differences in the ecosystem, monsters appear most often. Such spaces were fenced with a high fence 10 meters long, and various monsters lived and multiplied inside. The hero introduced the players and thought that the reason for their content was that by killing monsters, you can get magic crystals and raise your level, and it is mainly the awakened loners who go to such places. Several goblins under the tree were dividing the prey. A pile of meat lay on the ground. They began to chew on it, sinking their teeth into the flesh. The main character sat on a tree and watched them. He lowered his head and activated the harmony of magic, the coherence of the poles, the magic projectile. The monsters did not turn around without noticing him. However, at the same second, their bodies were torn apart by a powerful attack. Pools of blood and decapitated monsters remained on the ground. The brunette looked at them and said that his stats had finally increased, so now there was no need to run around like a madman after those goblins, trying to hit them. Corpses were lying on the grass, and he thought it felt like he had seen something like this before, but unlike his past self, as if he was used to it. The man rubbed his chin and wondered if that was what he meant when he was notified that he had received the entire experience. Do-hyuk squeezed the container and decided that this system wasn't too bad. He dumped more meat out of the box. The whole place was saturated with smell. Goblins and even a white wolf appeared nearby. A lot of monsters surrounded the protagonist, and he only muttered that he had already understood the level of the monsters in this area. The brunette smirked and invited them to have fun. Sometime later, receiving the corpses of monsters, the employee looked at the pile of carcasses in confusion, counting all 50 pieces. He grinned and admitted that it was the first time he had seen such a well-preserved corpse of a goblin, and everyone else, for which he thanked the guy. Do-hyuk looked at him and asked how much it would get. The interlocutor took the calculator and calculated that together it would be 300 million won, and everyone present was surprised to discuss that this was the first time they had seen someone earn so much here. The employee bent down to calculate the hero and said that he had received a package, but they needed to open it for safety, but the object was not harmed in any way. Do-hyuk glanced at the book and thanked him for taking it for safekeeping. They looked at each other, and the man said that they were lucky to have such a talented person come to them. The brunette froze, feeling the displeasure of the others, and thought that he wanted to do without all this hype and stares. The man with the yellow lock turned towards the main character. He frowned as he told his comrades that this guy had made 300 million on the corpses of monsters alone. The man clenched his fist and reminded him that they had scraped together 30 million in a few days, and he was already tired of eating only noodles. The employee smiling at the cash register had never been so friendly to them either. The three of them squinted at Do-hyuk. The brunette accepted the box while they discussed that he thought he was cool simply because he knew how to use magic. The smiling face of the hero looked arrogant in their eyes. The awakened ones looked at the guy with fury, dreaming of swatting him. One of them smirked and invited the others to nail him. The other two rounded their eyes in surprise and turned around. The man with the blue lock put his hand on his chest and said that the brunette had earned so much that he would surely come back again, and he had not been seen before. He imagined the hero stuffing corpses into a truck. At that moment, they would have crept up from behind and finished him off. The man visualized how they were leaving in his car, lying that they were his fellow travelers, and then dumping them from this territory forever. The warrior recalled the consent that everyone signs at the entrance, that everyone is responsible for everything that happens there. The trio looked at each other and decided that the protagonist's money, the armored truck, and the crystals would go to them. He scratched his head and muttered that it was much more difficult to assemble all this. Intruders were watching him from the bushes, and one of them said that he would go first, and the rest would cover him. A rustle was heard behind the brunette. The man rounded his eyes and turned sharply. At this moment, the villain swung his sword to attack him. The sound of a blow was heard. Do-hyuk managed to activate the armor on his body. The opponent grinned and exclaimed that this happens when you turn off your brain. His brothers jumped out of the bushes, glad that everything worked out. The first swung to hit the hero again. He cut the air with a club. The brunette put out his hand and blocked the attack. The guy was holding his head. Then he frowned and asked if he had attacked him with such and such skills. The hero spread his fingers. His palm rested on the intruder's face. Do-hyuk's eyes flashed and reminded him that killing a person who tried to attack you is considered self-defense. Fire erupted from his fingers after casting the flame hand spell. The brunette knitted his eyebrows as he looked ahead. The enemy threw back his smoky head. His allies stared at him in fright and turned pale. The enemy was lying on the ground in front of the main character. Something was approaching him from behind. 2 shells flew by, slightly touching the man's protective barrier. He immediately turned around. 2 hunters were standing in the bushes. One of them turned pale and sweated. His partner looked at him with displeasure and asked how it was possible to miss, but he replied that he definitely hit. He immediately began to run, shouting that this guy was not a novice, and it was time to escape. Do-hyuk frowned and said that their skills and ability to work together also left much to be desired, so they climbed on him. The fugitive was hit by several magic projectiles. His friend rounded his eyes and opened his mouth, calling out to his brother. He gritted his teeth and thought that he would not leave it like this. The man took out a shield with a sword and stepped forward. The awakened man rushed to attack, thinking that the protagonist would not be able to use his spells forever. The intruder frowned, confident that he would do away with his shield. Do-hyuk clenched his fist, concentrating his energy. He put out his hand and activated the colorful death, a stream of color. His opponent arched his eyebrows, thinking that he was going to limit his view. The man's body was pierced by discharges, as the hero's wisdom level had grown enough for this spell to direct waves of vibration at the enemy. Blood flowed from the man's eyes. It froze, expiring. Then he fell to his knees and thought that he didn't even feel the blow, so what was happening? The hero took a few steps towards it. The opponent raised his head and realized that they had made a mistake. The brunette stood over him, and it became clear that this was not a simple beginner. Do-hyuk swung his sword sharply. He narrowed his eyes and said that they wanted to take his life, so let them pay for it. The man stood in front of the dead body, noting that he was left alone. The blue-haired man limped, trying to escape. He looked around in fright. Tears came to his eyes, and the guy asked to be spared, promising that he would not come across him again. Glowing orbs appeared next to the hero, and he replied that he was not so holy as to let go of someone who tried to kill him. Several magic projectiles flew towards the fugitive. Blue rays pierced his body. The man opened his mouth in pain and rolled his eyes. The shots went through. Do-hyuk coldly looked at the enemy. The opponent sank to his knees exhausted, bleeding. The trees behind him were broken, pierced by the attack. The man collapsed flat. The hero clenched the handle and muttered that they couldn't withstand a single spell, which was sad. 2 people ran from the side. The brunette turned to them. The men in black looked at him dumbfounded and asked what had happened here. They saw the main character near the car and corpses around. The staff came closer and asked for an explanation of what had happened here, and the brunette readily agreed. Do-hyuk made a gesture with his hand and described what was happening in detail. The agents looked at him and replied that they would check the recordings from the video cameras, but this would be in self-defense. The brunette knitted his eyebrows and thought with annoyance that because of these idiots, he would have to finish for today and lose money, since he asked to cooperate with the investigation and follow them. Darkness suddenly began to thicken around the guy. His eyes widened in surprise and turned pale. The hero sweated and asked if the agents felt this magic, but they only asked again. Blue eyes looked at him from the depths. Do-hyuk stared dumbfounded, and the interlocutor decided that he was too sensitive after the fight, but he would check. The brunette's eyes widened. He leaned forward abruptly and shouted to the agent to run at once. However, he hesitated, turning his head, and asked what he smelled there. A huge white monster appeared in front of him. The creature opened its mouth and roared. The white beast opened its mouth and roared. Do-hyuk stared at it carefully, thinking that it was the leader of the wolves of this territory. From the abrupt start, stones were scattered. The hero thought that he was hunting them in DNF. The wolf quickly approached the employee in glasses. An impenetrable barrier of accounts appeared in front of him. Hidden by the blue honeycomb, the guy stared ahead. A cry was heard to run immediately. Do-hyuk's face lit up with a glow from the use of fireworks at her fingertips. The officer quickly ran away while the guy used his fiery hands. Tongues of fire touched the beast's face. He pushed off the blue dome and jumped back, fleeing from the powerful flames. The blue-eyed beast bowed its head. Putting his hands forward, Do-hyuk did not realize that he was too fast from work. Squinting to the side, he thought that with his roar he had summoned his flock. A pack of wolves quickly ran towards them. The guys in the dark glasses looked discouraged. They were standing next to the war machine, asking where they were coming from. It was a pack of wolves in this area, and the guy mentally ordered himself to think. Glancing sideways at the staff, Do-hyuk ordered them to get into his truck and drive away. It was armored so they could get out without any problems. Knitting his eyebrows, the man in dark glasses shouted what he was talking about. They would help him. Turning in his direction in displeasure, Do-hyuk shouted that they had just almost died. He stood in front of the huge white wolf and shouted that their absence would help him much more. The brown-haired man put his hand on his friend's shoulder and said that he was also against it. But there was nothing to be done. It was better for them to leave and call for help, he agreed. The leader of the wolves raised his mouth and roared. Dark beasts surrounded the frightened employee. He clenched his fists in a fighting pose and said, "Let them get into the car and drive away." The monster opened its fanged mouth and snapped it right above the guy's head. Suddenly, a fist flew sharply into his face. Throwing the beast away with his fist, the guy said that it was possible without armor. Immediately, he was surrounded by several more beasts. 2 wolves knocked the guy to the ground. Opening its mouth, the monster reached out to him as the hero used a magic projectile. Bright blue rays crossed the monster's bodies. Brown-haired looked out of the truck and told the startled senior that they were ready. He slammed the car door and said that they were moving out. Do-hyuk turned to the departing car when he heard a shout that they would come with help. The beast in front of him took off rapidly, leaving a trail as the guy thought he had finally chased them away. Do-hyuk's eyes widened in surprise. The monster, swinging its paw, attacked him. Beams of energy swirled around the glowing claws. 3 blue slits pierced the space. Stones were scattered from the attack of the beast. Under the wolf's paw there was a dent on the ground. The hero thought about jumping and hit with his paw. The guy quickly moved to the side, skirting the monster, thinking that he would then flap his tail. The wolf moved his tail in a circle, and the hero thought that he had definitely seen it in the game. Do-hyuk crouched, his palm touching the ground, and thought that if he dodged this attack, the others would attack. Several beasts did rush at him. Their sharp jumps scattered debris. The hero jumped, avoiding the attack. Looking down intently, he wondered what would happen next. The body of the wolf leader was surrounded by blue lightning. He raised his mouth, directing them upwards in a single beam. Opening his mouth, the brunette looked at him. A powerful blue beam struck the ground. The fanged beast moved forward quickly. Everything was covered with thick smoke. The wolves were standing around a huge dent. One of them raised his muzzle, noticing something, and then swift beams sliced through their bodies. Bright flashes appeared on the white wolf's forehead and paws. He opened his mouth, sticking out his tongue. The hero bowed his head and said with a smile that, just like in the game, he cannot move after using the ability. A blue spark appeared on the tip of his finger, and Do-hyuk said that it was okay to finish with it. He floated in the air, surrounded by blue sparks. Directing his hand forward, he used fireworks on his fingertips. Then, he opened his mouth wide using the flame hand spell. A huge flash of explosion from the use of a magic projectile appeared in front of him. The fiery rays flew quickly forward. They all rushed to the leader. The white wolf, bowing his head, looked forward. And then he disappeared in a powerful explosion. Do-hyuk stood next to the body of the white wolf. The workers who appeared checked if the leader was really dead, and he was interrogated about the trio. The hero remembered how he sat at the table opposite the employee, and thought that thanks to the black box that was built into the truck, it was easy to prove the guilt of those guys. He remembered the red eyes glowing in the dark, and thought that they might not be the only ones who might have the idea of taking items from other awakened ones, so he had to stay alert. Frowning, the guy remembered drones and thought that relying only on armor and weapons was too dangerous. He needed a satellite. He thought the current level would be enough for some mini drone. The guy was sitting on the roof of a truck on the grounds. The system said it was a mechanic, level 5. There were the necessary items in front of Do-hyuk, and he thought that he could do it at home. But he was too eager to check. Besides, all the necessary parts that he ordered had already arrived. With a smile as he looked out the information window, he said that he was as nervous as he was before using the doubling for the first time. A shining blue ball surrounded the metal element, and the hero said that he thinks a dimensional stone and one covered with metal will make a great drone. He sat in front of the glowing orb, thinking that the process of creating an item that he had only seen in games. The system reported that the drone was 10%, 25% fabricated. Looking at the ball from the side, Do-hyuk thought that he could watch it forever. The drone was 50% ready, and then the guy clenched the wands with the crystal at the end in his fingers and said that we can't forget about it. The system said that it is a magic wand that increases magic by 20, can be used to spell a magic projectile. Surrounded by shining beams, the wands penetrated the sphere and were added to the mini drone, which was 75% complete. The hero held a dazzlingly shining ball in his hands. The system reported that the manufacture of the mini drone was completed. Do-hyuk stared at the glow with his mouth open. Suddenly, the bushes near the truck stirred. Smiling goblins were holding clubs. With a slight smile, looking at the monsters, the hero offered to test it on them. The drones quickly flew forward, obeying the guy's order. The small device had 4 propellers. The hero thought that although its appearance was no different from ordinary drones, due to the fact that it was created with the help of a mechanic spell, it could gain great speed. The goblins looked at the approaching flying device. The hero thought that against monsters that did not have high skills, they were like the main predator. Targets on the monsters' heads appeared on the screen. Blue sparks flashed, and then the bright rays struck the monsters. Do-hyuk clenched his fist in admiration. The bodies of goblins lay on the ground, and the hero said that now even their relatives would not recognize them. A small drone hovered over the palm of the guy, who said that he had enough strength. It remained to check other functions. First he would try to use it to raise the level of the mechanic. Remembering the tall robot, the hero thought that he needed at least level 11 to create a golem, and then he would only have to fulfill one condition. A video of the Do-hyuk fight was opened on the screen. In the next tab, he directed a shining palm forward. Then everything was hidden by a flash of gold. A blinding explosion was captured on the screen. Admiring comments followed. The first one made an admiring sound. The second one was asking if this wasn't the one who had dealt with the recent outbreak on his own. He thought it was a rank F. The next one asked, is the magic of the awakened so capable, or how can it be explained? The next commenter wrote that he was an awakened D rank and could say that it was impossible. It was all a montage. The next one said that he didn't know about this monster. But didn't he deal with these guys because they were weaklings? They didn't even have time to raise their hand? Another commentator wrote that this is a montage. On the screen, it was clear that the video worked 275 views. A girl with purple hair was holding a chupa chups and said that it was good that she had poured it. Thanks to this video she would be able to gain subscribers. A smile appeared on the girl's lips. She said that Do-hyuk would become more popular. Adjusting the headphones around her neck, the girl said that this was a situation that everyone would benefit from. An indignant cry was heard in the tall glass building. What is this? Lizzie stood behind the man in front of the monitors, asking what had happened, and he said he had found one video. Perplexed, looking ahead, the girl asked what he saw there. And then her eyes opened in shock and she exclaimed that it was Do-hyuk. Chunhwa said that he thought it was just a video from his hunt. On the screen was an image of a powerful explosion, the guy's shining palm, and the flames scattering around. The girl was shocked and stood in front of the screen. Then she stretched out abruptly and called out to Chunhwa. Turning to the assistant, she said that she thought she would have to go and talk to him in person this time. Frowning gloomily, she asked, since he didn't understand anything from this video. The man said that he was extraordinarily strong for an F rank. Emotionally grabbing Chunhwa by the shoulder, Lizzie shouted that it was obvious. He had killed the 3 awakened and the wolf leader. The man asked, isn't 100 billion too much offered to a rookie? The brunette was discouraged to hear the question when he was of this rank, if he could kill such a monster like this, and replied that no, it was too hard. Resolutely knitting her eyebrows, she shouted that she had never heard of such a thing, but this Do-hyuk was already so strong that if he became even stronger, 1 trillion would not be enough for him. Pulling on the man's tie, she said that they did not have time to sit idly by. The guild leader resolutely moved forward, saying that it was necessary to move forward. A man from Guild 54 told the assistant who was holding the documents the same thing. The man from Guild 101 quickly ran down the street, saying that if they could get their hands on him, they would immediately break into the top. The brown-haired man in the brown jacket from Guild 70 said with a smile that they had to get him. Do-hyuk was walking down the street past other people. The screen said 700 million won had been transferred from another bank's account. Holding the phone, the hero said that now he was not even surprised by such amounts. An incoming call from Chunhwa appeared on the screen of his smartphone. He remembered that it was the deputy guild master who had recently invited him to visit them. He had taken his number from the business card he had left. When the guy put the phone to his ear, he heard the words saying that it was good that he picked up the phone. It was the guild leader of Lizzie. He wondered if this wasn't Chunhwa's number? The girl was sitting in the car and said that he was driving now. She would like to talk to him personally. Where he was now, Do-hyuk replied that he was busy on the territory now. If it was not something urgent, then he hung up. The girl asked him to wait, and said that if he was busy, that's okay. She would like to talk about his admission to the guild. The man behind the wheel glanced at the head, who said that this time he hung a price of 10 billion on the door. If what they saw in the video is true, then they are considering paying him this amount. But she turned indignantly to Chunhwa, who said that it seemed to be a bit too much, and angrily yelled at him to shut up and stare at the road. But then she smiled sweetly, asking if he agreed to such conditions. The hero asked what she said about the video. Shifting her gaze to the side, the girl said that a man named Hyri had posted a video of him on the internet. He did not know. The guy replied that he had heard for the first time. Lizzie's eyes widen when she hears the interlocutor say that he needs to understand the situation first, and he hangs up. But then the girl held the phone in discouragement, and the deputy asked her to give up these stupid thoughts. The disgruntled head began to strangle him, shouting that he had nothing more to say, and he said that he needed to watch the road. Do-hyuk held the phone while looking at the image of the battle and said that someone had actually posted the video. Slapping his palm on the body, he asked who it was, and then he tiredly leaned on the truck and thought that it seemed to be done for the sake of subscribers. Clenching his fists in displeasure, the brunette thought that someone might misunderstand and think that he was a murderer. The guy lowered his gaze, thinking that since everyone knew that he was using a spell, he needed to take advantage of the moment, and said aloud that he was not going to join the guild, but he would be able to go down to the dungeon and thereby level up much faster. The hero typed messages to everyone who wanted him to join their guild. The man looked at the screen in surprise when he read that. Despite the fact that it was not him, he posted a video from his hunt. The guys put down their phones in alarm, reading that his skills were no longer valued at $100 billion. The red-haired guy frowned as he read that he would tell them the reason at midnight tonight. If they were interested, let them come to find out in person. The setting sun illuminated the tall Blue Castle building. The man in the director's chair, the head of Blue Castle for Unho Groups, asked Duhui how many times he had told her to dress more modestly. A towel hung around the neck of the brunette in a short uniform, and she reminded her father that it was uncomfortable for her to move into the dungeon in other clothes. Her father showed her the armored girl with a smile and asked how she could use the costume that the guild had made for her, how she would defend herself in such clothes. Looking down, Duhui said that this armor protects much worse than hers. Then, looking up at her father with an embarrassed look, she said that she didn't want to sit on the sidelines this time. Unho wondered if she was also attracted to this guy. Clutching a towel in her hand, the head of the Blue Castle Guild said that she had watched the video and was now sure that the man had replied that he had contacted the Office of the Awakened, and they said that he was an ordinary mage. The heroine imagined two silhouettes surrounded by radiance, and asked if he knew why magicians were usually rated so low, because it was impossible to develop one's skills in several directions at once. Looking confidently ahead, she continued that after watching Duhyuk's video, she was sure that he was not an easy awakened mage. The unholy person sitting at the table frowned as he asked, "Does she think he's worth so much money?" The embarrassed girl smiled and said that she wasn't sure yet, but her intuition usually didn't let her down. My father was amazed at what he heard. Closing his eyes, he thought that he had not seen her so animated for a long time. Then he smiled slightly, thinking that in his opinion, he was an ordinary low-ranking rookie. But since his beloved daughter was so excited about it, he agreed out loud, saying that he thought that was why she had come here to him. How much did she need? 10 billion? Looking at him resolutely, Duhui stated that it was approximately 200 billion. The man's eyes widened in surprise. However, he propped his head on his hand and said that he understood, promising that everything would be prepared, but that he should not waste it. A happy Duhui hugged her father and thanked him, saying that she loved him. At midnight, the windows of the store shone brightly. The brown-haired woman held the microphone and told those present that she was Yunso from the Awakened Control. Lizzie nervously gnawed her finger. Resting her hand on her side, the girl said that today they will hold a slightly strange auction. She thinks many already know. Pointing at the hero, she asked to be allowed to introduce them to the most hotly debated face in their society in recent days, the awakened spellcaster Duhyuk. The hero took the microphone and said that it was nice to meet him. Opening his mouth wide, the hero said that as they could see in the video, unlike other awakened magi, after using magic, he didn't need time to rest and accumulate mana. One of those present waved his hand, exclaiming what a lie it was. There had never been someone who could use magic without wasting mana. The guy with lines on his face shouted in displeasure that he should stop this farce. Otherwise he would meet with his abilities. He was sure that he edited the video. A blue light appeared at the tip of the hero's finger. He used his shield and armor, and the spectators looked in surprise at the dome surrounding him as the shield and armor were activated. The man sitting in the next seat was surprised at how fast it was. No delay between spells. Duhyuk, confidently standing on stage, clarified, "The speed is very different, isn't it?" Grinning a little, the hero asked, "Are they happy now?" Brown-haired only gritted his teeth in displeasure. The audience was sitting in the hall in front of the guy, discussing that it was probably quite easy with a simple skill like a shield. With attack spells, he was unlikely to be able to do that. Duhyuk said that he assumed they would start to doubt, so he got ready. A glowing red device appeared next to him, and he promised to show off his skills on the assistant. Someone raised his hand, attracting attention. It was Duhui, who said with a slight smile that she would like to help him, ready to fight. Shifting her gaze to the side, the brunette said that it was a tank. She thought it could help much more than his mannequin. Next to her stood an embarrassed girl with a purple strand. The question was heard, how did he make such a proposal? The hero introduced two characters and thought about skills and spells. To use skills, awakened magicians need to weave a spell. The mage held the staff in the center of the shining seal, but normal magic takes a certain amount of time, and also does not allow movement while weaving the spell. He imagined a robot towering over the character and thought that in order to avoid the monster's attacks. The mage looked very frightened. The hero thought that they often had to turn to tanks for help. A shining beam flew from the robot's round eye. As long as it can cast spells, they don't work at the same moment, and due to the fact that Duhyuk doesn't waste time weaving spells, he can move freely. The hero was floating in the air next to the glowing orbs and thought that the attack power compared to normal skills did not need to be accumulated. A blue flash of explosion crashed into the robot's body. Besides, it, on the contrary, comes out stronger. The descender grinned, thinking that this was his peculiarity. The girl someone asked was Sungmi, saying that if someone wanted her to go on a raid with him, she would have to pay a hefty sum. Sungmi from the Blue Castle Guild held the shield confidently and said that it was a pleasure to meet her. Do-hyuk looked at her excitedly and asked if she was sure she could handle it. The girl replied that he didn't have to worry. Looking at the red device, she said that she thought it would definitely be better than his assistant. Turning around again, she said that she wanted to personally feel the power of his spells. A blue information window appeared in front of the heroine, and she told the audience that her name is Sungmi. She works in the Blue Castle Guild. For this demonstration, she will show them her characteristics. System windows appeared in front of the man, and the girl offered to look at them. Looking out the information window, Lizzie said that with Sungmi, they would actually be able to appreciate the strength of Do-hyuk. The level of defense could not be raised with other stat points. They could only rely on relics and skills. The heroine confidently held the shield. Her physical defense was 101, and her magical defense was 155. A smile appeared on the brown-haired woman's lips. She said that if she had such indicators in her usual state, then during the fight they would probably be even higher. The hero directed the flow of power to the opponent's head. He swung his weapon abruptly next to the other. He pierced the third with a blue beam. Looking resolutely ahead, Do-hyuk thought that aside from those three weaklings, this would be his chance to test his magic on a tank that specializes in defense and show off his strength. A red protective barrier appeared around Sungmi, and she said she was ready. The girl resolutely knitted her eyebrows. She was standing surrounded by a magic shield in front of the guy. Words were heard that for the safety of the audience, they would fence the stage with a shield. Two thin beams flew out of the device on the floor, and a shining protective net appeared in front of the audience. Do-hyuk waved his finger to summon the spell and applied the harmony of magic and the coherence of the poles. Bright beams flew forward after applying the charge. The flash struck the red shield. Sungmi gritted her teeth, thinking that each of the blows was incredibly powerful, and he launched 5 projectiles at once, while fireworks were at his fingertips. A blinding flash flew forward from the use of the Flame Hands spell, and the audience opened their mouths in admiration. One of them said that such destructive attacks, but he didn't waste time weaving spells. The heroine held the shield with an effort, and then her protective barrier shattered into pieces. Sungmi's eyes widened in surprise. Do-hyuk watched this tensely, thinking that the girl's first defense had been shattered despite being one of the strongest D-rank awakened people. The girl's cheeks turned a little red. She thought that he was still able to destroy her shield. Do-hyuk looked away a little surprised when he heard the question about what she thought. Could he show anything else? Confidently holding her pink shield in front of her, the girl said that she could still continue. She didn't feel anything at all. Let him show everything he was capable of. Her cheeks turned a little red. Do-hyuk touched her chin and said with a smile that a girl who rarely recognizes magi except for the most outstanding ones is finally interested in someone. If they can get Do-hyuk, they can make a great team. The guy's palms lit up, and he said that he understood. He thinks enough games. The brunette resolutely opened his mouth. Everything was hidden in the flames from the use of the spell, Flaming Hands. Surrounded by the glowing spheres, Do-hyuk raised his finger. Hidden by the red barrier, the girl looked surprised. And then there was a flash of explosion. The barrier that protected the spectators was broken. Lizzie opened her mouth in amazement. Other viewers also looked surprised. Yoon-so looked away, impressed. The girl with the shield is surrounded by smoke. The Sungmi looked rather discouraged. He scratched his head awkwardly. Do-hyuk apologized, saying that he wasn't going to do it that much. The piece of armor on the girl's arm was damaged, and she said it was an honor to be injured after so much time. Do-hyuk reached out and thanked her for her help. Touching his palm, Sophia said that it would be wonderful to see him in action again. The hero standing on the stage and the audience heard that they ended the demonstration at this point. Turning to the observers, the brunette said that he would like to put forward his condition. Looking forward confidently, Do-hyuk said that he had no plans to join any guild. He would like to sign the contract not as a guild member, but as a mercenary and partner. The red-eyed man said that if he wasn't going to join the guild, then what was the point of paying him so much money? Turning to him, Do-hyuk replied that it was his choice. The man turned to his assistant in displeasure, saying that he was boasting of such skills to leave. 3 men were also dissatisfied. The first saying that his skills were good, however, he doubted. The second said that there was no point in paying him 100 billion, and the third added that their guild would not be of any use to be a mercenary. Do-hyuk chuckled and said that it seemed that they were the only ones left. There were 2 disgruntled girls sitting in the chair. Lizzie asked why he was spending so much money on a mercenary and not on a guild. Snapping his fingers, the hero summoned a drone and said that he was not satisfied with the idea of receiving only money for the contract, because he was going to sell this kind of items. The heroes stared at this with their eyes wide open. Chunhwa asked if he knew how to build products, and the head of the guild exclaimed that she couldn't believe it. He not only used spells, he was a double awakened. Putting his finger to his mouth, Do-hyuk said it was a secret. Resolutely knitting her eyebrows, an embarrassed Lizzie shouted, "From 100 billion, she accepts his terms, a contract for 5 years, their guild needs him." With a slight smile, the brunette said that it was 150 billion. Raising a finger, Duvri stated that she would give him 1.5 times more than the rival guild would offer. There was a message on the screen with the news that the newcomer Do-hyuk was signing a contract with the Blue Castle Guild for 3 years as a mercenary. The next news was that newcomer Do-hyuk broke the record for contract price by 30 times. Another piece of news was a mercenary instead of a guild member, and Do-hyuk is in the spotlight due to an unusual contract. In the report, Do-hyuk in a business suit shook hands with Do-hui. The commentator asked who would be worth 150 billion for a rookie. He was brainwashed, or Do-hui went crazy. The next commentator also asked about this, and said that he thought that being the head of one of the top 10 guilds, she would be wiser to manage money. The next commenter wrote that yesterday he saw him using his skills, he could wipe the nose of any magician with his abilities alone. Another commentator said that since this ability to use a spell was not a lie, then it is worth admitting that he can use a variety of spells, both attack and defense. Holding the phone, Do-hyuk said that only a day had passed, the news was not spreading too quickly. I didn't even tell my parents, I was so afraid that they were, but it seems that they don't really mind. As he walked along the sidewalk, Do-hyuk read a message that he should value his life and not get into trouble for anything. The next message was that safety is always above all, let him not do anything that will make his mother cry. My sister wrote that mom and dad are very worried, let them not overdo it. The embarrassed guy closed his eyes and thought that he had collected a few more relics during the break. He remembered a rare brown bracelet that increased wisdom by 35, magic by 20, attractiveness by 5, and if used in the temple, magical defense increased by 10 times for 3 days. I remembered the shoes of a marathon runner, which increases agility and does not change stats at rest. Next was a blue prayer book with the ability to increase wisdom by 15, and a small, glowing magical twilight ring that increases mana by 20, and when the mana gap is depleted, restores it by 100%. A system window with statistics appeared in front of the guy. When he decided to check it, the hero reflected that there was already more than 300 wisdom and magic, the rest was about 100. Touching the blue screen with his finger, the hero said that he thought he was already S rank with such characteristics. Right, now it was time to concentrate on learning spells instead of relics. It was time to start. White clouds floated over the tall glass buildings. Do-hyuk was standing at the entrance to the lobby of the Blue Castle Guild building. He glanced sideways at the guy in the hat who recognized him, and the girl asked what the head was thinking about, inviting a rookie to the guild. The guy thought that, as he expected, there would be a lot of dissatisfaction with his presence. For them, he was just an F-rank rookie. Approaching the reception, Do-hyuk told the girl that he had come to meet the guild master. Someone chuckled, asking who they had here. A disgruntled brown-haired man stood behind him and asked if this was the same super rookie Do-hyuk. Watching this, the guy in the hat asked if Minchyo was back on his own. The girl asked, I wonder how the initiation rite of the Do-hyuk newcomers will go. The man stretched out his hand, saying that it was a pleasure to meet him and introduced himself. And Do-hyuk thought, what kind of initiation rite? He shook hands, saying his name. Well, yes, he grinned slyly. He squeezed the guy's hand with force. Do-hyuk narrowed his eyes at surprise. Minchyo's eyes glowed red, and the hero thought that who would have guessed that initiation was just a cliched handshake like in the movies. But he couldn't give up so easily. Putting his hand behind his back, he summoned the armor. An invisible blue barrier surrounded the guy's body. Minchyo thought that with such strength, he should have reacted somehow. Everything was wrong with him. He gritted his teeth as Do-hyuk approached and said that it couldn't be, that this was all he had. Could he show more? Veins bulged on the face of the enraged brown-haired man. The hall of the guild building shook. The floor under the guys began to crack. The guy with the handkerchief on his face exclaimed if it was too much, and the girl offered to watch. It seemed that Do-hyuk didn't care. The brunette was really smiling indifferently. Burning with rage, Minchyo gritted his teeth. Arching his eyebrows mockingly, he asked, this is all? It seems that this rite of passage does not represent anything. The guy's glowing eyes widened. He said ominously that it was good. Surrounded by a red glow, Minchyo suggested that he shouldn't regret it, and Do-hyuk thought how easy it would be to make him lose his temper. Gusts of wind flew around the shining guys. The brown-haired woman opened her mouth in amazement, exclaiming that this was too much. The guy said that she needed to call someone. The brunette who could withstand this energy was silent. Minchyo opened his mouth wide and screamed, and then abruptly stopped shining. Do-hyuk watched in surprise as he slumped forward. The opponent fell face down at the feet of the hero. A girl appeared behind her. Disgruntled, Do-hui held her gun, saying that she had just come from the dungeon, and they were playing around here. Closing her eyes, she asked the teacher behind her to take care of the manners of this Minchyo, who said that it seemed that I had taught him too badly. It was time to take him seriously. Do-hyuk watched in surprise as the man lifted the brown-haired man, and thought, this is not an army, but they train and educate everyone personally. Squinting at him, the embarrassed brunette said that she had heard that he had come to meet her. They could go. The girl looked inquiringly at the hero, who thought that they had come at a very convenient time. Did they really want him to show his abilities in front of everyone? Do-hyuk closed his eyes, thinking that this could not be. He made up too much, and aloud agreed. The teacher threw the startled guy over his shoulder. The heroes entered the office of the guild master Blue Castle. Walking over to the table, Do-hui confirmed that it was the guild master's office and the master's room. Do-hyuk clarified, do they use it as a room as well? The girl took a thick notebook and said that it was nothing special. This place was almost like home. Anyway, she was surprised. Wasn't he supposed to be busy spending money for the contract? Waving his hand, the hero said that, to be honest, spending money is not his priority. Besides, he came here for a reason. He needs a special dungeon for his abilities. Opening the notebook, the girl asked uncomprehendingly, and Do-hyuk explained that in particular, she needed a mechanic goblin dungeon, if she had heard of such a thing. The notebook contained a list of dungeons, and she said it was on the goblin dungeon list of mechanics D731. The girl introduced the green monsters and said that it seemed to be an E-rank dungeon with an engineer goblin as the boss. Throwing the notebook to the guy, she said that he could see this list of guild dungeons. She was giving it to him. She would help him since they had signed a contract as a mercenary. With his height they would get even more benefits. Do-hyuk was holding a notebook that said about the dungeon. The internal information said that those who entered could be attacked by firearms. The glove trap is also the most common problem around the world, has a complex structure similar to mechanized items, and the structures can also deal high damage. Despite the fact that goblins are not monsters, they can use different mechanisms to attack themselves. The hero thought that although he had come to get the goblin schema there, it seemed that he would be able to get more. Do-hyuk smiled slightly, thinking that this dungeon was too similar to what was in the game, so the schematic was definitely there. Resting her hand on her side, Do-hyuk turned to the guy. With a slight smile and her head bowed, she said that this dungeon was now under their control, so for permission to enter, would she like to ask for a favor? Stretching out her palm, the girl asked if she could go with him. Events take place in the Blue Castle Guild's underground training pavilion. A tired warrior with a shield and a baton rests after completing the exercise. Drops of sweat drip from her face. She stands in front of her training targets again. A small towel flies through the air. Teacher Jiaite carries a man and asks the girl if she is tired of training in the morning, who, in turn, asks what it is in his hands. He throws the guy to the floor, explaining that the master saw him when he got into a conflict with Do-hyuk in the hall, and he was assigned to teach a lesson. Sungmi wipes herself with a towel and states that there are rumors that the protagonist has received a contract for 150 billion. The teacher notes that this is the case, thus it is recognized as the largest amount for a contract of all time. The man asks Sungmi with a smile if she blocked his attacks, so she probably knows his power. She replies that she was injured for the first time in a long time. The short-haired warrior with a grin claims that it was the first time she had so much fun. She happily says that she wants to fight him normally again. Jiaite stands by her, and says it's good that she found a decent ranger. He thinks about it, and declares that the girl will not stop talking like in the army, and if she finally stopped doing it, she would become more like a beautiful young lady. The interlocutor stands in sportswear, and explains that this is just a habit, since she grew up in a military family. Closing her eyes, she apologizes. The teacher in the vest says that in any case, he will try to keep her place, because it would be great to combine them. Also, she does not need to overdo the training, since nothing good will come of it. She in turn understands everything. The action unfolds at 6 o'clock in the morning, near the Syndrome station. The protagonist is greeted by someone. The main character stands in front of the girl and notices that she works quickly, because he did not expect to go on his first raid as an awakened one so early in the morning. The warrior notes that there is nothing special about it, because he is still part of their guild. Next to them are fighters in helmets and with briefcases. She says that she also called the porters, so only MC remained. Guys in blue uniforms are shown. It is explained that most often the porters are ordinary people who collect corpses, but as expected from the 7th best guild in the country, even their porters are awakened. The joyful assistant clenches his fist. The main character understands that this is something like training for beginners so that they learn what a dungeon is, since the chances of meeting monsters, except during outbreaks and in territories, are almost zero. The main character turns around and asks if he can enter, which in turn clarifies whether he can do it alone. The protagonist confidently replies that he will not die. The girl asks if this is too arrogant. MC stands in front of the green glow, stating that his arrogance is based on clear calculations. Green mana floats in the air near him. The magic portal is located opposite the main character. He smiles enthusiastically, realizing that this is his first dungeon. He goes inside while his companion urges him to go forward. A white mist is spreading in the dense forest. The determined protagonist goes through the portal. He finds himself in the middle of a dense forest. The guild master turns around and explains that the structure of dungeons is always different, but it's like something like a forest, so it's basically nothing special. The warrior turns to Do-hyuk. She withdraws her hand and reminds her that she will just be watching him from behind, so that he can show everything he is capable of. The main character stands in the middle of the field, not understanding where to go. The dense forest oppresses with its darkness. The protagonist realizes that on one side there is a deep forest full of tall trees and bushes. Bright sunlight falls on the green grass. He thinks that on the other side there is a meadow that looks very well groomed at first glance, and besides, they usually choose it. Do-hyuk moves his finger to activate his shield and says that he will go to the forest while using his armor. An energy barrier has formed in front of him, and he concludes that the goblins with intelligence will play dirty, setting traps in the meadow where they expect all humans to go. MC steps on the grass. There is a mysterious fog around him. He carefully walks through the forest, leaning on the trees with his hands. Suddenly, several shells fly at him. A powerful explosion occurs. There is no one in the place of the main character, only a white fog. The sinister goblins with weapons look around. In the middle of the white veil, footsteps are heard. The protagonist flies out at his opponents in a rage. They start shooting lasers at him in response. It turned out that green monsters were sitting on the trees. Do-hyuk states with a smirk that he already knew where they would be. Energy beams fly near the protagonist's body. Suddenly, the goblins take damage themselves. MC looks around warily, not understanding where the others are. The bloodthirsty goblins jump down from the trees and head towards him. One of them swings his golden glove. The main character carefully moves his finger and conjures. A strong explosion is heard. A second before that, the guy used the shield skill. MC mockingly asks if these assholes really thought such an attack would work against him. His hand lights up orange. He uses fireworks on his fingertips. The mad goblin's muzzle is illuminated. Putting out his palm in front of him, the main character uses the skill of the fiery hand. Everything around is covered with a powerful flash of light. A series of explosions are heard in the area. The main character stands in the middle of a white fog. Small sparks fly around him. He states with a smile that there was nothing special about it. Around him lie the corpses of goblins with torn limbs. Do-hyuk looks around, noticing that there is no one left, so he clarifies whether to continue. He walks in the middle of the tall grass. He looks in amazement in front of him. A giant labyrinth appears in front of the guy. The protagonist wonders if this is the same mechanical labyrinth famous for its multiple traps. The protagonist lightly taps on the wall of the maze. Do-hui realizes that Do-hyuk has exceeded all her expectations. She watches him closely, realizing that she thought that goblins with bazookas would certainly cause him trouble. The lady recalls this battle, surprised at the accuracy of the protagonist's spells. Because usually awakened mages like his level have only 35% accuracy. MC is highlighted in blue. The girl wonders if he really got his powers just a month ago. In the white fog there is a huge mechanical labyrinth. Nasty red insects will be waiting for him if he goes the wrong way. Purple poisonous spikes are located in the pit. There are also various traps with saws in the labyrinth. The astonished warrior looks up. The protagonist looks around. The master wonders why he suddenly stopped, whether he wants to give up. In his hands is a device. The girl notices that it is a drone that he showed in Deus Market. A drone flies near the satisfied guy. The girl wonders if it really functions in the dungeon. The enthusiastic lady opens her mouth, realizing that not a single human product works in the dungeons. The quadcopter rises into the air and explores the area. The main character connects to it with the help of the vision skill. Closing his eyes, he sees hidden traps on the map, of which there are many, while the guy realizes that he can attack goblins in order to gain experience. He goes forward with his drones. He walks along the stone walls, realizing that together with such helpers he is unlikely to get lost or fall into a trap. The guy looks around, thinking about this place. Suddenly, a group of goblins appeared in front of him. One of them, in a rage, orders to attack. MC jumps high at the same second. The bloodthirsty monster points his blade and orders him to aim. They shoot cannons at the main character. He closes himself in surprise with his hands. A powerful air explosion occurs. Do-hyuk looks at them unfazed, not taking any damage. With a sly smile, he talks about the illusion, specifying which one to attack it. An orange ball is formed opposite him. The guy uses a shield plus fiery hands. The main character delivers a powerful blow with this ability. Bloodthirsty goblins feel the heat. They begin to squeal loudly as their bodies are consumed by a flash of fire. The protagonist attacks them in a rage. A bright cloud of fire is formed opposite it. He smirks at the system windows with information that the system level has been boosted. Suddenly, a guild master appears behind him. The pleased girl understands that she was counting on a repetition of the techniques. But MC cornered the goblins and killed them. The main character looks at the corpses of enemies with a smirk. Do-hui, smiling, thinks about how even she, an awakened S rank, can't attack, defend, and buff at the same time, with the lady remarking that on top of everything else, he has drones, so 150 billion was a great investment. Events take place at the entrance to the boss room. The protagonist stands in front of a red portal. He enters it, offering to see what is interesting there. The astonished protagonist looks around. Massive cannons stand on the concrete floor. On the other side there are exactly the same guns. A goblin with a gray beard sits on a throne. He has red glasses and armor. He shows his sharp teeth, while Do-hyuk assumes that this is the Goblin Lord. A red crystal sparkles in his forehead. The protagonist assumes that this emerald is connected to the cannons around him, and they are probably several times stronger than those used by his henchmen. MC understands with a smile that he is unlikely to survive only with armor and shields, because the recovery time of the cannons is a minute, and this is more than enough. Do-hyuk, surrounded by his drones, stands in front of the boss and summons the harmony of magic, as well as the coherence of the poles. The cunning goblin just smiles. At the same time, the protagonist is determined. Flashes of light appear near quadcopters. Powerful energy rays fly towards the opponent. The main character uses a magic projectile. They are rapidly approaching the Goblin Lord. There is a bright flash of light. The old monster remained unharmed. He angrily sits down at his tool and begins to control it with levers. The red emerald on his forehead began to sparkle even brighter. The cannons around the MC became active, starting to glow red. The astonished protagonist turns around. The heavy guns came into contact with their owner. The old monster is furious and orders us to come out. A mechanical arm flies out of the ground. A robotic goblin climbs, crushing rocks. Several robot enemies have appeared around the main character. Furious enemies surround the protagonist. One of them pulls out sharp daggers. Do-hyuk calmly stands still while one of them swings his weapon. He looks at his enemy with a serious face. He creates magic spheres near the palm of his hand and immediately launches a counterattack. The guy touches his opponent with his hand. A blue flash tears the robot apart after using a magic projectile. The palm of the main character remained on the broken armor of the enemy. The enemy began to smoke from such an attack. The protagonist claims that this is enough to deal with his servants. Suddenly, the eyes of the ferocious opponent lit up red again. Do-hyuk stands in front of him in complete shock. He manages to dodge a powerful punch with his fists. The Goblin Lord is also trying to attack the protagonist at this moment. It deals a powerful blow, causing a small energy blast. A mechanized fist hits directly at the barrier. The protagonist's energy shield skillfully resists such an attack. White smoke dissipates on the ground while the villain holds a fighting stance. Having gathered, MC begins to use the harmony of magic and the coherence of the poles. Drones appear above the villain with an impending attack. The protagonist uses a magic projectile with a smirk. A strong explosion is heard throughout the area. The protagonist directs his hand, intending to attack once more. The villain points his fist in the direction of the guy. In an instant, MC jumps away from the villain's attack. A disgruntled old goblin hits his forehead with his hand. His robot assistant also tries to get the main character, but he skillfully escapes. Do-hyuk deftly stops in front of a giant fist, which slams into the ground with all its force. MC generates magic orbs near his hand, fires magical projectiles directly at the opponent's head. The robot takes heavy damage, its armor is peeled off from the lethal impact. The enemy falls to the ground, the head rolls away separately. The robot's head lies silently on the ground. The protagonist is smiling contentedly at this time. The old goblin clenches his sharp teeth in rage. Flames burst out of the muzzle of his giant cannon. A powerful shot is being prepared. Frowning, the protagonist notices a bright light from the muzzle of the gun. The projectile fires out of the goblin's cannon at full speed. The stunned protagonist sees this crazy attack. A strong explosion occurs, the stones scatter to the sides. Frightened, Do-hyuk holds out his arms in front of him, his body covered in armor. Suddenly, the energy shield shatters into pieces. The main character with a stern look realizes that his shield has broken and things would be bad without armor. He looks away. The red scale on the guns is almost completely complete. The protagonist notices this. Bright flames erupt from the Goblin Lord's cannon. Frowning, the main character runs forward. He realizes that there is not much time left. Several robotic enemies stand in front of the boss. Their faces reflect anger and rage. The protagonist sees them in front of him with a smirk. He takes off in a second. His image flutters. He speaks of what is taken for the present. The real Do-hyuk deftly flies over them. He used the illusion skill. He sees that a bright charge is forming in front of him. Other cannons are also illuminated with a red light. A guy steps on a flying drone, deftly flies right above the explosions. The uncomprehending villain looks at the protagonist. Do-hyuk angrily holds out a glowing hand. He uses fireworks on his fingertips. The pillar of fire destroys everything around. The guy uses the skill of fiery hands. The Goblin Lord is instantly roasted. He screams loudly in pain. MC sees his suffering with a smirk. The pleading hands of the monster burst out of the clouds of smoke. He grabs the main character by the throat. He is in complete shock. The scale of the cannons has reached green. A powerful shot is being prepared. The frightened protagonist senses danger. A bewildered old monster looks at him. At this moment, the guild master is watching in surprise. The Goblin Lord holds the protagonist by the neck. A disgruntled guy looks at him. Greenish dust can be seen below. The scoundrel in red glasses is trying to understand what is happening. The warrior takes up her sword, realizing that she cannot afford to kill Do-hyuk so easily. She jumps high, holding her sword with her hand, while realizing that she must intervene in what is happening. Do-hyuk confidently raises the glowing blade. She suddenly looks at what is happening in surprise. The main character is held above the ground, but at the same time he draws a heart with his finger. His eyes are pink. He calls for a sweet whisper of temptation. Dozens of hearts appear around him and the goblin, MC using a whisper of temptation. In a matter of seconds, the monster's eyes turned into lovers. The protagonist smiles slightly, realizing that he did it perfectly. Green shells fly out of the cannons. Epic explosions are heard around them. The main character stands next to the robot in surprise. He sees him moving. The robot gets down on one knee not far from the protagonist. There is a bright flash that illuminates everything around. The guild master stands in the middle of a puff of smoke. She looks around in bewilderment, and wonders if the boss has just protected the protagonist. The smoke dissipates around the villain. Do-hyuk sits on the ground right under the broken robot. The broken parts of the robot are also closed. Electric charges are visible. It crumbles into pieces in an instant. Do-hyuk runs up to the protagonist, asking if he is okay. The guy removes pieces of the opponent from him and declares that it could be quite dangerous. The embarrassed lady notices that this is so. The guy states that he did not count on such strength of the boss, because he turned out to be strong. MC examines his palms and explains that he only expected to finish off the boss with fiery hands. He looks around the scene of the battle and says that everything ended as intended. Steam escapes from the guns. In the broken robot lies the body of the goblin boss. The joyful guy feels the energy. The system says that his level has been raised several times. Now he is a 20th level magus. A smiling Do-hyuk ponders if he was really given so much experience because he killed him alone. There is a pile of objects on the ground after a defeated enemy. The protagonist notices this. Do-hui reaches out to MC and states that she has a bunch of questions about the spells he used against the boss, but she will go and give him time to check the dropped items for now. With a slight smile, she claims that today's raid proved to her that the guy is really worth the money, and besides, she can't wait to work with him again. The lady heads to the green portal after all that has been said. The blue crystal emits light, the system says about the first level space stone, while the protagonist began to check the items left after the boss. Several books are highlighted in different colors. The window says that they are books of spells of power, webs, and mirror images. Rolls of papers are presented. One of them is a complete version of the blueprint of a middle-class golem, the other is a blueprint of a mechanical golem, namely goblin bombs. The protagonist thinks that he wanted them and will finally be able to leave this dungeon with peace of mind. Do-hyuk looks at the paper with a smile, stating that since he has obtained second-class spells and schematics, he can start right away. The events take place 3 days later. The protagonist in a black suit stands in the middle of the Blue Castle Guild, in an underground training hall. Someone suddenly asks him if he is sure that he can cope. The guy agrees and at the same time asks to tune them to the maximum level. The employee clicks his finger on the screen with a scale. Jiaite sits at the table and says that the robots are set to the maximum level. They will attack as soon as they spot a target, so he needs to be ready. The amazed protagonist moves his finger across the space. A girl is seen behind him. Do-hui, crossing his arms, says that they came out of the dungeon not so long ago, and the guy is up to something. Do-hyuk, smiling, says that he has an offer for her. Behind them are the robots, Do-hui wondering if these are something like the drones he showed last time. An angry Jiaite shouts that the robot setup is already complete, so they will attack immediately. The red side of the robot is aimed at the heroes. A cry is heard that it is very dangerous. The combat robots began to glow red. MC is standing next to the guild master. The order to go up is heard. A portal appears near the combat robot. His name is Akron. A fighter bursts out of the ground at high speed. A high-tech combat robot lands spectacularly. His eyes glow red. The powerful assistant looks around. A broken little opponent lies under his fist. In the training arena not far from the guys, another opponent is preparing to attack. In the next second, he receives a powerful shot to the body. Another beam also pierces his armor. Akron calmly keeps his fists next to each other. Do-hui stares at him in amazement, standing next to the protagonist, the two of them silent. She immediately turns around and asks if he is going to sell this golem. The main character notes that unfortunately he did it for himself. Do-hyuk kindly looks at the guild master, claiming to have brought it to check before descending into the dungeon. Then he immediately turns to the assistant. Akron helpfully answers the call. The futuristic robot turns around after being ordered to show how he will deal with the rest of the robots. Cyborg points his hand at the enemy robot. His fingers light up orange, and he uses his flame hand skill. A powerful fiery stream is moving towards the enemy. All that remained of the robot was burnt metal, all around in smoke. The robot stands in front of the broken cyborgs. Do-hui is shocked to see this. She is speechless. She looks away thoughtfully. A pleased MC stands in front of him and hears that she is too surprised. Having never met such golems, he replies that he understands, since the lady sees his Akron for the first time. Do-hui with a serious face asks about what if the guy is not going to sell this golem, then what will? The protagonist holds a skull-shaped bomb with his hand and talks about it. He puts his hand in a dimensional pocket and declares that there is also an ice bomb with a surprise. The outraged girl sees another black charge, which he calls a blinding bomb. She asks to wait. The bewildered protagonist silently looks at her. He puts his hands on the table and asks loudly what this space is and where the protagonist is pulling the bombs from. Do-hyuk throws up his hands with a smile and says that he somehow got such an ability. The interlocutor shouts in shock that interdimensional ability is not something that is obtained for nothing. The disgruntled lady reflects on S rank, realizing that only such awakened people can use such a skill. The main character benevolently replies that most likely he was just lucky. Do-hui asks again with a disgruntled look, claiming that he has now demonstrated a characteristic that surpasses his rank. He says with a smile that this is why he is an unusual awakened. He turns to Jiaite and asks if he can open the doors of the hall. The employee agrees. MC plants a skull bomb and states that instead of words, he will show them what these charges are capable of. He happily throws the sphere and exclaims that he will first show what a giant bomb is capable of. The charge in the air lights up bright red. A powerful explosion occurs, illuminating everything around. The flames spread throughout the arena. Jiaite sees this in shock and assures that it is just an incredible power. The walls have begun to melt from such power. He notices that they have begun to deform, although they are covered with the stones of space, so it can all end badly if they do not lower the temperature. Do-hui stares at this in amazement. The protagonist states that there is no need to worry, because he will figure it out with the help of this. A blue bomb falls on the floor. The main character exclaims that it is an ice projectile. Ice in huge crystals appears in the training arena. Everything around was frozen and covered with icicles. Do-hyuk shows the guild master and says that the ice is temporary and will disappear in 10 seconds. The joyful lady looks at the fighter, who asks what impressions she has. She replies that she likes it very much. while asking to show the ladder. The surprised girl examines the dark glasses in her hands. The main character says that she needs to put them on first. She puts them on with a smirk, noticing that MC is well prepared. The main character throws the last blinding bomb. Everything around is illuminated with a bright light. MC shields himself from him with his hand while the guild master looks through his sunglasses. She enthusiastically takes them off and clarifies that all 3 shells seem very useful. The girl clarifies what the price of their production is. He replies that this is a secret, because he plans to sell them to the guild for 6 million, and to the rest for 10. Crossing her arms, Dewey states that she is sorry that he cannot give the price of production. MC replies that Pandora's box is beautiful because it is closed. A fighter fights ferocious dragons. The master says that the price called sounds quite acceptable, even without the cost of production. The girl imagines the fight and states that they can be used not only in dungeons, but also in other places. Dewey seriously believes that this is a pretty low price to pay for saving a life. The master holds out his hand and says that he would like to make an offer. He in turn clarifies what the conditions are. She replies that if he sells them only to them, the guild will pay 10 million apiece. They shake hands. It is said that MC thus made a deal with the master. Events take place the next day. A lady in striped pants runs forward. Lizzie in a black and red suit holds his hand on his chest. The frightened man shouts to the master that they have serious problems. She, in turn, clarifies what is the matter. A Blue Castle Guild stock chart is visible on the screen, and he asks to take a look at it. Lizzie picked up the tablet and read that the Blue Castle Guild, thanks to their exclusive contract with Duhyuk, had started selling explosives that could be used in dungeons. She slammed her fist on the table. The woman gritted her teeth, remembering the hero, and thought that she had seen his crafting skills and should have gotten him despite the price. Chunhwa smiled nervously and said that his contract would expire in 3 years, and then they would be able to invite him. The master abruptly stood up and turned to her subordinate. The man looked at her in surprise as she put her hand on his shoulder. There was an explosion in the office and a woman screaming to think before opening her mouth. The staff turned towards the noise, discussing that they had parted ways today, apparently because of the news of the Blue Castle Guild. Lizzie looked down at the man and reminded him that Duhyuk, who is now at the F rank level, is worth 150 billion. She threw up her hands and asked if he really thought that in 3 years the guy would be of the same level. The master frowned and moved towards the exit, and the subordinate asked where she was going. The interlocutor turned around and replied that he also needed to negotiate with Blue Castle. Blue Castle Guild Sales Department. Employees received an endless stream of customers who asked how they could conclude a supply contract. The manager looked at guests who asked for details about the explosives and replied that they were selling them under an exclusive contract with Duhyuk, but he did not know the details. The woman watched them from above with a smirk. She turned around when asked what she was doing here. Dewey smiled and replied that she thought it would be fun on the first day of sales. A subordinate approached her and clarified what she meant. The woman remembered how 2 years ago she stood in front of Lizzie. Due to problems with the exclusive rights to the dungeons near Namyang Station, their guilds became rivals. At the time, Lizzie was shaking papers and began spreading dirty rumors about opponents and Dewey, who was only 18 years old at the time. In the end, the woman crossed her arms contentedly, winning the rights to the dungeons, and a bad reputation has plagued Blue Castle to this day. The brunette knitted her eyebrows and said that she understood why she had done it then. She looked down at her rivals. The master smirked and added that she didn't want to miss the opportunity to look at her face today. Dewey turned to the employee and offered to go downstairs. Lizzie shivered and asked Chunhwa if it wasn't cold, and he readily took off his jacket. The guild master came up to the queue and noted that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Her rival blushed awkwardly and smiled. Dewey gave her a friendly look and said that she would have met her if she had known about the visit in advance. The interlocutor arched an eyebrow and laughed. They looked at each other and Lizzie asked why she was there, to which the brunette replied that this was the first day of selling Duhyuk bombs. Such an important day for their guild could not be missed. The rival smiled stiffly and admitted that she just wanted to meet her. The girl smirked and then offered to talk separately in the reception room. Standing opposite each other, the opponents resembled a snake and a poisonous toad that had fallen into its trap. Their faces were reflected on the screen. The main character sat at the table looking at this and muttered that he didn't want to be there. Behind him, girls appeared with boxes and asked where to put the new crystals, and the guy asked to leave them next to him. She hurriedly lowered the boxes on the table. The brunette looked at her, explaining that he could not move during the assembly, so he was grateful for the help, and she replied that she was not a burden. The hero rounded his eyes in surprise. Sungmi stood in front of him, noting that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. He looked at her in confusion and asked how she got here, and the interlocutor explained that she had asked the master. The girl looked at him seriously when he asked if she needed anything from him, and nodded. Sungmi knitted her eyebrows and asked to fight her again. Her gaze was resolute and serious. The main character looked at her puzzled and asked again. Blue Hair remembered their battle and said that she had only blocked attacks last time, but this time she wanted to fight him one-on-one. She straightened her jacket and asked for such a favor. The brunette put his hand down on the table. He smiled and agreed. The interlocutor grinned happily. Sungmi blushed and exclaimed that she would then go to prepare, but the hero asked her to wait a little while he was busy. The girl pushed back her chair as Duhyuk pointed out that it would take some time. She sat down next to him and stared at him with a smile. The guy smiled nervously and invited her to come back later, but she wanted to wait here. The blue-haired woman looked at him loyally and asked him to speak if he needed anything. The hero looked at her silently. Then he closed his eyes and grinned. The brunette rose from his seat. He turned his head and decided that he had done enough for sales. Besides, sitting and designing was too boring. Do-hyuk looked back at the interlocutor and offered to go fight. She jumped up happily and agreed. In the locker room, the main character put on a combat suit and pressed a button. He adjusted the gloves on his wrist. When the guy came out on the set, the girl asked if he had put on all the equipment, and the hero asked what it was. Sungmi ran her hand over the suit and explained that this uniform adapts to their body and helps increase stamina. Depending on their health status, it will glow green, yellow, or red. The girl looked at her hand and added that the equipment absorbs most attacks, and when the health drops to 0, the suit will turn off as if you died, in which case the match will end. Do-hyuk looked at the suit enthusiastically and noted that it costs 25 billion apiece, which is amazing. She knitted her eyebrows and said that the master had said that it was cheaper than getting injured guild members every time. The brunette smiled, folded his fingers, and noticed that it was somehow a pity to fight just like that in such an expensive object. He spread his arms and offered a small bet. The girl arched her eyebrows and asked. The main character smirked and stated that if he won, she would be his personal tanker, but on the contrary, he would become her personal mage. The interlocutor looked at him and asked how long the contract would last. The guy raised his fingers and replied that it would be for 3 months. The brunette narrowed his eyes and added that the loser would work for free. Do-hyuk made a gesture with his hand and asked how she felt such a fun idea. They both turned to the master, who came closer and noted that it was quite interesting. The hero looked at her in surprise and said that he expected her to talk to Lizzie. Duvui smiled and replied that thanks to his inventions, she was able to have plenty of fun with her opponent. Sungmi knitted her eyebrows and asked her mentor if the guy needed a head start because his rank was below hers. The brunette turned to her and said that he would then refuse to fight, and the master chuckled at his incredible confidence. The blue-haired woman narrowed her eyes and agreed to fight without concessions. Duvui raised her hand and ordered them to get ready. The warrior put out her sword and asked the hero to give his best this time. The guy waved his finger and replied that he was no longer the same as she had seen him the last time they met. The woman smiled and announced the start of the fight. Sungmi frowned and thought that she had to strike him down before he could cast his spells. Red energy appeared around her body. The main character rounded his eyes in surprise. The guy looked down and noticed that his legs were moving on their own. Could this be her provocation skill? Do-hyuk stepped forward. He ran at his rival, activating his armor as he went. Flashes flashed in the air from the activation of magic projectiles. The opponent put up a shield, and a golden image of a knight appeared behind her after using the iron wall. The brunette frowned and thought that she had used a provocation to get him closer, and now she had increased her defense, waiting for an opportunity to counterattack. But this is a fairly standard defense strategy. The hero drew a line in the air, deciding that he could just break through with fire, but this is not the outcome he wants. The energy rays bent in the air. They hit the floor around the girl. She looked around. Dust rose around her, creating a veil. The blue-haired woman's eyes flashed, activating the mana locator. She saw several blue flashes in front of her. Sungmi stared in surprise, asking if he had already used so many spells. Her eyes reflected a flash. Several magic projectiles shot at her. The girl gritted her teeth and thought that her opponent must have used quite a lot of mana. She squinted to the side and assumed that to finish her off, the guy would attack, and then she would be able to counterattack. Do-hyuk jumped out to her left. At this moment, her opponent frowned and swung. The hero opened his mouth and said, "The other me is inside me." Mirror images of the young man appeared around the swordsman. Several clones stared at her, activating the harmony of magic. The blue-haired woman rounded her eyes dumbfounded. She swung her blade, slicing through the nearest silhouette. Do-hyuk ran behind her at that moment. The girl barely had time to look back, but the guy was already concentrating energy in his palm. He touched her back and fired a magic projectile. The brunette frowned. Suddenly his eyes widened. Duvui sneered and thought that Sungmi was a tank that their guild had trained with special diligence, and she wouldn't give up so easily. The blue-haired woman frowned, and the hero realized that his blow did not break through her defenses. The rivals froze until the smoke around them cleared. The girl knitted her eyebrows and turned around. She swung her sword as she looked at the hero. Then she struck, throwing him away. The brunette rounded his eyes in surprise and gritted his teeth. After that, the girl pushed him with her shield, knocking him down. A bright light appeared around her weapon. Do-hyuk opened his mouth as he felt a blow. He was thrown against the wall. The blue-haired woman narrowed her eyes and activated the fast wind, which increases the speed by 40% for 5 seconds. The girl sat down and pushed off. The blade of her sword glowed. The brunette's eyes bulged dumbfounded. Sungmi slashed at him. She swung again, concentrating her energy. Then she made a precise lunge. A powerful attack threw the guy back. The hero flew into the wall with such force that it shattered into stones. The swordswoman narrowed her eyes and exhaled. In front of her lay a pile of stones, covered with a cloud of dust. The master crossed her arms and exclaimed with a smile that this was to be expected of her. but the girl was able to improve her skills in the short time that they had not seen each other. However, Sungmi froze in midair, surrounded by thin threads. The woman's eyes widened in surprise. The blue-haired woman gritted her teeth, feeling even her neck covered in cobwebs. The girl's hips were also wrapped with threads. Doohui looked at her and asked what it was. The brunette touched the trap. Then she raised her head, aware of what was happening. The entire room in front of her was covered in cobwebs. The swordswoman frowned and muttered that she couldn't move. She looked at the main character and asked what it was. The brunette grinned and replied that while there was smoke here, he installed them. He pounded his chest and said that as much as these suits protected them, he didn't want to hurt her. The rivals looked at each other, and the blue-haired woman muttered that he hadn't come closer because of a lack of mana. The guy smiled and explained that he wanted her to attack and remove the iron wall, even though it was quite dangerous to release the armor. The girl looked at him in surprise. Then she smiled. She blushed slightly and said that she had lost this fight, but she would definitely win next time. The interlocutor smirked and promised to fight again. The swordswoman smiled broadly. Her body was still covered in cobwebs, and she asked to be released. The brunette waved his finger and apologized, muttering that he had completely forgotten because of the conversations. They both turned at the sound of clapping. The woman applauded them, and the master smiled and praised them for their excellent work. She shook hands with the hero and declared him the winner. The brunette narrowed her eyes and asked to take care of Sungmi. The interlocutor grinned and agreed. In the White Lotus Guild office, a girl was standing by the window. Sun Yeo looked thoughtfully at the sunset. A man in glasses approached her and reported that the mercenaries had just arrived in the country. She turned around and asked if they had assigned a guard, to which she received a positive answer. The interlocutor knitted his eyebrows and reported that the transaction was carried out through the Spider Ghost account and would not lead to it, after which the boss praised him and let him go. The man turned around and walked out. The door slammed shut behind him. Then the woman took out her phone and looked at the news of the signing of a contract for 150 billion between the main character and Doohui. The guy in the photo was smiling, and she muttered that he was like a goose that lays golden eggs. The deputy head frowned and said that the young man had decided to go to these blue castles. Doohyuk's face stared directly at the camera. The screen cracked, and Sunyul exclaimed that since she didn't get it, no one would. The bus drove up to the station building. Several men were walking around the hall. They looked around and hid their hands in their pockets. One of them was on the phone saying that he had arrived, so let them send information about this bastard, and the others were discussing that Seoul was a wonderful city, but they had to go back tomorrow. The man with glasses grinned and reminded him that they would go back as soon as they dealt with this puppy. The long-haired man looked at his colleague and noted that Doohyuk was so popular that it would be easy to find him, and he suggested that they split up and start looking. The mercenary smirked and asked if the price for an F-rank head was too high, but the interlocutor replied that they just needed to complete the order. The trio's eyes flashed ominously, ready to start. Blue crystals shone in the dungeon. Armed monsters jumped out of the darkness. The stone mask on the face of one of them immediately cracked. The swordswoman swung, attacking her enemies. Several precise cuts flashed in the air. Sungmi held a shield in front of her. The goblins rushed at her from different directions. The girl knitted her eyebrows, and a light appeared behind her. Her eyes widened as the magic projectiles flew by. All opponents were immediately defeated. The blue-haired woman looked at the corpses lying around. The girl looked around, thinking that even during the sparring she had felt that his strength was so terrifying. The main character sighed lazily and suggested that he finish here as soon as possible, otherwise these guys would make him sad. Sungmi turned around and thought that with such spell power, he didn't even need a tank. She gritted her teeth and decided that she couldn't afford to be a tank that didn't help the crew, so she had to find something she could help with. The brunette looked at his partner and asked what she was thinking. The blue-haired woman looked at him and replied that she was just a little stuck and also surprised. She drew attention to the drone next to the guy and said that usually the technique cannot be used in the dungeon. The brunette smirked and assured that if they continued, she would be able to see something more interesting. The interlocutor smiled awkwardly when the guy reminded that she could talk to him informally. The blue-haired woman blushed and nodded. The hero looked at her softly and said that there are many people who find it difficult to switch to informal communication, so they can take their time. Doohyuk knitted his eyebrows and stated that since it was their first day, he would buff himself, so she could move more freely, and she didn't have to follow his rhythm at all, as long as she was on the same page. His companion looked at him and replied that she understood. Big paws stomped on the ground. The comrades looked ahead, where the noise was coming from. Tall monsters appeared in front of them. The hero grinned and noted that the main monsters of the dungeon had arrived. Trolls sparkled with eyes, and although they are huge, slow, and have high regeneration, they are not very difficult to defeat, although there are exceptions. The brunette knitted his eyebrows and asked the girl to aggro these monsters, and she agreed, warning that it would be difficult to hold out for a long time. The hero narrowed his eyes and nodded. He drew attention to the hooded enemy with a staff and said that he would deal with the shaman. The goblin licked his lips predatorily, and red energy swirled around his body. This power fueled trolls and small creatures, and the guy thought that the shaman used the buff to make strong berserkers out of them. The sorcerer held out his staff and concentrated his energy. The monsters rushed forward at his command. The monsters were approaching the warriors. A rift opened in the air. Akron appeared on the orders of the owner and immediately hit one of the trolls. The enemy fell headfirst into the ground after the attack. The golem's eyes flashed. Sungmi's eyes widened in surprise, not understanding what kind of robot it was. She looked back when the protagonist revealed that it was his golem that would help her. The hero's body began to disappear after activating the invisibility. The girl was surprised to find that there was no one behind her. The blue-haired woman narrowed her eyes and thought that she was already surprised by his drone and golem, but using invisibility, which is only available from A rank, is simply amazing. She grinned, wondering how much longer he would surprise her. Akron fought a battle with trolls. The girl rushed to attack, admitting that she was still far from providing real help to Do-hyuk. The warrior knitted her eyebrows and gritted her teeth, realizing that she had to do her best, supporting him. A noise was heard near the container in the abandoned area. The battered man looked ahead and asked who they were and why they were doing it. The mercenary took off his mask and replied with a smirk that they were just cleaning up the garbage from the floor, unless there was a special reason for that. He had a crazy look on his face as he stated that the victim was just unlucky. Blood splashed on the wall. The mercenaries looked at each other, and the long-haired man asked if they had found anything, to which his comrade replied that he had noticed Do-hyuk's footprints while he was surveying the area, and didn't even think it would be so easy. The interlocutor twisted the knife and asked if these Koreans should not be punished for guarding the gate so poorly, and it was too easy for him. His colleague knitted his eyebrows and said that Korea was a small country, they didn't have any extra hands, and besides, it was a D-rank dungeon, so they put the first one they came across. He narrowed his eyes and reminded them that the mules were coming soon, so they needed to deal with the protagonists before that moment. The trio headed for the portal, agreeing to finish as soon as possible and get out of here. Sungmi and Akron fought trolls. The girl jumped back, parrying the blow. She frowned, wondering if the protagonist would be able to bypass so many monsters and go straight to the shaman. The sorcerer was hiding behind. He brandished his staff, empowering his tribesmen. His eyes shone ominously in the darkness. The protagonist was right behind him, dispelling his invisibility. The monster gritted his teeth and turned around. He drew a red magic circle and cast a spell. The brunette concentrated the energy in his hand and used the whisper of pain. The guy shot a poisonous arrow. The goblin grinned in displeasure. The attack flew right to the head. Blood spurted in all directions. Green liquid was oozing from the hole. Through the hole you could see the hero. He grinned contentedly. The troll swung for another blow. Blue-haired set up a shield for the block. Then she deftly turned around and jerked forward. The girl knitted her eyebrows as she looked at her opponent. She swung her blade quickly. The shining blade sliced off the troll's hand. The warrior stared at him. The monster began to regrow its lost limb. Sungmi landed on the ground in front of him. Two goblins immediately jumped in her direction. They were swept away by the shock wave. The girl opened her mouth in surprise and looked around. Akron put out his hand, covering it with his attack. The golem's eyes flashed and said that he was following the master's orders. The blue-haired woman looked at him dumbfounded. Do-hyuk smirked and complimented the robot. He himself jumped over the troll's head. Energy sparkled around his hand. A powerful bolt of lightning struck the monster. An explosion rang out in the dungeon. The girl covered her face with her hand and gritted her teeth from the heat. The monster was lying on the ground, and smoke was coming from it. The brunette smirked and noted that it was finally getting harder, and the girl noticed that he was completely different from who he had been in their fight. The swordswoman made a gesture with her hand and asked if it was because she had met with the guild master after the duel, and he replied that they needed to discuss something personal. He remembered the 3 books he had purchased from the Blue Castle vault after the fight with the chapter, and from the outside, they seemed completely useless. But thanks to the identification spell, he managed to find the necessary spells in them. The guy imagined how the manuscripts were enveloped in golden light, and after that he received invisibility, a poisonous arrow and a lightning bolt. The hero looked at his partner and suggested that he continue. Next, he used his explosive techniques again. Sungmi deftly wielded a sword, defeating opponents. Akron destroyed monsters, helping them. The partners looked at each other, and the girl noted that there was not much left, and the hero offered her to rest. The blue-haired woman knitted her eyebrows and replied that she wasn't that tired. Do-hyuk smiled and said that we could relax together. His eyes suddenly rounded. They both looked away. Something was approaching his comrades. The brunette took something out of the subspace and thought with annoyance that he only wanted to rest. The hero touched the drone and applied invisibility to it. The device took off and headed deep into the dungeon. The guy closed his eyes, activating the view. On the camera, he saw 3 strangers. The men were wearing masks, and Do-hyuk guessed that they were not from their guild. The main character frowned, wondering who they were, because the entrance was definitely guarded by people from the department. He looked at the girl, and she asked what was wrong. The brunette narrowed his eyes and asked what to do if people broke into the dungeon without permission, and she replied that they first needed to check if they were really here illegally. Sungmi frowned and added that if they attacked, as far as she knew, they were allowed to be killed. The interlocutor lowered his head and muttered that he understood. He looked carefully ahead and said that he would do so. The partners continued to fight the trolls. The attacks fell on the monster. At this time, Red Eyes watched them from the darkness. The mercenaries hid around the corner, and the long-haired man pointed out that the guy's magic wasn't as strong as it was said to be, and Song replied that he didn't expect it to be so difficult for him in a D-rank dungeon either. The man crossed his arms and said that it was a sin to complain when they paid so much, and the colleague muttered that he was just wondering how such an unremarkable guy became their target. Song smirked and ordered the group of trolls to be agraded, and the interlocutor assumed that the leader was trying to take the easy way out to hide behind and attack them when the guys were fleeing. A colleague looked at him and exclaimed that if he understood, then let him proceed. The long-haired man rushed forward abruptly. Song looked at his subordinate and asked him to make sure they didn't do anything strange. The troll collapsed to the ground in front of his partners. The brunette rubbed the bridge of his nose and offered to take a break, because it was more difficult than he expected, and the girl replied that their ability to regenerate is higher, but they have enough strength. The mercenaries looked at each other with a grin, not understanding why this guy was worth 150 billion, but his colleague asked him to stop chatting and keep an eye on the angry monsters on the way. Several monsters rushed through the dungeon. The blue-haired woman knitted her eyebrows and exclaimed that she could hear the trolls, to which Do-hyuk shouted in a panic that they shouldn't have even moved in their direction unless they were aggravated. A man appeared behind the guys. Song grinned when his subordinate asked if they could be finished off without a fight, and asked if he was sure. The interlocutor took out stilettos and said that it was easier than steamed turnips. He licked his lips, saying that there was no order to kill the girl. The man threw his knives forward. The attack approached the hero from behind. The brunette grinned contentedly. The guy activated the armor, so the attack did not damage him. The mercenary's eyes widened in surprise. An Akron grew up behind them. Song looked around in shock. A huge robot loomed over him. He grabbed the attacker, and he tried to fight back. The man frowned, trying to understand what was happening. Akron's eyes flashed and said throw. The mercenaries flew forward with acceleration. They collapsed right at the feet of the trolls. One of them stood up and asked what was going on, but the leader didn't have an answer either. Do-hyuk approached them, releasing energy. He narrowed his eyes and asked what it felt like to be attacked after planning to attack from behind. One of the enemies grabbed his weapon and charged, shouting expletives. The guy frowned and activated the sparks on his fingertips. A table of fire burst out of his palm. Song stared at the powerful attack in shock. He turned pale and thought that the young man's strength was on a completely different level than what they had seen during the fight with the trolls. Why hadn't he shown his strength? His pupils narrowed at the realization that the hero realized that they would attack from behind, so he planned a trap. Song stared at the guy dumbfounded. Do-hyuk smirked and asked if he was still standing behind. The man looked around and shuddered. The troll grabbed him by the shoulder. The monster's eyes flashed and grinned. The mercenary looked at him in fright and called for help. The long-haired man was behind the main character, clutching a knife. He made a sharp lunge forward. The body of the main character disappeared into thin air at the moment of impact. The enemy rounded his eyes dumbfounded and shuddered. He landed on the ground and immediately turned around. The man looked ahead. Do-hyuk stood in front of him, and flashes flashed all around. Several magic projectiles rained down on the enemy. The long-haired man sat on the ground, all wounded. He narrowed his eyes, not understanding how the guy had noticed his attack. Above the head, the male hero noticed a drone. The device was no longer invisible, and the mercenary guessed that their location had been revealed with its help. The brunette looked at him contemptuously, and said that they were relying too much on their skills. Several trolls appeared behind the enemy. The guy stood and looked at him. The man's eyes were closing, and the last thought was that they were just playing according to his plan, and Do-hyuk had just said goodbye to him. Sometime later, the Blue Castle Guild Tower. The main character sat opposite the master. The woman put the printout on the table. Then she took a sip of coffee. There were a few dossiers on the table, and Duvry revealed that all three were fairly well-known mercenaries hired by Ghost Ant. The brunette looked at her in bewilderment, and asked who it was. The girl narrowed her eyes and replied that it was an awakened one from China, but no one knew his name, so he was called by his nickname. She presented a silhouette, and added that no one had ever seen his face. Do-hyuk made a hand gesture and said that he had never heard any news or any rumors about it, and the girl replied that it was not surprising. The master knitted her eyebrows and said that Ghost Ant is a cold-blooded assassin who is known for being partial to killing only the famous awakened. The hero took the printouts and asked why then intermediaries were sent to him, to which the woman suggested that he probably had a group that worked under his patronage, and in the case of the guy, someone simply ordered mercenaries through him. He looked at the woman and asked if he knew anything about the customer. The interlocutor put down the glass and muttered that this was her personal guess. She narrowed her eyes and said that thanks to the sale of bombs, their guild stock had gone up a lot, which was why she thought it was someone who had an interest in stopping them. Do-hyuk frowned and assumed that it was someone from White Lotus or Plum Blossom. The brunette looked down and agreed, adding that this someone must think in the style, "No one will get you." She closed her eyes and admitted that she seemed to know who could have done such a thing. The main character looked at her intently and asked who she was thinking about. The interlocutor froze, holding a pause. The awakened sat opposite each other, and the girl said that since she didn't know for sure, it was better to keep quiet for the time being, so that there would be no problems. And Do-hyuk replied that it was enough for him to know who it could be. The brunette handed him a business card. The guy looked at the card inquiringly and clarified what it was. The master crossed her arms and said that there was a possibility that this case would not be enough with only one attack, so it would be a good idea to put a guard on it, as well as install an alarm system in the house. The hero grinned and thanked him for his care. He stood up, noting that he still had things to do, and the woman asked what it was about. The guy looked at her slyly and told her that he had received a quest to rank up to level E. Entrance to Deus Tower, Gwangwoman District. The brunette walked down the corridor with his hands in his pockets. He smiled as the door opened in front of him. The hero went inside, where there was a table of the best results. The brunette walked past the man in the suit. One of the employees looked at the young man and asked him to come here. The man pointed to the side and said that the quest to raise the rank was just beginning, so he needed to get in line. Do-hyuk looked around and asked what kind of monitor it was. It had a rating of the time spent on completing the quest, the results of which are also registered in the UP database. The two of them looked at the table and the hero asked if anyone was interested, to which the interlocutor explained that this shows the level of skill. The guy put his hand in his pocket and grinned. He took his seat and thought that he had already attracted enough attention, and if he set a record this time, he would be able to draw the management's gaze to him and gain access to their archives. The brunette smiled and decided that after that he would be able to find traces of the customer. A man with scars on his face approached him and noted that the guy was here for the first time. He grinned and asked how it was possible to come to the quest in such a miserable form. The brunette looked at him indifferently and said that he was fighting from afar, so he didn't really care. The interlocutor grinned and clarified whether it was due to lack of money, but in such a pitiful state he would not be able to go back. The guy opened his mouth and muttered that it seemed to him the opposite, because, judging by the way he was wasting money on unnecessary junk, it was not for him to judge who would pass the quest and who would not. The man frowned and exclaimed that the brunette didn't even know who he was. On his armor was the mark of a flower. He pointed at him and shouted that he belonged to the White Lotus Guild. Do-hyuk looked at him skeptically and offered to be quiet and prove his words with skills. The interlocutor knitted his eyebrows and said that the pathetic scum, who could not even get into the guild, and even wore Deshman items, did not understand anything. There was a ring on the hero's finger, and he thought that this was a logical conclusion if you only looked at what he was wearing. The brunette smirked and replied that they would learn everything from the results. The dimension beast opened in front of them, and the factory reset began. The awakened stood side by side, and the system asked them to get ready. The man stared at the main character with undisguised malice. The brunette crunched his knuckles when it was announced that it was possible to begin. After a while, the fairly cracked blade pierced the floor. The man reached out and exclaimed that it was a piece of cake. He smirked as he remembered his training, and thought that he had made it to the White Lotus Guild for 5 billion, and no scum in cheap items could compare to him. The warrior threw back his head, confident that he was now third in the rankings, as he had only spent 4 hours. The rest of the participants ran to the table with exclamations. Everyone crowded around the results, shouting that someone had completely shifted the entire rating. The man widened his eyes when he heard that there was still a reason why Do-hyuk was paid 150 billion. In the first place in the table was the name of the main character. The man presented a frame from the news and remembered that it was about that incredible awakened. He opened his mouth and muttered that this was simply unbelievable. The warrior fell to his knees. Someone came up to him from the front. Do-hyuk looked at him with a smirk and asked what it was like to lose to the scum. When the quest to raise E-rank began, a crowd of monsters appeared in front of the main character, and to complete it, you had to kill 100 pieces. Some of them were especially large and armed. Akron held out his hand, concentrating his energy. The robot's eyes flashed. A powerful fire spell, the flame hands, burst out from his palms. A silhouette could be seen through the fire. The monster grinned, ignoring the flaming skin. The monster swung. Then he unleashed his blow on the golem, but it dodged. The protagonist looked back at them and thought that he did not even expect that the enemy would be able to withstand the Akron attack. The golem was hit on the head, but did not take damage. He placed his hands on the ground and activated the spell. There was a powerful explosion, and the guy thought that the robot would be able to defeat the enemy. When the brunette killed the required number of monsters, he ran to the finish line. He stepped onto the magic circle and was congratulated for completing the rank up quest, which only lasted 59 minutes and 35 seconds. The sun shone on the Do-hyuk house. He stood in the kitchen, musing about how the quest was pretty easy, and Akron and the drones weren't strong enough for trolls and ogres. The hero poured himself tea and decided that first he should increase his level of alchemist, so he could strengthen not only himself, but also the golem with drones. The brunette opened the system window, and changed his profession from a mage to an alchemist. There were specs in front of him, and the guy muttered that he had been using the glasses he had been accumulating all this time. The system sent a notification that a rank update was required. The protagonist looked at the stats in surprise after his rank had risen to E, and he was also given the option to choose a special spell. The brunette introduced magic in the hands, a person and a weapon, and remembered that special spells work passively and are given depending on the character of the user. But in the game you could get it only at the beginning, when you create a character. After that there was no such chance. The guy opened the selection window and thought that he didn't expect to be able to get a special spell with the current capables, so it's just luck. The hero narrowed his eyes and decided that for someone who was already using attack, defense, and summoning magic, healing was the most needed. He unlocked a priest's skill, the Hymn of Healing, which heals the target by 60%. Do-hyuk smiled as he looked at his hand and said that he could handle it even without a healer. He squeezed his hand and wondered how it felt like someone was always watching him. The private building of the White Lotus Guild. The woman sat in the bedroom, saying that it was unexpected. Sun Yo flirtatiously straightened her hair and said that she hadn't contacted him since that meeting at the Deus Market, and that he had decided to visit her so early in the morning. The deputy head narrowed her eyes and said that she wanted to meet with him. The main character looked at her indifferently and asked again, and she reminded her that he was a super newcomer that everyone was talking about. The brunette frowned and said that he didn't plan to stay here for long, so he would get straight to the point. The interlocutor stood up and replied that she also liked to go straight to passionate love, without wasting time on foreplay, so what he wanted to discuss. Do-hyuk put his hands on his belt and asked why she was trying to kill him. The woman looked at him in bewilderment and clarified what he meant. The guy frowned and revealed that he knew that she had hired people through Ghost and to kill him. The interlocutor arched her eyebrows and lied that she did not understand what it was about, and she did not know about any mercenaries. The deputy looked at him worriedly and muttered if they had tried to kill him. Sun Yo took his hand and asked what had happened. The woman looked at the guy anxiously, and he thought that she looked very excited. The hero wrenched his hand away. He knitted his eyebrows, realizing that White Lotus had long been famous for its bad reputation, so he couldn't trust them. Sun Yo chuckled, and the brunette remembered that she was known for being willing to do anything for money. Do-hyuk walked over to the chair and said that he was ready for such an answer, so he would give her two options. The interlocutor leaned on the bed and repeated that she did not understand what it was about. The brunette sat up and crossed his legs. He knitted his eyebrows and said that the first option was that she would provide him with sufficient compensation, and the guy would not sharpen his teeth on her and make her an enemy. The woman stared at him dumbfounded, trying to say something, but the hero reminded him that he was not done yet. Do-hyuk frowned and said that the second option would be if she didn't give him anything and he would have to uncover her attempt to kill him. Sun Yo knitted her eyebrows and stated that everything he was talking about had nothing to do with their guild. The brunette stood up and noted that she was free to choose any option. The hero looked at her and added that it was already clear who would be the first to suffer. It was worth making everything public. The guy went to the door and then offered to pretend that there was no conversation. He clenched a pen. At that moment, the woman reached out to him and stopped him. She narrowed her eyes and asked how much the guy wanted. 1 billion. 2. Sun Yo waved her hand and exclaimed, "Is it really 3? Let her just say." The main character turned to her and said 10. The interlocutor rounded her eyes and was indignant that he could ask for so much when he was not even sure that she was guilty. The brunette narrowed his eyes and said that her reaction itself revealed the woman. The deputy foreman bit her finger nervously. Then she exhaled and said that she agreed. Red energy swirled around her. Sun Yo gave the protagonist a menacing look and warned that she would kill him if it leaked out. Do-hyuk approached the car. The amount in his account reached 180 billion won. The guy looked at his phone, where the master sent detailed information about strengthening the protection of his house. The brunette remembered Sun Yo's eerie face and thought that the rumors about her were true. He opened the door and admitted that this was hardly her last attempt to prevent him. The main character introduced 2 girls, realizing that when the ghost finds out that his order failed, he will probably send more of his thugs. Do-hyuk buckled up and decided that he needed to prepare. He knitted his eyebrows and thought that he needed to get stronger. A dialogue with a representative of the Information Guild, who reported the new address of the antique store, flashed on the screen. The brunette smirked and muttered that it was time to drop by along the way. He was just about to pick up a couple of books from there, and in general, he hadn't gone treasure hunting for a long time. People were walking in the park, not far from the ISU station. The man on the bench straightened up and wondered what the problem was. In his hand was a financial planner's business card. The man squeezed it and muttered that he thought everything would get better. It was worth starting to work in this profession, but the result was different. He looked wearily in front of him. When his phone rang, the man frantically took it out. A dialogue opened, where a certain Kite shared that he went to an A-rank dungeon and received a relic, and Taepun was angry that he could barely scrape up money himself, and he earned so much from one dungeon. The man grimaced, indignant at the way the interlocutor showed off. He got up and put the phone in his pocket. Then he went out into the street, thinking that it was not his fault that he had not been born awake at such a time. Suddenly, the ground beneath his feet vibrated. Taepun turned pale, not understanding what was happening. Behind him, a rift appeared in the air. The man looked around, noticing a bright light. Passers-by were sucked into the portal. The main character frowned at the sight of the flash. He knitted his eyebrows and thought that he had never seen people sucked in. The brunette imagined the Popadans in other dimensions and realized that if ordinary people were kidnapped instead of the awakened, they would be immediately killed by monsters. Do-hyuk moved forward, hurrying. His eyes widened in surprise. Someone crossed the road. Then he put a sign, "Do not enter." The main character ran up to them, glad that his colleagues were already there, and introduced himself. The interlocutor handed him a stick and asked him to go regulate the roads. The brunette looked at him dumbfounded and exclaimed that it was necessary to immediately rescue the kidnapped. Jae-jun chuckled and told his comrade that the E-rank was here to save people. He put his hand on the hero's shoulder. The man frowned and said that instead of causing more trouble by going to a dungeon of unknown rank, it was better to go and regulate the road. But Do-hyuk asked since when it was the duty of an awakened person. The guy knitted his eyebrows and recalled the Awakened Charter, Chapter 1, Article 1. In the event of an emergency, all the awakened of South Korea are obliged to protect the citizens, and this is written for a reason. The interlocutor grinned and asked if such a cool hero could really save everyone here, and the brunette answered in the affirmative, demanding to remove his hands. A bluish energy appeared around Do-hyuk's leg. He abruptly lifted off the ground, scattering the obstructors, and rushed forward. A red rift glowed in front of him. Taepung found himself sitting in the woods and looked around, trying to figure out where he was. He narrowed his eyes and muttered that he had just been to the ISU station. The man turned and immediately grimaced in pain, clenching his teeth. There was a deep wound on his thigh. Taepung turned pale, realizing that he couldn't get up. He froze when he heard the noise around him. Then he turned his head towards the trees. In the darkness, the lizard's red eyes lit up. The man rounded his eyes and opened his mouth in shock. A huge monster loomed over him and bit into a tree. Red eyes stared at the wounded man. Taepung, forgetting about the injury, jumped up and tried to run away screaming. He rested his hand on the ground, collapsing. The man tried to crawl away from the lizard and called for help, shouting that he could not die here. In front of his eyes were only his hands, and in his head were thoughts that he did not have time to help his parents. The monster grabbed the financier. Then he opened his mouth and brought it to his sharp teeth. The brunette looked down his throat and was horrified. Taepung turned pale, mentally asking God to help him if he existed. The lizard brought its paw closer and closer to its mouth. The man closed his eyes and thought that he would do anything to survive. Green energy flashed in the air. Something pierced the monster's arm. After that, Taepung flew down into its open mouth. However, someone quickly picked him up and saved him. The main character lowered the wounded man to the ground. He lowered his head and asked if he was okay. The man saw the guy's face in front of him, asking who was in front of him. Do-hyuk looked at his interlocutor resolutely, and introduced himself as the awakened man who had come to save him. Taepung looked back at the monster and reported that he had injured his leg and could not move. The guy drew attention to his wound on his thigh. He stretched out his hand, enveloped in greenish energy, and activated a healing spell. Bright light and silhouettes of angels appeared after applying the hymn of healing. There was no cut or blood in the place of the torn trouser leg. Taepung smiled and replied that now the leg moves freely, for which he thanked the hero. The brunette made a gesture with his hand and asked him to go behind him, then he could get off at the ISU station again. The interlocutor rounded his eyes in fright and opened his mouth. Behind them, a predatory lizard was already pounced on the guy. However, his attack was met by Akron. The monster froze in place, not reaching the men. The robot held him tightly by the tail, not allowing him to move. The main character looked back at him and ordered to send the lizard to fly. The golem's eyes flashed as he processed the order. Then he took a good swing. The monster lifted off the ground. After that, an explosion rang out. Taepung's eyes widened, dumbfounded, turned pale. Do-hyuk looked at him and said that there might be others here who needed help, so he should hurry up. Near the rift at the station, 2 awakened people were still standing, shouting that it was dangerous here, and everyone had to evacuate urgently. 2 men in black walked under the ribbon. Min-soo frowned and exclaimed that this area is fenced in, and they can't just walk around here. Choi Dae-ho, deputy director of the Seoul branch of UP, knitted his eyebrows and introduced himself. He looked back at the rift and asked if they had checked inside. The awakened immediately bowed, declaring that it was a great honor for them to meet him, and the man displeased to clarify what they were doing. The friends smiled, saying that they were regulating traffic in this place, but one crazy awakened ran there. The interlocutor covered his face with his hand in disappointment. Then he looked at them sternly and asked what they were doing while he was entering the dimensional gates, and the guys replied that they were waiting for UP, because they can't just die, and monsters can get out of there. Dae-ho made a gesture with his hand and asked if the monsters had appeared, and the guy hesitated. The man frowned and was indignant that they did not even think about helping the citizens and the awakened who got there, as if they had forgotten their duties. Jae-jun and Min-soo looked at him in confusion, while the interlocutor reminded him that the responsibility of the awakened is much higher than others in cases of emergency. The girl approached the deputy and noted that they did not have time for this, and he agreed. Yoon-soo took off her jacket, and Dae-ho moved forward with her. The drone flew over the forest, scanning the area. On the camera, the hero saw the last survivor in front of the monster. There was light in the air. The guy moved to them, concentrating his energy. He took aim, holding out his hand. Then poisonous arrows rained down on the monster. Do-hyuk landed on the ground in front of the woman. The guy closed his eyes and gritted his teeth. He was sweating and thought that constantly using spells was causing headaches. The brunette narrowed his eyes, deciding that he could endure. Something fell in the bushes. Another monster crawled out from the other side. He clenched his paw and swung for a blow. The main character picked up a woman and shot a web to detain the enemy. The monster's paw slammed into the ground. The guy ran to the side, asking the survivor to be patient for a while, and she shouted that the danger was behind. Do-hyuk crouched, concentrating energy in his legs, and used haste. Then he abruptly pushed off the ground. In the air, the guy turned around and prepared for the next spell. He shot the monster with a web several times. Thin threads bound the predatory creature. After that, the hero landed on the ground nearby. The guy raised his palm, from which the heat was emitting. The hero stood up, casting a fireball. They looked around, and the man suggested that they split up to search. The girl raised her head, noticing the light. She pointed upwards, where a huge sphere shone in the sky. A fiery attack fell on the monster. Flames engulfed his body. Daeho and Yunso narrowed their eyes as they stared at the pillar of fire. After a while, the flames in that direction subsided. The partners turned to the bushes where the rustle came from and asked who was there. Akron appeared in front of them. Daeho narrowed his eyes warily and raised his hand. Then a man in civilian clothes came out from behind the robot and asked if they had really arrived. The rescued residents looked at them happily and shouted that there were people from the department. They ran out of the bushes, glad they were now saved, and Daeho guessed that they were the ones who had been pulled into the portal. The staff looked at the golem with interest, remembering if there was anyone who could have created such a thing. Akron straightened up and said that the connection to the controls had been confirmed with the help of the reaction of others, so the mission was complete, and it was time to return to the owner, and the girl asked who he was talking about. The golem gestured and said that his master was Do-hyuk. The man turned to Yunso and asked if the guy wasn't a mage, to which she replied that he was also able to construct bombs. Daeho narrowed his eyes and noted that the control database was incomplete, because the hero had such abilities, and not a word was mentioned about them. He looked at his subordinate and ordered the people to be taken away from here. He rushed forward, saying that he would look for more. The man was rushing through the forest. Suddenly his eyes rounded. He stopped near the crater. 2 dead monsters lay beside him. A spider's web sparkled under his hand, and the man assumed that the hero used it. Do-hyuk approached him and asked who he was, to which the interlocutor clarified his name and whether there were any survivors. A woman was standing next to the brunette, and he replied that he had saved the last one and was about to leave. Daeho looked at him and introduced himself, thanking him for his help, and thus ended the outbreak at the ISU station, and in the evening of the same day, news about it took the front page of Dusnet. In the interview, the SS rank awakened Daeho looked into the camera and said that Do-hyuk showed what a true awakened should be. The man knitted his eyebrows and added that the hero was not afraid of death, and without hesitation, went to the portal opened due to the flash to save people. Sungmi looked at the brunette and asked if that was why he had been busy all these days. But the guy replied that it was just a coincidence. Do-hyuk, who now had the acting class as an alchemist, turned to her and explained that he had some things to do that took a little longer. He remembered the book and how before the flash appeared, he had received third-class spells, including fireball and haste. The guy then thought about the relics that he was able to obtain after destroying many sea devils, such as the deck of truth and lie cards, the aroma of passion and the ring of faith of light, and the hero was also able to obtain the 9th level of alchemy. Then the brunette summoned a golem and tried to strengthen it. Atron's body is shrouded in a faint glow, and his stats have improved slightly. The scheme for creating the robot was glowing, and the system notified that the hero had added a new slot for Akron, and asked to name the formula that needed to be added. The guy put out his hand and injected the instant rush of power, haste. The orb in front of him shone, adding a spell. The golem stepped towards his master. The brunette tapped lightly on his armor, and noted that it had become even stronger. Do-hyuk smiled and asked to be taken care of, and the robot looked at his owner and promised to protect him until his death. Sungmi put up a shield and informed her partner that the next monster was on the way. An armed troll appeared in front of them. A whole group of them came out with clubs. The monster opened its mouth and screamed. The girl rushed forward when the guy asked her to repeat. One of the trolls swung his weapon. The brunette put out his hand and activated the web. The threads bound the monster's body, preventing it from moving. The blade of Sungmi's sword lit up. She delivered several accurate blows to the enemy. The troll looked around, covered in cuts. Purple energy swirled around the girl's body. The monster turned away and narrowed his eyes. The main character activated the power. The blue-haired woman narrowed her eyes and flashed. Then she frowned and shouted, attracting attention. The trolls turned on her, swayed. With the back of a monster in front of him, he thought that the armored trolls were different in that they could not be defeated by attacking from the front, so he needed to get close to them from behind. Sungmi distracted her opponents. Do-hyuk knitted his eyebrows and called out to his partner by name. The girl narrowed her eyes and replied that she was ready. Flashes flashed in the air from the activation of the fireball. A powerful pillar of flame fell on the enemies. The bodies of the monsters were engulfed in flames. The brunette narrowed his eyes, trying to figure out if his partner was okay. The girl ran through the heat. She held the shield in front of her, clearing the way. Sungmi was resolutely looking ahead. The main character smiled, delighted. However, suddenly his eyes rounded with horror. A dark silhouette flashed behind the girl, and the guy shouted to her that danger was behind. Blue-haired managed to put up a shield to block the attack. The troll threw her against the wall. The hero turned in that direction and called out to the girl. The swordswoman sat on the rocks, saying that she was fine. There was rage energy around the monster, and she warned Do-hyuk and advised her to be careful. The troll and his weapons were ablaze. He leaned on his feet and pushed off. Then he rushed into the attack while the hero wondered if there was a way to knock him out in one hit. The brunette concentrated his energy in his palm and thought that attacking them with fire was not a bad idea. But there was a risk that one of them, like this one, would be able to block him. The guy's hand glowed and sparkled from the use of a lightning strike. The troll was rushing at him, and the guy thought that he might be able to penetrate his armor. Under the brunette's feet, the bluish energy from the use of haste flashed. Then he abruptly took off. Do-hyuk was in front of the enemy in a split second. The girl rounded her eyes in fright and stretched out her hand, trying to stop or protect him. The brunette narrowed his eyes and thought that it would be better if she trusted his skills more. A powerful bolt of lightning pierced the monster in the stomach. A penetrating wound remained at the site of the impact. The troll's eyes went dark, and his jaw dropped. After that, the monster collapsed on its back. The drone flew forward through the dungeon. He found a passage in the wall. The main character healed the girl who grumbled that his actions were too dangerous. The guy arched an eyebrow and replied that he was more worried that she would get hurt. Sungmi lowered her gaze and said that for her, as a tank, small wounds are not a problem. She blushed and called his name. Then she looked at the hero in embarrassment, and exclaimed that she was worried that something would happen to him. The main character stared at her in surprise, and a blush appeared on his cheeks. The blue-haired woman's eyes widened as he stroked her head and thanked her for her care. Do-hyuk smiled and assured that he would not take any risks unnecessarily, and it was enough to think everything through and only then attack. The interlocutor arched her eyebrows and muttered that for a moment she was afraid that she would lose such a good partner. He turned to the drone that had flown up. Then he got up and asked the girl to rest here, and she asked where he was going. The mage looked at her and replied that because of the previous incident, he began to place drones around, and it seemed that they had spotted something suspicious, and the girl said that she would go with him then. The guy smiled and refused, saying that if it was dangerous, he would return immediately, otherwise they would not have time to rest in front of the boss. He turned around and added that he would leave the drone here to look after her so that he could relax, and the interlocutor asked him to be careful. Do-hyuk walked forward through the dungeon. He walked over to a triangular passage in the wall. Then I looked inside and thought I hadn't seen it in the game. The brunette walked on, deciding that this artificial structure was here for a reason. The hero froze, his eyes rounded. Everything was shrouded in darkness. And then the guy ended up on the road. In front of him was a lonely building, and there were clouds all around. A red river flowed under the bridge. The main character looked around, trying to understand where he was, and something descended from the sky behind him. The brunette turned around, thinking what it was. A murky silhouette appeared ahead. Do-hyuk's eyes widened and thought it was impossible. The man had long shoulder-length gray hair and a beard. He was dressed in a mantle the color of wine almost to the floor, and in his staff shone a blue stone. Verhad smirked when the guy called his name, and said that he was the first to do it so confidently. The old man looked at the hero and asked how the brunette knew him. Do-hyuk stared at him, not understanding how the NPC from the game suddenly ended up here. The guy smiled and explained that there is a game in their world in which the character is exactly like him, and the interlocutor noted that this is amazing. The old man looked at the hero who was muttering that it was like a dream, and said that many foreigners who had wandered here had said the same thing. The brunette looked at him in surprise and asked again. The wizard introduced them with the main character and replied that they were those who came to them through the crack of time and space from another world. They were standing in the road, and Verhad revealed that this was an examination arena he had made for outsiders, and it would test his abilities and potential. The man turned around when the guy asked if the others had also passed the exam and replied that no one had passed the exam yet. The old man stroked his beard and muttered that many people had to suffer because the final task was always different. He looked at the hero and asked if he was ready to accept the challenge. Verhad smiled and said that this was a test that would allow the passed to accept it with joy and humility, and the failed to accept his defeat humbly. Do-hyuk resolutely knitted his eyebrows and agreed, deciding that if he could climb even higher with the test, he would do it. There was a tower in front of him, and the main goal was to get to the top of it without dying. There will be many traps and moving objects along the way. Hitherto unknown monsters will also appear. Next, the hero will be met by huge lions. If the guy bypasses or defeats them guarding the tower, he will pass the exam, but there are only 5 attempts to do so. A mountain of stones fell on the guy, and the number of attempts was reduced to 4. Then the black jaws beneath him collapsed. The next time, the lion threw the guy down. Another attempt ended in the mouth of the tower guard, and only one remained. The main character was once again reborn, breathing heavily. He turned pale as he remembered the lion's fangs. Then I sat down on the road and thought that I did not expect that the feeling of being chewed alive would be so realistic. The brunette knitted his eyebrows, wondering if it was possible to pass it at all. The guy thought of black lions, which were on a completely different level than traps and monsters. The beast roared menacingly, and Do-hyuk realized that there was no way he could defeat them at the current level. The old man looked at him and turned to him. Verhad smiled and asked him not to be afraid to try again. The brunette looked at the interlocutor in bewilderment and clarified what he meant, but he replied that he could not say this. Then the mage turned around, leaving the hero in thought. The guy stretched his shoulders, wondering if there was any other way to walk the path. He stood on the road, assessing that the route in front of him was the same as in previous attempts. The cliffs on the sides of the road were a direct path to death, which has already been verified. Do-hyuk looked back. He narrowed his eyes in surprise. There was a wall on that side. The brunette frowned and thought that this map had a standard layout, where all paths except that road to the tower led to death. So why was there a wall instead of a cliff? The guy grinned and remembered that there was one character in the film who left a deep impression on his soul, because he came up with something that others could not even think of. The main character turned around. He looked at the other side, deciding to follow his path and think more broadly. The brunette knitted his eyebrows and told the old man that he was going. Then he rushed forward sharply. Do-hyuk narrowed his eyes, reminding himself not to be afraid of trying. He came up with accelerations with the help of haste. The hero was quickly approaching the wall. It fell apart when the guy broke through it. And at that moment, the brunette found the tower in front of him again. And in front was the Verhad. Do-hyuk ran past him, noting that the old man hadn't noticed him, which meant he was in another dimension. The wizard stood with his eyes closed. A black lion was lying at the entrance. A silhouette of a beast appeared in front of the guy. He gritted his teeth, assuming that he could pass them by. However, the lion roared, his eyes flashing. The guy stared at him in surprise. The monster swung its paw, concentrating red energy. Do-hyuk clenched his fist as he gathered magic. The lion slashed it with his paw. But immediately everything around was illuminated by a flash. The beast narrowed his eyes and grinned. The main character was able to jump off to the side of him. After that, he quickly reached for the tower, and a notification appeared in front of him that he had passed the Verhad exam. The guy opened his eyes, and there was a cloudy sky above him. He jumped up abruptly with an exclamation, and the old man said that he had passed, and there was no reason to worry. The man made a gesture with his hand and admitted that the hero was the first who was able to overcome the test, which requires the lion's share of creativity and stubbornness. Do-hyuk responded to the handshake and replied that he just looked around after his prompting, to which the interlocutor said that he had told this to everyone who came. Verhad looked at the hero and said that he would give him his blessing, after which he asked what his most valuable relic was. The brunette held out a ring of faith and light in his palm, and the wizard announced that he would level it up by 1 with the blessing of Deus. He narrowed his eyes and added that now it belongs only to the hero and no one else will be able to use it, but despite such a restriction, there are not many blessings as good as this. The old man rubbed his chin as the young man asked what the effect would be, and replied that with this relic, he wouldn't have to cast spells out loud anymore. Do-hyuk smiled and exclaimed that this is the best offer, so he agrees. Around them, the magician created a magic circle, proceeding to the blessing. The inscription sparkled and shimmered. The protagonist smirked, fascinated by the magic of Verhad. The old man leaned his staff against the ring, enveloping it in light. Writings flew around the relic. The ring of faith and light glowed with violet energy, gaining a legendary level. The protagonist held it in his hands, realizing that it was his first item of this rank. The brunette smiled and answered the old man's question that he not only liked it, now he felt like a completely different person. The interlocutor grinned and said that he was happy for him. The mage made a gesture with his hand and noted that it was time to send him back, and the guy clarified if they were saying goodbye forever. Verhad raised his head and muttered that perhaps the day would come when their worlds would be united, and then they would meet again. The guy smiled sadly and thought that he couldn't even talk to him properly because he was too focused on the test. The man looked at the hero and asked his name. Do-hyuk, engulfed in light, chuckled and introduced himself. The old man looked at the glow in the brunette's place and said that he would remember it, and was glad to meet him. The protagonist stared at the girl, asking if it was only 30 minutes since he left, and she was even looking for him when she saw herself coming out of the distorted place. Sungmi put up her shield, accepting the monster's attack, and replied that it was and she was glad that it was okay. The troll swung his mace. The girl ducked, dodging. Akron's eyes flashed immediately. He struck the monster in the side. It flew into the wall under such pressure. Stones piled him up from above. Rob straightened up, and the girl thought that he looked a little different and became stronger. The guy, surrounded by a light haze, shouted at her to be careful. He frowned, casting a fireball. In his other hand, a poisonous arrow was already being prepared, and flashes appeared in the air from the use of a magic projectile. All these attacks rushed at the monster at once. There was a powerful explosion. Sungmi shielded herself from the shockwave and heat. In front of her, the charred and decapitated body of the monster remained. The remains collapsed to the ground. Blue-haired looked at him in surprise and thought that although she used the same defense techniques, the hero's spells had become stronger. The brunette walked in her direction, and her partner realized that he no longer cast spells as before. The guy looked at her in bewilderment. Then he smiled and told her to move on, while Sungmi wondered what had happened in those 30 minutes. The Blue Castle building, the next day. The main character sat in an armchair, thinking that it was a great day, because he managed to meet Verhad and get the legendary ring. He imagined a fiery arrow that he managed to master. A woman appeared in front of him. Duvri sat across from him and asked how he was doing with Sungmi, since according to the guild's report, she was fighting in C+ level dungeons. The guy smiled and replied that everything was fine, and the girl was wonderfully protecting him, taking more damage, and the fact that she trusted him so much was pleasing. The brunette made a gesture with her hand and noted that the swordswoman was hurt by something, because she came to train even on weekends, and it would be better if she rested from time to time. The master smiled and asked the hero to take care of her instead of her. She introduced Sungmi and added that she looks strong, but is actually a very sweet girl. The main character looked at the interlocutor and said that he should be grateful to her for allowing them to fight together. Duvri looked at him with interest and wondered why he called her. The brunette took the bundle and replied that there was an item that he wanted to sell with it. He put the paper on the table. The woman took it and found out that it was a magic spell recognizer. The guy smirked when the interlocutor asked what it meant. Do-hyuk looked at her and explained that the scroll could be used to find out the hidden abilities of the items. The hero reached into his pocket to find something, for example. The master raised her finger and suggested using it on a more important object. On the table was a silver sword that she liked to use. She raised the blade and said that she had been using it for years, so we knew its capabilities. Do-hyuk unfolded the scroll and stated that he would then show his power on it. The sword in his hand began to glow as it was recognized. The guy smiled and said that everything was ready. Let him take a look. The brunette took the blade back. Her eyes rounded, and she exclaimed that it was simply incredible. She had a sword in her hands, and a new ability to increase her stamina by 55 appeared in her stats. Do-hyuk smirked and said that this was discrimination, a power that could pull out the hidden capabilities of objects. He introduced the weapon and thought that since many of the items in the game had hidden abilities, almost all players were trying to learn this basic spell. The guy thought about the relics in this world that are unrecognizable, and there are simply no people who have such power. The brunette smirked, realizing that this was the case until he mastered this spell. Master stood in front of him, thinking about how 10 years had passed since she had become an awakened one, and being the head of the guild. I met people with a variety of abilities. The woman narrowed her eyes and grinned. The main character stood in front of her, and she admitted that she had never seen anyone like him. Do-hyuk smiled and asked for her opinion. The interlocutor closed her eyes and replied that she needed to think. She put her hand on her head and thought that this was an indispensable item, something that only a guy could do. The brunette looked at him and asked how many of these scrolls he could make in a day. The interlocutor narrowed his eyes and replied that only 120, more was impossible. The master stepped back to the table, and he added that he wanted the Blue Castle Guild to have exclusive selling rights, and the minimum price per scroll was 20 million won, which he planned to raise depending on the market's reaction. Duvri took the folder and offered to sell if he would give them 10%. The guy smiled and agreed. The brunette glanced at the sword and noted that this scroll would make quite a fuss. The hero knitted his eyebrows and admitted that he was already in anticipation. 5 days later, all the news was filled with records of the appearance of the Blue Castle Guild's exclusive merchandise, and the scroll became the basis for debates about levels, abilities, and more. The price chart grew inexorably as this news spread. The main character in the photo was smiling, and everyone turned their attention to such an inventor, and soon he began to be invited to TV shows, and entire fan clubs were created. The woman was sitting at the computer. She tilted her head thoughtfully. She then turned to Daeho and clarified that it had only been 5 days since the scrolls had been shown to the public. The man took the glass and said that the starting price was 20 million won, but now it has risen to 33 million, and the interlocutor thanked him for the information. The deputy smirked and muttered that he would never have thought that just one awakened would be able to bring so much in just a couple of days. He turned to the woman, and she agreed with him. Daeho narrowed his eyes and said that if news of the inventor of the scrolls reached other countries, they would definitely take action, and they should be the first to do something. The interlocutor opened her mouth and said that she had heard that Yoon-so was familiar with Do-hyuk. She turned to the interlocutor and addressed him. The man looked at her carefully and nodded when she asked to contact the girl and make an appointment with the main character. Do-hyuk looked down and thought that his influence had increased as expected. He was standing against the wall and flipping through the news feed. The guy knitted his eyebrows and noted that now it was only increasing at high speed. Brunette presented a map of the world and decided that it was necessary to start acting on a larger scale. The government building in Seoul was shining the sun, and the hero thought that for this he needed to establish relations with an organization associated with the state. Yoon-so straightened her hair as she walked over to him and asked if he had waited long. Do-hyuk turned to her and replied that he had just arrived. The guy looked around and thought that he did not even expect that they themselves would call him, and the companion asked if it was his first time in this building. The brunette took notice of the office workers and muttered that the Seoul branch looked very busy. The girl made a gesture with her hand and said that all reports about dungeons and guilds go through them, so there is no time to rest at all. She went to the door of the meeting room and said that they were here. Daeho was standing next to the boss when Yoon-so reported that they had arrived, and the woman asked them to come in. The main character narrowed his eyes, realizing that he was the head of the Seoul branch of the department. The director smiled and apologized for calling him here, even though she should have met him in person, but she was afraid of too many eyes around. Jang Mi-jo, the head of the Seoul office of the Awakened, stood up and introduced herself. She moved to the couch, and Daeho stood behind her, and the hero thought that these people had SS rank, and the pressure here was serious. The interlocutors looked at each other, and the woman offered to go straight to the point. She smiled and stated that they in the management believe that he will be the next rising star to represent South Korea. Do-hyuk rounded his eyes dumbfounded and asked again. He froze, remembering his developments, and the director said that his spells, golems, creating scrolls and other things proved that the guy was strong not only in one area, unlike others. Jangmi folded her hands and added that in such a situation, they have no choice. The brunette narrowed his eyes and thought, if they were going to put pressure on him, then he wasn't going to be their errands, and was just going to make a deal. The director looked at him strongly and stated that the department planned to give him full support, including raids on dungeons and other areas. The guy smiled and asked if there was a special reason for such a decision, mentally noting that it was unexpected. Daeho looked at the hero and explained that the agency always provides support to the promising awakened, and the main reason for this is to prevent other countries from poaching them. Moreover, their organization is created to maintain order among the awakened, as well as to ensure the safety of citizens and the country. He calmly looked at the brunette, assuring them that they had no ulterior motives about him. The interlocutor froze, thinking. Then he leaned forward and replied that he understood. Do-hyuk smiled and stated that he accepted their support. The main character is sitting at a business meeting. He tells the representatives that he understands them. Do-hyuk says with a serious look that he will accept help from the management. He says with a straight face that he will wait for news. Suddenly, the guy opens his eyes wide, very surprised by something. The frightened people in the office feel the earthquake. The stunned protagonist looks around, not understanding what is happening. He looks away in surprise. A bright flash can be seen behind the company's representatives. The main character points his finger in that direction and asks to see. A bright light pillar pierces the city. The discouraged girl seems to understand what it is, while MC clarifies. She silently turns to Do-hyuk. Frowning, the lady declares that this is a large-scale flash. There is a narrative about the public safety alert that has appeared, which says that a total of about 78 large-scale outbreaks have gathered in the village. Civilians should evacuate to the nearest underground shelter, and after the incident, they need to gather near the nearest community center. A white car rushes down the road. It is said that 5 years ago there was already a large-scale outbreak. Previously there were only 30 to 40 low-rank outbreaks, so there were not so many victims. The girl is behind the wheel and explains that this time there were 78 flashes at once, so it makes you worry, while the main character is interested in the fact that he also goes along with the SS ranks. The guy in the passenger seat turns to the protagonist and states that depending on the request, they can make a specialized translation, so everything is fine. The driver with a serious look claims that the area of the outbreak was seen from the front, while the partner declares that he will go there with Do-hyuk, and she needs to go with the director of the branch and be in touch. A wounded man is holding on to a bloody hand. He is sitting on the ground. Opposite him is a monster with a sharp blade. Red-eyed insects surrounded him. One of the monsters brought its blades to the man's neck. The frightened guy froze with horror. The red-eyed monster senses something wrong. Behind the poor guy appear the hands of a robot. Akron throws away the villain's blades in one motion. The insect sees this in complete shock and does not understand what is happening. Cyborg analyzes it with a stern look. The robot holds out its hand, which begins to glow with a bright flame. He fires a powerful shot using his flame hand skill. The robot hugged the poor guy, who, in turn, sincerely thanks the savior. Suddenly, there is a green dissection of space. The blow falls directly on the robot's arm. The insect deftly cuts through the cyborg's fiery shot with its blade. The Akron closes from several shots in its direction. The ferocious monster looks at him with its terrifying gaze. The mutant swings his arm. The guy runs forward, stating that the location has already been established. A bright flash is visible on the roof of the building. A powerful shot falls directly on the head of the mutant. The energy beam destroys the monster's body. The asphalt around it also breaks into small pieces. The fighter stands still with a red-hot fist. In front of the man in Akron is a giant crater, in the middle of which stands a fighter. The gray robot calmly reports that the area has been cleared, so it evacuates the citizens to safety. The warrior turns to the cyborg and declares that Mr. Do-hyuk's golem never ceases to amaze, at which point something is being said to him on the earpiece. The main character fights bravely with the help of his abilities. The protagonist with a stern look conveys that there is no response, so you need to follow the drone. Daeho replies that he understands him. A warrior with a serious face asks him if he is destroying buildings again, because after she receives the video, he will check. The fighter with a grin assures that he does not do this. Purple threads can be seen around the girl with the sword. She looks around with a serious face. Red spiders weave purple webs. Jangmi goes to meet the monsters. She is told that the guys have received signals from several survivors outside. She replies that she understands everything. The lady throws off her fur coat, saying that she needs to hurry. Several ferocious spiders swoop down on her in an instant. The monsters look at the girl in surprise. Jangmi shielded herself from the mutants with the help of black paws. She has red eyes. The girl is confident. Attached to its back is a device that allows it to use its spider-like legs. In a couple of movements, it scatters all the mutants for tens of meters. In the next second, the warrior evaporates from her place. Jangmi unleashes a series of powerful blows, slicing through the bodies of the spiders. She lands with sharp paws behind her. The mutants in the air cut into many pieces. Cuts begin to glow brightly. A powerful explosion occurs behind her. A calm lady with red eyes asks to show her the way. In the middle of the city, heavy smoke is visible. Fires are raging. Two girls named Kang and Ju are sitting next to each other. They are from the Taewa Guild. One of them says with a smile that it is indeed a rare sight. The other agrees, saying that she sees so many big shots. Daeho bravely fights a giant monster in the form of a worm. The nieces call his uncle courageous. The warrior strikes the mutant hard. They notice that he is hot as always. Ju happily asks to take a look, asking if it's Doohui. The warrior sits next to the wounded girl. It is said that this is true, although it is difficult to see from there. But apparently Ryunami is injured. Bruises are visible on the lady's abdomen. Khan says with a smile that she would have given them such help if she had just died. The protagonist is standing on the road at this moment. The white-haired sisters turn around, Ju wondering if it's Doohyuk, who wonders what he's doing here. Khan happily claims that he is the main reason why they are here, while she offers to take a look at his skills. A turquoise glow appears in the middle of the street, and the healing hymn skill is used. Ryunami's belly glows brightly. Doohui excitedly sits next to the protagonist and declares that his healing powers are incomparable. Because she didn't think that he had them either, MC notices that she takes a lot of mana, so she doesn't use it so often. Doohyuk looks at his partner with satisfaction, hearing that even so, it is higher than the restoration skill of a B-rank healer. The main character turns to the dark-haired lady and says that the wound has healed on the outside, but most likely the poison is still active inside, so it will be better for her to sit for a while. The partner agrees. Doohui carries his girlfriend away, screaming that he will leave the rest to him. Jangmi stands next to the people and tells MC that she found several civilians who were hiding, and one of them said it was a video of a huge monster inside the department store. The protagonist hears on the earpiece with a stern look that she has not yet found him. He wonders if he could be the boss. Doohyuk does not look away. He is asked to be careful, because he can go in his direction. Suddenly, a giant creature with many paws appears behind the guy's back. The spider instantly attacks him. The stones scatter in different directions. The smoke dissipates near a bloodthirsty mutant with purple eyes and paws. Khan, sitting next to his sister, wonders if it's a poisonous arachne. Ju agrees, noting that it's most likely an A or B rank boss. The protagonist masterfully bounces off the attacks. The girl says that it is surprising that he was able to dodge sudden attacks. They closely observe the protagonist's actions. Khan speculates that this is because Doohui became a guild master at such an early age. The sister says that she is probably a complete zero in management. The monster with purple claws sees the counterattack. The lady says that those below the rank don't even know how to deal with attacks of this level, and it should be difficult enough. A powerful explosion occurs. Outraged, the awakened see a glow. One of them shouts that this amount of fire power should be more than enough even for the boss. The other remarks that the Jongseong guild should not be underestimated. Doohyuk realizes that their affairs are bad. A sign can be seen on the head of the huge spider. MC thinks that the poisonous arachne has the ability to resist the first type of attacks, which he gets. However, it was supposed to be just a fire attribute that many of them have. The awakened one, clearly nervous, asks if there really was no reaction. Another in shock wonders if the boss has resistance to magic. They run forward in a rage, intending to attack themselves, because the mages should step aside. Violet rays fly towards them. The main character is covered with a shield. MC forms an energy barrier. The rays shatter it to pieces. The soldier opens his mouth in horror. The main character skillfully dodges the attack. Khan, smiling sweetly, says that it's unlikely they'll be able to hit when they have half down their defense against physical attacks. Ju snuggles up to her sister, who claims that if they don't have people with such good teamwork, the other adds that it won't be possible. Purple cobwebs pierce the awakened. The protagonist, frowning, realizes that if he can avoid these attacks and get closer to him, then he can hit him. Another fighter comes from behind and assumes that the boss is still weak to physical attacks. MC turns around and states that he could have done some damage to him if he had come closer. A red-haired warrior passes by and demands help in this case. A ferocious spider binds one of the guild members. He has intimidating teeth. The girl with the spear bends down. Violet rays fly in her direction. The warrior has a gas mask on her face. She deftly fends off the attacks of the spider. A soldier in a gas mask, with a stern look, turns to the side. The main character with a slight smile understands that if he hits and knocks out her legs, then she will be able to end the battle. He wonders who she is. A warrior with a scythe sees several spiders approaching. The protagonist directs a glowing hand and activates armor, shield, strength, and haste skills. A serious-minded lady feels magic. Orange fire arrows pierce the bodies of spiders. The main character with a smirk declares that he should be helped properly. The warrior uses red magical tentacles to bind spiders. A giant boss fires purple projectiles at her. The girl deftly evaporates from this attack. With a sweep of her bloody scythe, she summons an assistant. Her face reflects all the rage and ferocity. A girl cuts a huge spider in half. An enthusiastic protagonist watches this. She approaches the protagonist and wonders if Doohyuk really still doesn't remember her. Shin, taking off his gas mask, reminds him of herself with a smile. The girl stands in front of him and says that they haven't seen each other for quite a long time. He clarifies if she is awake. The red-haired lady tells with interest that this is true. She worked for a guild in Britain and recently her contract expired, so she returned to Korea. Suddenly, a bright flash appears behind her. They look back in that direction. Shin says that they don't have time to talk after all. The protagonist suggests taking care of the flash first. Daeho holds a fiery fist with a stern look and declares that he will join them at point B. Jangmi rushes forward, stating that he is also almost there, so he can spread out there. MC, standing next to his friend, says that he will join them. Shin remarks that he is here to support the area. She puts on a gas mask and says that once the flash is over, she will look for it in the guild. The main character with a satisfied look declares that they will definitely see her. Ju turns to his sister, asking what she is thinking, who replies that she is not sure about the power of his spells. However, images of the protagonist in the fight appear. It is said that his strength and attack speed are definitely different from the average awakened. A girl with a serious face realizes that he also has the skill of healing. Ju stands near Kang. They are on the roof of the building. The main character rushes forward. The ladies understand that now they just need to watch him. The events take place 3 days later, when the large-scale outbreak was completely suppressed. The system window contains the characteristics of the protagonist. His total level of 61, rank E, wizard, alchemist and mechanic class. Do-hyuk sits at the table and looks out the system window, stating that his level has risen pretty well during this battle. He reads carefully, saying that he has finally reached class 4, and his wizard level has risen to 31. The main character in a gray sweater thinks that in addition to all this, the spells that he got from the Deus store, in the pop-up window it says about spells of dispel magic, flight, stone skin, ice storm. The guy realizes with a thoughtful look that he is now not sure that he can find anything worthwhile on the local DeusNet server. Suddenly, a man enters the office and asks if Do-hyuk is in front of him. He agrees. The dark-haired guy happily introduces himself as Taepun, claiming that the protagonist saved him from an outbreak last time. The protagonist sits at the table and invites you to sit down and talk. The guy in the suit sits across from him and apologizes, stating that he was so happy and didn't think MC would contact him again. Do-hyuk says he just needed help with his long-term assets. The friendly protagonist states that he can talk to him informally, because they are the same age. The agitated interlocutor thinks how he can even talk to the master. The protagonist smiles broadly, again saying that informally, he agrees. Nervously, the guy scratches his head and says that he will express his thoughts more freely. MC thanks him, noting that it is more comfortable for both parties. A stack of papers is lying on the table. Taepun wonders if there is anything else besides financial planning that needs help. He says that he looks at these books and they seem to be from another world. The main character smiles slightly, stating that he is right, because recently he has become interested in linguistic books of another world. He takes up the documents and explains that in addition to managing the assets, he wants him to find and collect the books and tools he needs. Do-hyuk moves the sheet across the table and declares that it will pay him for everything he needs, such as an office, salary and rent, and this is a contract. Amazed, Taepun reads the sheet and assumes that this is a manager-type position. The main character agrees. The protagonist presents the books and claims that the most important thing now is to collect linguistic books from another world and wants him to collect them all. The interlocutor with trembling hands holds the contract. He is asked what he will answer. Enthusiastic, Taepun jumps up from his chair and exclaims that he certainly wants to, specifying when he can start. MC puts his hand in his pocket and thanks him. He holds out a dark bank card and says that it has a 1,000,000,000 limit on it, so the guy can use it for purchases and be in touch during the process. The assistant happily examines the bank card. The main character claims that he leaves everything to him. Do-hyuk puts on his jacket, and Taepun wonders if he's already leaving. The protagonist says with a serious look that he has another meeting, so let him try. The manager beats his chest and says that he can be relied on, while MC mentally wishes that he would receive a useful spell. The fighter takes off. Shin fights against the warrior with a smirk. The red-haired lady swings her scythe, stating that Sungmi is quite good at mastering skills. A serious opponent repels attacks. She is told that this is incredible power. The red-haired girl hits her shield directly. The main character at this moment silently watches. He tells them in amazement that the girl started early enough. Shin bounces off his opponent with a scythe in his hand. The red-haired lady turns to the protagonist and says that she thought she should look around since she returned to Korea. But there was Sungmi, so she decided to have a duel. The protagonist stands next to them and asks how her rival is. She replies that even in Britain she has not met anyone who was so well suited to the role of a tanker. MC turns to her short-haired companion and asks what about Shin, who replies that if she had been distracted for even a second, her armor would have failed. The satisfied red-haired lady hears that she felt as if she was looking at Do-hyuk when he began his physical attacks, while the girl thanks for the compliment. Closing his eyes, the main character declares that he is glad that they have a good first impression of each other. The guy looks at the girls and says that the reason for their meeting is that until Shin finds a new guild, he would like to hire her temporarily to join the team. Sungmi says with a slight smile that she will only be happy to have the attacker that was needed in the raid formation. The red-haired lady happily exclaims that of course she will join them. Besides, if they have an all-round Do-hyuk and an incredible tanker, then the blue-eyed warrior, smiling, asks if this means that she can go on without worrying about what surrounds her. MC remembers her friend's bloody attack and states that it definitely looked like that. He stands in front of the girl and asks her to trust and start going crazy, as usual, and the main character will follow her. Shin says with a serious face that he doesn't want to hear it from him. Shin in turn wonders if he really said something wrong. The red-haired lady indignantly claims that there is no need to engage in nonsense. Sungmi purses her lips as she watches them. She says with a serious look that apparently they are very close, while the main character remembers that he did not introduce them properly. Shin smiles sweetly after the protagonist introduced her as a friend from high school. She lightly hugs the protagonist. With a smile, he says that she is also his girlfriend. Sungmi opens her mouth in shock. The red-haired girl grows devil horns. Do-hyuk pushes her away from him, denying that they dated about 10 years ago, who in turn insists that he was her first love. The smiling girl wants to say something else. MC looks at her friend, who asks if they did all sorts of shameful things together, and he asks them not to joke like that. The guy stands in front of his comrades in arms and offers them to go to the dungeon to check their connection. They agree. Surprised, Do-hyuk sees the system window. It is written about a quest to increase the rank, which was suddenly activated. MC comes out of the red portal. The pop-up window says that the quest for upgrading Class A has started. The protagonist looks around in amazement and realizes that this is the place. A waterfall flows in the middle of the forest, tells about the Temple of Nightmares, as well as about Valorox, the devil who wanted to conquer the middle world. He was looking for a man as his faithful servant. A group of priests dressed in white robes. It is said that knowing what effect it would have when his faith changed in the wrong direction, he chose the most valuable monastery and Daeshingwan as the object of the curse. Their silhouettes became dark, and it is said that after that, the curse of Valorox fell on the monastery. A skeleton in a priest's cassock stands next to the same monsters. It is said that the most sacred place has suddenly submitted to the devil. A warrior in armor stands still. It is explained that all this has turned into a temple of moral decay. The protagonist walks down the stairs, wondering why the world of DNF is all about quests for promotion. Frowning, the protagonist thinks about the Verhad, whom he recently met. He thinks about the items, realizing that everything related to leveling up, and everything he's done is related to DNF. MC looks around, realizing that he previously thought it was a small mechanism that only affected him. However, his gaze is serious. He understands that the world of the game is built into the system of the awakened, and if this world is an important element of the system, then they need to look at the game in more detail. The main character sees monsters and cloaks in front of him. He realizes that he will think about it later. The villain in the form of a skeleton sends his minions to attack. The protagonist raises a glowing hand and wonders if he should check out the new spells. Blue smoke begins to float around. Frowning, Do-hyuk activates an ice storm. A huge vortex of ice rises in front of him and attacks opponents. Enemies scatter in the middle of the storm. A golden spot appears in the middle of the vortex. A yellowish glow is directed towards the protagonist. His feet were stuck in the ground. It guides the hand and activates the stone skin. His palm is smoking. The guy says with a smile that the ice storm does not have a large radius of destruction. The fighter heads forward using acceleration and flight. He breaks off and rushes to attack. He carefully looks around, thinking that it is not so fast. The guy is hanging in the air in front of the villain. He realizes that this is enough to win the duel. Frowning, MC guides a fiery hand. A powerful explosion occurs opposite him. The main character used a fireball. Smoke dissipates around the protagonist. He sees a crack in the floor and realizes that they have fallen to the lower floor. The protagonist shines with a blue light. The guy lands with his feet on the floor. Torches light up around him. The villain's gaze is stern. He claims that he never has the right to disturb the Lord's peace. The statue of Lekedo holds a sword. The follower declares that all trespassers will be killed. A white glow is visible from his blade. The protagonist is aware that his weapon has a special spell, so you should be wary of any cuts. A knight in armor delivers a powerful blow. Do-hyuk runs next to him, thinking about how many attacks don't work on him, but the poison attacks should be enough to deal damage. A green arrow pierces Leketo's head. The main character retreats again, thinking about his opponent. He deftly jumps from side to side, glides on the ground and thinks about this place. The guy with a smirk realizes that he found it after the 50th raid on DNF and continued to use it in secret. The giant knight runs to attack. MC thinks about the statue's reset position. The monster steps on the floor with his foot. It bursts at the seams. Suddenly, his eyes stop glowing red. He stops and claims that the custodian is not abandoning his position. Do-hyuk watches closely and realizes that judging by the way it's implemented, he's sure it's the world of DNF. He remarks with a smirk that it's a cheap method, but there's nothing he can do. The red-eyed monster stands in front of him. The guy realizes that he will use it as he wishes. Lowering her head, the statue said that the Lord would be outraged. After that, it fell apart. A message appeared congratulating him on completing the quest and raising the rank of D. Light surrounded Do-hyuk with the acquisition of a new rank and a message that he had gained the ability to use a special spell. Looking at the messages, the guy noted that there were no healers before, so he chose the healing spell. Then he remembered the girls, thinking that from now on he would work more in a team than alone. A message appeared again, showing a description of the furious summoning. Looking at him, the hero decided that this time he would choose something with a buff. The system notified about the receipt of a furious call. Tu approached the hero, saying that fans were asking for autographs from them, and also asking what the secret of leveling up was. People surrounded him, asking if he was recruiting for his group. A car drove up to them. The man got out of it, greeting Do-hyuk. Looking at the hero, the girl said that her name was Yeri, and she did not hire people for the American Guild of Freedom. Smiling, she clarified that if he wasn't busy, then she would like to take some time. Looking at her, he wanted to know what such a large guild wanted from him. The rays of the setting sun were visible above the girl, and she clarified that after hearing about him, she had come to talk about his dungeon. Do-hyuk frowned slightly as he replied that he had no plans to join another guild. Looking into his eyes, she said that the reason she was here was not to hire him. The hero was surprised to hear that she wanted to discuss an S-rank dungeon and agreed. After looking around, she also noticed that there were too many people here. Yeri opened the door of the car, offering to talk in it, to which the guy agreed. The car was driving along the street. Sitting next to the girl, he heard about the Free Guild planning an attack on an S-rank dungeon in America. Looking at him intently, the interlocutor added that the guild master wanted to invite him as a mercenary to the group. Do-hyuk withdrew his hand, replying that there were enough strong awakened people in America without him. Reaching out to him, Yeri agreed, clarifying that there were no people like him, to which he wondered if that was why she had come here to recruit an awakened rank D. Remembering other people, the girl said that he had many abilities that made him a buffer, a debuffer, and a magical damager, and he alone was much more effective than 3 separate people. Do-hyuk silently looked ahead, heard that this was the obvious choice. Yeri raised her finger, adding that the master had said that if he participated, he would be allowed to steal one of the unique rank relics. The interlocutor nodded when she heard him repeat the choice, and said that it could be considered a reward, and of course, after the raid, they would divide the loot equally. Holding out the document, she said that she was not lying, swearing on behalf of the guild master. Taking the document, he heard a question about what they thought, mentally deciding that he had nothing to lose. Do-hyuk imagined people surrounded by a dark aura, musing that there shouldn't be A-rank awakens there, since he was invited, and the dungeon they were attacking would have a chance to try their territory. Looking out the window, Yeri said that they were almost at their destination. Looking at the interlocutor, the guy replied that he would accept her offer. Smiling slightly, he added that after he corrected his schedule, someone would contact them. Smiling happily, the girl thanked him, saying that the guild master would be happy, and decided to notify him immediately. Do-hyuk went outside. The interlocutor said that she would wait for his call. The driver turned to her, worried that they weren't saying anything about guild membership, to which she replied that everything was fine. Lowering her eyes, she said that after what she saw, she realized that Do-hyuk cannot be bribed with money, because experience is more important to him. Then, she brought him a candy, saying that she would allow him to get an unforgettable experience, then make sure that he could not refuse. 2 girls were standing at the door on the Do-hyuk landing. Ju leaned over to Kang, asking how the process was going, who replied that she expected it, but there were a lot more guards than it seemed. Then he glanced away, adding that there were a lot of mana gauges here, so if you overdid it, you could set yourself on fire to the crust. The other was surprised at spending so much on security. Imagining the interior, the interlocutor began to talk about the fact that the expenses were most likely more than 50 billion. These sensors feel the energy of stones, measuring through the building. The girl lowered her eyes thoughtfully, wondering how to get through this defense, suggesting that she forget about this situation. Then she turned to her companion, answering no, because given the price of Do-hyuk's shares, she was sure that the management was definitely involved. Kang's eyes sparkled when she thought they had a new headmaster, but they had given her so much support in the past before stabbing her from behind. Her body glowed when she thought of the past. The number 30 appeared on the screen. A sound was heard near the elevator. Both looked in his direction. The doors began to open. The girls visibly tensed. There was no one inside. The girls inspected the elevator, surprised that there was no one there. Someone came up behind. A smile appeared on the man's face. Frowning, Do-hyuk asked about who they were. Both turned around when he suggested they weren't his fans. Standing opposite, the guy asked what they wanted. Surrounded by aloe, the girl replied that they would talk later, because this was not the best place to talk. Turning away, they began to leave, Do-hyuk agreeing as they wished. Both looked at the hero. The elevator doors closed. Sighing, the guy noted that he only thought about the fact that it had finally become quiet. Later, he stood by the boxes, thinking about the fact that he spent 2 days finishing everything in Korea by creating objects. Then he talked to the girls, explaining the whole situation. A newly received book appeared in his hand, which he checked. Later, 2 people were waiting for him, so he collected all the necessary things for the raid and went to the States. The bright sun illuminated the facade of the Freedom Building in New York. There were many rings on his hand, because the man greeted the guy. He shook hands, answering that he was glad to meet him. The man had a jacket on his shoulders. The hero thought that this man was the head of Liberty, which is the best guild in the United States. The man was smiling, saying his name was Brox. He then walked over to the table when Do-hyuk noticed that he had a lot of books from another world and replied that he had been learning their languages lately. Glancing at the table, he added that he never knew when he would be able to talk to them. The hero frowned slightly, clarifying who he was talking about. Standing with his back to him, the interlocutor offered to sit down. Do-hyuk sat down on the sofa. The man sat down in the chair opposite, saying that he had recently received some pretty interesting news. Looking intently at the hero, he said that in the dungeon his people met a man who spoke a little in the language of another world. Then he raised his hand, saying that, unfortunately, he died immediately after their meeting, because someone ordered him. Looking intently at the man, Do-hyuk clarified that the dungeon they would go to this time was the same, and heard that it was. They sat across from each other, Brox hoping to find other traces of the new world, but there are limits of 6 people per dungeon. The guy put his hands on the sofa, realizing why they were interested in him. Tilting his head, the guild leader spoke about how an ordinary awakened person had only one ability, and would raise it to SSS level for the rest of his life. Part of his face changed, and he said that he also had a similar one, but he couldn't use any other abilities besides it. So, after presenting the connection between the shield and the sword, he said that if they had a hero who had different skills, they would be able to create as many combinations as they wanted. Do-hyuk stared intently at the interlocutor, heard that this is why he decided that he was the most suitable candidate. Looking at the man, the guy thought that he was talking as if he was only interested in the dungeon, but he probably wanted to invite him to the guild, although now he had no reason to refuse, since this raid would satisfy his interest, as well as take advantage of unique relics. Standing up, Brox noted that since they were done with explanations, he would fulfill part of his promise. The man walked over to the bookshelf. His hand touched the book. A passage opened up in front of him. Do-hyuk stood behind when he heard the offer to pass. Both were inside the hiding place. There were glass cases in front of them, and the guild master said that he either didn't need the relics in this room, or he didn't use them, since he had others that were much more useful than these. Looking at the armor, the guy noted that even with one glance, he could understand that these relics were above the unique level. Several rings shone brightly. Do-hyuk turned to the other person when he heard that he could pick them up after he recognized them, and was surprised that he did it on purpose so that he could use the recognizer. Placing his hands on the display case, he used discernment. Many windows appeared in front of him. One of them caught the attention of Do-hyuk. Taking the ring in his hand, a message appeared that it was Kata's ring, and he said that he would take it. Smiling, Brox offered to go to another location for a briefing before the raid. Later, the hero glanced at Yeri, asking if the head would be suitable, but she replied that he went to France during the LAN. Then she opened the door, noting that they were there. Do-hyuk looked inside. Several people were sitting at the table. Larson held his head in his hand. Sarah smiled when she saw him. Lincoln closed his eyes. Ree looked serious. It was raining outside. The armored foot stepped on the ground. After looking around, Larson noted that he did not think that it would rain poisonously. His comrade replied that without armor they would have had a hard time. Sarah looked at her hand, surprised by the different buffs. Another noted that it was the first time she had received such a number. Sounds reached my ears. He turned around, saying that they were coming. The group prepared for battle. Monsters appeared in front of them. Drool dripped from their mouths. They surrounded people. The shield struck the ground. A bright light spread from him. The monsters tried to break through the barrier. Frowning, Larson said that there was no way he would lose to them. Someone ran forward. Sarah was behind them, striking them. She was smiling contentedly. In front of her was another monster. He took a deep breath. A green liquid burst out of his mouth. Sarah was over his head. With quick movements, she struck several blows. Seeing her confident, the hero noted that this was what was expected from an S-rank melee fighter. Then he glanced at Larson, noting that the girl was cutting the thick skin of these creatures as if she were cutting ordinary meat, thinking that he should find the owner of these creatures. Closing his eyes, he applied a vision shift. When he saw the skeletons, he realized that he had found them. The skeletons' eyes shone brightly. Do-hyuk thought that they hadn't noticed the drones because they were busy with controls. Opening his eyes again, he was glad of it. The golem held back the flames. Looking away, Yeri noted that looking at how the hero could control the situation with drones and a golem, she understood why he wasn't so interested in the team. A bright light appeared in front of the golem. Do-hyuk created a spatial door. The girl glanced at the door. A bright flash appeared overhead. Explosions rang out in the forest. Something fell to the ground. Smoke was coming from the skeleton. The girl was surprised at its appearance. Opening her mouth in surprise, she thought that this could not be, because the magic of space manipulation abilities is a real rarity. A glow appeared near Do-hyuk's arm as he thought about how he was only a rank D. Looking at the others, the hero asked what they were looking at, reminding them that they needed to use their fiery power. Watching him run away into the forest, Yeri didn't understand how she could just build up her abilities. Then she took the blade in her hands, deciding that now she wanted to know more about it. Everyone headed along the forest, and the raid continued. An aura appeared around Larson, and the longer the raid went, the more Do-hyuk showed his abilities. Around the girls, the glow dissipated when the debuffs were destroyed. Enemies watched them from the trees, but they passed dangerous places with the help of invisibility, so the team got to the boss faster than planned. The group approached a place with columns. Together they went on. Do-hyuk felt that it was not his first time here. Frowning, he also thought that it was impossible. Yeri came up behind him, and he thought that if the guy was here, it would be difficult for them. Looking at the throne, he heard that someone was here. Bright lines ran through the armor. The enemy was surrounded by a red aura. His eyes lit up. It was an S-rank black prince who was the boss. The energy spread around. Something flashed near the girls as Sarah said it was the first time she had seen such a person. Yeri noted the chaotic energy. The sword rose from the ground. The boss disappeared from his seat. He immediately appeared among the people. His eyes left a mark, and he told them to die. Dark energy has gone beyond the arena. Clouds of dust rose everywhere. Do-hyuk gritted his teeth. Sarah stared at the damaged golem in surprise. The golem stood in front of the enemy. Glancing at the team, Larson shouted that he was behind. Ree frowned, suggesting that we first get together and come up with a formation, to which the other girl agreed. Standing next to the hero, Yeri was talking about the need to leave as soon as possible, and thought that they would not be able to defeat him simply by changing the formation. He frowned, calling for everyone's attention. The man turned around, hearing that after the first attack, the Arkans would target him as the weakest. The girls turned around as well, hearing that he would explain how he knew it later, so for now, they had to listen to him. The enemy was already behind him when Do-hyuk opened the dimensional door. A sweep of the Arkans left a bright mark. The Black Prince looked in front of him. Sarah pounced on the enemy, thinking that he would hesitate after teleporting the hero. Yeri also attacked him. Near the Arkans, there were many traces of blows. Frowning, the girl noted that it was very difficult. Surrounding himself with a dark aura, the enemy told the people to die. The Black Prince slammed the ground. Opening his mouth wide, the hero warned about swords underground. Blades appeared under his feet. Blades appeared throughout the arena. The girls evaded them. Several blades have also appeared near Do-hyuk. Larson and Ree are surrounded by a glow when their souls are separated, informing them that in 90 seconds their souls will be separated from their bodies and they will die. Frowning, the hero said that those touched by the sword should come to him, telling Lincoln to take the enemy upon himself. The young man raised his shield, calling out to the Black Prince. With a glow, the threat spread from him. Arkans turned to him, saying that he would be the first. He struck a lot of blows. His shield was cracked, and he told his comrades to be faster. The dark aura of the man and girl was dispelled by the use of magic dispel, although it did not nullify the separation of the soul. Gritting his teeth, he thought that perhaps it was because the boss's wisdom level was higher than his. The system has shown that the third class of dispel magic nullifies the spell, but the chance of success depends on the level of wisdom. A magic circle appeared under them, and when dispel was applied, the magic and soul separation was cancelled. Looking ahead, he noted that he had succeeded. Lincoln was hit in the shoulder. He knelt down in front of the Arkans. His eyes shone brightly, and he called people cockroaches. The hero felt something. A red circle appeared behind him, and the enemy told his minions to come out. Several monsters appeared from the circle. Do-hyuk and Larson looked at them in annoyance. The hero headed in their direction. Turning around, he said that he would take care of them, and the others should help Lincoln. The man looked behind him, telling him to be careful. People rushed at the Black Prince, who told them that they didn't know how to stop with dignity. A bright light appeared under Ree's feet when the release was applied. Sharp spikes appeared on her arms. A bright flash appeared behind the Arkans. The light appeared in Yeri's hands. She opened her mouth wide, letting out a battle scream. Sarah did the same. Together they attacked the enemy. He lowered his head, noting that it annoyed him. Yeri's eyes got bigger. Sarah also froze, feeling something. Dark rays spread from the Black Prince. His eyes lit up brighter. He surrounded himself with a red barrier. Noticing this, Do-hyuk decided that the time had come. The guy threw up his hands, saying that they needed to attack the enemy with the strongest attack, and this was their only chance. His eyes turned red as he cast a furious summon. The comrades noticed a bright light. The light was going out of the arena. Looking at his injury, Lincoln was surprised by such a skill, as all his pain simply disappeared, and the system showed a description of a furious summoning. Surrounded by this skill, Larson was surprised that it was a buff to heroes. Ree said that she was going to take the potion, but it was even better. Looking intently ahead, Do-hyuk said that Arkans is currently invulnerable to physical attacks, but this skill lowers his magical defense, so he needs to use it. He directed the attack at the enemy. Blue flames surrounded the Black Prince. Taking the sword, Larson said that he would block his movements. A bright light appeared when the blade was raised. The man stabbed it into the ground. The enemy was nailed to the ground when using the Sentinel of Light. Arkans raised his head. Seeing this, Larson told the others to act now. Lincoln put the weapon behind his back, saying that now it was his turn. He rushed forward. He struck with the hammer of justice. A bright flash followed. The enemy was thrown back. The Black Prince put his hand on his chest. Looking at people, he called them pathetic insects. After that, he surrounded himself with a dark aura. A dark sphere appeared above him. Looking at everyone, he told them to die. The energy was directed at people. Several shots were fired. Volleys dispelled the attack. The man smiled as he turned to Ree. The girl held the weapon in her hands, telling the others not to let their guard down. Arkans moved at this point. He was behind her. His swing left a red trail, and the others attacked him. Cracks appeared on the prince's armor. Looking behind her, Ree heard her duck. Sarah jumped out from behind her. The girl struck. A huge hand covered the enemy. He felt a lot of pressure. His eyes grew larger from what he saw. Yeri prepared an attack. In a wave, she headed towards Arkans, who held out his blade in front of him in defense. Do-hyuk rose above the ground. Multicolored vortices appeared near him. All of them attacked the Black Prince with rays. There was an explosion. Yeri shielded her eyes from the flash. They saw the silhouette of the Arkans, hoping that they had killed it. He was on his knees. The guy went down to the ground. Larson approached Lincoln, surprised that the enemy had withstood their attacks even with the Doohyuk buff. He noted that it was necessary to finish him off before he recovered. The prince's blade glowed. The glow became brighter with the words that it would not just end. A bright light spread throughout the area. The heroes felt a lot of pressure. Doohyuk felt it too. After a while, they were lying on the ground. Arkans was left with a deep wound on her body. His helmet was destroyed. He asked the hero standing in front of him why he was not wounded. Looking at him, the guy replied that he didn't even know. The Black Prince sat on his knees, asking if this had anything to do with the source of his power. The guy frowned, explaining that all the energy had been put into his last explosion. Even visually, they were similar when he talked about how if Doohyuk wasn't injured, it only meant that their energies had a special affinity. Imagining people behind his back, he said that all his people died during their travels in time and space. Looking at him, the hero thought about their similarity. Arkans asked if he knew him. Frowning, he remembered DNF, answering that he knew. A small fragment appeared in the hand of the interlocutor when he decided to give it to him. The man handed the hero a book, saying that if he ever met one of his men, they would recognize this pendant and ring. Doohyuk took the item after hearing a plea not to make them go through hell and save them. Arkans lowered his head, begging for it. The interlocutor began to disappear. He turned into ashes. The hero wished him to rest in peace. Several messages notified of the level increase. New reports indicated that he had raised the level to 41 to become a Class 5 Magus, and the spatial storage skill had become Special Spatial Storage A, and now it had a length, width, height of 30 meters, and a large number of items could be placed in it. The clouds have not dispersed. The guy looked at the book, seeing that it allowed him to translate from the language of another world into the language of the user. Doohyuk raised an eyebrow questioningly, surprised that she could translate the language of the other world. Next to the pendant and the ring itself, their descriptions appeared with information that one of them gives immunity to all debuffs, and the other immunity to emotional and psychological attacks. The hero noticed a shine among the ashes. There were some stones and a book lying there. He thought that these were the first rewards for the Arkans, and that perhaps he should leave the stones of space. Doohyuk looked behind him. His comrades were lying unconscious. He thought that he could take a book, because it could be a book of spells. A hand touched it, and a description appeared that it was a level 5 spell book. He smiled as he wondered if he should give it a try. A bright light appeared underneath it when the sun flame was cast. Light spread around him. The guy looked around. Yeri moved her hand. Getting up, the girl felt warmth. Standing in the ring of fire, he asked her if she had woken up, and that was the end of their raid on the S-rank dungeon. Later, he stood next to the others. They returned to the Freedom Building and exchanged contacts with the team, deciding that everyone was impressed. Yeri smiled at him, offering him a place in the guild, but he refused and returned to Korea. The rays of the sun illuminated the facade of the Korea office. The man fell asleep on the sofa. The cold jar touched his face. He woke up immediately. Daeho looked at the girl pitifully, not understanding why she was doing this to a man who had worked all night. She replied that she had an important story about Doohyuk. The interlocutor threw him a jar when he asked about what happened, replied that the hero had recently been called by a guild from the USA, and she had heard that they had raided the dungeon. Jangmi went further when the interlocutor noted that they probably did it in secret, not understanding how she managed to find out such a thing, to which she replied that information is life. The girl sat down in a chair, saying that the most important thing was that everyone who was with him in the raid was impressed by him, and after that, the guild tried to hire him. Daeho frowned, saying that such a large guild had already made an attempt to poach him, and they couldn't help but do nothing about it. Jangmi smiled, offering to invite the hero to an expedition to the dungeon on behalf of the management. Looking at her, the man replied that it was a great idea, and even though the guy had a low rank, they could offer him experience points or rewards if they thought they would contact him. The Doohyuk characteristics were displayed on the screen. Looking at them, the hero noted that they had also risen, and then he walked over to the window, thinking about the spell book Taepun had found for him while he was in the USA. Turning around, the guy decided that it must be there. It was difficult to find one book from those piles, and decided that he deserved a reward, and now he had another spell book. New reports reported that he had learned spells such as Infrared Gaze, Polymorph, and Eye of the Mage, while the guy thought that he had finally obtained a spell that created a huge chaos in the balance of the world down to the order of permanence. Doohyuk was clutching the blade in his hand when a message appeared that he now had a level 5 spell immutability, decided to try it on it. The sword began to glow as he used the enchanted weapon. Seeing how the weapon emitted a bright light, he decided to use immutability on it. He was radiant now, glad it worked, and the timer was gone. The hero took it out of the scabbard, saying that he did not think that this would increase the level of the item now, although the number of unique items is still limited. The guy inspected the blade, suggesting that he could look for something for close combat, because if the requirements for the user were suitable, then it would be nice to raise the level of the gauntlet. Then he put the sword away, thinking that he could call Yunso. An incoming call from her appeared on the phone screen. Doohyuk put the phone to his ear, saying that he was just going to call her. She was surprised, comparing them to conjoined twins, to which the guy asked about what she wanted. The interlocutor replied that it was not important, and he could speak first. Looking at the phone, the hero asked if there was a midden on sale in the Deus market today. Looking at the screen, the girl replied that there was one. Do-hyuk smiled as he said that he wanted to put his skill up for auction and asked if it was possible. Yoon-so looked ahead in surprise and asked, not the items, but the skill? At night, the lights were on in the Deus Market building. Chunhwa came to the head of the guild and asked if she didn't say she wasn't interested in today's exhibits. Lizzie confirmed that she said so. The girl turned around when she heard the question of what they were doing here then, and replied that she had received a notice of a special auction a few hours ago. The man walking next to him asked again, and she confirmed, and then asked what he thinks. If the market notifies about this, will it be a loss not to come? With a determined smile, the girl opened the door and said that they would hope that there would be something worthwhile. The presenter stood on stage and said that this was the end of their usual auction. Holding the microphone, Yoon-so turned and offered to move to the special one they had been notified about, having previously greeted Mr. Do-hyuk, the organizer of today's special auction. People in the auditorium were talking. She had just told Do-hyuk they had notified of a special auction, but not of the unusual guest he was going to sell. It was unlikely to be a few runes or scripts. Do-hyuk stood in front of the people in the hall and greeted everyone, saying that this was his second visit here. He held the microphone confidently. The guy said that he was not here to trade items, but to sell his skill. Chunhwa looked at his boss in surprise and asked if it was possible to sell the power of the awakened. She replied that the glued at the auction was worth hundreds and thousands of dollars. She knitted her eyebrows and said that it meant that the skill he wanted to sell was very valuable, which was probably why market had allowed this special auction to take place. Waving his hand, the hero said that only the first 10 buyers would be able to take advantage of this opportunity. He could increase the level of their weapons by exactly 1. Lizzie opened her eyes in amazement and said that they didn't believe it. The men looked at each other. The first asked if such a spell existed. The second replied that he did not know, but the only one who used spells here was Do-hyuk. Opening her mouth, the girl asked, "Is he telling the truth?" The guy glanced at the audience in the auditorium. Looking at her, he thought she was there after all, and asked aloud if she had ever heard him lie. Sun-yo was sitting with her legs crossed over her legs when he addressed her. Smiling slightly, the guy with the microphone said that any weapon below the legendary category can be upgraded by 1 level. Shifting his gaze to the side, Do-hyuk continued that if someone perceived him as an enemy or tried to harm him, the level of their belongings would immediately drop to the original level. The red-eyed girl furrowed her brows. Sun-yo's eyes were glowing. She said that there are tons of people who can enchant things like gems and spatial stones. Looking at her confidently, Do-hyuk said that if this was his plan, he wouldn't have announced the sale of skills. She thinks too primitively. He stood on the stage while the people in the hall whispered. Putting his hand in his pocket, the brunette said that if everything was clear to them, then they would start the auction with 500 million won. Several people were standing at the table opposite the hero, and Yoon-so held the tablet and said it sold for 2 million won, a total of 20 million won. All 10 buyers contributed money, and now she asks Do-hyuk to start upgrading. Placing his hand on the table, he told me that he was starting, and asked me to put his weapon on the table in front of him. People put down their objects. A glow appeared below. It became brighter and brighter. People looked at it in surprise. The girl's eyes widened in surprise. Lizzie held a glowing red blade and said that she couldn't believe it. It had indeed become a legendary weapon. The men also held swords, saying that his rare weapon had become unique as well, a fraud. The whole audience looked at the hero, who said that he needed to leave, and thanked him for his work. As he was leaving, Do-hyuk glanced sideways at the girl in the red dress. Sun-yo also cast a displeased glance at him. The guy walked with his hand in his pocket. With an angry look, he remembered the men's eyes and thought that the two who were looking at him, except for Sun-yo, were definitely Hoon and Hume of the Wooden Soul Guild. They probably wouldn't try to catch him unexpectedly like Sun-yo. The guy stood with his arms folded over his chest, and when he was called, he thought that caution would never hurt. It was worth remembering. A man was standing in front of him, and the hero said that it was nice to see him again. The last time he was during a large-scale outbreak. The man with the red tie, whom the guy called Daeho, looked at him and asked if he had been done with the market for a long time. Looking at him with a slight smile, Do-hyuk said that yes, the auction went smoothly and he achieved what he wanted, and the words were heard that it was great news. With a wave of his hand, Daeho offered to go to the meeting place. A girl in black shoes walked forward. A noise was heard behind the brown-haired woman. She looked back, saying that she thought chasing a woman was hardly good manners. She turned to Hyung and Hoon with a smile. The brunette grimaced in displeasure, and said what was the point of such words, when she herself called them. He was standing next to a friend and asked if the reason for her secret call was that person named Do-hyuk. The girl standing opposite confirmed. She introduced various items, and said that the light bomb, the recognition skill, and this time also the weapon empowerment. She imagined how the guy stretched out his hand, and said that if they left everything to the mercy of fate, they would only be toys in his hands. Furrowing her brows, Sun-yo said that they must destroy him by any means necessary. She stood with her arms crossed and asked how about a temporary truce. After all, she thinks they have a common enemy. Hyung said that since the common target is Do-hyuk, or the Blue Castle Guild, the guys looked at the girl who said that they are both cooperating. so they can't discount anyone. She imagined a black crack in the photo and said that if they couldn't get what they wanted out of them, then they had to destroy it. The crack in the wall glowed green. A shining portal appeared there. Looking at the watch, the man said that 2 hours had passed. The girl closed her eyes and asked, "Is this time also a failure?" A bright glow appeared in the building behind him. The man got out of the car, saying that even in such a remote place there is a dungeon. Standing behind, Daeho said that the dungeon had only recently appeared, so it was not yet known. Sasha glanced at the girl, who said that they had left him unattended for too long, so it was difficult to say when the outbreak would occur. The hero replied that Jangmi was also here. Smiling, she replied that they had not seen each other for a long time. The glowing green entrance went dark, and I heard the words that she would briefly explain everything, since Do-hyuk likes to get straight to the point. The girl folded her hands in front and said that they had originally planned to invite him to another part of the dungeon run by Up. The person standing in front of the hero replied that he had heard from Yunso. Jangmi continued that after the report, they found out that there was an open dungeon here. The heroes headed for the portal. She continued that for the safety of the people in the area, they had tried to quickly defuse it. Do-hyuk furrowed his brows and asked, "Were there any problems after they entered?" The girl sitting at the table confirmed, saying that first of all, only one person can enter, and if they fail, the same person cannot return. There are already 5 victims in the awakened management. Frowning in displeasure, Jangmi said that she and Daeho SS ranked, but were caught off guard and failed. She clenched her fist tightly. The man behind nodded and said that they still didn't know what to do. Do-hyuk sitting opposite asked if the monster inside is so strong, if even 2 high-ranking people like them failed, doesn't it become impossible? The gray-haired woman looked at him carefully and replied that it was not a matter of strength. She imagined thin shining threads and spoke about invisible traps. There were stone monsters in the fiery glow, and she said that monsters are resistant to attributes. Too many factors affect the outcome. Crossing his arms, the hero heard that this is why they need him with his extensive skills. Looking ahead, the brunette said that he had only come because he had received an invitation to a private dungeon. Frowning slightly, Jangmi apologized for this moment, and said that they couldn't just ignore the existence of this dungeon. The guy opened his mouth, and said that this is the way he obviously risks his life, then he hopes the compensation will be appropriate. The girl looked at him in surprise and asked for an example. The guy waved his hand and said that he wanted to be assigned a ranked dungeon, where he would have complete freedom and individual access. Indignant, Daeho exclaimed that this was too much. However, the girl stopped him with a wave of her hand. Raising her hand, she said that she would take care of it. Do-hyuk stared at them, thinking that the dungeon was rebuilding after being conquered, so it was a precious place to get experience points. He could understand their reaction to asking for the dungeon to be placed at the disposal of a single awakened. However, he was risking his life, so they should be able to give him at least that. Looking carefully at Do-hyuk, the girl told him that the dungeon belonged to the country. Opening her mouth, Jangmi continued that the transfer of ownership of the dungeon is almost impossible. She waved her hand, saying that if the ownership belongs to KBI and he can use the dungeon as he sees fit, how about that? The hero replied that sounds good, he agrees. He was a little surprised to hear that there was a condition that he had to accept unconditionally. Looking at him carefully, the woman continued that if the dungeon was open for too long, and it caused an outbreak, then he would bear all the responsibility. Adjusting his tie, Do-hyuk assured that he would take full responsibility for everything, and offered to talk about the pressing problem. The dungeon was covered with green smoke. The guy quickly ran, remembering the advice to do so as soon as he entered. He turned around in displeasure, thinking that if he was even a second late. The guy ran from the green smoke, thinking that the poisonous cloud would catch up with him. In front of the hero was a fiery river, that is, after leaving the cloud, his path would be blocked by lava. There was a trace from the quick start. The girl said that she assumed that he could use the walls to overcome it. Bounced off the walls, Do-hyuk moved forward quickly, then he sat down by the lava. The ground beneath his foot crumbled a little. Suddenly, shining spears flew towards him. There was a bright white flash. The guy was surrounded by a blue barrier. He resolutely looked ahead, remembering Jangmi's words that there were countless traps in the dungeon. She hoped he would be careful. Then the hero jumped down from the other side. He turned his head, remembering that after that there would be a place that would be difficult to describe in words. There was a dark passage in front of him, and the hero thought that at the end of the cave system there was a straight road in complete darkness. He had to find a light on the other side of this tunnel. Do-hyuk walked down the dark hallway, thinking that from now on, he would have to overcome everything on his own. From his eyes, the green glow of infrared vision spread. There were many snakes with red eyes around. They opened their mouths, and the guy thought that if it was a high-ranking dungeon, then in complete darkness, anyone would be easy prey. Yellow lightning appeared around his arm. He pierced the snakes with a bright discharge. Grinning resolutely, Do-hyuk thought that since this dungeon was difficult to clear, it gave a lot of experience points. Shining drones appeared in front of him, and the guy thought that in a situation like this, when he couldn't relax even for a second, it was worth taking out all the drones. The hero stood in front of a shining cliff and decided to continue with even more caution. People were standing at the entrance to the dungeon. Daeho turned to the girl and said that he should have already reached the unexplored part, and she offered to check it out. Yoonso came up and waved her hand and said that she ran here immediately after the call without any equipment. Jangmi replied that it didn't matter if she didn't need to conquer this cave. The man touched the green glow of the portal and said that she would have a very simple task, as only one person could enter the cave, and they would check on Do-hyuk's condition to see if she could enter, since they couldn't anymore. He put his hand in his pocket, and when he heard the question, that was all he needed from her, he replied that yes, after all, she wouldn't be able to clear an S-rank dungeon. Arching her eyebrows in alarm, Yoonso asked the principal. She thought Do-hyuk would be fine. It had been a few hours since he entered. She replied that the hero had a wide range of skills needed here, and now they could only trust and wait patiently. Daeho looked at them and said that if Do-hyuk failed, they would have no choice but to ask for help from the high-ranking guilds. The girl stepped towards the entrance of the dungeon, and he said that they hoped she would return with good news. Yoonso stretched out her hand to the radiance. At this time, the wreckage of the robot lay against the wall. Do-hyuk was standing at the high doors to the boss room. The system reported that the mechanic level had risen from 11 to 18. The guy remembered how he passed the test, and thought that if he hadn't used drones, he would have 100% fallen into a trap, and maybe even died. Opening the door, the hero said that he would take a look at the one who runs this dungeon. Inside was a gray room with cracks in the walls and ceiling. Entering inside, Do-hyuk thought, what does this mean? Where is the boss? He looked away. A blue-haired girl was chained against the wall, and he asked who it was. Her hair hid her eyes, and the hero thought that this was a person at all. The question was heard. Who was he? The boy's shadow shuddered like water. A black silhouette began to rise from it. Surrounded by the chains of a lich, an A-rank boss, Diluc hovered above the floor and asked where someone like him got his Arcness stuff. With a red light burning in the skeleton's eye socket, Do-hyuk thought he'd never seen a monster like this on the DNF floors. How does he know Arcness? Looking at him, the guy asked why he had to answer, and thought that even though this monster was a rank below Arcness, this time he was alone. The skeleton with the red eye asked who he thought he was. Let him know pain. However, Do-hyuk stared at him resolutely and remained silent. Lightning bolts appeared near the guy's palm, and he thought that unlike the previous opponent, this monster was of the magic type. A purple glove of the legendary level appeared on the hero's hand, which increases magical power, wisdom, damage resistance. The guy thought that in the days of DNF, he loved to fight in a duel with other users and would gladly fight again. Red spheres circled around the guy. Sharp black spikes of darkness flew out of them. Do-hyuk rushed back, avoiding the attack. Looking at him, the lich noticed that he didn't seem to be complete trash. Looking back intensely, the hero thought that it was close. Looking towards the hovering lich, Do-hyuk thought that he expected him to cast the spell one by one, and hoped that he was wrong. Shining red inscriptions appeared next to Diluc. The hero thought about what he was going to do. Then he quickly held up a blue shield in front of him. Raising his hand, the skeleton asked, does he want to block his attack with this pathetic shield? A spear of darkness surrounded by black lightning flew forward. It rushed down like a red ray. There was a bright flash. The red spear shattered the hero's shield. He jumped away, avoiding the blow. Do-hyuk's body was obscured by a mist when he cast invisibility. Hovering over the explosion, Diluc said it was stupid. A blue glow appeared among the thick smoke. A skeleton with a red eye looked into him. Suddenly, several copies of Do-hyuk burst out of the smoke. He moved resolutely, looking ahead. The lich summoned 2 more spells, saying that his magic was just child's play. He pointed forward his hand, surrounded by a red glow, and said that he would destroy everyone in an instant. The room shuddered from the use of gravity trapping. Copies of Do-hyuk felt the space moving. A blue glow appeared beside the opponent, from which a Do-hyuk's voice was heard, who asked, is he so stupid, he thinks he would just rush at a magus like him? Do-hyuk flew out of the portal, holding a fireball, and then he sharply attacked the enemy in the stomach. The skeleton opened its mouth, and then he waved his hand, throwing the hero away. In Do-hyuk's palms, the bright glow of a fireball and a lightning strike hovered. The glow of spells lit up the surprised lich's face. 2 volleys of magic flew at him. After that, everything disappeared into flames. Looking carefully ahead, Do-hyuk thought that the difference between the two was that the boss couldn't cast spells without casting them. A red glow in the thick smoke, and thought that because of this, he would be able to defeat him. Diluc was protected by the red barrier and asked how dare he? Yoonso reached for the entrance to the dungeon. Lightning flew from the green portal. The shocked girl opened her mouth. Frightened, Daeho asked, could it be a flash? The girl ran away when he ordered her to leave immediately. The heroes' bodies were surrounded by the glow of skills. Silhouettes could be seen from the green haze. The heroes looked at them intensely. And then Do-hyuk appeared from the portal with a girl in his arms. Arching his eyebrows, he said in relief that they had almost died. The guy greedily drank water from a bottle, and then he exhaled. Jangmi was standing next to him and asked if he had calmed down at least a little. He replied that everything was fine now. Looking at him, the gray-haired woman asked if he could finally tell what had happened, who this girl was, and what had happened in the dungeon. The hero imagined snakes and traps, said that he had successfully cleared the dungeon. There were several problem areas, but he, as promised, was able to do it. The heroine turned to the skull lying in the box and said that it was a good job, even if they did not ask for it. Looking at the lich's charred remains, she said that he had defeated an A-rank boss alone. That's incredible. Grinning, the hero confirmed that it was not easy. He remembered the battle with the Luke and thought that the fight itself had only lasted 5 minutes, but countless spells had been cast in that time. The figure of the guy was engulfed in flames. The Lich's body was surrounded by blue flames. Do-hyuk opened his mouth and screamed. So did Luke on the other hand. 2 bright auroras collided in the center. Jamie crossed her arms and said that then they wouldn't ask about anything obtained in the dungeon, as it was an unspoken rule. Looking at the guy anxiously, she said that it was about the girl. It was already becoming quite problematic. Looking at them, Daeho confirmed, saying that if they still consider it part of Do-hyuk's loot, then they have no right to do anything with it. However, if they consider it as someone who can pose a danger, then the approach to this situation will be completely different. He stood next to the guy, saying that she was the only person who had ever been found in the dungeon, and the brunette replied that he understood. Do-hyuk looked sharply to the side. Blue hair hid the girl's face. Sitting across from the staff of the Office of the Awakened, the boy asked not to be misunderstood, but hoped they would listen. Looking resolutely ahead, Do-hyuk stated that he would take her with him. Since he was the one who rescued her from the dungeon, he should be responsible and take care of her. If she was taken away by the KBI or someone else, there was no telling what might happen to her. He remembered the face of the skeleton and the defeated guy and thought that, in addition, she must have something to do with Arcness. Opening her mouth, Jangmi agreed. She presented a lot of red eyes and said that if her existence became known to the public, it would become difficult to manage the interests of the organizations that deal with the Awakened. They would have to investigate. The heroes silently looked at the guy. The girl from the dungeon slept on Yunso's lap. The words were heard that they would stick to this plan. Her existence should remain a secret. Looking ahead, Jangmi said that if they needed to study or watch something, let them feel free to ask them, they would gladly help. Smiling slightly, Do-hyuk thanked him for his concern. The girl looked at him, saying that they were sincerely grateful for the help, and therefore should respect his decision. Daeho confirmed and thanked him for his work. A black car drove quickly along the road. The man behind the wheel turned to Do-hyuk. He looked at him and heard that since there was someone to protect by his side now, he needed to know something. Without turning around, Daeho continued that the Awakened Authority has a program to monitor and indirectly monitor those associated with them. Do-hyuk looked in his direction, thinking what it meant. From the moment they promised to help someone, they began to be closely followed, and replied that he thought it was indeed possible. Looking in his direction, the man said that according to the reports, someone was following him, and they were doing it quite professionally. They tried to track them, but it seemed that they immediately noticed it and disappeared. The guy remembered the images of the heroines and thought, who are they, those two or Sunyeol again? The car stopped at the intersection. Words were heard with the hope that from now on he would be more careful. With a slight smile, Daeho said that if there was any danger, let him not hesitate and call them. The hero thanked them. He was surprised when Yunso touched his seat and enthusiastically said that he could call her at any time, whether for personal reasons or not. Daeho squinted at her and said that they were talking about serious things. The girl replied that they had already finished the conversation, so everything was fine. Do-hyuk looked at her and confirmed that everything was fine. Pointing her finger at herself, an embarrassed Yunso said that if he didn't have a girlfriend, how about a date with her? The girl's cheeks turned red. The green traffic light came on. My foot pressed the gas pedal. Yunso cried out awkwardly at the sudden movement. The force of the start made her hit the seat. Rubbing the back of her head in displeasure, she told the director that it was dangerous, and asked what he was doing, who ordered him to buckle up and sit still. The heroine pouted in displeasure. Do-hyuk turned to her and said that he found her attractive as a girl, primarily because she was charming. Embarrassed, Yunso twisted the curls on her finger and said that she understood. Lights were on the upper floors of the building. Do-hyuk was sitting by the system window, saying that since his mechanic level had increased by 10 in the dungeon, could he take a look at the stats? The notification announced that the mechanic had been promoted from level 18 to level 21. A window of information with his stats opened in front of him, and Do-hyuk said that he would put all the available points into magic first. He thought he could safely say that magic and wisdom were close to the A-rank level. Looking at the screen, the guy asked if he should check his prey. Suddenly, the girl behind stood up and asked where she was. Turning to her, Do-hyuk replied that she was in his house. The heroine was sitting on the couch when she heard the question that she had finally woken up. The stranger's cheeks turned a little red. She was sitting on a sofa in a large room. The girl looked around in surprise. Do-hyuk carried mugs, asking if this was something new for her. The guy came closer when she replied that it was very different from where she was used to living, to which he remarked that she was from a completely different world. The hero handed her a crumb. Then he brought his own to his mouth, noticing that she spoke their language very well. Taking a small object in her hand, she said that it was all thanks to this translator. Do-hyuk put the mug on the table and said it was an interesting thing. Looking at her interlocutor, he asked her if she remembered what had happened in the dungeon. The heroine held the drink, saying that, although illegible, she remembered a little. Remembering how the hero stood in front of her, she said that, if she remembered correctly, her presence there was a kind of offering, then he came alone, defeating the enemy and saving her. Looking at her interlocutor, she added that, if she was not mistaken, he still had her brother's necklace. After placing the items on the table, Do-hyuk clarified whether it was about him, to which she said that it was. Blue-haired looked confused, saying that she would like to get it back. The hero nodded silently. Folding her hands, the girl asked to hear the message that her brother had conveyed with this necklace. Remembering the wounded enemy, he remembered his words that if the guy met one of his servants or assistants, they would instantly recognize the necklace, the ring, asking him not to let him know hell in life. The girl burst into tears when she heard this. She covered her face with her hand. After imagining the enemies in dark armor, the hero noted that in the world he knew, this enemy and empire were only a small side story, so not much was known about them, and for this reason, he could not even imagine that he had a sister. Hugging herself, the heroine said that she thought that she was in hell, and even now to be able to just sit here as a blessing, to which she heard a question about what happened next. Imagining herself next to the Archons, she talked about how they were the royal family of the empire before its fall. After that, she introduced the Dark Magician, noting that it all began with his arrival, and he drove the fourth emperor crazy. A multitude of people lay on the ground, so the emperor, distraught, introduced tyranny and began to kill everyone indiscriminately, even the closest and most talented subjects. Several ships sailed through the sky, and soon after, the neighboring magic empire attacked them. The interlocutor presented a map, saying that since everyone who could defend the country had already been killed by the emperor, the empire itself collapsed in an instant, and complete destruction did not take even a year. The man stabbed the other with his sword. Blue-haired spoke of how her brother, the one who couldn't just sit and watch all this, had killed the fourth emperor and gone to the front lines. The Archon's hands were stained with blood, and yet it wasn't enough against enemies. She remembered the book on the altar, saying that he had used forbidden magic that had been hidden deep in the dungeons. A dark aura surrounded the guy. His eyes shone brightly. Later, he joined the battle. The swings of the sword threw the people apart. The attacks left bright traces. Imagining her brother among the ruins, the girl said that he had gained the power of dark magic, and this allowed him to protect the empire. His aura became stronger, so over time, the dark force began to absorb everything. Later, zombies appeared, who were soldiers of the empire and even ordinary citizens, but they were absorbed by dark magic, turning them into monsters. The girl looked at the city with regret, although from the very beginning she was ready that sooner or later trouble would come, to run away as far as possible. In the forest, she met two people. They were soldiers who grabbed her, and then put her in chains and left her on the altar. Folding her hands in front of her, the heroine heard that this is why she was in the dungeon, and replied that she was, and before falling asleep, Diluc told her something. Looking away, she revealed that because of her brother, he and his men had fallen into a dimensional rift. But he didn't stop saying that they would definitely get out. The girl trembled, saying that when that moment came, he said he would kill her and would happily use her body as a sacrifice. Remembering her surprise in the hero's house, she said that she had assumed that place was forever lost in a spatial crack, but then she met it. Duhyuk withdrew his hand and, when asked about his name, noticed that they were so busy talking about stories that they didn't even have time to introduce themselves. He smiled as he called out his name. Looking at him, the girl said that her name was Hayes. Putting her hand on her chest, the interlocutor added that she knew that he had saved her, but still asked for one favor. Leaning forward, Hayes asked for help adjusting to this world. Frowning, she explained that she wanted to know why she had come here and unravel the mysteries that her brother had left behind. Sitting opposite, the brunette heard that she would definitely repay her kindness. In the middle of the dungeon, a loud rumble is heard. A ferocious bear runs straight at the warrior with a shield. It opens its giant mouth and begins to growl furiously. The monster delivers a crushing blow. The stones scatter in different directions. Sungmi, with a purple shield in his hands, expertly dodges the enemy as he flies past them. She delivers a powerful blow to his huge body. The bear then opens its mouth in horror, its muzzle reflecting a clear lack of understanding of what is happening. He falls to the ground with all his weight. A warrior with a red scythe in her hands jumps, swinging it at the monster. Shin swipes his weapon over the monster, slicing its body in half. She lands next to him and calmly walks forward. The girl in the gas mask tells Sungmi that now she needs to help Duhyuk. She takes off her mask in amazement. The main character at this moment stands in front of the bear, which has risen on its hind legs. At the same second, the giant falls to the ground. Shin is shocked to see this and realizes that so far he and Sungmi have dealt with one bear. The protagonist stands in the middle of the corpses of monsters. The partner wonders if he alone destroyed such a number. Hayes sits on the couch and says that in return she will definitely repay him and will be sincerely grateful. Duhyuk smiles slightly and declares that he will gladly accept it in this case. The blue-haired lady looks at him attentively and asks him to take care of her. MC, sitting on the couch, says that first they have to buy some new clothes so that she gets used to them, because you can't stay in these ones. Shin shakes the protagonist anxiously, shouting his name. The frightened protagonist looks at her in shock and asks what is wrong. She in turn demands to wake up immediately, because they go to the boss's room. Duhyuk scratches his head as he is asked what he is thinking, and Duhyuk asks him not to worry about it. The red-haired partner asks him what it was about the USA that made him so much stronger. Sungmi stands next to them and agrees, clarifying that she and her friend would have spent a few days clearing, but with MC. The warrior says with a serious look that it seems to her that every time they meet, the main character is getting stronger, The guy asks again in shock. Outraged, Shin approaches her partner and fully agrees with her arguments. They stand next to each other, the redhead claiming that Sungmi works without rest and she has a C rank. But every time they see him, they begin to wonder if there is any point in the ranks at all. The protagonist looks at his comrades and asks if one of them was really promoted to C rank. She agrees, saying that while Do-hyuk was in the USA, she was recertified. The leader waves his hand and suggests celebrating her promotion with dinner. The red-haired friend remarks that this is a great idea, but the protagonist must pay. MC turns to the girls and offers to solve everything after they defeat the boss. He turns to Sungmi with a serious look. The gate opens in the middle of the hall with fire. It is said that he has increased fire resistance, so he will be a tank, and they, in turn, need to attack his weak points from the back. A purple crystal is visible in the middle of the tongues of fire. The protagonist explains that there is a weakness similar to those monsters before. A giant flame bear stands in front of MC. He is asked if he will be okay. He in turn asks not to worry. Do-hyuk begins to spew flames, assuring that this is already a past stage. While using the solar flare skill, the fighter takes off, exclaiming that he will start on his own. A monstrous bear spews flames from its mouth. Powerful fiery streams fill the battlefield. Sungmi runs around with a shield. Noticing that it's so hot that it's hard to breathe, she wonders if the guy will be okay. Frowning, the girl looks ahead. At this moment, Do-hyuk frantically cuts through the flames. The ferocious bear opens its mouth and begins to roar loudly. Everything around is illuminated by a fiery flash after the protagonist uses a fireball. The bear with blackened eyes opened its mouth. MC says that even if it is fireproof on the outside, it is unlikely to be on the inside. Various items are shown. The system window says about a rare class bracelet, using which wisdom increases by 50 points, as well as stamina. While the protagonist realizes that after the battle with the villain, he received 3 things: a dimensional stone, a bracelet, and a power projectile that works at short distances. In his flashback, Do-hyuk fought the enemy bravely, and realizes that compared to a normal spell, it is better in terms of speed, power, and number of casts, so it is extremely powerful. The protagonist stands in front of a fire bear, intending to find out the effectiveness of the skill. Suddenly, Sungmi appears in front of him. She is covered by a shield. Bright flames fly out of the giant. Frowning, the lady covers herself with a purple shield. The fire crashes into her professional defenses. Powerful rays fly in different directions. Shin runs towards them with a scythe, exclaiming that it has covered her back perfectly. A lady in a gas mask approaches the scene of the battle. She jumps up and delivers a bloody blow with her scythe. Suddenly, a purple crystal appears on the ground. The girl with a stern look gives the guys a report that she will not be able to break it, because even more strength is needed. The confident protagonist in response declares that everything is fine, he will deal with it himself. Fast energy beams appear around him. He uses a power projectile. All the rays fall directly into the bear's skin. A bright flash illuminates his body. The monster screams in pain. MC holds out his hand in front of him with a serious look. The events take place outside the battle zone. The girl is dressed in a pink blouse. She wears beautiful blue jeans, just like her friends. Sungmi fixes her hair and says she's ready. Flashbacks from the battlefield are said to be after they destroyed the boss. Shin looks at his partner and asks her to come over for a second. The red-haired girl smiles, stating that she won't be able to join the C-rank celebration. The stunned friend exclaims if she really won't go. The partner tells the anxious companion that she needs to spend more time with Do-hyuk, such as going on a date. Discouraged, Sungmi asks again about the date. Crossing her arms, the red-haired girl states that judging by her embarrassed reaction, it is safe to say that they have never met alone anywhere other than the dungeon. She puts her hand on her friend's shoulder and says that this is an occasion to offer something new and enjoy the moment. The red-haired warrior with a smirk claims that she won't be so tactful next time. The short-haired lady smiles slightly and thanks her. Sungmi stands in front of the mirror and looks into it carefully. She says with a stern look that since her partner gave her this chance, then she definitely needs to try. The car is parked near the mansion. The events take place in the house of the main character. Peter, a C-rank mercenary guard, asks Alex if he is sure the guy is worth it. His partner sits next to him with a serious look and says that he heard with his own ears that the master is interested in him, and if they deal with everything and drag him directly to the boss, they will be richly rewarded. Alex with a slight smile clarifies with his partner that they cannot be guards forever. It is written about the Guardians. There is a story about an international organization for the protection of the awakened, in which, unlike other organizations and bureaus of the awakened, they exist only for their own benefit, and to be more precise, they do not distinguish between good and evil. 2 versions of the employee are shown. It is explained that if the client pays for the crime, then they will do everything, and if he wants to do a good deed, they will also do everything. Their priority has always been money. The fighter with a smirk states that Do-hyuk still has D rank. The driver in the cap looks around sternly. Suddenly opens his eyes in surprise. An armored personnel carrier is visible. The guy exclaims that this is the main character's car. Alex with an aggressive look offers to follow him, because his house is a damn fortress and they only have a chance to capture him on the street. The scoundrel says with a mad smile that they will take care of him when he is in the dungeon or in some other secluded place. The protagonist is standing with a phone in the middle of the XX shopping center. Strangers are located in the shopping center. The main character thinks that 2 are on the second floor, and 1 is riding the escalator. A soldier in a cap looks at his phone, sitting on the first floor. MC presents a white car with a serious look and thinks about noticing them, because as soon as he left the house, he was chased by a strange van. He remembers Daeho and wonders if that's what his assistant warned him about. Do-hyuk picks up the smartphone, realizing that it won't be fun at all if he drags Sungmi into it. Suddenly, a friend comes up to him and says that she has come. He, in turn, greets her. The excited girl sweetly apologizes for being late, assuring that she was in a hurry as best she could. The enthusiastic protagonist exclaims with a smile that she looks great in everyday clothes. The embarrassed partner looks away, stating that she is glad, because she was a little nervous, since this is their first non-working meeting. The protagonist looks at her and suggests that she go. They join hands. At this moment, the stranger is standing on the second floor. Peter says with an angry face that he didn't come here to admire their flirting. Alex remarks that let MC enjoy life before he dies, because once he relaxes enough, they will attack. Do-hyuk leads her by the hand. Sungmi says that she has read the message, then she asks about what they will do, who in turn states that they need to find a place where there are not many people first, and then they need to cut off their escape route. A partner with a serious face asks how they will lure them. MC offers to go after him. The main character holds his colleague's hand. The villains discuss the fact that they are heading to the emergency staircase. An embarrassed lady with flushed cheeks hears that she needs to be patient for 1 minute. He tilts his lips towards hers, at which point the bandits realize that they need to act right now. The villains rush to them. MC is standing next to the girl at this moment. Bandits are flying at them. Alex swings his weapon and wishes him to die. Suddenly, purple rays attack the heroes. They fall to the ground. The villain declares that they are still weaklings. Suddenly, their images begin to disappear. The bandit exclaims in complete shock about the illusion. At this moment a clap is heard. Alex turns around and asks what that loud sound just happened. The dead partner is lying on the ground. On the radio they ask for an urgent answer. The leader of the group turns to the bandits and orders them to be careful and monitor the environment, because the main character is still here. Do-hyuk with a straight face claims that it is too late. Yellow ball lightning pierces the bodies of the bastards. A bright flash illuminates the entire floor. The main character stands in front of the incinerated corpses of enemies. A purple ray appears next to it. Suddenly, an energy shot hits the protagonist's barrier. Alex, gritting his teeth, begins to run away, Sungmi yelling about it. Turning around, MC assures that everything is fine. The villain runs forward, thinking that the plan was perfect. With an angry look, he thinks what went wrong. Suddenly, a red battle mech appears in front of him. A frightened Alex suddenly wonders how he could not have noticed this. Do-hyuk walks with his partner to the battlefield. The main character with a smirk praises the assistant for a good job. The combat robot sparkles with its eyes. A technological cyborg is called Irene. Specialists arrived at the scene of the massacre. They cordoned off everything with tapes, and also began an investigation. The girl stands in front of the guys and asks the main character if he knew that these awakened were mercenaries from the Guardian organization. He in turn asks in response if she means the company that does anything for money. Images of villains emerge. It is said that the people tasked with the pursuit were not high level, but still registered as professional mercenaries on the documents, and their goal was most likely the same. Yoon-so presents the skill of rewriting scrolls with a serious look, claiming that the price for it is simply exorbitant. MC scratches his head, thinking about being targeted by pesky bastards. The specialist assures that from now on, they will take care of everything. The protagonist is standing near Sungmi, and they are suddenly asked if they are really on a date. The girl, blushing with excitement, assures that she does not. Yoon-so says with a smile that his partner does not know how to lie at all, because the face betrays absolutely everything. Then she turns to the main character. She looks excitedly at the guy, who talks about how they're going to celebrate her promotion to C. Yoon-so with a smile, stating that she thought something like that. She stands in front of the guys and says that in this case she does not dare to detain them. The specialist leaves them and happily wishes to celebrate well. Do-hyuk thanks her in return. Displeased, Sungmi turns to look at her. With an angry face, she thinks about what it looked like. Yoon-so moves on, while his partner wonders if she feels something too. The events take place in the evening. Light can be seen from the window of a tall building. The main character goes inside and says that he has returned. Suddenly, someone rushes straight towards him. A small white cat grabs his face. Stunned, Do-hyuk sees the affectionate cat and wonders where he comes from. Hayes peeks around the corner and yells at Rikini not to run everywhere. MC asks if it's her cat. A girl with blue hair asks if he has really already returned, while she calls the pet to her. Suddenly, the cat evaporates from his hands. He ends up on Hayes' shoulder. The girl claims that this boy's name is Rikini, and she tamed him as a child. The protagonist stands in front of her and says that he has never encountered the taming skill before, so he became interested. His partner replies that she was able to summon him again after resting and restoring her magical power. There are thick books on the table. Do-hyuk asks if she has rested enough after he left. The girl agrees and says that she managed to study quite a lot with the help of the material left behind and the internet. There are also empty plates on the table, with Hayes stating that it was the first time she had eaten such food and she liked it. while the protagonist states that she is from the royal family, and therefore he was worried that she might not like fast food. The worried lady suddenly asks if she is disturbing him. MC with a slight smile assures that everything is fine, and if she does not mind, then they can talk informally. The girl says that she does not mind. The protagonist climbs the stairs and states that in this case, he still has things to do, so he will be in the office. Then the guy wishes her good night. The main character stands in the middle of the corridor and notices a mysterious light from the office. He goes inside and sees a system window asking if the user confirms the completed translation. MC thinks what is going on here. He pokes his finger at the pop-up window and notices that he hasn't activated anything like that, with the guy assuming that this is the book he received. Suddenly, a blindingly bright light appears in front of him. Suddenly, a book appears next to the guy. The system says that the Duhyuk user received Arkmit's weapon blueprints. Several windows say that he has received a reward for completing tasks quickly, so he now has the ability to craft weapons, enchanted bullets, and has also received user instruction. A satisfied MC holds the book in his hands and thinks that the translation was for drawings, because the translator turns out to be quite a useful thing, so he will definitely use it. The pop-up window asks if the protagonist wants to create Arkmit's weapon. He thinks about knowing a little, but it's great that the reward has increased. The protagonist does a warm-up and wonders if he should create another one. Suddenly, his hand begins to glow. The window says about the necessary magic power and 0 out of 25,000 points. The necessary ingredients are shown, namely high-level stones, red troll skin, goblin king tooth, and metal of magical origin. Duhyuk puts his teeth in the window, stating that he is lucky because these are the last ones, while the message says that all the requirements have been met. The window says that 25,000 points have been collected, and all the ingredients are in place. Another report reflects the creation of weapons. Readiness is at 0%. The hero moves a black pen over the notebook and notices that it is quite cold. On the sheet it is written that Hayes adapted to life in a new environment even after the death of her blood brother. Her cat was always by her side, so it helped her. Then she decided to find a dark wizard who pushed her brother into a spatial gap and take revenge. After death, the girl never cried. The guy sits in the dark and thinks that this is the end of Arkan's story, because although he is sorry, his death was necessary, because thanks to this, Hayes became stronger. He writes on white paper that her body has begun to change, so it was an awakening. The stranger sits under the covers, declaring that now this is definitely the end. Suddenly, he turns around, asking who has come to see him. In the system window, it says that the quest of the C rank begins. A giant golem holds its hands on the ground. He has red, fierce eyes. The stone golem stands in front of the protagonist. He is the boss. Behind Duhyuk, a powerful burst of energy can be seen. Akron and Irene rush forward. The robot's gazes are serious. They fly past a monster that is stretching out its arms. The cyborg uses a speed descent and heads towards the golem. A powerful energy beam pierces the stone body. Irene aims at the monster. An orange flash escapes from her hand. Strong flames envelop the cyborg's armor. The robot shoots a giant tongue of flame using the fireball skill. A powerful explosion is heard in front of the main character. The stone golem stands still. The protagonist thinks that this is good practice for a level 21 mechanic and for an enhanced robot attack, but it is still not enough to complete a B-rank dungeon. The main character inserts his hand into a spatial pocket and says that it was not bad either. The revolver burns with red fire. Duhyuk realizes he can use it. In the system window, it is written about Arkmit's legendary level weapons. It says that it can be combined with other weapons. Together they create a combined effect, and it is also automatically charged using spatial energy. But when using stones, charging is faster. MC takes up his revolver with a serious look, a glove on his hand. He directs a fully loaded weapon, realizing that he needs to use high-level stones first. The protagonist directs it, thinking that he needs to invest maximum energy. The red-eyed golem looks at him calmly. The giant swings his stone fist. He approaches the main character. Cyborg, the protagonist's assistant, hurries to the rescue at this moment. The robot slams into his fist at full speed. Duhyuk aims his revolver. In the sight, he sees his target. The system says that the weapon is activated. Red energy bursts out of the barrel. The pop-up says that the magic level has dropped sharply to 10. MC pulls the trigger with his finger. A fiery shot rushes forward. The stone body of the golem is illuminated by a flash. A fiery stream cuts through the air. The golem crumbles into pieces. The protagonist stands in front of a defeated enemy and realizes that this is a force with which you can get rid of a B-ranked monster in one shot. The guy looks back at the system window that he has completed the C-rank quest. He thinks if this is really the maximum that can be done now. In the window information about obtaining a rare skill of immortality, it says that if the health drops to 1, then, with the blessing of it and the magical power, it is completely restored, injuries heal, all abnormal effects on the body are cancelled. A happy protagonist sits in a chair and says that using this skill, he may not be so afraid of being injured. Duhyuk looks around and realizes that he was expecting to find something on the game page. The screen says that Hayes didn't find anything. He knows there's no information about her, and he thought there was something about her skills. A guy with a serious face declares that the best thing to do would be to ask the developers of DNF. He picks up the phone, realizing that he needs to ask Taepun to look for information. The action takes place 5 days later. A fighter holds a purple hand on the floor. Strangers in black cloaks are looking for something. One of them says that judging by the information from this place, he disappeared not so long ago. The masked partner declares that someone is constantly one step ahead. The other wonders if there is any guess who exactly. The stealthy warrior assumes that it is someone who has the same goal as them. The colleague turns around and says that he needs to return to the headquarters and report on the information found. The guys go forward. The main character goes along with the assistant and clarifies whether it is really here. He agrees. Next to them is a brick house. It is said that the man who wrote the history of the game lives here. Taepun stands with MC and explains that this writer does not have any noticeable activity, so he had to contact one of the developers of DNF to find out at least something, while Do-hyuk thanks him for his work. The manager looks at the main character and states that when he came there, the light was not on in the house, but the door was open, but he did not dare to go inside. The guy notices that he really does not want anything to happen to the assistant. The protagonist takes hold of the door handle. One of the fighters hears from the other that someone has come, so it is necessary to urgently hide in the darkness. The body of the assassin is covered in a purple haze. The door opens slightly and Do-hyuk says he'll be the first to enter. He activates the mesh armor, saying that it can be dangerous, so let his partner wait outside. The main character activates magic projectiles hovering over his hand. He looks ahead in amazement. There are sheets of paper on the floor. The protagonist assumes what it is. One of them says about Hayes, who adapted to life in a new environment even after the death of her blood brother. MC wonders how the story of an assistant turned out to be here, which is not even in the World Search. Do-hyuk illuminates the interior with shells, realizing that this story exactly matches what the girl told him. He remembers it, and wonders that the writer's story is becoming a reality. A hidden killer appears behind the protagonist with a dagger, while he ponders who the writer really is. The purple blade approaches the protagonist's body. Suddenly, the tip breaks against the energy armor. The stunned scoundrel notices that even a special blade could not penetrate his armor. Outraged, Do-hyuk tries to find out who he is. His hand suddenly lit up brightly. He pierces the villain's body with several magical projectiles. The hidden killer feels this effect. The villain jumps back and slides on the ground. He is highlighted in purple and intends to leave here, while the protagonist yells for him to stand still. Taepun is standing in the stairwell and wondering what these sounds are. Suddenly, the shadow of the killer breaks by. The assistant wonders if something bad has happened. The enraged protagonist runs out of the room. He runs past. The manager calls him by name. MC rushes forward, stating that the assistant doesn't need to follow him. Do-hyuk runs down the street and demands the killer to stop. Suddenly, the protagonist looks at him in shock. The scoundrel shines with a red light and wishes him to die. A powerful red aura pierces the space around him. Stunned, the protagonist opens his mouth. A mad whirlwind of dark energy spins the protagonist. He tries to cover himself with his hands, wondering what this skill is. A purple pendant hangs around his neck. In the system windows, it is written about an attempt to cloud the mind, but the necklace successfully blocks this, and it also inhibits the impact of an attempt to weaken his physical strength. A purple flash fills the surrounding space. MC radiates it with his whole body. The masked and hooded scoundrel sees his arm breaking. A partner stands next to him and asks what he is doing. The teammate says with a serious look that his skill does not work, because all attacks are reflected back to him. The fighter turns to his friend and says that in this case they have no chance, and therefore it is necessary to leave as soon as possible. Blue rays pierce the air, heading straight for the villains. A powerful spherical flash occurs. In the middle of the crater lies the body of a bandit. The main character, gritting his teeth, notices that one of them has left after all. A cloaked fighter stands near Do-hyuk and notices that he is strong enough. He pulls out a glowing blade. The red-eyed scoundrel thinks about the enemy and the killed comrade. He has no words. He swings, realizing that there is no choice. The dagger crashes into the asphalt next to the protagonist. The asphalt begins to crack near the tip. A purple vortex rises in front of the protagonist, who realizes that they even killed their comrade just to remove all traces. The assassin rushes away like a bullet. The main character demands to stop. A bright flash of light can be seen near the house. MC stands next to the slain villain and realizes that things are bad for him. Do-hyuk is standing next to Taepun. It is said that immediately after the end of the battle, he found 4 pages, and the manager instructed him on the 3 rules. The rules state that you need to find all traces associated with the writer, as well as contact him in any way, and also find those who were associated with them. On a piece of paper, it is written about a dark magician who was involved in the fact that the 4th prince went insane. The protagonist thinks about the fact that 2 more pages were also added to the previous pages that talked about Hayes, and 1 page that describes the agreement between Deluc and Vendela. On another sheet is a story about Belhard and a spatial crack. The protagonist looks at the recordings and says that the main question is where Jia-ram disappeared after writing the lines. Hazer puts a mug next to the protagonist and offers to drink water, who, in turn, thanks him for his care. She sits down across from him and declares that she has something to tell him. A system window appears in front of her. The partner says that a couple of hours before his arrival, he suddenly received a message about waking up. Do-hyuk holds the leaf in his hands and realizes that everything is happening exactly as in the novel. Hayes continues to say that although her awakening system is only new, it seems quite familiar. The lady sits on the couch and looks at the pop-up, assuming that the system is specially adapted for her, since everything is written in the language of the Desmond Kingdom. MC in response asks what her rank and specialty is. The cat Rakini appears on her shoulder. The girl declares that she has D rank and the specialty of a caster. Besides, the pet can now always be nearby, as one of her achievements, and she spends 100 times less magic on summoning and maintaining it. The main character claims with a smile that she does not look so surprised, because earlier he was beside himself with joy. The assistant sits opposite him and says that at first she was very surprised. Outside their window you can see the metropolis. The girl explains that this is not as shocking as getting into a spatial crack and moving into a completely different world. MC touches the sheets of paper with his hand. The system states that the user is in contact with particles of the four worlds. A bright red ball lightning rises in front of the guys. It is said that the fragments resonate and create a small spatial crack. A red portal appeared in the room. It is explained that it is an A-rank Desmond dungeon. The amazed guys look at the system windows, which say that only they can enter this dungeon. Hazer points his finger and asks if they really see the same message. The main character replies that it is, because the name of the dungeon is Desmond, so the pages of the story will take them to the past of the kingdom. Hayes with a cat on his shoulder says he thinks so too. A worried girl wants to say something. Do-hyuk stands beside her and assures her that it might be too dangerous for her, as the awakening only took place a few hours ago, and she replies that she understands. The serious lady says that she still wants to go, and even if it is dangerous, she wants to know about her home. The smiling protagonist notices that if she is so inclined. The satisfied protagonist realizes that he does not want to miss out on a dungeon similar to the one from which he rescued his assistant, so most likely this is a special place where you can collect a large amount of experience and rewards. They are standing in front of a glittering portal, Do-hyuk suggesting that they move forward. There is a haze in the middle of the destroyed houses. Suddenly, a red flash forms in the air. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist looks forward. Together with Hazer, they find themselves high above the ground. There are destroyed houses around them. Some buildings do not have roofs and walls. The protagonist looks around and wonders if this is really a kingdom. Frowning, Haze looks around the city and hears that it is destroyed. She says that this is the center of the kingdom, and it was the last thing she saw before escaping. The angry protagonist looks at the girl and asks if she is sure that everything will be fine. Rukini opens his small mouth after being ordered to do so by his mistress. The guys land on the sidewalk. The unflappable protagonist says that although it looks like a kingdom, they are still in a dungeon, so she needs to be careful. She replies that she remembers everything and should not worry. Suddenly, the floor beneath them began to crack. Dozens of terrible hands burst out of it. Haze and his pet look on, they're in complete shock. An army of bloodthirsty living dead appears before the awakened. A crowd of monsters approaches the frightened heroes. The dead stretch out their vile hands to them. Agitated, Haze sees the bloodthirsty enemies in front of her. Zombies swoop down on the guys in a whole horde. Bright flashes of energy can be seen in the crowd. It turned out that Akron was closing himself and the girl with a barrier. The robot is standing next to the frightened lady. A powerful flow of red energy crashes into them. Irene flies up to the guys, intending to help. Cyborg looks attentively at his enemies. He lines up with a powerful flow of energy right on the horde. Haze nervously covers herself with her hand as she watches the bright flash. A group of guys is standing in the middle of the ruins. They think about the fact that there are a lot of zombies. The discouraged girl says that dealing with ghouls is much more difficult than she thought. The protagonist notes that they are indeed stronger than normal monsters. A blue glow appears around Haze. She looks back at the protagonist in amazement, asking if everything is okay. MC says that by killing monsters, she becomes stronger and will eventually be able to defeat enemies of higher levels. The girl looks carefully at the protagonist, who wants to say something else before they continue. They are standing in the square. The protagonist asks if she feels any emotional attachment to the citizens who have turned into monsters. She denies. The ruins of the castle are visible around. The girl claims that this place does not feel like the house in which she lived. The heroine looks at her hand and feels something strange. Do-hyuk stands next to her partner and says that this place will be their first step on the path of development, so she feels something like this. The unflappable protagonist declares that each monster kill increases the level. The assistant looks away and asks if this is the source of his power. He in turn agrees, saying that he is also awakened. Haze frowns at the thought of this. A confident girl offers to send them to the next world. In the middle of the dark halls of the castle lie bodies. The guys quickly run past them. The drone flies on. The main character warns that a flock of ghouls is ahead. Unfazed, Haze rushes forward, assuring that she will deal with them. The protagonist clarifies if she is sure of this. The girl agrees with a stern look, saying that she has already leveled up enough and cannot hide behind his back forever. She forms a magic ball in her hands. The main character declares that he will monitor the situation, so let him dare. A magical seal appears in front of the girl. She exclaims that this is her first battle. A white and black wolf run forward, with Haze summoning life and Sugart. The white beast has a stern red gaze. He flies past the ghouls in an instant. The The black beast watches calmly, a golden glow emanating from it. With the help of magic, he lifts ghouls into the air along with the stones. Huge boulders hit them with all their strength. Satisfied, Do-hyuk keeps an eye on her, noticing that she is doing well. The system window says that the protagonist's level has increased to 47. There is a bright flash. The stranger asks if they are really the ones who set fire to their houses and killed the blessed citizens. The indignant guys turn around at this voice. An energy arrow cuts through the air. The MC is closed with a barrier. He has a fierce, confident gaze that flickers blue. The main ghoul walks among the henchmen and says that since the protagonist was able to block his attack, then he is not such a mediocrity. The white-headed scoundrel grins frighteningly. He stares at the heroes. His name is Isaac, an A-rank boss. Hayes is amazed to see him, with Rikini on her shoulder. The girl gritted her teeth. Do-hyuk notices it. She shouts his name in a rage. The indignant lady exclaims that he was the great mage of the kingdom. She asks why he did such a thing. The villain with a vile face calls her trash, while wondering how she knows his name. He sees a disgruntled girl and recognizes her as a princess. The villain stands with an army of ghouls. He asks how the heroine was able to survive and get out of the spatial crack, which in turn demands an answer. Isaac hugs one of the monsters and asks if the guys really don't know. He calmly says that he only helped the citizens who were blessed by that man. Enraged, Hayes calls him a traitor. The red-eyed mutant claims that they will understand everything after they are also blessed with this persona. The monster smiles, stating that he will help them with this. The main character suddenly appears behind his back. He shouts in anger that they do not need his help. A powerful explosion occurs. In the fiery streams you can see the hand of a fighter. Isaac grabs Do-hyuk's wrist, asking if he really thinks he can win with this level of magic. The mutant looks at the guy furiously, claiming that he is about to show what real magic is. The opponents are standing on the floor. The villain is holding the main character's hand. Discouraged, Do-hyuk opens his eyes, wondering if the fireball really didn't work. Behind the indignant guy, the sparkling magic projectiles that he has just summoned appear. Energy rays fly out in the direction of the main ghoul. Sharp blobs of mana almost reach his head. However, the rays evaporate upon contact with the villain, while he assures that such magic does not work on him at all. The protagonist looks at him with a serious face and wonders if this is an anti-magic field. Suddenly, Isaac delivers a hard punch to the stomach, asking if MC really knows about such magic. A ferocious monster with red eyes says that the protagonist should have already guessed that he would not win. The boss of ghouls shoots yellow lightning directly at the main character. A cloud of electricity pierces him, causing explosions. The wounded protagonist lies and comes to his senses. In front of him are the images of a villain and a magician. He thinks about how usually, the anti-magic field is formed as a shield around the sorcerer, which cancels a certain damage. Do-hyuk is aware that the opponent is using a thin shield, which allows him not only to cancel the damage, but also to strengthen his own spells. Isaac holds a fiery hand in front of him. The main character is sure that such control requires an incredible amount of magic. The villain with a sinister grin generates energy. The protagonist understands that you should not expect anything else from the boss. Hayes holds out his hand in front of him and calls out loudly for life. A ferocious white wolf runs straight at the villain. Suddenly, the beast hits its head directly into the magical barrier. The pet flies up from the collision, while the boss taunts that they are trying to attack him with such a weak summoned animal. Purple flashes burst out of the villain's hands. With an intimidating look, he declares that he will take care of this guy first, and then he will take care of her training. An angry Hayes frowns when she hears that she'll be better off just standing there, while wondering what to do. Do-hyuk gets up from the floor. The villain invites him to continue. Several clones of the main character appear. He uses the skill of reflection and mirage. At the same moment, the guy breaks off and goes on the attack. The white-headed ghoul stands still. A lot of copies of the protagonist appear around Isaac. The boss at this point suggests that since the main character screwed up, he decided to show something more interesting. The villain forms mana vortexes in his hands, declaring that the protagonist's magic is weak. He soars upwards. While claiming that his physical strength is not developed at all, the boss asks how Do-hyuk is going to defeat him in the first place. The scoundrel watches MC closely and says that he does not know why he needs clones. Suddenly, many copies of the villain are generated. He declares that he can do the same thing, while in the system window it is written that the dimensional stone was fully charged. An outraged protagonist runs with a revolver. The system window says that the bullet property has been changed to physical damage, and a shot from Arkmit's weapon can deal physical damage to multiple targets at the same time. The sight is adjusted to the boss's head. The main character understands that the weapon can distinguish illusion from reality. Near the villain you can see the running silhouette of a fighter. Do-hyuk calmly aims his revolver. Frowning, he wishes for the weapon to destroy the enemy. A powerful shot is fired, illuminating everything around. Stunned, Isaac sees a projectile flying. He generates several purple-colored magic seals in front of him. Flaming projectiles shatter the barrier. Several bullets hit the target and caused many explosions. The villain falls to the ground. The main character calmly stands in front of a defeated opponent. The guy puts away his revolver while the boss wonders how it happened, because he has not lost before. MC holds a sharp blade and states that the boss will ask about it in hell. He turns to Hayes and calls her over to him. The guy holds out a weapon and says that it's time for revenge. The partner takes the long sword into her hands. Her gaze is stern and imperturbable. The lady slowly approaches the lying villain, who in turn asks him to stop. The monster lies on the floor, claiming that he must preach the words of the boss, while he assures that if the princess leaves him alive, he will certainly tell everything. Hayes swings her blade intimidatingly while wishing the traitor death. In response, a heart-rending scream is heard. In the system windows, it is written about increasing the level to 51. The girl stands with her back to the protagonist and sincerely thanks for the opportunity to take revenge. After killing the boss, the dungeon began to collapse. A red portal opens near the guys. In a pop-up window it is written that you need to leave the dungeon within 10 minutes. The main character approaches the portal. The system says that if users stay, they will never be able to get out again. Hayes turns around and asks to wait for a while. Frowning, the girl states that there is one place she wants to visit before they leave. The exit from the dungeon glowed red. The system said that if the door closed, the user would never be able to get out again. Hayes turned to the guy and asked him to wait for a while. Turning around, she confidently said that there was a place she wanted to visit before they left. Debris was falling from the ceiling of the library. There were 3 minutes left before the exit closed. The heroes stood on their limbs. Do-hyuk shouted in alarm that they were short on time. Hayes touched on one of the books and said that it must be here somewhere. His fingers felt for a round button. The illusion of the books dissipated as she opened the box, and she said she had found it. Clutching a real book to her chest, the girl said that she had found it, and called to leave. The guy called to hurry. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. A large crack appeared on the wall next to the girl. Large debris fell on the heroes from above. The blue-haired woman looked at them in fright. A red glow appeared on the upper floors of the building. A bright portal glowed in the center of the room. A determined Do-hyuk stepped out of it, holding the girl in his arms. And then the exit immediately closed. Looking at the remnant of the glow, the guy said that it was close. He put the girl next to him. Looking at the object in her hands, the hero asked, was she looking for this book? Hayes turned around, holding the Book of Secrets of the Kingdom of Desmond, and said that she wanted to keep it. There was something in this book that could help him. The system has reported that the Desmond Level A dungeon has been cleared. A bright blue beam appeared. The guy asked if she wanted to see. The system reported that the awards were transferred from the archive. Clutching the book to her chest, Hayes replied that no, I don't think she will be needed here, so it's better to let her call when she actually needs help. He replied that while he looks at the awards, she can go to rest, and the girl thanks, telling the guy that she did a good job today. The hero looked away. In front of him were 2 dark-covered books, 6 types of anti-magic shield spells, and 6 kinds of chain lightning spells. A large red crystal appeared above the hero's palm. He thought that it was 10 spirit spatial stones. The system reported that the spirit stones of space are very rare and have a special energy. A red system window appeared with information that the world's first space spirit stone had been found. The next notice stated that spirit stones of space could only be found in A-rank dungeons and above, and could also be crafted using spirit alchemy. Jangmi and Daeho stared at the notification in surprise. The same thing appeared in front of the Brox sitting at the table. Sunyo read the system message in surprise. The same thing appeared before Do-hyuk, who said that it looks like they have added something new to the game, decided to introduce high-level gems. He read the message about where the spirit stones of space were located and thought that it was above a rank. In front of him is the blue glow of the inventory, and the guy thought with a smile that it was good that he had an agreement with the Awakened Directorate for the individual use of some dungeons. He thought it was time to clear them. Thinking back to the bosses he had encountered, Do-hyuk thought that he suspected that such dungeons would have bosses of the same difficulty as before. 3 assistants might not be enough, he had better look for more people. Throwing his hands behind his head, the brunette thought that it would be later. Now he just wanted to rest. In his room there was a kitchen with dishes. On the phone lying on the table was an incoming call from Taepung. The next day, the sun's rays were reflected. Opening the door, Do-hyuk said that he had come. The man with glasses was surprised, exclaiming that Do-hyuk had really come. Taepung replied that he had told him that he would come. The person standing in front of the hero asked if this was the person he wanted to introduce him to. Taepung replied that it was Rekato, the author of the novels. He was close to Garam. He found out about him when he checked on Kasha. Rekato held out his hand, saying that it was nice to meet him, and said that his real name was Ingia. Smiling at him, Do-hyuk said that he would like to ask him about Garam. The man was sitting on the sofa opposite, saying that he had heard about what had happened. He tried to contact Garam, but nothing came of it. He would tell him everything he knew. The hero thanked him for his help and asked him to tell everything that remembers about his work. Imagining a man in a hood, the hero heard that, firstly, even if it was not in the game, the antagonist is a dark magician. His name is Vendela. Remembering the screaming man, he said that he turned darkness into a dark prince. The cloaked girl looked at the city. It was said that Hayes had fled because of it, and as a result, the kingdom of Desmond was destroyed. Looking at him, the guy thought that this coincided with what the girl was saying. He introduced a man surrounded by magical seals and said that the great wizard Verhard had decided to look into the incident. He then introduced the monster warriors and said that he lived on a continent where an entire region of orcs had gone missing, plundering the Desmond ruins. The monsters were startled by the distorted red reality, and it was said that the signatures of the space waves were the same as they had been half a century earlier, during the Arcnus incident. Does this mean that the destruction of the entire Legion and Kingdom of Desmond was all due to Verhard? The man with glasses replied that yes. He imagined a black eye with a red pupil and said that he also heard that Verhard did not work alone, someone helped him. Waving his hand, the brunette asked what happened next, and the man replied that, unfortunately, he did not know. At that moment he went on vacation, and after Garam disappeared. Recado smiled when he heard the gratitude for his help, and replied that it was an honor to meet him. Confidently shifting his gaze, the man in glasses said that if he found out anything about Garam, he would contact him immediately, and heard words of gratitude. The elevator doors closed in front of the guy. He introduced the mentioned heroes and thought that Verhard, the region of orcs, would be something far from his usual battles. The brunette resolutely looked forward, thinking that he had to become stronger, otherwise this world would not escape destruction. The room was covered with cracks, hidden by the haze. A man was lying in a pool of blood. The image was projected from a light ball. The words were heard that someone was here. Red lightning hovered over the body. A question was heard. This is a trace of a spatial crack. The stranger needs to be punished. He does not want to get his hands dirty. People in hooded cloaks were sitting at the table. One of them asked if it was necessary to report this. The person whose face was not visible said that they had no proof. The person sitting opposite asked if the spatial crack was not his fault. The words were heard that it was just a small problem. The person sitting at the table said that the stranger had already escaped to another world. In pursuit of him, they could get involved in an endless search. They had little time left. A shining blue cube appeared on the table, and then a second pebble necklace appeared on the table, which increases wisdom and charisma. Duhyuk sat in front of the blue cube, and the last thing he needed to copy. The girl came up from behind and asked what he was doing. The hero replied that he was copying objects in order to give them to her later. There was a stack of books on the table, and Hayes asked what about them. The hero said they were his new spell books. He imagined himself standing in front of huge stacks of books, and said that he had to look through about 2,000 editions to find them. Closing his eyes, the guy said contentedly that it was worth it. The system notification stated that he had learned the 3rd class spells Slowdown and the 5th class spells Crowd Control, Wit, Domination, and Chaos. Shifting his gaze to the girl, the guy asked, "Has her hair grown out?" Hayes looked directly at him, saying that it was for her determination. Sitting in the chair, Duhyuk asked again and heard that she wanted to get used to her awakened powers and improve on her strengths. Clenching her fingers into a fist, she said that if she managed to return to where she had lived before, she wanted revenge on Vendela with her own hands. She would do anything to become stronger, no matter how difficult it would be, and asked for his help. The hero sitting in the chair looked at her and was silent. Raising his head, he called out the girl's name. Suddenly, darkness fell abruptly, which surprised Duhyuk. The heroes were shocked, looking ahead. Looking up, the girl asked what was going on. The brunette replied that not so long ago he met people who were watching his house to attack. Looking confidently ahead, he said that they didn't succeed, so he thinks they have become more aggressive. A gray figure flew up to the window outside. Surrounded by a green glow, the man burst into the room, swinging his fist. The blow crashed into the blue protective barrier. A bright circle appeared on it from the use of the energy rocket. The shock waved through the attacker back. The man fell next to the girl. His foot touched the windowsill. Looking at those standing below, the guy asked, "Did they decide to visit without permission?" Frowning in displeasure, he said that they were impudent. The girl in the dark suit said that she would be brief. Her eyes shone blue. She declared that he was wasting his abilities in this small country. Waving her hand, she called them to come with them. With a determined look, the girl shouted that they could give him strength, wealth, power, anything he wanted. Looking at them confidently, Duhyuk asked what she was carrying. He would never go with them. The heroine standing below said that they had no choice. There was only one way to grab him. Gray figures rushed at the hero from both sides. Their attacks left bright traces. A blue flash appeared. Duhyuk with a shining hand quickly fell behind. A green acid arrow flew towards the girl. She opened her mouth, directing beams of energy. They froze like ice in front. Kang's gaze turned surprised. Surrounded by the glow, Duhyuk abruptly appeared next to her, and he directed a bright flash forward. The second girl looked at the stirred dust, calling out to her friend. Gray figures attacked the guy from above. A red triangle glowed on the robot's forehead. The eyes of the second shone blue. Duhyuk stood quietly as the robots struck the attackers. Looking ahead, the brunette asked if they could do anything other than control a puppet. A girl was lying on the ground. Her face was obscured by smoke. She asked, "Does he think she's so easy to kill?" The heroine clenched her fist sharply. Blue spikes rose above the floor. Duhyuk looked at this in surprise. The sharp ice flow was moving in all directions. Soon, the space was filled with ice. Robots and defenders were chained. The gray puppets gritted their teeth. Khan sat on the ground, saying that this skill was still quite strong. Looking ahead, she said that just a little more, and she might freeze to death. Surrounded by a blue glow, the girl said that Duhyuk's skills were much better than she expected, but he couldn't survive such a blow. Part of the surprised girl's body was hidden by armor. She saw a guy standing up. Duhyuk tapped on the ice surrounding him, and she thought, how could this be? The hero looked at her confidently and asked, "Is this all she can do?" Sharp ice flows hovered around the girl. She exclaimed that it was simply impossible. Ice spikes flew towards the hero. They hit him with a bright flash. There was a trace of the start. Do-hyuk dodged the girl's attack. With a slight smile, he spread his hands. The heroine had a sword in her hand. Confident, Do-hyuk held a flame in his palm. The girl with glowing eyes said that he knew perfectly well that he would not be able to defeat her with such a small flame. Raising his burning hand, the brunette said that he was definitely not going to go with them, and used the fireball. Next to his palm appeared the blue circle of the dimensional gate. The hero smiled. Looking at the ice, he yelled at her friend to be careful. The frozen figures were bound by ice. Blue portals surrounded by flames approached them. The girl turned sharply, and everything disappeared in a bright flash. The heroes looked at the explosion. Kang called her friend dumbfounded. Yu was lying on the ground. Picking it up, the girl asked to wake up. Do-hyuk curled his fingers, declaring that it was over. Suddenly a hand touched his shoulder. The man approached from behind, saying that it was not so. The guy turned sharply. However, there was no one behind. He looked the other way, noticing a cloaked figure with a dragon on it. Kang fell to her knees and begged the master for forgiveness. The long-haired man displeased said that he had even made dolls for her, but she still couldn't handle it. Do-hyuk thought that she had just called him a master. The man approached the girl sitting on the floor. Looking at the long-haired man, Do-hyuk thought that it was the guild master Tenwa Rihong. Frowning, the hero asked why he was chasing him. Surrounded by the shining whirlwinds, the man replied, "Isn't it obvious? Because of his skills, of course." Nikolai's eye was shining, and he said that he was one of those who always got what he wanted. And then he took off rapidly. He flew forward, his arm outstretched. A sharp glowing spike approached the guy's eye. Traces remained from the rapid movement. A girl with claws on her back soared into the air. She was rapidly approaching, her arm outstretched, and then she threw forward a bright beam. Rihong looked back. He noticed a flash nearby. The blade then slammed into the ground between the heroes. The man jumped away, avoiding the blow. Looking at the glowing vertical pupils, he said that she had arrived earlier than he had expected. Surrounded by the glow, the girl resolutely gripped her sword. Frowning at him, she said that she was not going to play with him. Drawing her sword, the heroine said that he knew that the Tenwa Guild was currently dealing with the awakened from the office. He replied that he did not know. Gray robots were sitting on the floor. Words were heard that now all the dolls that are at the scene are not identifiable. They cannot use them as evidence in any way. Standing next to the leaning Kong, the man said that they would leave now. He closed his eyes and continued that there were a lot of extra eyes here. With a sharp wave of his cloak, he said that they were leaving. A sphere surrounded by a black haze appeared in space. The heroes looked at the glow left behind them. Do-hyuk gritted his teeth in displeasure. Stars were burning above the multi-story building. The heroes stood in the fog. Do-hyuk turned to the girl and said that he didn't think the branch manager would come so soon. She replied that maybe Daeho had mentioned it earlier. The guy remembered sitting in the car, and she reminded him that he would be the protector of the KBI leadership. Holding her sword, Jangmi said that she thought she would be too late. Smiling slightly, Do-hyuk said that she wasn't really there, she was just in time. He remembered the spearhead moving towards him and said that he had almost lost an eye in Rihong's attack. He touched the gray robot, asking what kind of doll the man kept talking about. The gray figure's eyes were hidden by a mask. The girl explained that they were used by the Tenwa Guild to kill the awakened. All identification marks were erased, so even if they were caught, they would not be able to know what organization they were from. The figure was surrounded by a green glow, and words were heard that they were going through a special procedure of blocking their consciousness, as a result of which they lost their individuality and all memories. A group of identical puppets walked forward. She said that these puppets are the main driving force behind which the Tenwa Guild is #1 in China. The guy frowned and said that if Rihong had come to this, then he was afraid to imagine what would happen next. The girl standing opposite said that they were not sure if the people targeting him would only be from China. She remembered the guy with the blades who was moving forward, and said that remembering at least the incident in the mall was a target for many people. Turning decisively, Jangmi said that the FDA should do their best to protect him and Hayes. The next day, the guy was rapidly moving his sword in the basement of the Blue Castle Guild, in the training room. A shining drone was approaching him. The guy swung his sword. A round blue barrier appeared in front of him. Looking ahead in surprise, he exclaimed, "Why is it so difficult?" The aircraft was approaching him from behind. A loud scream was heard in the training room. Shin held a tablet in her hand and said it was a good job and called the next one. Sasha, standing behind him, said how good it was that they had her. Looking forward, Sungmi confirmed, saying that they both lack teamwork, so it's important to find a third person to fill in those gaps. The red-haired woman held the tablet, and the girl continued that thanks to Shin, who has a lot of experience in teamwork, she has a lot of different tests to pass, so she thinks everything will go perfectly. Shifting her gaze, she said about this drone and asked if that guy would be okay. Without turning, Do-hyuk confirmed with a slight smile, saying that the drone was not that strong, especially since it was created specifically for the selection of the third member of the team. Suddenly the girl called him. Coming closer, Do-hyuk asked what was the matter, and she said that the man said he knew them. Looking ahead, the brunette said that the branch manager said that the office should become stronger, but he didn't think that much. In front of him was Yunso in armor, who asked him not to worry, She wanted to join this team just to break the barrier of B rank. Standing in front of her, she said that she therefore hoped that they would not give her a special test. Shin turned to her, offered to start, and she agreed. The brown-haired woman held a shining bow in her hand. The girls looked at her carefully, thinking that she was an awakened B rank, wondering what skills she had. The drones were approaching the girl. Hearing the order, he was at the beginning. There was a red glow in front of Yunso's face. She said that they would start with physical attacks. Red arrows flew towards the drones. Flashes touched the propellers. However, the aircraft was surrounded by a blue shield. The Shin tablet holder said that in high-rank dungeons, monsters are immune to physical attacks, which she will do now. The heroine replied that everything is fine. Stretching out her hand with a weapon, the heroine said that she could also carry out magical attacks. A blue glow appeared next to her. The red-haired woman who was watching noticed that her arrow was getting colder. The heroine fired an arrow. The ice spike pierced the barrier and the body of the drone, and then the drone was surrounded by ice spikes. Sunmi turned to the hero and said that she was the first to be able to break the drone. He replied that he did not expect this. Looking carefully ahead, he thought that wasn't all. If she fought with a bow at long distances, then her close combat. The second drone flew from behind. The girl reached for the weapon behind her back. Stones were scattered from the abrupt start. Bright rays crossed the space. Yunso jumped off the wall. Looking away, she said that she felt great even without the onions. Bright cuts divided the body of the drone. Then it fell apart. The girl clutched shining blades in her hands. With a resolute look, she declared that she had her own methods. The heroes stood nearby, discussing the training. After all the tests were passed, it was decided that Yunso would join the team. Imagining the crashed aircraft, the hero thought that it was adopted not only because it was able to destroy 2 drones. He introduced the logo and thought that, among other things, Yunso is an awakened one who can use physical and magical attacks together. The girl opened her mouth, and then, with a sweet smile, she asked to take care of her. On the screen, there was a message to the master that Yunso had joined the team and a response that they now needed to aim for a rank. The girl sat at the table with her phone in her hand, saying that it looked like the team had been successfully assembled. A pink-haired girl looked into the office and asked if it was possible to disturb her. Holding the tablet, the employee said that at the moment, the White Lotus and Wooden Soul guilds have entered into an argument with them. Dewey asked what it meant. People were standing at the fenced entrance to the dungeon. Words were heard saying that it seemed that both of these guilds had licenses for the dungeon near the station and were deliberately extending the planned clearing time. As a result, their attacking team would join late, so they would definitely fail in clearing them. Putting the phone on the table, Dewey said that apparently their official complaints were useless. The pink-haired woman replied that it was true. After all, they cleaned them by following the law, and if there was a problem, they could simply file a complaint with the office. The girl crossed her arms to represent the KBI building and said that they pursue a policy of passive intervention and aggressive forgiveness, so they probably trust and act on it. The employee opened her mouth, asking what they should do. Imagining the red-eyed tigers, Dewey replied that both of their opponents were wild beasts, and they needed to refrain from directly clashing and avoid the most damage. Bending her fingers, the brunette said that there was no need to rush. Whoever attacked first would lose. The heroine holding the tablet said that they would do as she said. She turned around as the master was about to continue. Confidently looking ahead, the guild leader asked not to talk about it to Doohyuk. She didn't want to add to his trouble. Next to the building there was a dark spire. Doohyuk sat on the steps. He held the book, saying that yesterday, after he had obtained the 11th level of Alchemist, he had new skills. The system reported that he has reached level 11 of the Alchemist class. Now he has access to a second-class spell. The enhancement of alchemy skills has reached level 11. A slot for the Golem creation spell has been added. The Harmony of Energy skill has been learned. All stats are increased by 7% for 2 hours. The active alchemist skill of creating legendary spatial stones has been obtained. The guy was holding the book in a black cover and thought that he had received the secret book of Desmond. The notification stated that it was a rare book that increased the speed of magic circulation in the body, as well as the use of aura blade skills, obtained the crosscast skill, obtained the buff for the swordsman class, the luck stat could not exceed 5 units, and the Desmond Palace curse debuff was obtained. Remembering how he looked at the girl, the hero thought that he had only received her from haste today, since the killers from China attacked yesterday. Holding the book in his hand, the hero thought that its effects were just fine. The Empire should have tried to use it for revival. The system reported that the user had studied the secret book, the flow of magic in the body stabilized and it increased to 100 units, the curse was blocked by the Desmond necklace, and the cross-cast skill was obtained. A man in glasses approached him and said that all preparations were completed. Hiding the book in a shining portal, Doohyuk decided that he would not rush to understand all the mysteries of this book yet. Looking confidently ahead, he said that he would first go and complete the quest B rank. In front of him was a red portal. The guy got out of it, and there were trees around, and he thought that the B rank dungeon was in the forest. Behind the dense trees I could see the mountain peaks. As he looked, he thought that since there was a time limit, he had to find a target as soon as possible. And where should he go? The system said that the dimension gate would be opened after 59 minutes and 20 seconds. If the user did not leave the dungeon after that, they would die. Something poured over the hero's hair. Do-hyuk stared ahead, dumbfounded. Behind him stood a beast surrounded by a red glow. His eyes burned ominously. The guy imagined a monster, and thought that it was the same black lion. A red ball appeared from the open mouth of the beast. The shockwave of energy threw the guy back. He covered his face with his hands, thinking that it was amazing. He could feel such power just from his roar. A fireball appeared in Do-hyuk's palm, and he thought that he had changed since their last meeting. The flames touched the beast's face. A powerful explosion rose over the forest. The man was rapidly moving forward and thought that this could not be. Peering into the distance, he thought that this magic definitely came from the young Do-hyuk. The hero and the beast were surrounded by bright sparks. He thought that the power of the black lion was so great that even the magic of the 6th class could handle it. With the effort, Do-hyuk gritted his teeth, and the man thought he didn't know how long he could hold out. He stopped, looking at the fire, and thought they were here somewhere. The Verhard hovered over the burning trees. Then he looked down inquiringly. The lion waved his paw. His attacks left claw marks. They were approaching Do-hyuk clones. Looking carefully ahead, the guy thought that if this battle dragged on for a long time, he would not be able to meet the time limit. Creating a cloud of flame in his palms, he decided that he had to stop it. Red lightning burst out of the lion's mouth. Verhard slammed his staff against the magic seal and thought, why would he use a spell that was clearly not enough to defeat the black lion? Blue patterns swirled around him. The man thought that it would be bad if he did not intervene. After that, he glowed from the use of the spell of congealing. Do-hyuk froze, his arm outstretched, and thought he couldn't move. The lion froze with its mouth open. The hero turned his frightened gaze to the side. Verhard approached them and said enough was enough. He looked good-naturedly at the guy and said that they had not seen each other for a long time, and offered to talk. Lightning flew from the red portal. The man holding the staff said that he did not think that they would meet again like this. The hero replied that he would too. Turning, Verhard asked how he got here. Looking at him, Do-hyuk replied that he had entered the dimension. The old man looked surprised and asked again. Holding his staff, he clarified that they were still using these rifts, called dimensional gates. The guy replied that yes, he was somewhere nearby, and heard a request to take him to him. 10 minutes later, there was a mug on the table, and the question was heard that he had a time limit of 50 minutes. Do-hyuk was sitting at the table and replied that yes, it was reflected on his status window. If he stayed even a little longer, he would die. The system message read about this. A gray-haired man with a beard said that the rifts he was talking about were created by the Deus entity. Not long ago, one appeared in this world. Introducing the ship off the coast, Verhard said it originated on the continent of Itamantia, which is a few months away by ship south of here. Introducing the armored monsters, he revealed that the entire continent was a place where ogres once lived. Behind the red dragon was a girl with black wings. They are gone, now it is overflowing with demons and its creatures. The guy sitting at the table opposite asked if it could be all the ogres. The man replied that this was only his assumption. He imagined a warrior standing in a red haze, and said that he thought some entity had used the rift to transport all the ogres to another dimension. Looking ahead, Do-hyuk asked if the gate was opened by chance. Imagining what had happened, Verhard replied that if they had opened by accident, they would have had the same wavelength as those that appeared in the Desmond Empire 50 years ago. Imagining an orc in armor with red stripes, the man said that Ebenar, the powerful ogre king, would not have disappeared into the chasm without a fight. The guy sitting across from him asked for his name, and Verhard repeated, the ogre lord of Ebenar. The guy remembered the system window with the legendary synthetic alchemy, which failed to open. Do-hyuk looked at the information window in surprise and said that his name was mentioned in his system. There was a skill that used his blood and spatial stones, which would apparently allow him to move between worlds. The hero looked at the old man, who said that if he did, he would tell him about Ebenar's weaknesses. Imagining the monster that struck at the enemy, he said that according to the notes of the sword master Galen, who fought him. Pointing to the stripe on the ogre's neck, the old man said that the only unprotected place on his body was the back of his neck. If the hero collided with it, then let him take a closer look at this place. Verhard was standing at the table after hearing that Do-hyuk understood, and replied that they were a little distracted from the topic of conversation. The old man walked over to the window and said that dimensional rifts continue to appear in this world, with wavelengths the same as those of Ebenar and the Desmond Empire. Shifting his gaze, the man said that he had a hypothesis. He imagined a space covered in cracks and said that if there is an entity that creates a large number of dimensional rifts in order to intentionally increase the imbalance of the worlds. He imagined all these rifts surrounding the planet, and said that in order to prevent the catastrophe that would result from this imbalance, there is another entity that has created a system of the awakened on Earth to make people stronger. Looking ahead, Do-hyuk asked if he thought it was Deus. Turning to him, Verhard said that since the dimensional rift had connected their worlds, there must be a reason why he had come to this dimension. Looking at him, the man with the beard said that if he was still interested in learning something, let him ask and not be shy. Do-hyuk reached into his inventory and said that he couldn't fully understand this book, whether he could help him with it. The system said that the dimension gate would be closed after 15 minutes and 30 seconds. If Do-hyuk did not leave the dungeon after that time, he would die. Surrounded by the glow, the hero closed his eyes. The man confirmed that he needed to do this. He presented a diagram of the movement of magic in the body and told him to feel the flow of magic. There was a shining ball in the man's chest. He said that there was usually only one inner core that could be used for witchcraft. Introducing 2 such balls, the man said that perhaps since he was awakened and properly transformed, he had 2 of them. Crossing his arms, Verhard introduced the guy and said that, just like in the previous battle, he could use 2 types of magic at the same time. He imagined a tangle of intertwined lines and said that the magic that was supposed to go in its own directions had become confused, and he was unable to use his full potential. Do-hyuk held the flame in one hand, lightning in the other, and said that he had succeeded. The system has reported that the crosscast skill is now available. There were shining circles above the old man's palm. He asked if he understood it now, and the hero replied that he did. A book appeared in Verhard's hand. He said that he was glad that he was able to help. He wrote this book as an introduction to the study of magic classes. He hopes it will help him. Do-hyuk took the textbook with a smile. He hid it in the inventory, and Verhard suggested that they go out little by little and continue their conversation along the way. The guy was following the man. They walked through a clearing in the forest. Turning around, Verhard said that after hearing about the book, he wanted to ask something. The hero clarified what. The man imagined a warrior in armor. Then he introduced the girl. And introducing the guy with the book, he said that if he had met the last emperor and Empress Desmond in hiding 50 years ago and managed to get this book, then 50 years later he would be able to meet him again. Verhard looked away and continued that the space-time continuum continued to distort as it was now, and the next one he met might be from another time, wouldn't he? The guy replied that he probably did. The man grabbed the lace around his neck. Inside the pendant was a portrait of a girl. A shining haze surrounded the old man's body. She concentrated around the pendant from casting a memory spell. The man clenched the jewelry in his fist, and then he handed over the Do-hyuk and asked to take it with him. Looking at him, he replied that she looked like she was very dear to him, whether he could really take it. Imagining a pendant surrounded by a blue glow, the man said that it was given to him by his wife, who passed away 10 years ago. Smiling slightly, he said that he really didn't know what else to give him, so let him take it. If he met him at another time, then another one would surely help him. Clutching the jewelry in his palm, the guy thanked him. They were standing at the shining entrance to the dungeon. Words were heard that it seemed that their meeting had come to an end. Verhard said that it was time to say goodbye. If fate allowed, they would see each other again. Standing at the portal, Do-hyuk turned around and said that he was glad to meet him. The system reported that the quest to increase the B rank had been completed. The next notification reported that he had obtained a unique skill. The description of the maximum level mana absorption skill was that it is the active skill of a black mage. He can absorb his opponent's mana, but cannot exceed his maximum mana limit. The probability of success depends on his wisdom indicator. The cooldown time is 30 minutes. An employee approached the hero and said that he had done a good job, and now he would get him out of here. Looking at the man with glasses, Do-hyuk asked if it was possible to wait with this. He wanted to check the statistics. He replied that, of course, he would go first. He could stay here as long as he needed. Looking at the system window, the hero decided to put the statistics in order first. In front of him was a system window with information about the hero of level 83, rank B, class mage, alchemist, mechanic, as well as a list of his characteristics. In the palm of his hand was a red necklace that Verhard had given him. The system said that this is a Verhard necklace of a unique class that increases magic, wisdom and strength. Thanks to the blessing of harmony, this item can be combined with others. When wearing the necklace, the stats of the items are doubled. Holding the pendant in his fist, Do-hyuk asked what else Deus wanted from him besides increasing his rank. Looking ahead, he thought that it would be much easier if someone answered him. He stood in front of the Grey Gate, thinking that there was no choice now but to become a little stronger to prepare for what fate had in store for him. Then the guy was surprised when a red system notification appeared in front of him. It said that this message had been delivered to all the awakened. The ogre tribe had chosen a dimension called Earth. Lord Ebonar's army would invade in 48 hours, and he had been defeated. Jangmi's face was reflected in the glass. She was standing at the window when she heard someone call her. Daeho burst into the room and asked if she had seen the recent report of a new outbreak. Shifting her gaze to the man, the girl replied that yes, now all the news is buzzing because of this mega wave. Looking away, she turned to him. Looking decisively, the girl said that if the superior raised such a panic, everyone else would catch it. So let him act like the deputy manager that he was. Daeho replied that he would take note of it. Opening her mouth, Jangmi said that it didn't look like he had come to her just to tell her that. Was something wrong? Daeho closed the door of the office and said that yes, they were going to ask Sasha for help, just like that time, during the last outbreak. The girl replied that he was not affiliated with any guild, so there would be no problem. Turning to her side, the man said that in truth, he was asking her to do so, as it could also improve KBI's reputation. The girl touched the back of the sofa and called to him. Looking at the man confidently, Jangmi asked what ranks and positions had to do with the current world crisis. Shouldn't it be a matter of how effectively they could deal with their enemies? The man looked at her in confusion, trying to object. Taking a step towards him, the heroine said that Do-hyuk is not their competitor. He is a talented and promising person who wants to possess the administration. Looking in his direction, she continued that his train of thought was wrong. Daeho looked at her and apologized. She replied that she didn't need an apology, and added that she needed to tell him something else. A question was heard: is it about the White Lotus and Wooden Soul guilds? The heroine introduced the two girls and said that she thinks they will soon attack the Blue Castle Guild because these guilds know KBI trends better than anyone else, so they will think that there will be no better opportunity than now. There was a tall multi-story building in the city. In the panoramic window was the figure of a man who said that it was sad that a global crisis that would occur due to a mega outbreak could be a salutary opportunity for some. Looking ahead, Jamie said that if they were thinking about one thing, that they needed to keep an eye on them: passive interference and aggressive forgiveness. She presented a map with guild logos and offered to see how the balance between the world-class awakened would change. The door to the office was closed. Duvui, sitting at the table, looked a little tired. She held the pen when she heard that she didn't look very good. Jumping up from her seat, the girl exclaimed, asking who was there. Blue sparks appeared on the sofa. They began to form into the figure of a guy who apologized if he scared her. Du-hyuk appeared in the space, saying that his visit was secret. He had to tell her something. Looking at him, Duvui asked what? Opening his mouth, the guy said that he had come here because of the White Lotus and Wooden Soul guilds. Looking resolutely ahead, the brunette said that he thought it was time to make a winning move. With a tense look, the guild leader asked what he meant by a winning move and how much he knew. Du-hyuk sat in his chair, saying that he knew everything, right down to the current volatile situation. The heroine standing at the table said that since this matter was about guilds, she didn't tell him because she didn't think he cared. There was a monitor on the table. The heroine continued, which, nevertheless, it was certainly gratifying that all guilds had started their emergency systems, preparing for a mega flash. Du-hyuk stood up and asked what was so joyous about it, to which he was told that at least that was how they were preparing for the outbreak, and replied that they were not. Coming closer to the table, the brunette said that as long as the awakened summoned by the directorate took an active part in blocking the mega flare, the White Lotus and Wooden Soul guilds would undoubtedly take advantage of the time when the bans were lifted to target them. The heroine opened her mouth in surprise, asking what he wanted to say that these guilds were using all their strength to target them. The hero introduced the man with glasses and said that since he was trying to kill him, he was hired by the White Lotus Guild, namely Sun Yil. He introduced the red-eyed girl with a sly smile, and said that it was likely that she would not miss this opportunity. Dewey, who was standing at the table, said that she couldn't believe it. The hero continued that unfortunately it would be too late and noticeable. Yes, passive interference and aggressive forgiveness. Looking directly at him, the brunette asked how they could protect themselves from these two largest guilds then. Du-hyuk chuckled a little and said that he had an idea. Early the next morning, near the gray building of an abandoned factory, there were several black cars on the site. Guildmaster Lizzie looked to the side and said that who would have thought that they would summon them to such a place late at night. She looked away. There were a few more guys behind. She said that there were also 10 more guild leaders in the country present. Putting his hand to his mouth, the man said that there were all guilds here except for White Lotus and Wooden Soul. Standing behind, Chunhwa asked that if they wanted to lure them to their side. She replied that they would find out soon. The man walked forward, saying that they were happy to welcome everyone and thank them for taking the time. Du-hui, dressed in a formal business suit, said that she had one request for them. At night in the factory building, people sat on chairs while Du-hui said that Blue Castle is currently in an open confrontation with the White Lotus and Wooden Soul guilds. Looking resolutely forward, the girl said that the reason they had gathered them here was nothing more than cooperation. The gray-haired guy asked. Everyone had heard about it, but getting involved in the conflict of the three guilds, how could anything be changed? The blonde man added that indeed, they were not the administration. Why should they interfere in such matters? The man standing next to him said that they were right, of course. Alice's eyes widened as she recognized Du-hyuk. The hero looked at them and said that this problem was not just for Blue Castle, as they could be in their place in the future. The girl glanced sideways at the guy and thought that, as expected, he knew that words alone would not solve the matter. The guy was standing in front of the audience, one of whom asked what he was doing here, and the girl thought that the master was too soft in such matters. It was a matter of justice or conscience. If so, it was not very good. The hero said that he would be brief. He was standing in front of one of the guys and asked if there was anyone here who could proudly say that their guild was better than Blue Castle. If White Lotus and Wooden Soul managed to get their hands on Blue Castle's resources, then they thought they would stop there. Resting his hand on his knee, the guy asked, he thinks that after the fall of Blue Castle, other guilds will be in the same position. The hero replied that if the guilds unite, then no one will suffer. The man waved his hand. It sounded that if another guild became a victim, and they just sat and watched, then everyone would die in an instant. With an alarmed look, Lizzie exclaimed that it couldn't be that the FDA would just watch it, do nothing. Closing his eyes, Du-hyuk replied that they would stay away until the very end. He introduced Sun-Yul and Hyung and said that if they managed to establish order among the awakened under the influence of the two guilds, then it would be more than enough for them. They really thought that the office would always guarantee their safety. The gray-haired guy said that they could all just team up, except for Blue Castle. He resolutely looked ahead, continuing that in that case, even if Blue Castle was destroyed, then they wouldn't have any problems. Opening his mouth, the hero asked if they were sure of it. He raised his hand and asked what about it. Meanwhile, the lights were on the top floor of the main White Lotus Guild building. A question was heard. They had completed all the preparations in their guild. Hoon turned to Hyung sitting next to him and heard that everything was ready. They had already agreed that all the low-ranking fighters would be positioned near the dais spire. There was a question if there was any movement on the part of the KBI. Sun Yeo turned to them after hearing that there would be no problem with them. They were now busy preparing for the mega flare. Guild Master White Lotus Inhan looked ahead, saying that they had confirmed that Blue Castle was also preparing for the mega flare. Hoon waved his hand and offered to divide all their possessions equally at once. On the table was a photo of Duhui. Inhan slammed it hard. He stabbed the girl's image with a knife and said that it was time to get rid of this damn guild. The red notification said that there were 10 minutes and 25 seconds left before the invasion. In the sky above the multi-story buildings, clouds floated near the station. Duhyuk hovered in the air, thinking that it was about to begin. Looking ahead, he thought that he had prepared everything he could. Introducing the girls, he thought that all the members of his team were here, including Hayes. Imagining the blue card, the hero reflected that the most important thing is to find out where the boss will appear. The system reported that the invasion was beginning. The blonde man looked intensely ahead. Then, his gaze turned frightened. People felt the earth tremble. The space above them shattered like glass. The guy saw a purple glow. Shining eyes appeared from the crack opposite, and he said how huge. The man with his face hidden by the mask shouted for him to get ready. The monster's eye burned red. A swift movement flew next to the blonde. The monster that appeared attacked. His clenched fist was shining. A man was lying among the rubble. A huge foot stomped on the ground. Ogres came out of the rift. The fang monster's eyes glowed red. The young man picked up the burning staff and shouted that they were here, ordering the mages to attack. Fiery rays flew towards the opponents with a death wish. There was a bright flash. Duhyuk hovered in the air over the city upon hearing that heavy activity had appeared near the dais spire. Tensely looking ahead, the hero heard that they were asking for his help there first, and replied that it would be soon. A thick haze appeared in front of the awakened ones. The girl asked what had happened. One of the red-eyed monsters asked the humans if this was all they were capable of. A shining ball of fire appeared in his palm. The guy looked at him anxiously. The ogre lifted a huge ball up, and then he threw it sharply forward. Everything was hidden behind the fiery core. There was a dark crack in the space in front of the market. Monsters came out of it into the street. Suddenly, a fist crashed into the face of one of them. The guy attacked, leaving a bright flash. The hero's fist glowed with flame. He swung, exclaiming belligerently. A bright fiery beam flew forward. The figures of the orcs disappeared in the bright flames. The hero remained standing in an attack pose. The monsters were approaching the girl standing in the glow. There were black spikes around her. Jangmi's eyes glowed red. Bright lightning pierced the bodies of the monsters, and then they were cut by the beams of her attack. A powerful explosion rang out behind the heroine. Daeho ran up to her and said that they were in trouble. She asked what was wrong and heard that they had just been informed that an S-rank boss had appeared. Looking with shining eyes, Jangmi replied that Mr. Duhyuk was there now, so it was okay. Red eyes appeared from the crack, and laughter was heard. There was a horn on the monster's forehead, and words were heard that it seemed to be just the beginning. Several ogres were stationed in the vicinity of ISU station. Waving his hand, the leader ordered the warriors to go forward. The monsters rushed to attack. A green glow could be seen in the gate. Opening his fanged mouth, the enemy looked there. A few blue sparks appeared next to the glow, and then a bright beam blew off the monster's head. Duhyuk was standing near the fallen body. Looking ahead resolutely, he asked where Ebenar was. The monster with the red ornament on his head asked how he dared to pronounce their great lord's name so casually. Purple flashes appeared behind him, and a cry was heard that he would crush him. Two monsters attacked the guy from top to bottom. The opponent's eyes were glowing red. He said that it was a mage fighting alone. Raising his hand, the hero held the attack and asked, "Alone?" The monster's eyes widened in surprise. Looking at him resolutely, Duhyuk asked what made him think that he was alone. Clouds of smoke rose up. The girls with weapons jumped high. Shin was wearing a mask on her face. She told Duhyuk not to get into trouble. Looking at him resolutely, Sungmi added that close combat was her job. They sliced through the monsters' bodies with their weapons, and then they landed not far from the guy. The brunette looked up in surprise. Boulders, obeying magic, rose into the air. After that, rockets flew from the sky. They exploded in the air in bright flashes. Yoonso, sitting on top, told them to provide support to her, not to do what they wanted. She sat in a confident posture and smiled. Turning to the red-haired woman, she thanked her. The girls turned to Duhyuk, who was silent. He glanced at Shin, who asked, "Is he fighting alone again?" Looking at her, the hero replied that no, he was the one who had to defeat this ogre mage. The girl with the black mask asked me to wait. In front of them, many monsters appeared from the rift, and she said that she would clear the path of these minions for him. A red haze surrounded Shin's body, who continued so that he could defeat that guy. There were trees growing at the entrance of the glass building, at this time in front of the main guild building, Blue Castle. The red-armored guy opened his mouth and said that they had confirmed that all the main forces had left Blue Castle. Red Hair smiled when she heard that Jangmi and Daeho were now fighting near the station, and added that their team was at the main gate. The palms of the heroes were surrounded by a colored haze. Words were heard that everyone else would enter through the main entrance. The head of the team, Hyung, said that they are starting. The monsters looked around. Shin brandished her weapon. The girl tucked her braid behind her back. Do-hyuk appeared behind her, saying that he would now take care of the enemy. Rushing towards the crowd of monsters, she replied that in this case, she went. She managed to move quickly among the ogres. Jumping, she found herself over the heads of the monsters. Shin glanced to the side. Several spears appeared nearby when using the scythe of the god of death. The sweeps left bright traces. The monsters fell to the ground in front of her, but someone appeared behind her. The enemy withdrew his fiery fist, outraged that she dared to attack his subordinates. Gritting his fangs, he told her to die. Shin turned to look at him. He directed his hand. The chaos shield protected her from attack. This visibly angered the monster. The girl looked at him attentively. The threads enveloped the enemy when using poison arrows and webs. His eyes grew larger in surprise, and he asked them if they really thought they could restrain him with this. Smiling ominously, he added that he should be underestimated. The cobwebs began to tear. The monster broke its shackles. Covering herself with her hand, the girl thought that even with her abilities, she could only hold him back for a moment, and if that was the case, then they might come to an end. A gate appeared in the sky. Surrounded by fire, Do-hyuk pounced on the monster. He raised his head in surprise. The guy struck. A fiery fist hit directly in the face. Several teeth flew out of the mouth when using a missile strike and a fireball. A moment later, an explosion sounded. Sungmi took cover behind the shield. Yoon-so approached her, addressing the hero. Sungmi covered her mouth, saying that everything was fine. Looking at her, she added that it was dangerous to get any closer now. She was surprised that she didn't care about the guy. She then remembered his conversation and replied that she had seen Do-hyuk use his skills before engaging in battle, and his resistance to fire had increased to 100%, so he would not take any damage. Then she frowned and wanted to say something else. A loud sound was heard in the street. The ogre mage was left without a head. His body fell to his knees. The system reported that the hero had received 2 spatial stones and now received additional damage to the attack of such ogres, proportional to the number of space stones available. The hero looked at the stone, wondering who else they could fall from. He also saw eyes, a heart with a message that he had absorbed their energy, increasing their endurance and intelligence. Looking down, he saw a message that he had obtained the title of Blessed Ogre, increasing physical and magical damage against them, thinking about what other titles he could get that were not in the awakened system. Shin approached him, surprised that he was unhappy with their victory, and replied that there was more to it. Glancing to the side, Do-hyuk added that other bosses had appeared and needed to hurry. Smoke was rising near the main hall of the Blue Castle Guild building. The sword plunged into the ground. Inhan looked to the side, noticing that they were surrounded, to which his comrades said that they did not expect this. He stared at the group of people, not understanding what all the top 10 guilds in the country were doing here. Looking at him, the girl replied that they were aware of all their plans and that they would pay for throwing away their fundamental obligations. Now it was the awakened of this country. Frowning, the guy asked if Duvri did it. After introducing the hero, she replied that this trap was made by a person who is known as their eternal problem. Gritting his teeth, he realized that it was Do-hyuk. His attention was caught by the man behind her. He asked Jehun how he could, because if they cooperated, they could destroy the Blue Castle and get whatever they wanted. Looking at him intently, he replied that he would not trust someone who could betray at any moment, after which he heard a demand to surrender immediately. People with shields appeared nearby, noting that this also applies to the rear door crew. The girls smirked at the same time, saying that they were finished. The day before the Mega Flash, the hero stood in front of a person, offering to transfer exclusive rights to all his products to the Blue Castle. After presenting various items, he said that this would include 3 types of existing bombs and identification scrolls. Do-hyuk took the bottle of the Potion of Fame, saying that this time he would add a new product. Jehun stared at him, clarifying that he was trying to lure them in. An aura appeared around the hero, and he replied that this was just a survival strategy. He spread his hands, saying that he was giving everyone a chance, which surprised the interlocutor. Smirking, the guy added that this was a chance to get rid of all the guilds that were committing crimes at once. The girl standing next to him was surprised, saying that getting rid of 2 guilds was a glory, and clarified that he wanted cooperation during the war. The heroes were approached by a companion when he replied that it was so, and that 2 guilds would definitely ambush the Blue Castle during a mega outbreak, and added that it would be simple self-defense. She was putting away the sword now, thinking that it was thanks to it that they had been able to convince all the other guilds. Looking at the people involved, she noted that this way they were able to gain control without major losses. Another woman appeared behind her, saying that they too had managed to subdue them without much loss, and heard words of gratitude in response. They looked at each other, one of them saying that they hadn't been able to catch Sunyul and Inhan who were also there, to which he replied that they had lost them as well, and perhaps they were using their guild members as bait, avoiding them in the first place. Jehun approached with his horse, telling them to leave the search to them, to which both replied that they were counting on it. Looking at the interlocutor, one of them said that they should help in the fight against the outbreak, because the danger has not yet completely passed. The monster struck a sweeping blow. People tried to attack him. The girl took the sword away, saying that when she looked at him, she thought that he was a simple warrior, but as it turned out, he was also a strong magus, to which the young man pointed out that this was expected from an S-rank boss. Another one came out of the portal. He noticed that another lord had appeared. Jamie, turning to a friend, asked if they could request help, to which he replied that a mega flare is happening all over the world. He frowned, adding that it would be difficult to count on help from abroad. Flames appeared in the hands of the magicians. The fire rushed to the enemy. He held out his hand in front of him. Then he clenched his fist. An explosion rang out in front of him. The girl opened her mouth in surprise, seeing that he could even do this. The enemy's hand took on a dark aura. People were crushed to the ground. The two of them did not try to resist. The monster raised his leg over Jangmi and heard the order to trample them. A shadow covered the girl. Akron managed to hold his leg. A flash appeared in the sky. The monster was hit. It knocked him to the ground. The other turned around when he saw it. Frowning, Jangmi realized that his strength had weakened. She rushed forward, determined to attack now. Surrounding herself with an aura, the girl pounced on her enemies. The swing of the blade left a bright mark, and she struck a series of quick blows. Pointing his hand in her direction, the enemy was indignant at what she had done. Jangmi felt herself pulled. She was attracted as if by a magnet. Something bright appeared in front of his face. A dark sphere formed in his hand. He grabbed Akron's head. Dents appeared on it. At that moment, Irene grabbed the girl. The two of them maneuvered away. Spikes appeared under the monster's feet when the ice storm was used. A whirlwind surrounded him. Watching this, the girl was shocked by such magic. A block of ice covered the enemy. The guy who was looking in this direction was thinking that this was the power of magic and golem. A man appeared in front of him, apologizing for being late. Do-hyuk approached the guy, offering to recover a little and noting that if this is the same enemy, then soon he will break out from under the ice. Frowning, the hero asked his ally if he could keep him busy for a while. Smiling, he replied that he would try. Red eyes were visible in the ice. Do-hyuk glanced away. Daeho took a deep breath. Both rushed in different directions. The guy noticed the cracking of a block of ice. The enemy broke out of it. Then he grabbed his weapon. Daeho avoided his attack. Creating a fire in his hand, he noted that it was close. Gritting his teeth, he directed a blow. The fire surrounded the monster. The blow threw him back. But there was no trace left on the body. Angered, Daeho noticed that his attacks were not working. The enemy created a dark sphere. The guy was drawn to her. A burst of energy spread around. Do-hyuk's eyes glowed brightly when the anti-magic field was applied. 5 minutes before arriving at the scene of the battle, the hero ran next to Hayes, who was worried that it might be too late, but she still needed to say something. Imagining their enemy, she said that if this was the same ogre lord as the system said, then she knew something. Looking at her, the guy clarified what she meant. Imagining a mark on his body, she said that at the end of the previous fight, a deep scar had been left on his neck. Afterward, she imagined how he attracted people to him, saying that he was able to use the secret arts, applying the attraction of the target. So, looking in the direction of the interlocutor, she said that it was very important that he knew about it. Continuing on his way, Do-hyuk clarified that this secret art could be magic, and heard that it was. Looking at the girl, he thanked her, noting that if this secret knowledge was magic, then it was very useful information. Hayes looked at him anxiously, and asked him to be careful. Right now, Daeho was hanging in the air in an anti-magic field. Frowning, he noticed that the force of gravity had disappeared. The enemy was visibly angry. He pointed his gun at the guy, who thought it might go too dangerous. Attacking him from behind, Do-hyuk told his comrade not to worry. Lightning surrounded his hands. The hero struck the enemy with an arrow of lightning. The monster opened its mouth as it felt pain. Then he turned around, cursing at the hero. A swing of the sword left a bright mark. Daeho slammed his fist against his fist. His hands were surrounded by light and dark flames, and he also used stone skin. A bright flash appeared over the enemy. The guy pushed off the ground. He pointed his fist at the monster. He managed to strike. Looking at this, the hero thought that now, thanks to Do-hyuk, he could safely attack him. The guy struck a lot of blows, deciding to crush him with force. Another blow hit the monster's chest. From this, he surrounded himself with a dark aura. A pillar of dark energy covered him. Daeho, shocked, opened his mouth, not understanding what it was. The monster has changed noticeably. There was a sinister smile on his face. He put his hand on the guy's head. He looked as if he hadn't noticed his approach. With the next movement, the monster drove Daeho into the ground. He only opened his mouth wide and screamed. Bright flashes appeared above the monster when using a poison arrow and a magic projectile. The monster in front of him disappeared. Someone asked him how long he was going to run away. A dark silhouette flashed by. The monster saw a glow in the distance. The enemy grabbed Do-hyuk, saying that the game was over. Blood came out of the hero's mouth. My hand was trembling. Daeho fell to the ground. His face froze in shock. The girl treated Jangmi. Hayes glanced away. The monster hit Do-hyuk through. Blood was coming out of his mouth. Frowning, the enemy said that he would finish him off. Then he tore his hand out of it. He raised his sword above his head. The guy looked up. The blade was approaching him. The monster struck. Do-hyuk fell to the ground. Daeho lashed out at the enemy when he said that his life thread was quite strong. He managed to dodge the attack. He was behind the guy's back. Then he threw it away with a blow. Then he put out his hand, using the skill. Daeho froze in midair. The monster pulled him to itself. He grabbed his head, noting that he was tenacious, and wondered if he could survive if his head was smashed. He began to squeeze her. A bright light appeared next to him. The monster took notice of him. The system has notified that there is only one endurance rank and a special immortality skill has been activated. A girl with wings appeared above Do-hyuk while receiving the blessing of the angels. She brought her hands to his head. The hero opened his eyes. His wound has healed. Reports have emerged that all stamina and magical power have been restored, as well as the negative effects have been eliminated, and the special immortality skill has been converted into a mortal skill. He got to his feet when the angel's blessing was activated. Surrounded by a dark aura, the monster was surprised that he was so strong. Do-hyuk stared at him as the system reported that all stats had been increased by 50% and all damage by 100% within 10 minutes. The auras of both became stronger. The monster said that a moment ago he had thought that he was looking at a simple man who knew how to use unusual magic. Now they both had the same power. His eyes lit up brighter as he added that he would definitely kill him this time. The weapon appeared in Do-hyuk's hand. A spirit appeared above him when he used mana burning. The spirit gripped the enemy. The guy smirked when he saw that all of the monster's magic power had been absorbed, and now the user had this power. Opening his mouth wide, he was indignant at how a man dared to steal his power. A dimension gate appeared in front of him as he took a step. He was attacked by magic projectiles from behind. Several more dimensional gates appeared around him. The monster tried to fight them off, but there were more people around. Do-hyuk gritted his teeth. The guy moved quickly through the gate. The monster clenched his hands. His face froze in amazement. Looking at him, the guy decided that he had a chance while he was immobilized. The hero clutched his weapon. Ebenar spread his arms, his mouth open. The energy of his scream spread around. The brunette moved quickly forward. He put his hand over his ears from the loud scream. The monster stared at him with a grin, and then he quickly found himself nearby. Do-hyuk had to throw away its weapons, using armor and stone leather. Stones were scattered everywhere from hitting the ground. The hero found himself under the blade of the Ogre Lord. A red aura surrounded the pistol. Looking at the man, the monster said that since he had missed his chance, it was time to end him. Do-hyuk grabbed the gun, asking if he really thought so. In an instant, he was above the enemy. He opened his eyes wide, saying that even using these clones would not help him win. A dimension gate appeared under Do-hyuk, and he replied that it wasn't something he had to worry about. Then he showed the middle finger, saying goodbye to him. A ball of fire burst out when fired. Bright flames surrounded the monster. The fireball headed at the enemy. He raised his head. A powerful explosion sounded. Girls fell around me. Along with the hit, a deep crater remained. Gritting her teeth, she hoped that they would finally win. A passage appeared behind her, saying that it was all over. A Do-hyuk came out of it, adding that the enemy had been defeated. He held back the Daeho, saying he was in trouble, asking to call a doctor. Then he looked in the direction of the girls, saying that he trusted them with the rest. The system notified that the enemy had been defeated, 4 spatial shards were received, as well as an ogre heart. The man angrily withdrew his hand, ordering to search, because those people could not go far. They were watched from the roof. Sunyeo threw her coat over her shoulders, asking the boy what they should do. Turning to her, Inhan replied that there was no point in staying here and hiding, hoping for the soul of the tree. Then he turned away again, adding that they needed the help of the Chinese guild. The interlocutor frowned, surprised that they would really go so far. After introducing the man, the guy replied that they had no choice, and this guild would be able to provide them with protection. Someone opened his eyes with difficulty. I saw the ceiling above me. Do-hyuk jumped out of bed, realizing that he was in the hospital. Looking around, he realized that he had never been there, and then he glanced to the side, realizing that this was a medical center owned by the Blue Castle. Suddenly he noticed something. Sungmi fell asleep by his bed. Another girl came into the room, asking him not to wake her up, because she had been looking after him all this time. Yoonso held a basket of fruit, saying that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, which surprised the hero. After putting it, she added that it was a gift in honor of his recovery, and asked about his condition, to which he thanked him, noting the first-class treatment. Looking in her direction, he asked what had happened while he slept. Frowning, the interlocutor replied that a lot of interesting things had happened and now she would tell everything in order. Introducing the facet, she said that he was defeated, and now his body was taken away. Then she remembered the bandaged man, saying that he was alive and well. Afterwards, after presenting the spell and a few points on the map, she said that China and Japan are currently facing the same situation, and even now they are in the midst of a large-scale battle, and in China, since there were many simultaneous outbreaks throughout the country, they say that the damage is quite severe, because in comparison, there were no civilian casualties in their country. Several armed men gathered in a group, so suddenly the attack on the White Lotus Guild and the Tree Soul was successful and ended with both guilds being defeated and then fleeing. After abracing the edge of a person, she said that the soul of the tree was now in Mokpo. Then she remembered about Inhan and his companion, saying that the White Lotus had fled to China. Holding the phone in her hand, Yoonso said that was all that had happened in 3 days. Sungmi woke up when the guy regretted not being able to catch all the executives. The girl was rubbing her eyes when the Do-hyuk noticed her. She was surprised that he woke up. She could hardly hold back her tears. Then she hugged the hero. He looked at her in confusion when she said that she was very worried. Sunmi was shaking, because she thought that something had gone wrong. The smiler thanked her for her concern. Yunso reminded of herself with a slight cough. The girl immediately recoiled from the hero, surprised when she returned, but that the guy noted that she had been standing here for quite some time. Smiling sheepishly, Yunso said that Kbai wanted to meet with him, but since he was busy, she could kick them out. The Doohyuk sitting on the bed replied that everything was fine, and he was ready, to which he heard that then the interlocutor would take him to them. There were many cracks on the walls. It was a secret apartment in Jilin province. In the center of the room stood an empty throne. Tied up people fell to the floor. Someone greeted them. The girl tried to raise her head. The man stood in front of her. He sat on the throne. Inhan gritted his teeth when he heard his name. Sun Yo was also nervous. The interlocutor smirked, asking them if they knew who he was. Both were angry, asking who he was to treat them like this. Looking at the man sitting in front of them, the girl added that he could not get away with it. Imagining the man's face, she said that they were under the protection of the guild master, to which he only replied that they never understood anything. With his mouth slightly open, the unknown person spoke about who had chosen this place as their temporary base, and the one who had forced them to investigate. Sun Yo was shocked to hear that Li Hong did all this. Surrounded by an aura, the interlocutor noted that they had been betrayed. Frowning again, the girl said that the man had no reason to hand them over. Standing up, the interlocutor replied that she could think as she wanted. Then he approached them, adding that he had to do his job. A dark aura surrounded his hand. He placed it on his head in Han. The claw on his finger became sharper. A dark aura surrounded the bound guy as well, causing him to scream. The blonde man saw his memories, saying that he didn't have many of them about Doohyuk. Blood spurted in his direction, and he said that the guy was nothing. Seeing this, the Sun Yell exclaimed. The man looked menacingly in her direction, asking what about her. The hero imagined a conversation between two people, thinking that when he woke up in the hospital, many issues were resolved, and after the Kbai studied the corpse of the defeated enemy, it was handed over to him. Doohyuk created a bright orb in front of him. He finally got the blood he needed, and also created a spatial shard of legendary rank. There were many books around him, and after recovering, he began to learn all the skills that Taepung found for him. The guy was looking at the crystals, so he checked the trophy from the battle. The system showed that it was a spatial fragment. A dark heart appeared in his hand, the life force of which he had absorbed. A new message has announced that physical and magical defense has been increased by 200 points. There was another message about obtaining the title of Spatial Guardian and the appearance of a unique skill, the superior passive skill of a magician. Looking at his characteristics, he noted that he had gained a lot of knowledge recently. A bright light came from the windows of the market. The presenter standing on the stage said that everyone had been waiting for this for a long time. He tore off the veil by announcing that great merchandise was being sold today. Various types of weapons belonging to Doohyuk were exhibited at the stand. The dude in the audience raised his hand when it was announced that the starting price was 80 billion won. The hero looked at the stage when he heard his name. Yunso approached him, remarking that he hadn't been here in a long time, and replied that during the last outbreak he had acquired a few things that he now wanted to get rid of. Looking at the scene, the girl noted that these are 5 unique items. Its level is growing every day. The hero folded his hands, answering that the starting price of weapons of this class usually starts at 100 billion, so most likely she was right. Remembering past events, the young man thought about what he had done with the help of an introductory book on magic circles and spatial stones. Looking away, the interlocutor noted that there was someone in this hall who showed great interest in his things. Doohyuk asked who she was talking about. Frowning, Yunso suggested that he look at the man sitting in the corner of the third row on the left. The man sat at a distance from the rest, while others called prices of 85 and 90 billion. The host smiled when he heard about 110 billion and asked if anyone would give more. The man raised his hand, answering that he would give 650 billion won for all these weapons. Everyone turned to him in surprise. The interlocutor glanced at Doohyuk, who clarified that she meant him, and asked what he thought. The hero frowned, realizing that this person was on a completely different level than the other awakened ones present here. The man folded his hands when the interlocutor said that this was a Urian, an awakened SSS class from Germany. A smirk appeared on the man's face. Holding the microphone to his mouth, the host repeated the amount, asking who would give more. The people sitting in the hall were silent, and the host announced that this auction was closed. Taking her hands behind her back, Yunso asked the boy if he was leaving, offering to have a drink together and talk next time, to which he replied that he could find time for it until the serious cleansing of the dungeon began. Smiling, she said that she would remember his words and that she needed to clean herself up, so she was already leaving. Urian walked towards the hero. Handing him the jar, he offered to talk and drink some coffee. The can of coffee opened, making a distinctive sound. The interlocutors stood next to each other. The man asked him if he knew how the whole world treated him, to which the guy replied that he was a promising awakened. Doohyuk lowered his eyes, saying that he had become famous for his scrolls, and the man wanted to tell him the reason why he had come to Korea. Frowning, he warned him as the head of Bai. Handing him the phone, Urian asked the hero if he recognized this face. On the phone screen was a wounded Inhan. The interlocutor said that his corpse was found a few hours ago. Then, putting the phone away, he added that it was an ant ghost who did it and seemed to put the name Do-hyuk on the list. Looking at him seriously, the hero clarified that he had come here to warn about this. Looking into his eyes, the man replied that it was, and therefore he needed to be on his guard. He held out an object, saying that by doing so he would be able to communicate with it, and if the ant ghost found it, he should use it immediately. Urian headed for the exit when the guy thanked him, assuring him that he would be careful, to which the interlocutor reciprocated his feelings. Later, the hero was standing in the parking lot of the market near the car. He frowned when he heard a sound. There was a bright flash with a call to action. A few more flashes appeared around the hero. Several explosions were heard near it. Do-hyuk stood in a cloud of smoke. Someone pounced on him. The hero was shocked by this. The blade flashed in front of him. The hero dodged the attack. An unknown person hit the car. His sweep split the car in two. Do-hyuk rose above the ground. Looking up, the masked man told the steel men to attack, because the guy couldn't dodge right now. Next to the other, a bright flash appeared. Another rushed forward. Enemies surrounded the hero. The eyes of Do-hyuk have acquired a glow when using infravision. Seeing the bright silhouettes of the enemies, he thought that if you count those who are now open, there are 13 of them in total. A bright light surrounded him as he applied the dimension gate. The enemies frowned when they saw that he had disappeared. Do-hyuk appeared behind one of them. He grabbed the man by the throat. They were surrounded by a dark aura when disintegration was cast, and the system reported that it was a Class 6 spell. The enemy evaporated in his hands. The others froze in amazement, not understanding what this spell was, and heard the order to stop panicking. They turned to the man behind them, who explained that it was not in the hero's body to use these spells all the time, and he just wanted to intimidate them. Frowning, Do-hyuk recognized the voice. The masked man's eyes shone brightly as the guy said that he was from the Hoon Tree Soul Guild. He took off his mask and, cursing at the hero, asked him if he knew what he had experienced because of him. Looking at him intently, Do-hyuk was surprised that he had come in person, promising to spare him if he calmed down, to which he replied that the guy really wanted to die. One of the subordinates handed over the sword when the opponent said that because of him he became the most wanted criminal, so now he is going through such times, but he was lucky to see the hero at the auction. Drawing his sword from its scabbard, the Hoon added that he would kill him for disrupting their plans. He pointed his blade forward, ordering the others. The enemies rushed at Do-hyuk, who told him that he had only himself to blame, as they had decided to attack another guild during a dangerous mega outbreak. Frowning, he added that he had asked for it. A bright beam appeared in his hand when using a fire arrow. Several explosions sounded in front of him. Smoke was rising all around. The hero's clones headed in different directions when using the mirror image. Hoon clenched his teeth, thinking that he couldn't see anything because of this smoke. The guy looked away. He saw the silhouette of an enemy nearby. A bright light appeared behind the opponent's back. Hoon turned to look at him. Frowning, the scarred guy thought about the hero's first jump. Remembering how he hovered above the ground, he assumed that the guy had figured out the location of all the awakened ones. His men looked around. Hearing that the enemy knew their positions, they needed to fight, covering each other. Do-hyuk watched their movements. A slight smile appeared on his face as he decided that now was just the right time. Then he directed his hand forward, applying a grip. People are surrounded by an aura when casting a third-class spell to keep enemies within a radius of 5 meters for 20 seconds. The hero rushed on. Seeing him, the opponent said that he was attacking. Do-hyuk avoided quick attacks. He left a trail of fire behind him. He then summoned a wall of fire by casting a 4th-class spell. Two attacked from behind. The barrier threw them back. Surrounded by fire, the Hoon pounced on him. A sweep of the blade caused a wave of flames. The scarred guy opened his mouth wide and screamed. The hero was surrounded by a glow. The flames froze in front of him when the Class 7 reflection was applied. All the fire was directed at the enemy. The flames covered the Hoon. He was thrown back. Wounded, he lay on the ground. Turning his head, the opponent said that if he died, it would not end there. The hero calmly replied that he understands that in the future it will only get worse, because the more friends, the more enemies. There were many wounds on the Hoon's face. He said that this was just the beginning, and the time would come when the hero would accompany him in hell. Do-hyuk stood silently over him. Frowning, he only agreed with him. The guy stood over the defeated enemy. For a while, he was just silent. Then he looked behind his back. An aura surrounded him and asked the others who wanted to continue. The people nodded to each other. The weapon fell to the ground. The rest raised their hands, answering that they were surrendering. Yunso ran up to them. Turning to her, the hero said that he left the cleaning to her. The bright sun illuminated the facade of Kbai the next day. The guy looking at the tablet said that this was all the information related to yesterday's battle. Looking down, Jangmi clarified that Hoon and his subordinates are dead. Putting one hand in his pocket, the interlocutor replied that it was so, and the other survivors had been arrested by their men, and he also checked the security cameras at the scene and found that the A-rank awakened Hoon could not counter him at all, to which she said that she was also looking at them now. Seeing the flames on the screen, she asked the interlocutor if he saw how the hero was able to resist the blow. Remembering these notes, the guy replied that the opponent's attack was quite successful, but it seemed to return to him. Bringing her hand to her face, Jangmi said the name Daeho. After that, she folded her hands, deciding to keep the information about Do-hyuk's skills a secret, because nothing good would come of everyone knowing how his spells worked. He raised an eyebrow questioningly, not understanding whether it was possible. He presented the aura of Do-hyuk, saying that if he decided to leave the country, then it would turn out that all their merits would go to someone else. He looked intently at the leader. So, looking into her eyes, he wanted to know if she was hiding something from him. Looking up, the girl asked a question about trust in her. She looked tense, saying that if that was the case, then he should focus on finding the culprits from the White Lotus Guild and the Tree Soul, and leave the hero to her. Dropping his hands, Daeho agreed. She looked down. The sign said that she was the director of headquarters. The bright sun illuminated the entire park. Do-hyuk was standing on one of his streets. Looking ahead, he was surprised that Sung-mi brought up this topic. Earlier, the girl stood in front of his bed, asking if he was free this week, and he replied that he was. The interlocutor was visibly embarrassed. In her hand was a peeled apple. She looked up, suggesting that we go somewhere. The guy saw the legs in front of him with a question about the fact that he had already come. Do-hyuk opened his mouth in surprise. The girl was wearing a white dress. Looking into his eyes, she asked about what she looked like. The hero looked away in embarrassment, replying that she looked good. If he knew, he would also dress better, to which she replied that everything was fine and that she looked cool even now. Turning around, Do-hyuk offered to go, but heard a request to wait. Sung-mi took his hand. They froze in awkward silence. Embarrassed, he raised his head and heard her ask if she could. A smile appeared on the hero's face. Squeezing her fingers, he replied, "Juice in general." Looking good-naturedly at the girl, he noted that in the future their schedule would become even busier, and continued that today they would have fun from the heart. Smiling back, Sung-mi agreed. Later, they rode the slides. Then we tried another attraction. The girl drank the drink when she heard the question about whether she was having fun. Looking at the hero, she replied that it was great to have a leisurely time, to which he noted that they only rode rides that he liked, and asked what she would like. Sung-mi looked around. When she saw the Ferris wheel, she said she wanted to go to it. From the ground, the attraction seemed very high. The cabins went up to the very top. The guys sat opposite each other. The girl looked out the window. Then I glanced at Do-hyuk. He, looking at the surroundings, noted a beautiful view. She also squeezed her hands. Then she took a breath, deciding that she had to do it. Frowning, Sung-mi turned to Do-hyuk. Suddenly, her eyes grew larger. The light in the booth disappeared. The guys looked around. The entire park was de-energized. Looking at the people in the dark, they noted that the rides were left without electricity. Do-hyuk turned to the girl, suggesting that she wait quietly until everything was turned on. She covered her face with her hands and, when asked what was wrong with her, replied that nothing. She was greatly embarrassed, surprised that this had happened right now. Then she lowered her eyes, noting a rare opportunity. Bright lights appeared in front of her. The whole cabin was filled with light. The girl raised her head in surprise. Looking at her, Do-hyuk asked if she was better, but she didn't understand what he meant. Sung-mi shook her head after hearing that she lowered her after the lights were turned off, and he thought it was a fear of the dark, and she replied that everything was fine. Folding his hands, the guy wanted to know what had happened. At that moment, the light appeared again. Looking up, they heard an apology for the brief power outage and the shutdown of the rides, hoping that they would enjoy the rest of the time. The wheel began to spin again. The girl lowered her eyes, and the hero turned to her. Smiling, she replied that everything was fine and he didn't have to think about it. The guy remembered how he stood next to the girl, thinking about the previous attack of the killers. Then he imagined a building surrounded by a barrier, noting that they had to come to a place with better security to continue training. The large space had good protection and was intended for their training. Going down the elevator, Do-hyuk wondered if the girl was currently training. He went inside, calling out to Hayes. Rukini rushed to him. The cat jumped on his face. The guy stroked her, asking what happened. Rukini pointed with her paw. The girl was lying on the wolf. She was fast asleep. Do-hyuk covered her with a blanket. A bright light appeared in front of him as he thought that since he had leveled up the mechanic, he needed to improve it while there was time, and summoned the Akron and Irene. Two appeared in front of him. After taking the crystal, he decided that he needed to use the remaining components correctly. A lot of screens appeared in front of him. Looking at the damage to the golem, the hero understood that he needed to repair it. The system showed a message about 40% of the repair. Looking at its core, he saw that the golem had risen to battle rank. There were many circles in front of him. The guy said that the drone should also raise the rank. A loading bar appeared under the drone with a message that its rank had risen to combat rank. A pillar of light lit up the room. This woke up the girl. Hayes stood up. She looked in the direction of the glow. The girl peeked inside, calling out to Do-hyuk. There was a cloud of dust in front of him. He turned when he was asked that he hadn't gone to bed yet, and was surprised that she had woken up. An aura surrounded his body, and he replied that the effect of the relic allowed him to stay awake. The interlocutor asked what he had been doing all night. Something glowed brightly in the smoke as he was about to answer. In front of him was an updated Akron war golem. An Irene combat drone was parked nearby. Something flew quickly under the ceiling. Several drones hovered in the air. Do-hyuk stood next to Irene and Akron, asking if I didn't have a girlfriend. She walked over to the golem, replying that they looked much sturdier and cooler than before. The girl glanced at the hero, who noted that she had trained hard. Her magic power had definitely grown. She frowned, replying that she didn't even have time to rest, remembering her revenge. Several crystals appeared in Do-hyuk's hand as he talked about how after the last battle, including the rank dungeon, several places were revived and they would be on their way soon, so we needed to prepare. Then he looked at her, adding that it was unknown if they would be able to get at least something like in the previous dungeon, to which the interlocutor replied that she would train more. The phone rang from his pocket. He held it to his ear, asking why Yunso was calling in the middle of the night. His eyes widened from what he had heard, and he asked again what she had said. Looking to the side, he replied that he understood everything, specifying that he could choose something himself. Then he glanced at Hayes. She raised her eyebrows when she heard that as soon as he made up her mind, she would definitely contact her interlocutor. Do-hyuk lowered the phone when she asked about what had happened. Looking at the screen again, he replied that he had just received an order from Kpai to clear the dungeon. He then frowned, asking her if she would like to join in. She smiled, answering that if it was with him, then she agreed. Placing Rikini on his shoulder, she clarified that if they personally asked him as a high-end awakened, did that mean that the dungeon was quite difficult, to which he replied that it was an unbalanced dungeon on the island. She looked at him questioningly, repeating the words. Next, a set of rules appeared with the hero, when he said that, unlike a regular dungeon, it has quite strict requirements, and no more than 5 people with the rank of SS or higher can get into it. Do-hyuk looked at the phone again when the interlocutor replied that she would prepare for this, and clarified that she had a week. Turning away, he added that until then, they would train together with a focus on teamwork, to which Hayes agreed. Sungmi sat on the bed, saying it was her. The background holders heard that it was already midnight in Korea, and the interlocutor thought that she would not pick up the phone, to which she replied that she simply could not sleep. The girl frowned when she heard that, judging by the fact that she was still awake, it was possible to assume that the date had not gone too well. Shin was standing outside the walls of a castle in London when she heard about what had happened. She looked away, turning to Sungmi. She was still holding the phone, having heard the advice not to worry about such things as the atmosphere or the meeting place, and to do only what she liked. A man stood next to her when she said that all was not lost, so she had to stay strong. Shin closed her eyes, adding that she had a fight soon, so she said goodbye. Sungmi put her other hand to the phone, hearing that good news would be expected from her, and thanked her. She ended the call. Then she got out of bed, deciding that the interlocutor was right. The girl frowned, telling herself to stop complicating things. A message came from Do-hyuk asking what she was doing now. The girl was embarrassed when she saw this. 1 week passed. Hayes stared at something with delight. The helicopter offered a view of the island. Clinging to the window, she was glad that she had seen the sea. Then I looked at the hero, saying that I had only seen him in pictures, and it was beautiful. Hayes felt uncomfortable. After that, she sat next to me, apologizing for the fact that when I was in the Empire, I could not go too far. So now I am so surprised, to which he replied that there was nothing to apologize for. Do-hyuk folded his hands, saying that if it weren't for the dungeon, he would also go see the local sites, and heard that they were almost there. Now he went to the window himself. They saw a landing site next to the Kpai branch building. The helicopter landed on it. The hero helped the girl get out. A man approached them, greeting them. The girl was smiling, saying that her name was Jaihai. Do-hyuk approached her after hearing that the others had already arrived, and worried that they were late. She, smiling, replied that there were still 30 minutes before the meeting, and having calmed down, he listened to them follow her. Sungmi was sitting at the table when she thanked her for being told. Turning to her, Yunso said that Do-hyuk would be coming soon, but I noticed how nervous she was. Approaching her, Yunso asked if everything was fine. Sungmi replied that everything was fine. Both were sitting at the table. The dark-haired woman clarified that since this was an unbalanced dungeon, it was more difficult than usual, and the condition of the body was very important, so if she felt bad, they could start tomorrow. The door to the room opened when she replied that everything was fine. The hero entered the room and asked them how long they had been waiting. He glanced at the Sungmi, noticing that it looked different than last time. The girl averted her eyes in displeasure, answering that then she just extended her hair and dressed up. Yunso smiled, laughing in her mind. Then he stood up and said, noting that everyone was assembled. Looking at the hero, she offered to introduce everyone to each other. Looking towards the person, she said that it was Ixin who would fight them. A smile appeared on the dude's face. He held the weapon, saying that it was a pleasure to meet him. The new member of the team looked at the others and, repeating his name, said that he was glad to meet him. Do-hyuk smiled at him and, introducing himself, reciprocated. He looked up in surprise. The new acquaintance was much taller, to which he drew attention. He replied that his height was 2 meters. Yunso, who was standing behind, noticed that he was 39 years old, and used 2 battle axes in battle. Presenting this axe, she said that just like herself, it can deal physical and magical damage at the same time. Ixin put his hand behind his head when the hero remarked that he was older than him, asking him to address without formalities. Later, they left the portal. The guys still closed their eyes. Do-hyuk stared ahead. Seeing the mountains in front of him, he realized that this was an unbalanced dungeon. Looking around, Ixin noted that this was the first time he had seen such a spacious, to which the hero said that the size and terrain of the dungeon changed depending on his rank. Drones appeared above his head. They went on. Watching them, the comrade said that if he had one of these things, it would be easier to fight, because he didn't know how much longer he would be able to carry such a body. But the guy said that he was still at the peak of his capabilities. The drone flew over the forest. Frowning, Do-hyuk said that as a result of his search, they would not be able to rest inside the canyon, so for now, they would stop here and get ready. Everyone was surrounded by a bright light. Ixin looked at the glow, noting that it now feels like he's climbed a whole rank. Someone turned to Hayes. The girl standing next to the wolf heard that since he was a thrower, she could look after the rear and protect them, and she agreed to this. The group moved forward. In the silence there was only the sound of footsteps. Do-hyuk turned to the others, asking Yoonso to look up and reminding Hayes to keep an eye on the rear. He smelled it. Spreading his hands, the hero told the others to stop. The comrades also smelled a strange smell. A haze surrounded him when he realized that the smell was quite familiar. His comrades looked around. Sungmi noticed something. Monsters appeared in front of them, and she warned of an attack from the front. They had eyes of different shapes. They were emaciated apostates. Do-hyuk turned when he heard the address. The monsters also appeared in front of the haze, who warned that they were attacking from behind. Heading towards her, he told Ixin and Sungmi to hold out for a while. The girl took cover behind the shield. Monsters struck. She held back the onslaught. The guy raised the axe above his head. The energy of the impact spread around. Seeing the approach of new ones, he said that there were more and more of them. The man threw an axe. The weapon hit several at once. Ixin caught him like a boomerang. A heavy step was heard. What he saw surprised him. Behind the others, a large monster appeared. Red liquid flowed out of it. There were several heads on his body. Ixin pulled one of the axes behind his back. The monster's attack headed at him as he thought about how he could kill it. Akron descended to the ground. Fire appeared in his hands. The golem stared intently ahead. A cloud of fire appeared in front of him. Irene flew through the flames. He rushed to the sky. The drone hovered in the air. A sparkle appeared in his eyes. Bright rays burst out of it when the attack was applied. They hit the ground. Several lights appeared above the monsters. Explosions sounded on the ground. Ixin crossed his arms, hoping that there should be fewer of them. From what I saw, my eyes became bigger. Having lost part of his body, the monster survived. The guy thought that he didn't care about the attacks. Seeing the red sphere, he thought that this red thing might be his real body, and that he was quickly recovering. Sungmi stood behind him, suggesting that the red object was his weak point, to which he agreed, adding that this object had magic damage resistance. Raising his weapon, the guy heard that the girls were using golems to open the way, and he had to destroy this thing. Sungmi brought the shield forward, saying that when using the taunt skill, he should attack immediately. Akron and Irene bowed their heads at the request for protection and accepted it. The monsters attacked the girl. A light appeared above them. The golem struck. Akron was next to the girl. Looking away, Sungmi decided that the time had come. Her shield emitted a red light. The monster took notice of him. With her mouth wide open, she shouted that the time had come. Ixin rushed forward. He pushed off the ground. A multitude of hands appeared under him. The guy gritted his teeth, surprised by such an attack. Irene was already hurrying towards him when he couldn't move. The robot put a hand on his shoulder. An explosion sounded behind them. Flying with him, he said that now he could be abandoned. He raised his head, accepting the order. Irene threw it forward. The man's eyes lit up brightly. Ixin put the axe behind his back. He gritted his teeth as he told the monster to die. The weapon hit the sphere. Ixin sliced it in half. A bright flash appeared from the impact. The guy was still clenching his teeth. In the center of the hall was a bowl. A green fire burned in it. A man in a cloak was standing nearby. The red crystal fell apart. His eyes shone brightly, and he thought that the toy he had created was broken. A man appeared nearby, saying that they were in trouble. The guy frowned, saying that intruders had appeared and were destroying the renegades housed in the stone canyon. Looking at the flames, the odium heard that he should see it, but interrupted, replying that he already knew everything. Looking in the direction of the interlocutor, he noted that he was taking on too much. A dark hand approached the man as he talked about how they couldn't leave it. Odium lifted him off the ground, suggesting that he had lost his fear. The boss was surrounded by a green aura as he added that he didn't want such cowardly and weak subordinates. Veins appeared on the subordinate's face when he heard that he would be allowed to be reborn again. Then he fell to the floor. Lowering his head, the odium told him to rise again. Explosive energy spread throughout the room. The floor cracked behind him. Monsters rose from the ground. Looking down, he ordered all exits to be blocked and the trespassers eliminated, and that he would deal with them soon. It was raining outside. Looking at him, Do-hyuk was surprised that he was in the dungeon and was glad that they quickly left the canyon. Frowning, he remembered that they didn't have much to eat. Someone sat down next to me. Sungmi was drying her hair by addressing him. The girl, looking into the eyes of the hero, asked if they could talk. The two of them sat by the fire. Looking at her, he wondered if she had gone to bed. The interlocutor replied that she could not sleep. Do-hyuk smiled, noting that she had suffered the most in today's battle, so she should take some rest. Shaking her head, Sungmi replied that it wasn't because of fatigue. The girl moved a little closer. She was embarrassed as she addressed him, but then she folded her hands, remembering what she wanted to say on the Ferris wheel. Raising her hand, Sungmi offered to date. The girl turned to the hero, offering to go on a date. Embarrassed, she pursed her lips. Do-hyuk stared at her silently. He had just opened his mouth to say something when he heard that the others had returned. Yoonso walked into the cave, saying that it was Sungmi's turn to stand guard. Both looked at her in silence. A new morning came. The sun shone on the entrance to the cave. When it became lighter, the rain miraculously stopped. The wind stopped. They continued to fight. As their teamwork improved, so did the speed of clearing. A green aura surrounded the monsters. They were shocked to be attacked by the dead bodies of the awakened who had been here before them. The monsters were left behind, because they managed to calmly get rid of them. Everyone looked in surprise before them. There was a high door on the rock. They assumed that it was the entrance to some kind of altar on the top of the mountain. In front of the entrance, a green liquid was spreading. The dead were rising from it. One of them opened his mouth, saying that they could not allow the odium to get close. Ixin looked at the hero, noticing that the enemy was different from the rest of the monsters, and the girl agreed with him. Imagining the people in robes, the hero thought that the last time he cleared the dungeon to get D rank, Odium was the main priest of the temple. But then he was defeated, and now this subordinate is Vandella. Frowning, the guy was surprised that he would become the main boss of this dungeon. Sungmi looked at him, addressing him. Seeing the rebel, he noted that it was surprising that he could speak, although he could hardly say anything of value. Surrounding himself with auras, he offered to kill him. More dead people appeared next to him. The comrades rushed into battle. The monsters opened their mouths and growled. Bright traces were left in the swing. Ixin was swinging axes. Daeho and Yoonso also dealt damage. The flames rose to the sky. Odium stood by the bull. Hearing a step behind, he said that he couldn't even stop them. Then he rose above the ground and, calling people creatures from another world, asked them that they were also going to kill him. Lowering his head, he added that until now everyone who had sought him and came for his life had gone to hell, and there was no salvation for them. Frowning, Daeho replied that this time would be different. Surrounded by a bright aura, he heard that he was different from those he had seen before, and when asked if he had killed the Isaac, he replied that it was true. His aura became brighter when he heard that he was the trespasser who had penetrated all the dimensional rifts, and the question of who was helping him should be impossible with his strength. Looking carefully at the enemy, the guy replied that his name was Deus, and it was a creature that intended to interfere with them all. After introducing the chessboard, Odium replied that they were just pawns for these creatures, and when they no longer needed them, they would simply get rid of them. The enemy hung in the air, and when asked what it was, he replied that after being left alone in this world, an idea came to him. Surrounded by a green aura, he talked about how this was all a test, as he didn't trust the master from the beginning. The green barrier blocked the exit. The boss threw up his hands. He then picked up one of them, saying that if they were destroyed, he would be able to return to his homeworld. Energy filled the room. It rained from the ceiling as tears of despair were applied. Daeho was walking in this rain when there was a report of a negative impact and a decrease in stamina by 100 points every 30 seconds. Looking behind him, he told the others to act according to the plan. Sungmi moved to the side. Looking down, the boss noted that he didn't know what the hero was up to. The guy saw him disappear. Odium appeared in front of the girl, adding that they would not be able to escape. His eyes lit up brightly. Under the influence, Sungmi opened his mouth. Odium held out his hand in front of him. A bright beam burst out of it. The girl came to her senses. Daeho stood nearby, telling her to come to her senses. Noticing the attack, she warned about nothing. The hero threw it aside. The guy was damaged. Rays came out from behind the boss. Sungmi turned around, calling out to Daeho. There was a wound on his face. He told her not to worry and just run. With tears in her eyes, she rushed on. The enemy raised his spears, saying that he would not allow it. The attack followed. The green rays almost caught up with her when the absorption was applied. They changed their color to purple. Odium was surprised by this. Daeho defended the girl. His hand radiated light. Looking at him in annoyance, the enemy was surprised that he continued to block him. Raising his head, the hero replied that as long as he was alive, he would not touch anyone. A few minutes before the boss fight, the group looked around in the inner corridors of the temple. Daeho spotted the passage. Turning to the others, he asked them to stop for a minute so that he could say something before the battle. Looking at his comrades, he said that he had some explanations about the battle with Odium. The hero was standing in front of the others when Ixin clarified that it was about being afraid of the dungeon, to which she replied that it was so, that she understood that they had a lot of questions, but would answer them later. After presenting the scheme of the temple, he said that there were 4 rooms inside. In 3 of them, there were red dots when he said that they needed to destroy the magic stones surrounding the boss in order to defeat him. Everyone looked at Hayes and Yoonso when he talked about how they would go the other way. The girls rushed along the corridor. A guard stood in front of the magic stone. The hero said that as soon as they got to the appointed place, there would be the same stone that contained magical power. It would be guarded by stone statues, each of which had a characteristic pattern. The guardian took notice of them, so in the case of Hayes and Yoonso, it's rage. The other guardian was in the form of a dog, in their case Sungmi is speed. Guardian 3, he looked like a golem, for the rest it is defensive power. The stone emitted a bright light. Imagining the flames engulfing everything, he said that if it was overflowing with magical power, then all life within the temple would be destroyed. Looking serious, Daeho noted that this is why it is necessary to eliminate all these stones in order to prevent this. Odium spread his arms to the sides. The hero avoided its rays. Then he fired his own, using a power shot, but the boss blocked the attack. Looking at him, Odium asked the guy how long he was going to run, because this stigma is also incurable. Daeho surrounded himself with a barrier. A green mark appeared on his face. The system said that this brand would remain on the victim until the end of Odium's death. The boss disappeared again. He appeared in front of the hero, saying that he was careless. Blood spurted to the side. The enemy managed to strike. Daeho, gritting his teeth. Odium grabbed him, asking if he felt pain in his shoulder. A few more beams came in his direction, saying that he could feel her because of his weak human body. The hero is surrounded by an orange aura when using stone skin. All the rays were reflected to the side. Odium, who was standing in front of him, offered to see how long he could hold out like this. Frowning, the guy thought about his comrades hurrying up with the statues. The cross behind the boss began to crumble. It vanished into thin air. Looking behind him, Odium didn't understand why his magic was fading. He opened his mouth, shocked, saying that the stone statues were not so easy to defeat. The guy grabbed his hand, replying that he had no idea how long he had been fighting him in DNF. But the enemy didn't understand the words. A green aura surrounded both of them. Looking into his eyes, Daeho added that he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. They were surrounded by flames when using the blazing sun. Haze stands next to the archer and her pet, with green orbs floating around. The warrior looks around and says that now that they've cracked so many stone statues, each one of them has lost most of its power, so it will be quite easy to approach the magic stone now. Yunso turns to Haze with a serious look and declares that he will attack in this case, leaving her in a support role. The girl takes off. Red clumps of mana fly behind her. Bright red flashes appear around it. Powerful beams of energy shoot at the warrior, but she deftly dodges each one. Yunso runs purposefully forward, not noticing anything around him. A red vortex of energy appears in front of it. Rukini begins to make a sound after the owner orders the shield to be used. Two magical barriers are in contact with each other. Suddenly, Yunso evaporates from its seat. It soars into the air at great speed. It flies in a zigzag along the top and aims with a bow. The imperturbable lady, frowning, prepares to shoot. A quick arrow flies straight to the target. It pierces the enemy, summoning a cloud of flame. Green shards fall in different directions. Another heroine at this moment holds a sword and stands around the green rays. Behind Sungmi stands a fire warrior. It is said that she will have to fight fast statues, but they have extremely weak defense. Energy beams shine around the girl. It is explained that in addition, their attacks are predetermined, so you just need to find out the trajectory of their movement, and then you can destroy them with one attack, even as a tank. A green projectile rushes straight into the girl's back. Sungmi does not turn around while an attack beam is approaching it. She turns her head back sharply, her eyes fierce. With the help of a sword, the girl receives this shot. Gritting her teeth, Sungmi blocks the attack. There is a rapid movement of the blade. The green beast ran past, but the warrior managed to hook it with her sword. A powerful explosion is heard behind the girl. She calmly looks ahead while the fire burns behind her. A shining book lies on the floor. At this moment, the guy bravely fights with the blue opponent. Ixin, frowning, fights, while explaining that the statue he will be fighting has high defense, so it will be difficult to destroy it. A ferocious golem watches its opponent. The warrior holds a weapon in his hands, realizing that if you attack it with a combination of physical and magical attacks, then it is quite possible to win. Ixin sits down, preparing to rush forward. He flies into his opponent like a bullet. A red cut appears on the body of the stone golem. The fighter continues to attack him masterfully. A fiery stream sweeps away the statue. The hero with two giant cleavers stands in front of the defeated golem. A fiery whirlwind of energy rages nearby. The villain with a stern look wonders why he continues this useless struggle. Du-hyuk with a fighting spirit declares that they will live and see the result. His body is highlighted blue. He uses an intelligence boost. Red clots of energy are floating around, and the AoE damage amplification skill is used. The main character uses magic, realizing that with this power-up he can move his arm again. He has a fierce look. MC leads a flaming hand in a rage. A mad stream of flame shoots out of his palm. He uses a fireball. A green beam of energy furrows the space. It flies right into the floor. The stones scatter in different directions. The protagonist calmly holds a fighting stance, his body radiating blue mana. In the middle of the ruins you can see the enemy, emitting a green light. The villain asks how the bastard only dares to do this. The villain raises his hands and begins to conjure. He hits stones. He has a ferocious appearance. At this moment, Du-hyuk stands in front of him and carefully observes the actions of the enemy. A small earthquake begins. The protagonist realizes that he needs to get rid of him as soon as possible before he does something. MC holds out two arms and prepares to release a power fireball. A bright fiery stream flies towards the villain. He lands in a stone barrier created by the enemy. Suddenly, the summoned dead began to crawl out of the ground. The vile boss hides behind the spikes, stating that he wanted to enjoy how the protagonist suffers. With a crazy grin, he says it's time to end it all. Something begins to rise from the ground. A giant monster gradually breaks out. The protagonist stands in front of a huge monster and watches its ascent. The guy imagines a mutant in his head and notices that this one looks like the renegades he saw earlier. He squints, denying it. Hundreds of skulls are visible, which emit a green aura. Stone branches grow from them. It's all part of a giant golem. Do-hyuk realizes that it's something else after all. The giant has red eyes and huge sharp teeth. He swings his mighty fist, wishing the protagonist to prepare for death. The giant hits him with all his strength, causing a small explosion. Everything around is trembling and rumbling. Haze jumps along with her partner and asks if it's an earthquake. She replies that it was a burst of magic, so she needs to hurry. Sungmi at this moment rushes forward furiously. Ixin is also in a hurry to help. A ferocious golem with many arms stands in the arena. He removes his fist from the place where he hit the main character. Many clones of the protagonist appeared in the smoke. The villain declares that even if he tries to hide, the monster opens its mouth. MC's silhouettes deftly dodge his claws, but the scoundrel claims that he will not be able to avoid the attacks. Do-hyuk sneakily runs around while his opponent declares that he will die a miserable death because he just made him angry. Suddenly, one of the claws pierces the body of the protagonist. At this moment, a portal opens, from which the protagonist flies to the head of the monster. He forms a cloud of energy in a rage. The guy combines several techniques, using the skills of a light projectile and a power projectile. The protagonist throws them directly at the boss, causing a powerful explosion. The amazed guy looks ahead. Several boss arms reach out to him, and the attack did not cause significant damage. Monstrous hands grab the protagonist. The villain claims that with this level of magic, he cannot break through such defenses. The golem throws it to the ground with all its might. He continues to hold him, declaring that he is about to crush him like a bug. Gritting his teeth, Do-hyuk realizes that he can't pull anymore, while the purple system window says that due to bleeding, stamina has dropped by less than 10%. One of the fighters in a rage orders to go on the attack. The guys cut the monster's arms, intending to help the protagonist. Sungmi runs into the arena while the mutant says that he did not expect the help to appear so quickly. The warrior emits a purple light in a rage. She hits the monster's leg with her shield with all her strength. The monster feels heavy damage. The monster falls to one knee. Sungmi turns on the protagonist and shouts that he needs to act. The amazed guy turns to his partner. He has a serious look, his eyes sparkle blue. The guy instantly turns into a powerful attack. Do-hyuk runs right down the giant monster's arm. At this moment, the green tentacles want to pierce him. Suddenly, they are all burned by someone's attack. MC turns around as he runs. Yoon-so riding life shoots a bow. She frantically aims at it while the pet furrows the air. The main character takes off in a second. He jumps up and heads towards the monster, which says that no matter how much they fight, there is no chance of breaking the barrier. Sungmi throws the weapon to the protagonist, who calmly catches him. The hilt of the sword flies clearly into his palm. The guy swings an energy weapon using his enchantment. He deals a powerful blow. The whirlwinds of mana scatter to the sides. The blade struggles to pierce the opponent's green barrier. Suddenly, the villain's defense shatters into small pieces. MC looks ahead angrily at this moment. He swings a magic shard. He stabs him right into the head of a huge golem. The unflappable protagonist claims that everything is over. In front of it, there is a powerful blue flash. Do-hyuk approaches the defeated stone monster. He looks at him in surprise, realizing that it was quite dangerous. The purple system window says that due to bleeding, stamina has dropped by less than 5%. Ixin approaches him and declares that he has done a good job. The main character turns around and assures that if they had arrived a little later, the consequences would have been terrible. He, in turn, notes that they were all very lucky, because the fighter ran immediately after the destruction of the statues. The protagonist stands in front of his comrades in arms, stating that he did not expect such speed. Yoon-so notes that all thanks to the fact that the main character told how to fight the statues. Ixin reminds with a smile that the protagonist must talk about how he was able to learn a way to defeat them. Sungmi stands behind the protagonist and tells him that he did a good job. MC replies that she does too. He holds a piece of blade in his hands and states that she threw the weapon at the most opportune moment, even though it became so after recovering. The pleased girl explains that she did so because she knew that the monsters in the canyon were strong against magic. Sungmi looks at him and turns to the guy. A green brand shines on the protagonist's cheek. The partner wonders why it has not yet disappeared. The shocked protagonist remarks that it is indeed still on him. The purple system window says that it will remain until the end of Odium's death, and any stamina regeneration effect is replaced by an exhaustion effect. Suddenly, green cracks appear under the characters. Worried Sungmi, just be careful. She rushes to the main character, intending to push him away. An angry girl looks at an astonished MC. The protagonist falls to the ground. Black and green energy spikes pierce the body of her partner, preventing her from helping the main character. The worried protagonist cries out the name of his girlfriend. The black spikes hold it in place. Wounded, Sungmi closes her eyes. Her friends are agitated. The girl gradually covers them. The action takes place in a tall white hospital in the middle of the city. Sunlight illuminates the ward through the windows. A girl in hospital clothes lies on a couch. Sungmi opens her eyes. There is a white ceiling in front of her. she recognizes the walls of the hospital. The girl looks up and wonders how much time has passed. Someone tells her that about 3 days. Surprised, Sungmi turns around to see MC. She remembers in shock how the floor then began to burst at the seams. Do-hyuk sits next to her and calmly peels an apple. The lady asks what happened after that moment. He in turn says that she just woke up, so there is no need to be nervous. The protagonist continues to peel the apple diligently, explaining that the attack that hit her was the last blow of the bastard, and immediately after that, they destroyed it, then took all the loot and left. He holds out a treat on a fork and suggests that you stop worrying and rest. Sungmi reaches out and thanks him. The protagonist turns to his partner with a serious look. The guy recalls a case when he was hospitalized after fainting. Memories of the last rescue arise. The main character reminds her of this as well. He sits next to the girl and says that he just keeps giving her trouble. Surprised, the protagonist sees her return the empty fork. The protagonist stretches out his hand. The partner wants to say something. The embarrassed lady looks at him attentively and asks if he can give an answer to that question. A bewildered Do-hyuk tries to figure out what all the fuss is about. Suddenly he remembers their old conversation. An excited guy looks at a girl who addresses him. Sungmi is slightly embarrassed. The astonished girl suddenly hears an apology from MC. He says with a smile that he did not know about her feelings for him. The protagonist takes her hand with both hands. He declares with a serious look that he likes her. Do-hyuk offers her to become his girlfriend. The main character persistently looks at the girl. The blushing partner agrees. The action takes place in the port of Mokpo. The guy is standing on the ship and with a smirk declares that it's been a long time since he came to Korea like this. A man with bandaged legs approaches him. The guy turns around and sees him. He looks attentively and says that if it were not for the wanted criminal, everything would be much easier. The girl stands silently. She is asked what it is like to return to her homeland after so many years. Sun-yeol looks at him sternly, addressed by name. The main character is sitting in the office at the computer. It quickly types a message on the keyboard. Various magical items are shown, and he realizes that the materials alone are worth trillions of dollars. Frowning, the protagonist realizes that no one knew that so many materials were used to produce Deus relics. A red dimensional stone of legendary quality, and a famous drone blueprint are shown. The protagonist thinks that he got it by clearing the dungeon. Odium's legendary ring shines brightly. The system window says that it increases charisma by 400 points, magic power by 300, intelligence by 200, as well as several other abilities. The main character puts it on, stating that this is not the most important thing. Lightning begins to flash around him. A spatial token appeared above the palm, which was obtained from combining all the stones. There is a memory of the moment in which, after the fall of Sungmi, a strange synthesis worked. The protagonist barely escapes with the injured girl. He remembers that they were busy escaping, so he did not pay attention. In the system windows it is stated that 20 dimensional stones were combined into a token, and since the dark energy gathering in the magic tower was dissipated, the door to the dark dimension was locked and the dimension was released. The guy then could not even imagine that they would allow him to produce Deus class equipment. He moves his computer mouse, realizing that the biggest problem right now is with one of the materials. The red heart burns. Do-hyuk realizes that it is the most important because the condition for obtaining it is to deal a fatal blow to the dungeon boss. Business people are presented against the background of the world map. The main character realizes that in order to get it, you need to go to the dungeon on Alaska, which is currently owned by the American Guild Liberty. The protagonist takes his smartphone and calls Yeri, as he realizes that he has no ideas about this, so he will try to contact him. The action takes place in a skyscraper in which the American Guild of Liberty is located. A voice comes from the smartphone, saying that Do-hyuk has been talking about many important things, and either you need to give him the right to clear the dungeon, or he will join one of the attacking teams. A guild master named Brock states with a serious look that the dungeon is a place where they send all their best warriors, and then there were many victims, so even he himself considers this dungeon insurmountable, so it is not clear why the main character is suddenly interested in him. The master sits in a chair and asks again. The interlocutor explains that this is very strange, because it is known that this item gives the owner an increase in stamina by 1,000 points. But the catch is that Do-hyuk is a spellcaster. Brox with a stern look suggests that since he is a spellcaster, he should be interested in the Azura dungeon in China. A wary blonde is standing with a phone. They say that he is right, but the protagonist is quite cunning and did not say anything else. Brox turns around in thought. A serious guy realizes that it would be nice to take advantage of this opportunity to see his skills. With a thoughtful look, he comes to the conclusion that it is no secret to anyone that he shows interest in him not only as a potential member of the guild, but also as an awakened one. At this moment the master is asked what to do next. The lady holds the phone to her ear. She is told that they will assemble an attacking group and go with it, but only on one condition. She is interested in which one. There are mountains of bills on the floor, and it is said that the rent for the rights of the Akazela dungeon will be set at 300 billion won for each crew member. The fighter stands in front of the glowing spheres. The second condition is that before attacking, all team members will be evaluated and must be accepted unanimously. Brox, with a stern face, goes on to say that if MC fulfills these conditions, he will take responsibility and guarantee his heart. Frowning, the guild master asks to be warned that he has absolutely no intention of cleaning up after him. The phone is next to him. From there comes the question of whether the main character will really have to survive alone. Then she claims that she will give it to him. The boss is standing in his office with a grin. Brock smiles, knowing it's going to be quite fun. Do-hyuk puts the smartphone on the table, stating that he should rest a little, since the decision will be announced only tomorrow. A bright glow appears behind it. The protagonist scratches his head and sees a pop-up window, then wonders if the translation is really already finished, because lately he has been at a rather mediocre level, so he stopped paying attention to it. The book sparkles brightly as he lies on the table, MC wondering if he needs to check at all if it's a win or a loss. The open book emits a bright light, and the system window says about spatial amplification and that the item contains formulas and the language of the gods, which cannot be understood by humans. The stunned protagonist sees only blank pages. The system asks him to proceed to the top of the nearest dais spire and open the first page. Other system windows say that if the reward in each dungeon increases, then each awakened person will also have increased growth efficiency, with the protagonist having to take this with them to the designated location to prepare for the appearance of the dimension gate. Do-hyuk, frowning, states that he is being told to prepare for the dimensional gate. He angrily introduces the ferocious monster, suggesting that another wave will soon appear, just like with Ebenar, since it mentions the nearest spire, i.e., only one place in sight, namely in Gwangwoman. The events take place in a bright building in which the capital office of the KBI branch is located. Jangmi stands next to the protagonist and states that she didn't expect MC to ever decide to climb to the top of the dais spire, who remarks that he has a personal file there. The girl looks around slightly, explaining that although the KBI is on the Do-hyuk side, in order to gain access to the top, you will need the permission of the director of the Korean branch. A dark tower towers over the city. MC declares that he knows everything. The head of the department with a stern face says that since by a happy coincidence the director is in their branch today, a meeting has been prepared. The protagonist clarifies that it will be a one-on-one meeting. The employee opens the door, while agreeing and saying that if they want to be polite, it cannot be ruled out that it will be an interrogation. Do-hyuk walks with her down the hallway. She approaches the door, stating that they have come to the headmaster, who is waiting for them inside. The lady takes the handle of the door, addressing the main character. She earnestly asks him to cooperate, but not to talk too much. Jangmi looks at him with a stern face. MC smirks slightly and assures that he will do so. Frowning, he claims that he will give him only the necessary information. The head of the department goes inside, notifying the director that Do-hyuk has brought it. The man stands with his back to her and thanks her for her assistance. The disgruntled protagonist looks and realizes that he is the director of the Korean branch. The man in the suit does not turn around, stating that he has heard a lot about Do-hyuk. The man smiles, saying that his name is Jane, and he is the director of the Korean branch of the WBI. Suddenly, his benevolent one changed to a fierce one. He earnestly asks to sit down. The main character sits opposite the chapter. Next to him is Jangmi. Holding a book in his hand, Jane says that his words are based on the books he received on his own, while he clarifies whether all awakened people can increase their effectiveness and rewards by clearing dungeons. The protagonist agrees with a serious look, claiming that not only he can do this, but all the awakened ones. With a twisted face, he says that he needs to climb to the top of the dais spire. The head of the department sits across from him and asks if Do-hyuk thinks this is a bit strange. The protagonist looks at the man, who wonders why all these things are happening to him, who in turn replies that he can only say that he found out about it when he identified the books found in the dungeon. Jane with a straight face admires his ability, claiming that he wants to do the same. MC smiles, stating that everyone tells him so. The interlocutor thinks about the tower and suggests that they end their conversation and return to negotiations about the spire, because you can only get to the top with the code S. Silhouettes of workers are visible. It is explained that there are only 5 such people in Korea, 2 of whom are him and Jangmi. The main character sits opposite and agrees, while Jane assures that there is nothing good in this place, because if you provoke the anger of Deus, you can even say goodbye to your life. The head of the department, with a serious face, intends to check the book that the protagonist is talking about. He extends his hand and declares that Do-hyuk is a significant figure on a national scale. He squints his eyes, assuring that he must prevent future dangers that may happen to him. The smiling protagonist apologizes, stating that this book can only be used by those who have identified it. The interlocutor notes that this is the first time he has heard such a thing. Jangmi sits next to the protagonist and states that this situation also happens to them for the first time. The head of the Metropolitan Department says that not so long ago, spatial stones of the legendary level appeared. She explains with a serious face that a lot more happened before the 20th anniversary of the first wave. Jane, with a benevolent look, offers to take a look at the power of this spatial amplification, as there is no reason not to do so, as the effectiveness of all the awakened will increase. The guys are sitting at the table. The head suggests heading towards the spire. They walk on tiles. The events unfold inside the dais spire. He turns to the protagonist and says that they are already there. In front of them is a giant gate. The man says that this is the entrance to the upper floor of the spire. Jane with a stern face says he can go while he and the branch manager wait downstairs. The main character with a satisfied look thanks him for his help. Do-hyuk swings open the giant doors and walks in. It is quite dark around it. He stands still and looks around. The protagonist looks away and wonders why he does not see anything. Suddenly, a bright sphere appears. MC is on a huge bridge that leads to this magical sphere. The main character is slowly moving forward, approaching the yellow lightning. In the system window there is a request to open the first chapter of spatial amplification. The protagonist opens the book. The light illuminates everything around. A vortex of magical signs swirls around him. The system says that the seal of spatial amplification has been removed. MC stands in front of the solar clump of energy. The mana comes from an unusual sphere. The pop-up says that there are 5 minutes left before the full power of the dimensional enhancement is activated, so you need to be prepared. The protagonist stands in front of a flying book, at which point a voice says that someone has managed to find the key. The astonished protagonist looks up and asks who it is. Golden rings rise above the protagonist, clouds are visible, and the voice claims to be the Alpha and Omega of the system of the awakened, a being called to start all over again. He says that people call him Deus. Do-hyuk looks at the heavens. The deity says that he will allow him to ask one question, as he has found the hidden key. MC recalls his adventures and wonders if he has chosen the right path, given what he has been doing up to this point. A voice is heard in the sun's clouds that claims to be right and superior to everyone else. Stunned, the protagonist looks at the sky. The yellow sphere lights up again, but everything around it becomes dark. The guy clenches his fist and laughs, saying that he is right and superior to everyone else. A happy MC thinks that he still has a long way to go, so he must become stronger. Opposite the protagonist is a bright beam of energy. In the system window it is written that the power of spatial enhancement has been fully activated. The guy reaches out for the light energy. The pop-up says that it was spread all over the world. A tall beam trail appears on the platform. He crashes into a purple pedestal. Small particles of the book gradually flutter in the wind. Surprised, the protagonist looks at the blue book. The window says that the spatial amplifier has been converted into an 8th grade spell book, called Iron Skin. He examines her carefully, realizing that he did not expect this, while the message says that a new class of ranger was unlocked with the help of a power-up. In other system windows, it is written that the user also receives the blessing of the ranger, in addition to the enlightenment of the pioneer. Do-hyuk looks around with a serious look. Golden chains envelop a magical bundle of energy. The system window says that a golden gate has now been created in each country on top of the spire. The information will be distributed to all the awakened within 5 days. There's 120 hours left to release. Outside the window you can see the night metropolis. Do-hyuk reaches for the door, realizing that since he is next to the office, he needs to pick up the books that Taepon found. He has a serious look, and realizes that it would be nice if there is a high-level spell book among them. The guy is standing in the middle of a dark office. A silhouette of a man can be seen in front of him, and MC tries to figure out who he is. A red aura emanates from the stranger. The discouraged protagonist cannot believe it. Sun Yeol emits red energy with a sinister grin. The protagonist recognizes it. Indignant, Do-hyuk exclaims that he remembers exactly that the girl fled to China. The brunette stands with her back to him in the middle of the office. The disgruntled protagonist tries to find out how she ended up here. In the next second, the cunning girl turns around and directs several projectiles at him. MC forms an energy shield around himself and blocks the attack. He looks indignant. The rival takes off until the protagonist realizes that she is an S-ranked awakened White Lotus of the guild. Several Sun Yeol clones fly to attack Do-hyuk, who takes cover behind a barrier and realizes that he must not let his guard down. Red projectiles fly into the dome of the main character. The energy barrier begins to crack. The wary villainess carefully watches his actions. It glows red and goes into another attack. At the same time, the protagonist tries to escape. The guy turns around and activates the skill with a glowing hand. At this moment, the opponent holds a giant cannon in her hands. Gritting his teeth, MC notices this threat. The girl has a fierce look. She fires a powerful shot from her contraption. A red cloud of energy flies directly at the protagonist, who realizes that it was an unusual trajectory, but a mixture of spells of natural laws of physics. The guy escapes into the dimensional gates, realizing that it will be dangerous if he falls under it. Frowning, the main character holds out his hand. A fiery flash illuminates everything around him. Smoke is spreading in the middle of the ruined walls. Suddenly, a small bundle of energy appears. The portal expands, and the protagonist flies out of it. He is on top. Do-hyuk activates the flight skill in time. He carefully goes down. Around him are city buildings. The guy sees red flashes not far from him. The projectiles fly towards the protagonist again. It activates the magic barrier and deflects each attack. Frowning, MC watches his opponent's actions. Suddenly, the girl flies straight to him. Red-eyed Sun Yeol attacks the protagonist with a mad look. Crashes right into the barrier. A flash occurs. Stunned, Do-hyuk looks up, not understanding what is happening. A ferocious rival flies straight at him. Unfazed, MC holds out his hand and uses a power rocket. At this moment, the girl shoots from 2 pistols. Their shells crash into each other. An angry protagonist glances at her. The bloodied rival watches intently as he remarks that he's not scared of all the attacks that are raining down on him. Dark silhouettes of fighters appear. MC thinks about losing his ego with those guys last time. Do-hyuk hangs in the air while the lady flies to attack, while he realizes that the only thing he can do is immobilize her. A ring of energy appears around him, and he uses his power rocket and ice storm skills. Gritting her teeth, MC looks forward. Icy blobs of mana pierce through space, heading straight for your opponent. Sun-Yeol, holding the pistols, feels the impact. A white stream of energy covers her body. A giant wall of ice appears in front of the protagonist. The girl is frozen in the ice. MC realizes that since she is not even human, there is no point in bothering her. Frowning, Do-hyuk assures that he will keep her on KBI. A blue block of ice is located at the top of the skyscraper. The mysterious fighter has been watching all this time. He notices this great power. Sun-Yeol's eyes are inhumanly red. The head of the department understands that this is still not enough. The girl opens her intimidating mouth, and the fighter cannot believe that they are trying to stop the former S-rank awakened, who has also been modified. The ice block breaks and the opponent flies towards the protagonist. She holds out her arms, intending to generate a weapon. A huge, deadly blaster appears in her hands. The observer, frowning, thinks of the vanity that makes her feel superior to her opponent. The villain touches the muzzle of the weapon to MC's chest. Do-hyuk looks on in shock as it is said that it will lead to her death. The main character flies into the ground from a powerful shot at point-blank range. Sun-Yeol's face is disfigured by red eyes and markings. At this moment, the guy is rapidly flying onto the road. He lands on the asphalt, causing a powerful explosion. A rival with bandages on her body lands nearby, smoke wafting everywhere. It slowly approaches a large crater. Do-hyuk is lying unconscious right in the middle of it. The girl grabs the hilt of her weapon, which glows red. Sun-Yeol stands in front of the reclining protagonist. She raises a sharp sword above her. Her eyes are completely red and her appearance is fierce. The villainess swiftly moves her sword directly at the guy. The spearhead flies at the protagonist, who is lying unconscious on the ground. In the middle of the street, you can see a giant crater formed during the battle. A red whirlwind of energy is visible. A mysterious stranger in a black suit comes out of there. A white-haired guy with a stern face wonders if he really overestimated him. He stands in front of the fighting rivals, declaring that he did not expect her to win. The boy looks at Sun-Yeol and addresses her. At this moment, in the middle of the clouds of smoke, you can see the sparkling eye of the main character. Half of the protagonist's face is erased. He has a fierce look. An astonished stranger with purple eyes sees this. Do-hyuk appears with an iron skin. The guy realizes that MC withstood the last attack with this spell. The system window says that the skill cancels all physical damage, while the movement speed is reduced by 90%, and the spell is not available for use. The main character with a disgruntled face asks who he is. The interlocutor with white hair calls himself Ghostant. Do-hyuk stands in the middle of the crater and wants to ask something. The interlocutor agrees, stating that although he does not know why people gave him this nickname, the disgruntled protagonist loudly asks what he needs at all. The mysterious stranger looks around at the crowd and says that you should first choose another place to talk, because there are a lot of extra eyes around. The outraged protagonist wonders if he really thinks that he will just follow him. A red glow appears in the villain's hand. The scarlet sphere is getting brighter. Ghostant assures that his opinion is not taken into account at all in this matter. The red energy fills both of them in an instant. It collapses and the guys immediately disappear. The disgruntled protagonist keeps a close eye on his opponent. They are standing in the middle of empty space. The protagonist wonders where they are at all. Ghostant, holding his hands behind his back, says that this is a secret place created by him with the help of a barrier spell. The protagonist asks again. The white-haired guy happily raises his finger and asks not to worry so much. He stands in front of Do-hyuk and states that he is only there to talk to him. The stranger's eyes glow red. He turns to MC. Discouraged, the protagonist hears a question about how much he knows about the power he can gain in DNF. Ghostant is highlighted in purple. He asks why he is so surprised, since there is absolutely nothing special about it. Enraged, MC thinks about the game and realizes that he has never mentioned it before. Then he clarifies what his opponent needs and how much he knows. A gray-haired guy in a black suit waves his hand and states that he knows that Deus chose him to awaken DNF, as all the skills and spells he used against Sun-Yeol were gained through the game. However, the interlocutor with a crazy smile says that this is not all. His gaze is inhuman, and he asks what else Deus has given him. A violet aura immediately pierces the space. The scoundrel demands to tell about it immediately. The outraged protagonist does not agree to such conditions. Suddenly, Ghostant appears near Do-hyuk, advising him to think carefully. The protagonist looks at him in shock and wonders when he managed to pull off such a trick. The red-eyed scoundrel looks at the excited guy. Ghostant, with a stern face, states that he sees him looking, and apparently he's not ready for such a conversation yet. Radiating purple mana, the stranger assumes that he has come too early. He turns around with a smirk, stating that for his sake, he will even take out one of those who are watching him. Ghostant smiles as Do-hyuk tries to find out who is following him. Do-hyuk replies that he will figure it out for himself when he turns on the awakened news the next day. The golden gears move. One of them reflects the protagonist, while saying that the world does not revolve around MC. There are thousands of others around this gear. Ghostant claims to be one of many. The imperturbable Do-hyuk assures that he did not even think about it. The white-haired opponent claims that he is mistaken, and there is no need to be so vain. Gritting his teeth, the main character hears that he is not the only chosen one in the world, and this is worth remembering. Ghost Ant cuts the space with his hand and tells the protagonist to think carefully about who he is and what his fate is, as well as how awakened he has become. The guy has a persistent, serious look. The stranger claims that they need to do it until they meet again. A purple barrier breaks around the shocked protagonist. Pieces fly in different directions. Do-hyuk stands in the middle of the crater. The action takes place on a bright sunny day. On TV, they show a giant hole in a skyscraper. It is said that yesterday, at about 10 p.m., there was a powerful explosion in the Dongjaku building and fortunately no one was injured, since the building was empty. In the middle of the skyscraper, a large piece of ice is visible. It is reported that it was seen immediately after the explosion. Specialists from the KBI in sunglasses and suits are already investigating this incident. The main character sits on the couch and is glad that everything went without civilian casualties. The news anchor states that they move on to the next ones. Shown a blue skyscraper. It is said that at 3 in the morning, Julian, the famous awakened WBI, was found dead in the hotel. The KBI had already begun an investigation. Discouraged, Do-hyuk heard the news. Footage from video surveillance is shown. It is said that judging by them, no signs of hacking were found. The main character looks at the TV and cannot believe it. He remembers Ghost Ant's words that for the sake of the protagonist, he will remove one of those who are following him. The excited guy reflects on how SS rank is far from an ordinary awakened one, but he was killed so easily. The guild master enters the office and says that MC arrived quite early today, who in turn asks what she is doing here. Do-hui is surrounded by bodyguards. The protagonist asks who they are. She replies that after the news, her father appointed guards. Closing her eyes, the girl wonders if the S rank really needs security. Do-hyuk stands up and approaches her, stating that this is the first time they'll be working together, and Do-hyuk remarks that she was looking forward to going to the dungeon with him, as it's so great. The silhouettes of ferocious fighters are shown. The protagonist worries about whether he will be able to pass the dungeon challenge with his team. The lady, turning around, says that there is hardly any need to worry, because his skills will definitely satisfy them. A smiling girl addresses MC, claiming that they are going to Alaska. The action takes place in the Freedom Guild, in the base on Alaska. Brock stands in front of a purple crystal and takes place in an underground training base. His gaze is stern. It radiates light streams of energy. With all his strength, he hits the purple stone. The crystal is unharmed. The guy wonders if it's still not enough. The guys are standing next to him. One of them asks if Brox is warming up. He replies that he did not expect such a quick arrival. An S+ rank fighter, Yin, states that he can't be late for such fun when the master invited him to clear the SS rank dungeon. An SS rank warrior, Arseny, says that the protagonist has unique abilities and just wants to see his power. The blonde man approaches them and claims that he has already voted for him. He introduces MC and says that he didn't think he would perform so well in an S-rank dungeon. Brox happily stretches out their hands, stating that they have done a great job coming such a long way. Ian indignantly demands that they remove their hands, as it is disgusting. Crossing his arms, a disgruntled S+ rank fighter says that if he gets the buff. Brox raises his finger, hearing the question if he can break it in such a case. The master replies that for them it is just a measuring device, so it is unlikely. Ian listens carefully to him about how they can count on support because he lives up to his rank. A worker stands next to Do-hyuk and Do-hui, stating that they have arrived. MC looks around and notices that this place is quite unusual. The dark-haired warrior exclaims that they haven't seen each other for a long time. The joyful blonde notes that his niece has grown up quite a lot. Ian remarks that he is not so old to call him uncle. The main character is amazed to ask if she really knows all these people. She replies that she met them in her youth, when she lived with her father in the USA and they still keep in touch. Brox looks to the side and sees Ri walking, noticing that she's there as well. 6 guys are standing next to each other. The guild master says that apparently everyone is already assembled. Brox, with a serious face, says that they need the agreement of 5 people other than Do-hyuk to join, while he expresses the hope that everyone has already made up their minds. Do-hui raises her hand and says that she saw MC's skills with her own eyes, so she agrees. Ri happily reaches out her hand, stating that rating doesn't matter during the last attack, so she agrees too. Arseny and Ian stand silently next to their friend. They haven't voted yet. One of the guys apologizes, stating that he has to check something. A rapid dissection occurs. Arseny flies past the protagonist. He turns back, stunned. The protagonist has taken the form of an iron skin and asks if this is really all. Arseny shrugs her shoulders and claims that in this case she will not hold back. Many energy threads bind MC's body, and they begin to sparkle and cause damage. Thin threads permeate the iron body of the protagonist. Arseny used their hands to influence them. Ri, an A-rank fighter, notices that they didn't have such a rule last time. She notices that the guy has become quite strong. The opponent scratches his head smilingly and notices that the skill that changes the body is amazing. The main character in response asks if he is really satisfied. An SS rank fighter holds out his hand and agrees, saying that Do-hyuk will join them. They shake hands tightly. The guy introduces himself as Arseny, and he is looking forward to cooperation. Behind them, Ian is burning. The protagonist realizes that there is the last one left. Half of the fighter's body catches fire. He asks Do-hyuk to take care of him. The cunning guy agrees, claiming that he wants to make sure. Brox goes to him in displeasure and demands to wait. He wonders what happened. The guys silently listen to the fact that although this is just a test, it is too dangerous to fight at S+ rank. A purple crystal is floating in the arena. The master suggests instead testing the protagonist's power up on this. Ian angrily says that he doesn't even know what to do. The blonde man crosses his arms and asks if the protagonist can buff Ian. The fighter directs his fiery hand at the stone, stating that he will try it himself first. A powerful fiery explosion occurs in front of it. Flames rage in the air. The main character, gritting his teeth, feels this powerful fiery inferno. The crystal remained unharmed. Brox stands behind Ian and asks if he really thought he could do it. The guild master looks at the protagonist and says that he can start. MC uses the skills of weapon enhancement and acceleration. With his eyes wide open, Do-hyuk uses massive amplification. Fire erupts on Ian's surprised face. The system says a massive boost that increases the range by 10 meters, as well as the combat abilities of all team members by 250% for 2 minutes. The fire gradually spreads through the fighter's body. He stands in the arena, blazing with bright flames. Hell completely envelopes his body. The warrior grabs the crystal with a fiery hand. Hellfire rages around him. At this moment, the underground workers can barely stand on their feet due to the earthquake. A column of fire bursts out of the building. An enthusiastic Brox sees this, with a surprised protagonist next to him. The girls are watching in shock. In front of Ian, there is a giant hole leading directly to the street. A discouraged Ian stands still and can't believe it. In the middle of the corridors, loud laughter is heard. Brox walks next to Do-hyuk and says that he didn't expect this to break through the reinforced wall. He apologizes. Ian smiles slyly, while the blonde claims that the main character has nothing to apologize for, because it's all because of that guy who got drunk on his power and couldn't control himself. The fighter touches the blue screen with his palm. The doors gradually open. The main character notices that there are quite a lot of guards. Brox replies that while they are inside, they know what is going on outside. The angry master asks for everyone's attention. He stands next to the protagonist and asks everyone to remember that it is Do-hyuk who must deal the final blow to Ikazella. 6 fighters go to the green portal. Fast drones roam the space. They fly over a dense forest. Fog creeps inside the forest. It is said that it is difficult to see anything in such a thick fog. The smiling protagonist declares that he needs to stay alert, while Brox asks if everyone has heard, because you can't relax, since this is an SS rank dungeon. Opposite the warrior are ferocious snakes with spears. It is said that no one knows what may happen next. A monster with long fangs asks how humans dare to trample their dirty feet on this temple. Brox suddenly throws a hard punch, asking what he is even talking about. Another mutant forms a beam of energy in its mouth. The blonde is preparing to jump. In a few movements, he overcomes hundreds of meters and rushes straight to the enemy. The red-eyed snake receives a powerful blow. The guy hits her right on the head. The snake flies back after such an attack. Brox struck with his gold gloves. Suddenly, there is a binding of threads. Energy threads entangled the snake. Arseny, hiding his face behind a mask, uses complete restraint. Brox indignantly asks why he takes so long. At this moment, the fighter ties up the rest of the opponents, while explaining that it takes a lot of time to contain so many monsters. Ian is on fire at this moment, standing next to his partner. His face is engulfed in flames. He is holding on to a thread. He sets it on fire with his fingers and claims that everything is already over. The magic ropes instantly burst into a powerful flame. Fire spreads to all monsters. At this moment, the main character is watching the battle with a serious face. He sees 3 fighters in front of him and realizes that these are the skills of the awakened SS rank. Brox with a smirk invites everyone to move on. Then, the events take place on the second day, in the dungeon. Forming a magic seal near the eye, shouts that they are advancing again. Bloodthirsty snakes quickly crawl to attack. Duvui stands in front of one of them. She is a master at delivering deadly blows. The stunned snake watches closely. A fierce warrior bravely fights the enemy. With a powerful throw, it pierces the monster's body. Blood scatters to the sides. Her eyes are burning furiously. Opposite are a few more mutants. They open their mouths and form green energy charges. The stunned girl thinks, not understanding when there are so many of them. Holding the blade, Duvui runs forward and suddenly realizes that this is the first thing to avoid. Suddenly, it is twisted with the help of the monster's tail. The amazed lady looks at the lying snake and notices that it is still alive. Brox anxiously shouts out his niece's name, while the main character notes that he will deal with everything now. Several other snakes shoot a green stream of energy directly at her. Do-hyuk rushes to her aid. He forms energy shields by using the reflection skill. The girl, bound by her tail, shouts out the name of her partner. The protagonist has concentrated the projectiles in the seal and wishes the snakes to take their arrows back. Powerful green shells burst out from there. Do-hyuk's eyes sparkle with blue fire. The action takes place in a hotel somewhere in China, with a light in one of the windows. Ju emits a red light, sits on the floor, and exclaims that he will never forgive him. The disgruntled girl exclaims that she will never forgive MC for what was done to her. A mysterious figure stands in front of her. Khan with an iron face stands in front of her and thinks about her. Memories arise in which one holds her partner in her arms and asks the master how it happened. Worried, Kong asks if he is going to leave Ju without treatment. The man in the black cloak turns around and says that yes, because with her current skills, she will never be able to defeat Do-hyuk. The white-haired boss with a predatory look states that until she drains all of her inner strength, they need to leave her anger towards the protagonist as it is. The girl listens attentively to the fact that this ugly face will always remind her of this. Then the master demands that Kong ignite this anger in her. Currently, she is standing in front of Ju and addressing her. A lady with a disfigured face looks up and recognizes her ex-girlfriend. Suddenly, the rival hears that she did not protect her. Kang's body is shrouded in iron skin. She says that they were on the battlefield, while clarifying whether she would have been able to cope with it if she had protected. The imperturbable girl claims that she is too weak. Kang stands in front of her and declares that giving up and running away like this is the right choice. A distraught Ju exudes rage at hearing what if she could continue to live with such an ugly face. A powerful burst of mana bursts out. She interrupts loudly, declaring that there is no need to make her laugh. In the middle of the dark building, a bright red energy flash can be seen. The distraught girl asks if she really thinks she will stop there, because this time she will tear him apart with her own hands. A group of fighters is walking along the corridor. The events take place on the third day. The leader raises his hand and demands to stop. Brox with a stern face declares that they have entered the danger zone. Arseny asks if again. The main character stands nearby and asks what kind of place it is. He replies that since he is here for the first time, it will be faster. In the dense forest, bright flashes of red can be seen. Someone's silhouette is visible. The warrior has chains on his wrists and a huge club in his hands. A ferocious A-rank monster named Katina is holding a weapon. In the middle of the fog you can see a settlement called the Kaiten Colony. Brock scratches his head and says that there weren't so many of them in the past races, but he is told that it was a long time ago, so it makes sense that there are more. Discouraged, the guys suddenly hear a suggestion from the protagonist that they can just break through. The blonde wonders how he is going to do this. Do-hyuk stands in front of them and asks if he can ask them not to make any noises near the monsters. They agree. Frowning, the protagonist says that in this case, there is one way. Suddenly, a magic field is created around them. It summons permanent invisibility, while the system window says about a 5th class spell. Ian exclaims in shock about his constant invisibility. Arseny exclaims about the power of spells. The confident protagonist says that this spell will protect them. The guy has a stern look, stating that they will hope the monsters don't have detection abilities. The awakened are illuminated by blue light. The girls look at each other in surprise. At the same time, invisible heroes peacefully pass by monsters. The fighters are standing next to the mutants who do not understand anything. Arseny looks around carefully. Brox looks at the guys and declares that if they are not smart, then they can only suffer, while the masked fighter says that he considered the skills of the main character to be for show, but it exceeded all his expectations. A pleased MC turns to them and declares that he is very glad that the guys liked it. Serious Brox stands behind them and claims that they have passed the danger zone, so now we need to speed up a bit. The blonde looks at his teammates and says that they don't have much time left to get to the boss area, so they can rest and continue the next day. Events take place closer to night. The starry sky is visible. Brox sits by the fire. He thinks with a serious look that it won't be easy to recruit Do-hyuk because of Doohui. Images of drones and a robot appear. The master realizes that his abilities are too good to be treated with distrust. The blonde, frowning, realizes that it is better to think about the Guild of the Blue Castle, and then about the Guild of Freedom. A man is standing not far from him. Suddenly he takes off. The protagonist flies through the forest at high speed. The guy looks carefully ahead, realizing that thanks to the boundless ring, he does not want to sleep at all. In the system window it is written that this item is of a unique class and wearing it, you will not be able to experience hunger or cravings for sleep. A dark image of the monster appears, which is an Ikazella SS rank. The guy flies over the tall trees, realizing that they are moving out tomorrow, but just in case, he needs to look around the area. The astonished protagonist looks ahead and notices something. A huge building appears in front of him. The protagonist remarks that he was haunted by why the monsters called this place a temple, but now he realizes that they were completely right. Satisfied, Do-hyuk sees a blue glow. A spatial token hovers above his palm. It flies up and begins to emit bright lightning. In the system windows, it is said that this token creates a unique power and resonance emanating from the Temple of Despair, so the protagonist is transferred to a resonant state. An amazed MC feels this effect. He looks around. The guy stands in the middle of the street and wonders if this is a trap. Suddenly, the protagonist notices something strange behind him. Behind him stands a giant silhouette of a mutant. The pop-ups say that the resonance caused the fake villain's spatial body to stop functioning. The main character sees a rebellious monster, realizing that they once knew him. A purple heart beats inside his chest. Do-hyuk feels a powerful influence from the mutant. Blood flows inside the luminous body of this being. Veins lead to his fair chest. The monster opens its eyes. The main character sees him in front of him, hearing that he has been waiting for this moment for many years. A blonde man with horns declares that his name is Ikazella. A magical warrior in armor claims that while wandering through dimensions, the god blessed him to be reborn in this place to protect him, while he says that he was waiting for the protagonist. The system window says that he has woken up. Ikazella has dark armor and long wings. Frowning, the main character realizes that he can get out of here if he is not caught. A red cloud of energy can be seen in the palm of the villain's hand. He says that he lost his eyes in the battle. It has sparkling eyes. The creature claims that the abyss will allow it to see even more. The scoundrel points the blade and demands that he stop hiding and come out. Disgruntled, Do-hyuk looks at him intently and asks if he really sees him. A ferocious villain with a crazy smile exclaims that this is very good. The scoundrel with a sly grin claims that the real battle will begin right now. The winged demon shrugs his shoulders, assuring that if MC wins, he can take whatever he wants from him. The indignant protagonist asks why the opponent said that he was waiting for him. Ikazella with red eyes states that the protagonist resonates with his power, so it will set him free. Do-hyuk looks at him and asks if his god really said it. He agrees, noting that he has been waiting for this day for a very long time. The cunning villain frowns, suggesting that he stop talking. He draws his blade and takes a fighting stance. Frowning, the villain claims that the main character has come to an end. The horned monster swings its energy blade and rushes to attack. Stunned, the protagonist sees an impending threat. He bounces while using his flying skill. His fists begin to glow yellow, and he realizes that he needs to deal with his attack first. The protagonist fires a powerful fireball at their opponent. Ikazella holds the blade in front of her and prepares to block. The main character carefully observes the actions of his opponent. He calmly declares that it has become very warm. The red blade cuts through everything around. The protagonist feels the damage inflicted on him. A giant red canvas appears near him. The villain calls on the man to show everything he is capable of. Wrinkling his face, Do-hyuk feels the pain of the wound. He clenches his teeth and tolerates her. Ikazella, swinging her sword, attacks him again. He has sparkling red eyes. The villain lands right on top of him at full speed. Smoke is spreading everywhere. MC used the iron skin skill and survived this attack. The villain holds his blade on his impenetrable shoulder. They fight each other fiercely. Sparks fly in different directions. The frantic protagonist prepares a blow and in doing so realizes that he was a fool when he asked an SS rank boss for a quest. A bright light illuminates the face of the enemy. The main character is sure that it is necessary to give his best from the very beginning. An ice storm rises on the battlefield. The villain is frozen in a block and says that things are going just fine. A red aura emanates from it. Black spikes pierce the ice. With a powerful flash of energy, he breaks the ice shackles, exclaiming that he has been waiting for such a duel for a very long time. The opponent rushes towards the main character at full speed, who, in turn, uses the skill of the Hymn of Healing. Frowning his face, Do-hyuk uses the enhancement skill. In the system window it says that the effect of it increases depending on the current amount of wisdom. The protagonist spreads his arms in different directions and summons fiery arrows. Flaming projectiles fly out towards the enemy. Ikazella sees them furrowing the space. The villain swings his blade and delivers a brutal blow. With just one movement, the villain blocks all fire arrows. MC dodges his energy counterattack. The resolute protagonist clenches his fist tightly. Flaming arrows once again surround the winged opponent. His eyes sparkled. A powerful explosion occurs. A column of fire rises tens of meters. The Do-hyuk shields itself with its hand from the shockwave. An opponent in dark armor stands on one knee and sighs. Ikazella is trying to breathe with a tired look. There are slight wounds on his face. He talks about a consistent increase in strength. Suddenly, the protagonist rushes forward to attack. The villain holds onto the hilt of his sword while several clones fly at him. He also claims all kinds of magic. The winged villain suddenly rises. The red point of the sword rises from the ground. The scoundrel begins to speak. Suddenly, the main character flies into his back. The villain with sparkling eyes exclaims that he has the eyes of the abyss. Focused, MC dodges the blade. A dimensional gate appears in front of him after he has used the skill. The villain hits him with his fist, but his hand falls into this portal. The horned scoundrel is angry because of such a trick. MC deftly moves in the other direction. He finds himself behind Ikazella. The imperturbable guy directs his magic hand, from which a yellow lightning emanates. The guy shoots a powerful chain of lightning. A yellow cloud of energy flies right over the block. The villain is frozen in the ice, he cannot move. At the same time, the main character stands in front of him. The beaten enemy with a stern look declares that he has never seen such different and fast magic. MC radiates blue energy. The opponent thinks it's quite fun. The horned monster looks at him with a smirk. He has red, crazy eyes, and asks permission to show off the power he has accumulated here. Astonished, Do-hyuk looks up and notices that his magic covers the entire sky. The red blob forms into a sphere. The protagonist realizes that he is absorbing it. Suddenly, there is a bright flash, sweeping away everything in its path. The appearance of a ferocious monster is visible. It has a long, dark tail with lava particles. Mighty legs radiate an aura. A giant monster with dark red armor appears in front of the protagonist. Ikazella in another form stands in front of MC, who thinks about how all the magic that was in the air is concentrated in his body, so he showed his true power. Frowning, Do-hyuk notices something. Cracks are visible on the enemy's body. The guy realizes that he cannot resist magic and therefore his body is destroyed, while the system window says that the monster is angry. Another pop-up says that the villain enters the second phase of large scale and his health decreases by 1/3% every second. He points a giant red sword at his opponent. The villain has a calm look. He looks menacingly at the protagonist. Several clots of red energy fly out into the main character. MC sees an enemy attack approaching. In the same second, he evaporates with his skill. Do-hyuk flies through the air, flying out of the portal. Suddenly, Ikazella with a huge sword appears above him. The tip of the blade moves towards the guy. The villain hits him with all his strength. The whirlwinds of mana scatter to the sides. The stunned protagonist tries to block such blows. Ikazella holds the hilt of her blade furiously. A red-hot blade sticks into the ground. Several small explosions occur around it, while MC jumps up. The discouraged protagonist watches the actions of the enemy. A powerful explosion occurs in the battle arena. At this time, a rumble is heard in the middle of a dense dark forest. Brox wonders what kind of magic it is. Dewey runs up to the blonde man and calls out his name, who in turn asks what happened. There is an empty sleeping bag on the ground. She says that the main character has suddenly disappeared. The worried girl hopes that Do-hyuk did not leave first, while Brox assures that this cannot be, because who in their right mind would attack an SS rank boss alone? The warrior stands in front of him and wants to say something. Suddenly, Akron appears, claiming that the master is already in the temple. A robot with a blue light notifies that it will protect them in accordance with the owner's order. Images of ferocious monsters appear. It is said that even if you are completely confident in your skills, you still cannot know what can happen inside the dungeon. Brox angrily wonders if the protagonist is really risking his life for the sake of excitement. The girl stands in front of the cyborg and asks to know where the protagonist is now. He replies that his task is to protect them from danger. The robot stands still and claims that it cannot take them to a place where it is now dangerous. The blonde man tells the girl with a stern look that they will not be able to do anything in this case, while ordering them to prepare the others as soon as possible and follow him. He takes off and flies away, while Akron reminds him not to do this, because it is dangerous. Another robot takes off at this moment. Irene hangs in the air. The cyborg is told to follow the master's orders to protect the team members. Brox is rapidly moving through the forest. A robot is chasing him. He is thinking about sacrificing himself at this moment. Huge boulders split from magical influence, forming a flow of energy. The villain declares that he still retains his mana, and if you look at what he has managed to accumulate so far, perhaps there is a limit to this power. A powerful flash forms near the protagonist's palm. He uses a power missile. Red arrows fly across space. In response, blue magic projectiles fly. The main character fights with the villain. They fly on pieces of giant stones. Do-hyuk, frowning, observes the situation. The guy touches his palm, causing bursts of energy. He deftly jumps from one stone to another. At this time, the villain looms over him, preparing to attack again. At the same time, the main character rushes forward. A red stream of mana falls on him, but MC uses the speed-up skill. The guy opens a spatial gate in front of him. At the same second, it flies out from the other side. Ikazella attacks him hard at this moment. Concentrating, the protagonist flies past him and aims with a glowing hand. A magic cross appears in front of the palm. The guy uses the skill of Marked for Death. Stunned, the villain notices a familiar skill. A flashback arises with Isaac. The enemy realizes that the protagonist has dealt with him as well. With the help of its tail, the monster grabs his hand. He holds the protagonist and declares that he will take revenge on him for this. The villain unleashes a series of lightning-fast strikes with his claws. The protagonist rides his face from the scratches received. The main character silently stands in front of his opponent. MC regenerates with the skill. Ikazella assures that his resistance is simply useless. Smiling, Do-hyuk directs his hand and uses a hymn of healing. Green mana envelopes the villain, who is trying to understand what he is doing. Suddenly, his body turns purple. In the system window it is written about the mark of death, at which the effect of increasing the target's health is changed to decreasing it. The monster begins to scream in pain at the top of his lungs. The enemy, emitting a green light, holds the protagonist's hand with his tail. The protagonist feels its power on his wrist. Suddenly, with the help of his skills, the guy jumps away from him. Bright signs appear near the monster. MC uses the containment skill. The horned opponent watches intently with his red eyes. Do-hyuk raises his hand with an angry face. The Eternal Shackles skill clings to several boulders. The magic star shines brightly. Energy ropes bind the villain. MC grips the bonds tightly in his fist. A bright glow can be seen on the central rock, from which others are connected. The tailed monster sees giant rocks approaching. Ikazella sees a looming threat. The rock hits it with all its force, causing an explosion. The main character at this moment is watching him, hovering in the air. The guy calmly watches the situation. The stone begins to crack under the influence of red energy. The rock is destroyed into pieces, flying in different directions. A powerful stream of energy flies directly at the protagonist. MC tries to hold off an enemy flying at him. Gritting his teeth, he confronts the colossal onslaught of his opponent. Ikazella emits a red aura and has a fierce gaze. Suddenly, an even more powerful stream of mana bursts out of it. The energy is scattered in all directions. Frowning, the protagonist looks at his attack. He takes action and forms blue portals around him. Combat drones fly out from there. Together, they generate a giant barrier that shields it from being hit by the enemy. Ikazella presses down on Do-hyuk with her sword and wonders what the hell is going on. Smiling, the main character exclaims that this is the power of science. He looks away with a stern look. The red energy crashes into the magic seal. The guy understands that this way the spell will not last long. The horned rival looks directly at the protagonist. He delivers a powerful blow with his blade. It flies tens of meters. MC breaks through the barrier, flying out of the battlefield. Red shells fly after him. Gritting his teeth, the main character sees this. He takes countermeasures and fireballs towards the enemy. A powerful explosion is heard. Do-hyuk takes up his revolver, knowing that this battle will not end if he continues like this. Ikazella is watching him fiercely. Smoke can be seen all around. The determined protagonist realizes that he will have to land it with one blow. The opponent looks at him calmly. Two vortexes of energy appear in space, one blue, the other red. The horned brawler unleashes this power. MC, in turn, forms a large power rocket in front of him. The discouraged opponent looks at him. The tip of the scarlet blade flies forward. The angry protagonist generates a blue stream. He shoots it in the direction of the enemy. Two different colored manas approach each other. They touch, causing a purple explosion. Do-hyuk immediately reloads the revolver. He begins to scream in a rage, preparing to attack. A blinding flash is heard in front of him. A powerful explosion occurs. Red particles fly to the sides. The main character squints from the brightest flash that illuminates everything around. Ikazella feels the light filling his body. A powerful violet explosion generates shock waves. At this moment, a strong earthquake is felt in the city. Windows are broken, fragments are scattered. Do-hyuk is on his knees at this moment. He silently looks at one point. Smoke spreads around him. A villain lies next to him, declaring that this is complete madness. Cracks are visible on his face. He says that the protagonist defeated him after all. Do-hyuk turns around and says with a serious face that he also received many injuries, so it is not clear who wins here. A flashback appears with a death mark. The villain reminds that when the guy did this, he realized that his friend died at the hands of the protagonist. The lying scoundrel claims that his plan was to absorb all of his power and then get out of this dimension with this guy. Red cracks are visible on Ikazella's face. He says that he ended up losing. Do-hyuk, closing his eyes, hears that the villain is now in danger of death. He replies that he will not deny it. Images of various heroes appear. It is said that there are many more creatures that also fight in their dimensions. The villain forms a black and red sphere, stating that the protagonist is not that strong compared to them. A scarlet portal appears in front of them. A robot appears in front of them. Ikazella advises the guy to take this transcendental body with him and leave. He in turn notices that the last time he saw it, it was a completely different size. A black robot with purple eyes stands silently. It is explained that he has changed, in accordance with his soul and magical power. But if a person does not correspond to his size, then the body will change for him. MC forms a spatial pocket near him and thanks him for the gift, assuring him that he will use it wisely. The scoundrel holds out his sword and asks to kill him with this blade. He closes his eyes and says that he wants to rest in the warmth before his body cools down. The protagonist takes up the energy blade, saying that he understands it. The defeated opponent lies on the ground and asks what the great opponent's name is. He replies that he is Do-hyuk. The focused protagonist hears that this is his last battle with him. Red particles flutter in the wind. He managed to say that the battle was beautiful. The system window says that the dungeon has been cleared. Comrades in arms hurry to the main character. It is told that after defeating the enemy, the rest arrived and helped to get out of the dungeon. The main character lies in a special cell. It is said that he received intensive care. The protagonist points his finger at the system window. It is said that he woke up in a rehabilitation ward. He lies in a hospital bed, realizing that now he needs to check what he got after the battle with Ikazella. In the pop-up window, you can see level 138. The guy notices that he raised 3 at once. The energy sphere is hovering among the codes. He thinks that this is a special skill that raised him to a rank, while in the system window it is written about the ability of a magical engineer who increases magic power for 10 minutes, restores mana. The serious protagonist remembers the battle and realizes that at the moment his mana limit is around 3,000 units. But to deal with monsters that are more powerful than Ikazella, even though it takes 75% of health. In a flashback, Do-hyuk released energy. He realizes that he needs to use a higher class of magic, and this spell will double the total mana. Boss relics emit powerful energy. In the pop-ups it is written that bracelets and earrings are of the legendary level, increase strength, wisdom, agility, health and much more. In another window, it is written about the Ikazella accessory set with the effect of increasing the damage dealt by 400%. The joyful protagonist sees a token and a heart in front of him. The system says that he has fulfilled all the conditions for the day's ring. The messages indicate the compositional material and the required set of characteristics, and ask if he really wants a day's ring. A satisfied protagonist sits in front of the window, saying that he worked so hard for this. In front of it, a creature consisting of spherical energy is launched. He looks at the bright light, wondering if it's normal. Suddenly, the color changes, red lightning appears. The protagonist sits in a hospital bed and looks at a window that says that spatial rifts must be used to create the ring. Discouraged, Do-hyuk sits in the middle of the cracks in the air. information surfaces that spatial energy is beginning to be released. A dark vortex of energy is swirling. Stunned, the guy sees a message that says that in the planet's dimension, it was possible to identify cracks in the spatial imbalance. In the middle of the cracks are magical signs. It is said that the dimension sends a message through them that they have found the source that drove them into the depths of destruction, so they ask for an investigation. In the last system window, it says that the Earth dimension is selected as the destination. Discouraged, Do-hyuk stares into the void, the message relaying that the signal has been interrupted. The sphere opposite it acquires multicolored shades. The girl is sitting in the next room and feels an earthquake. Do-hui with a serious face realizes that she has just felt a large accumulation of energy. She stands with her feet on the floor. He hurriedly dresses in casual clothes. At this moment, the main character shields himself from the light with his hands. The system says that the creation was completed, and the Do-hyuk user received a Deus ring. The excited protagonist sees the information that Deus is very pleased with this achievement, and has given him a new status. In the system window, it is written about the status and enlightenment of the F rank. It is explained that the English notation is automatically hidden. When reaching the rank of SSS, the user will have the right to increase his status. MC holds his head. Bright energy particles are visible near him. A sparkling Deus ring appears. It is written that it increases health, water magic, strength, stamina, agility and luck, as well as creates a force field, increases fire damage, experience gain, and more. The stunned protagonist sees this and wonders where this ring has so many effects. Suddenly, there is a knock on the door. MC does not understand who could be at such a time. Do-hui walks into his room and asks if he's okay, as she sensed some magical energy from the room. The protagonist sits on a bed and assumes that this is due to the experiment he has just conducted, which in turn wonders if it is because of the ring. He forms a red bundle of energy in his hand and agrees with it. Dark branches of mana fly in different directions. Mysterious black tentacles appear. A dark silhouette of a monster with a large eye peeks out of the dimensional hole. It has other eyes. It speaks an incomprehensible language. An unfamiliar insect hovers around the heroes and declares that the goal has been confirmed. Do-hui grabs his blade and yells for the protagonist to move away immediately. The guy puts out his hand and asks it to stop. The dark creature scans them and searches for a target. MC frowns and thinks how something like a machine can suddenly appear out of nowhere. A stranger scans them. He targets the protagonist, stating that no risk factor has been found. The girl holds on to her blade. The mysterious guest scans her too, noticing that no risk has been found either. He aims at her sword and states that a surge of magical energy has been recorded and the risk factor has been confirmed. The creature generates a variety of weapons, claiming to proceed with its elimination. Gritting her teeth, the girl radiates light mana. She confronts an unknown creature. Surprised, the protagonist sees a pop-up stating that an energy of an unusual dimension has been detected. Suddenly, the creature feels pain. It is written in the system that the spatial crack is beginning to close. The red flash gradually fades. The guys stand in the middle of the ward and see it. Only a ring remained in the air. The crack was closed. Do-hui, his mouth open in surprise, remains silent. A high tower stands in the middle of the city. There is a story that in the center of Artania there is a magical tower that rises to the heavens like a Babylonian one. A mysterious cloaked fighter stands inside it. It is said to be a symbol of the Mado Empire and the Black Wizard. A mage in furs and with a black hood stands still. Behind him, another sorcerer asks what about Sir Bandela, who replies that he left to hear his words. The white-haired guy asks again. The dark magician turns around and says that he just wanted to call, but he has already come. He, in turn, asks what he needs. The hooded wizard declares that he, Morse, is the guardian of the outer altar. At the same time, with a serious face, he asks what's the matter. A map of the world appears in front of them. One of them explains that he is located in the most remote part of the empire, on a mountain. The other notes that this is annoying. The wizard in the black mask asks not to forget that protecting the altar is their duty. Morse emits purple energy, wondering what Morse is trying to say. He stands still and declares that they were the ones who ignored the existence of the transcendental being and neglected the protection of the altar. And he warned them all so many times, but they did not listen. The black-masked mage immediately replies that it was Sir Bandela's decision, but asks not to say that Morse doubts his words. The white-haired guy clenches his teeth in anger. He straightens his hood and, with a stern face, claims that he is going there at once. The action takes place on the altar of the mountain on a dark, snowy evening. A girl with a formidable look uses magic. There are several dozen people like her. They sit on their knees and pray. Opposite the mysterious servants is a bright energy sphere. Suddenly, her eyes turned white, blue mana floating around. She falls face down on the floor, while the others continue to pray. A black-masked attendant asks if someone has really fallen down again, as they are already starting to run out of slaves. The wizards are standing in the hall. The question is how much this magic stone has already absorbed. In response, the attendant sees Sir Morse. An employee in black and red clothes stands opposite and assures that he is 70% full. He, in turn, clarifies whether there really is so much. A group of slaves are standing in front of the altar. It is said that they absorb mana even from them. However, half of them are already dead. Emitting a purple aura, Morse says that in this case, they have no other choice. The attendant clarifies what he means. The wizard directs his hand forward. With crazy eyes, he begins to conjure. In the midst of the kneeling slaves, a black and purple vortex appears. At the same moment, only dried skeletons remained of the poor people. Morse has put his hand out in front of him. Corpses are lying in front of him. The attendant is screaming loudly, not understanding what he is doing. The white-haired mage holds back the bundle of energy, explaining that now that his descent is just around the corner, if they continue to take care of the condition of the slaves, there will be no end to it. The wizard raises his magic hand and says that they need to collect some more mana to make the stones suitable for him, so let them drag all the remaining slaves here. The formidable mage claims that he will extract every last drop from them, and if there is not enough, he will take care of this too. Opposite him stands an agitated minister. They ask him if he has anything to say. He denies it. He immediately runs away, exclaiming that he is starting to perform, because he cannot delay any longer. Morse sits on the red throne, realizing that it is unknown when this transcendent being will reappear and disturb them. The wizard sat on his throne, knowing that he had to hurry while there was still time. He has a fierce gaze. He notices a strange overwhelming energy. In the middle of the snowy rocks, a splash of red aura can be seen. The magician cannot believe it. The main character stands with Haze in the snow. Do-hyuk looks around with his partner with a stern look. The opponent at this moment does not believe that they have already arrived. The wizard sits on the throne and realizes that it will be even better, because he already imagines all his pain. The villain thinks with a sly grin that this is his chance to deal with this creature and win Bendella's favor. MC, on the other hand, calmly stares ahead as his body emits a blue aura. Do-hyuk stood in front of his comrades. Haze approached him, so after recuperating in Alaska, they returned to Korea. The girl was smiling at him. She was continuously building up her village with the help of the guild. A red portal appeared in the room. Together with her, they stood in front of him. After spending some time in a peaceful atmosphere, the goalkeeper of the dimension, as luck would have it, opened up right in front of them. Do-hyuk and Haze nodded to each other. The girl headed to the side. A message appeared that they had entered the dungeon. The system notified that only Do-hyuk and Haze could log in, and that an unknown user tried to force login using something unknown. Two appeared in the dungeon when a message appeared that access was denied and the entrance was blocked. The hero put his hand on his belt, noting that he didn't expect the gate to appear so soon. Both looked ahead. The girl added that besides them, someone else had tried to enter here, to which he said that it was strange. The guy cautiously glanced at his interlocutor, suggesting that he first focus on the situation. A bright light appeared in his hand with the message that he had discovered a black cross Morse. Do-hyuk noticed something. Frowning, he turned to his companion, warning her. Haze opened her mouth in surprise. The dark beam was directed directly at them. Upon impact, a sphere appeared. Pieces of earth flew apart. A deep crater remained from the impact. The hero and the girl were hovering above the ground. He held it, saying that it was better to avoid the attack for now rather than block them. Haze asked about what it was. Looking at the hero, she heard that they had entered the enemy's territory, and clarified that he was from the Black Cross, hearing in response that this was so. Do-hyuk stared at the deep trail, saying that he didn't know their location yet and was therefore trying to attack them from afar. Frowning, the companion asked what they should do. Smirking, the guy replied that they would take the shortest route to the altar. He rushed forward, using invisibility. After looking at Haze, the hero heard a question about whether everything would be fine if they flew there, and replied that she did not have to worry, because the enemy had prepared everything for a ground attack. So, flying past the rocks, he added that it was unlikely that they would be expected from the air. Haze looked down. Dark silhouettes were visible near the cages. People were locked in the cages themselves. This made her eyes bigger. Glancing to the side, she turned to Do-hyuk. Below, a man could be seen next to a dead man. She said that there were undead, priests, and a few slaves. Frowning, Haze deduced that they would be used as a sacrifice. Holding her in his arms, Do-hyuk replied that they would take care of the Black Cross magus. His companion looked into his eyes, hearing the request that she go to the aid of those people for the time being. Dismissing her, he offered to put her there, to which she agreed. The girl waved at him, asking him to be careful. Then, knitting her eyebrows, she called for the pet. A hawk appeared in front of her. The bird lifted her off the ground. People in cloaks paid attention to the glow. The shock waved through them to the sides. They looked around, not understanding who it was, and talking about the intruder. Haze gritted her teeth. The beasts rushed forward when they heard the order to save the people. As Do-hyuk flew by in a bright flash, he thought that he had to hurry too. The man stood at the edge, curious about how things were going. The dark tower could be seen through the snow, and he was surprised that they knew the location of the altar. He frowned, noting that he was being retaliated with the power of the magic stone. Seeing the deep crater, he thought that they had simply disappeared. Haze fought the others when he thought about them fighting to save the slaves. An aura surrounded him as he thought about how they might be hiding their magical energy. The floor cracked under his feet. The aura became stronger. Raising his hand above his head, he demanded that the unknown person appear. His eyes radiated different colors, and he said that if he didn't, his friend and all the slaves would be burned alive by his magic. The dark sphere began to disappear when dispel was applied. He looked at what was happening in surprise. Several explosions were heard during the use of power missiles. The enemy gritted his teeth. Someone landed in front of him. The hero stood in the middle of a cloud of dust, clarifying that the opponent really wanted to see him. A smirk appeared on his face as he addressed the boss monster Morse. The monsters rushed to attack, all of them attacking Hayes. The crowd surrounded the girl. The priests who were watching this ordered not to lose vigilance. A magic circle appeared in the sky. The beam struck the ground, and everywhere a gust of wind scattered. A bright light appeared among the crowd of monsters. Hayes threw them away, saying that they were not bad. The pets sat on her shoulder. The bird rushed at the enemies. With a whirlwind it struck. A sound was heard behind the girl's back. She looked back. One of the captives stared at her, shocked. The altar towered among the mountains. Morse sat on one knee. A stream rushed towards him when he was surprised that the hero knew his name. The flow of energy knocked him off his feet. Do-hyuk held out his hands in front of him. The boss of the dungeon surrounded himself with a barrier, but the hero directed a new attack at him. The opponent was able to avoid it. Morse moved to the side of the guy. Then he held out his hand in front of him. His staff shot dark arrows. Avoiding the attacks, Do-hyuk teleported. Lightning illuminated the room. The dark arrow was surrounded by them. Looking back, the guy thought about how unlike the previous bosses, this one seemed to specialize in magic. After that, he took a deep breath, realizing what it meant. A flash burst from the altar. Morse was standing by part of the destroyed wall. Looking around, the boss was angry that the man was not going to die. Lightning bolts appeared under his feet. They surrounded him while applying the transcendental chain lightning. Do-hyuk let it out of his hand. Smirking, he thought about showing his enemy that he was different from all the magi he knew. But the boss surrounded himself with a shield of chaos. It nevertheless began to collapse. Hayes opened her mouth in confusion as his shield was destroyed in a single blow. Lightning struck the ground. The enemy still managed to avoid it. He rose above the ground, realizing that he hadn't expected a man's spells to reach such a distance. Wondering if this was all his power, Do-hyuk headed to the side. Seeing how quickly the hero moved, he did not understand how he appeared out of nowhere. Imagining the crowd of people, Morse thought that perhaps he was aiming at a magic stone. The boss rushed after him. He chased the hero, demanding that he stop. Morse held out his hand to him. He was immediately struck a blow. The hero's bright silhouette struck with the power of the sun. Morse gritted his teeth. Looking at the silhouette, he thought about the fact that he had never seen such magic before. The hero himself frowned, thinking that, like the previous altar, this one also had a magic stone that collected mana, and it must be important for the Black Cross. A magic circle appeared on Earth as he reflected on how he had no choice but to find it. Chains of despair appeared from the circle. These chains surrounded Do-hyuk. The next moment they bound him. Morse approached them, saying that even heroes could not free themselves from this dark magic. But the hand broke free from the pile of chains. The boss's eyes grew larger in surprise. Do-hyuk was freed from his shackles. There was a satisfied smile on his face. Hayes stood among the cages. Looking at the bird, she asked it to find out what was wrong with the hero. The bird soared upward. Hayes then pointed to one of the bars, telling them to break them. People were happy, because now they were saved. The girl bowed, thanking for saving her. Looking at her, Hayes heard that she wanted to say something to her. At that moment, an explosion rang out in the altar. The freed woman ran away when she heard that it was dangerous here and that she should get out of here, to which she agreed. Do-hyuk rushed on. Explosions sounded behind him. He saw the door in front of him, thinking that he had found what he was looking for. A bright light appeared between the doors. They were torn off their hinges. Do-hyuk went inside. He saw the magic stone, thinking that they had created it by extracting all the mana from the environment. Looking at it, the hero thought that if he destroyed this stone, he would destroy all the plans of his enemies. Suddenly he noticed something. A dark sphere appeared in front of him. Hayes glanced at the rock, making sure it wasn't damaged. Do-hyuk's aura grew stronger when he asked his opponent about what he had done to those people, but he clarified what he meant. Several bodies were lying on the floor, and the boss asked if he was talking about them. He then threw up his hands, saying that they didn't have enough mana to dedicate to someone, so he personally extracted the lives from these slaves as a source of mana. Introducing the crowd of people, he added that they had sacrificed their lives to become someone's food. Morse smiled sinisterly, clarifying that it was the best they could do in their miserable lives. His staff glowed brighter as he called the hero the one who was against him. A dark sphere appeared above his head, and he told the guy to accept his death. The orb is now larger when using the death ray. The beam headed for Do-hyuk. The hero pulled his hand aside. His eyes lit up when he applied a wide glint. The light appeared on the fingertips after applying the transcendental reverse. Magic rings absorbed the beam. This noticeably surprised Morse. A flash appeared in the darkness. Blood gushed next to the boss. The hero cut off his hand. Do-hyuk held the magic circle in his hand. Looking at his wound, the opponent was surprised that he threw back a death ray that destroys everything in its path, not realizing what it was. Seeing the bright light around the hero, the boss noted a huge magical power. Something flashed behind Do-hyuk. The bird landed on his arm. The guy did not take his eyes off the enemy, thinking about what it meant if it flew to him. He introduced Hayes with the former slaves, thinking that they had already traveled far from this place. Watching them, Morse thought that he didn't know what they were talking about. Looking at the staff and the lost arm, the boss decided that it was time to run away. Morse jumped to his staff. Taking it in his hand, he thought that he would never be able to defeat an opponent who was able to withstand the death ray. Gritting his teeth, he also realized that the most important thing now was just to survive, and he used the teleporter. Morse was above the altar. Looking down, the boss mused that this was a waste of mana that he had been collecting for so long. Seeing the magic stone through the walls, Morse thought that someone should forgive him if he got rid of this person who opposed him. Looking at the other corner of the room, he did not find the hero. His eyes grew larger as he thought about where this guy's magical energy had gone. Do-hyuk was above him. The liberated looked up at the sky. Hayes was surprised to see a hero there. The sky was falling apart. A fireball appeared above the altar when using the meteor skill. The boss looked at him in shock. A bright light sanctified his face as well. The meteor destroyed the altar. A dark tower towered over the houses. The sound of footsteps was heard at the table. The cloaked men sat down behind it and heard the question of what had happened to the altar. One of them tilted his head slightly, replying that Morse hadn't been in touch, so he had gone there himself. Pointing to a deep crater, he added that the altar had disappeared and Morse's body had never been found. The interlocutor hid his face, saying that he had found traces of mana there. The man with the beard stopped him, saying that this was enough and there was no need to continue. He remembered the faces of the dead man and the boy. Vandela's eyes were emitting light, and he said that someone was trying to thwart their plans. Then, putting his hand on the figure, he said that if you look at how he hid his identity and sent his servants on errands, then his plans must not be completed yet, and so it was. After presenting a few more altars, he said to strengthen their borders and not to miss the slightest trace of what their enemy had left behind, for they would only need one chance to get rid of him. Sitting at the table, I heard the answer that everything would be as he wished. The man stood with a glass in his hand, surprised that this attracted his interest. Vandela smiled ominously. The man left the portal. Do-hyuk saw the guy bowing to Hayes, calling her a princess. One of the freed sat in front of her, saying that he never thought he would meet her here. Looking at him empathetically, the girl asked the guy if he knew what happened to his grandfather. He raised his head, remembering the day she left the empire. He imagined the people in the woods, saying that his grandfather blamed himself for not being able to protect her for the rest of his life. Then, sitting in front of him, he said that for the rest of his life he had repeated that if he met her again, this time he would be obliged to protect her. Hayes looked confused when she heard about how he never thought they would meet in this way. Looking at them, Do-hyuk thought that it was not surprising that the guy was surprised. After all, this is the princess herself that his grandfather had been talking about for 50 years. Hayes spotted him, asking if it was right to take him with him, to which he replied that it was fine. Looking at them, the hero clarified that the dimensional gate had let him through, because if he had been a weakling, then this would not have happened. Rikiz looked at Do-hyuk in disbelief. After that, he covered the girl with himself, asking her who it was. Frowning, he also asked why he was near her. Hayes stepped forward, telling the hero that she needed to talk to the guy in private. Then she approached Do-hyuk, which made Rikiz nervous. Bending down, the hero clarified that if he was here, he would not believe her words. Raising her eyebrows, the girl asked him to leave them alone. Do-hyuk smiled, replying that they could talk calmly. Then he pulled his hand aside, adding that he would be on the second floor, and he could be called if something happened. Later, he lowered his head, determined to check what he had received with Morse. In front of him was a ring and a book that did not meet the condition for acquiring Chains of Despair, and he thought that the ring was not enough for a reward. Looking at the objects, the guy assumed that it was because of black magic. Looking down, he decided that he would ask his friend about it when he met him again. Then he looked away. Rikiz bowed to him, apologizing for his rudeness. Do-hyuk looked at him uncomprehendingly. After seeing Hayes, he wondered what they were even talking about. The girl winked back. The hero smiled, answering that everything was fine. For the young interlocutor, he clarified whether he could talk to him, to which he agreed. Rikiz put his hand to his chest, saying that from now on, he would sacrifice his life to protect Hayes and help him. The hero looked away when the interlocutor asked for help to quickly adapt to this world. Frowning, he added that until the day he escorted the girl back to their country, he wanted to gain strength. Lowering his eyes, Do-hyuk wanted to know if she had talked about this world, to which he replied that they did not go into details. The guy introduced the lady, saying that this world is completely different from his. Afterwards, he introduced the girl, saying that he knows that there are awakened ones who have special powers, and Hayes now owns her too. A system window opened in front of the interlocutor when the hero asked if anything unusual had happened. The system reported that he had become a user. Rikiz said he was reporting in their native language. Looking at Do-hyuk, the guy asked what it was. Hayes approached him, explaining that rank is an indicator of the strength of the awakened. She smiled, adding that it seemed that the system had appreciated him. Looking at the girl uncomprehendingly, he wanted to know what the system was, and she decided that she needed to tell him more. The hero looked at his comrades with a smile, thinking that the girl looked happy because of meeting a man who lived in the same world as her, and hoped that they would become friends. An incoming call appeared on the phone screen. He was surprised that he was being called at such an hour. Do-hyuk put the phone to his ear. He looked at him in surprise when he heard a shout. The interlocutor's phone was covered in blood. The hero asked about what happened. Blood was also visible on the phone screen when the hero shouted his name. In a large building, the light is on from only one office. A guy with a satisfied face sits at the computer and understands that this is not bad. The red arrow flies up. The guy realizes that income is really good and he thinks that money begets money. But there is one but. Taepung comes to the conclusion with a serious look that he needs to be careful and concentrate, because this is just the beginning. A door opens in a dark corridor. He looks there carefully and wonders who it could be at such a late hour. Suddenly, the guy sees a dark silhouette walking nearby. Taepung angrily picks up the phone, realizing that this man has clearly not come here for a good purpose. The manager hurriedly dials the number on his smartphone. Suddenly, his hands begin to emit a red light. His whole body rises. The intimidating girl stands opposite and affects him with magic. The guy collapses to the floor. He struggles to lift his head off the ground. The sisters stand in front of Taepung and notice that it is not Do-hyuk at all. One of them assumes that it is a completely different employee. The girl presses on his leg, intending to find out this information. The hero starts screaming and kicking with all his might. From the phone comes the question of what happened. A lady with red eyes hears the hateful voice of the main character. The worried protagonist stands in the middle of the room and shouts the name of the assistant over the phone. Kang, smiling, says on the phone that his friend is with them, and if he does not show up, the assistant will die. With a mad look, she suggests hurrying, while wondering if Do-hyuk knows what it's about. The main character gritted his teeth in anger. Kang happily asks his sister why she is silent, suddenly using the teleport skill. The fighter is right behind the girls. Enraged, MC raises his fist, using his swift slash ability. He hits the target with all his strength. Ju, with a disfigured face in shock, turns around and sees it. She moves to another location and asks how he did it. With the help of magic, she collapses the ceiling on him. The sorceress looks at him in fury. At this point, the protagonist holds Taepung in his arms, who apologizes, but Do-hyuk denies it, stating that it is his fault. He points a green hand at him and applies a healing skill. The stunned manager suddenly sees a healed wound on his leg. Ju turns around in anger. A red vortex of energy swirls around them, demanding that he not dare to look down on her. Taepung closes his eyes in fear, thinking that they are finished. In the middle of the crimson storm, bright flashes of energy are visible. The main character stands next to his amazed friend and asks not to be afraid. They stand under a barrier that cannot penetrate energy rays. The assistant at this moment sees the magic of Do-hyuk. The serious protagonist turns to his friend and says that he will take care of them, and he needs to get out as soon as possible. The manager goes into the blue portal. He turns around and asks him to be careful. The harsh protagonist declares that it will be so. He radiates blue energy and asks if the opponents have had time to write a will. He has sparkling crazy eyes. The guy claims that he is not joking. In the system window it is written about an increase in mana, which reduces stamina. Ju unleashes another burst of energy and yells at him to stop talking nonsense. The main character points his hand at it and uses the skill of breathing. Two multicolored magics are touching. Ju has a hard time holding back his onslaught. MC's eyes are confident and angry. The girl sees him conjure, while she notices that he has immobilized her. Do-hyuk delivers a crushing punch with his Transcendence integration skill. Kang is standing nearby at this moment and sees this horror. Ju's body gradually evaporates, and she turns to her sister. The frantic protagonist holds a fighting stance. Another rival starts yelling at him in a rage. Frowning, the guy asks if she is ready to be next. In anger, she exclaims that she is finished. Kang rushes to attack with dozens of energy swords. The protagonist is covered by a barrier. Suddenly, a giant block of ice appears on the battlefield. The stunned guy feels like he is in the ice. The opponent, having taken a different shape, stands in front of the block. She looks at the protagonist and states that no matter how strong he has become since last time, he still can't cope with the ice. Her gaze is stern and concentrated. Suddenly, the ice captivity begins to collapse. She does not understand what is happening. MC in the middle of the ice column causes fire. A hellish stream of flames fills everything around him. He uses the skill of the power of the sun. Kang forms ice in his hands, stating that apparently it's still not enough to kill him. She points her hand towards her opponent. Do-hyuk counters it with fire. Two powerful magics collide with each other. Discouraged, Kang sees his power. The frantic protagonist continues to conjure, holding out his hand in front of him. With a stern face, he summons Aniccaps. A flaming sword appears in his hand, declaring that he will now distribute the power around the blade. MC delivers a devastating blow with a red stream. In the system window it says about the Sword of Ascension, which consumes 500 mana and condenses magic, forming a large crescent-shaped slash. A powerful attack flies directly at Kang. A powerful explosion is heard in the skyscraper. Energy flies through the windows, breaking them. The astonished girl wonders if he can really use the sword. She points her icy bayonets at him again. The lady unleashes a series of quick punches, claiming that compared to his other abilities, his sword wielding is clumsy. The satisfied protagonist agrees and says that dark magic is not his thing at all. A purple vortex appears in front of him. He forms a stream of powerful mana using the protection of his swords. Witchcraft affects a girl who is hanging in the air. The protagonist sparkles with a light aura, stating that she still possesses useful skills. With a confident look, he urges her not to worry. The main character folds his hands, claiming that all this is nothing to him. A transcendental shield is formed around it, consisting of several spheres. The opponent looks at him and asks if he really thinks it will work. Kong in another form claims that he is just an idiot. She transforms into another body and offers to see how he copes with it. Fast beams attack its barrier. Suddenly, the entire energy shield is frozen. Kong is monitoring the situation closely. Suddenly, he sees a small orange glow in the middle of the fog. A pillar of fire bursts out. The frantic protagonist releases electricity. He strikes her using his lightning chain skill. The girl feels a powerful impact, realizing that even his lightning magic is stronger than ice. The frightened warrior feels the destruction of her body. Several streams of fire fly towards her. Do-hyuk using his flame storm skill. She sees a bright flash in front of her. A blinding light illuminates her face. The main character calmly stands in place while a powerful explosion is heard. Clenching his fists, Do-hyuk looks at the scene angrily. Smoke pours out of the skyscraper. He says that he will have to look for a new office. The events unfold in the Taewa Guild building in China. A girl in a red skirt stands in front of the master and notifies that Kong and Zhu have been found dead, who, in turn, asks what is happening to the main character. Jinsu, the deputy foreman, says that his office was destroyed and according to their information, he came out without any injuries. The master with a stern look states that 2 awakened A ranks are not enough to deal with him. Then the boss is asked what they will do. Li Hong reminds with a slight smirk that their plan was to use the protagonist to get rid of the two. The foreman says with a stern look that it is good that they did not interfere. The assistant stands opposite and talks about what the KBI side considers to be the culprits of the incident, since they hold a grudge against the protagonist, who, in turn, replies that he does not care about the opinion of Korea, because the Chinese media of the awakened are controlled by their guild. The guild master with a serious face declares that this is why everyone will listen to them. The corpses of the girls lie on the floor. He realizes that after Do-hyuk convinced them to return to Korea, he simply killed them. Jinsu says with an important look that they will be believed. The interlocutor notes that this will most likely be enough, and he will take care of it anyway. Closing her eyes, the girl agrees with him. A map of the country is shown, and it is said that 8 Korean guilds think that peace has come after the disappearance of the White Lotus and Tree Soul guilds. However, this is only an illusion. The master smirks and declares that it's time for them to make their move. A tall tower stands in the middle of a dark city. The events unfold in the spire of Deus. The yellow magic sphere is held back by chains. They sparkle with a bright light. The system window says that there are 4 seconds left before opening. They begin to gradually crack and collapse. A stream of bright energy bursts out from the platform, saying that the golden gates located on every spire in all countries will be opened. Various towers in different cities are shown, and the pop-ups say that if you enter a place where the essence of spatial energy is concentrated, you will be transported to a virtual arena, and once there, you can fight monsters and other civilizations. The man looks at the system window, which says that he is allowed to steal weapons from fallen opponents. The pop-up message presents a choice: to strengthen yourself and destroy everyone, or to team up with them and defeat the monster's common boss. The protagonist with a stern look sees the information that the maximum number of participants is 5 people. The guys are walking through the guild's underground training grounds. Ixin is asked why they are here. He replies that he does not know, because he just received a message from Do-hyuk. The girl thinks about it, and assumes that it has something to do with the Golden Gate. The red-haired fighter tells her that he also saw this message. Ixin walks beside her and declares that there will be a battle between dimensions, and also an enemy weapon, but he doesn't care, as he is an awakened B rank. The lady stops and says that the meeting place is appointed here. The guys look ahead with a serious look. Sungmi says sadly that she's sorry they don't have time to go on a date at all. Do-hyuk apologizes with a smirk, assuring that they have a complete blockage at work. The girl stretches out her hands to him and says that he needs to promise that when he returns, they will definitely go somewhere. The guy in turn promises her. She puts her head on his shoulder. Ixin stands with his partner and asks what time the meeting is. She replies that it is 10 o'clock. The disgruntled guy wonders why he came so early, the companion of the same opinion. She turns to him and suggests that he wait in the break room. The guys turn around in amazement, noticing something strange. The protagonist, along with Sungmi, look away in surprise. An excited lady greets them. The couple sits in an embrace. Sungmi asks how long they have been here. They assure that they have just arrived. The embarrassed girl hears the question if they are too late. The main character looks around with a satisfied face and says that since everyone has come, he calmly offers to get down to business. The surprised children are trying to find out what they should start. There are various objects on the table. The protagonist stands in front of his comrades in arms and talks about the fact that thanks to the guild he was able to identify the artifacts he found. The girl is surprised to notice that this is an expensive pleasure. Ixin asks the protagonist if they can be looked at. MC looks at the guys and claims that he called them to give them away. The guy with a smirk encourages them to choose wisely. Discouraged friends do not believe in what they have heard. Do-hyuk smiles broadly and asks not to worry, because these artifacts are not for sale and he does not need them. The image of a red-eyed monster appears. The main character explains that with them they will be able to clear dungeons of a higher level. The guys have new armor. The protagonist asks to consider it an investment in the future. Sungmi and her companion exclaim that they can't just accept them and let him at least give them the opportunity to pay a little. Do-hyuk with a satisfied look offers them to rent it, and then return it. Joyful friends notice that this is a completely different matter. The protagonist opens a dimensional pocket and encourages them to swoop in while hot. Sungmi sits on the floor while the protagonist turns around and declares that he has a lot to do, so he needs to go. She looks at him pitifully and asks him not to forget about her promise. Do-hyuk with a serious look assures that he remembers everything. The doors to the bright office open. A man in a suit waves his hand and calls the main character to him. The protagonist sits down opposite him and apologizes for waiting. He replies that there is nothing wrong with it. The astonished protagonist suddenly hears that he needs to get straight to the point. Then the interlocutor claims that he found information about Garam when he was looking at the data on the awakened D and F ranks. The employee sits with papers on the table and explains that the sources were correspondence in the chat in which he was once a member. Then the guy offers to take a look at him. Frowning, the protagonist studies the recordings and realizes that he is quite comfortable in this world, unlike Lakis. The astonished protagonist opens his eyes and realizes that this is a fairly familiar picture. On the paper, it is written that Lakis knows information about dimensional rifts, and he also helped in Burchad's research, and Lakis says that with the power of the Awakener, he would be able to unite the remaining resistance forces and remove the curse from the Imperial Palace. Then the question is asked about saving the Desmond Empire. A specialist in a suit and glasses begins to talk about this rescue. Silhouettes of bloodthirsty monsters are visible. It is explained that in the depths of the palace there is a magic stone that desecrates the entire capital of the empire. The purple crystal emits an aura. It is assumed that if you destroy it or collapse the basement, the city will be cleansed. With a serious face, MC asks what is in the basements. A large sword-wielding monster emits dark energy. It is said to be Durahan, which resides in a dark shrine that contains stone tombs of ancient kings. The book sparkles with a bright aura. The question is what will happen if the main character can get there. He is told that he will be able to receive resurrection and a secret spell passed down from generation to generation among the emperors. Do-hyuk is stunned to ask about the resurrection, assuring that he does not believe in it. He replies that it is quite possible, so the protagonist can resurrect the Black Prince of the Empire again. Light energy spreads throughout the city. The protagonist comes to the conclusion that if he kills Durahan, he will be able to revive the Archons and also, by destroying the magic stone, he will free the people in the capital. The long-haired prince calmly looks ahead. A bright fire is lit. Do-hyuk thinks that with his arrival, the flames of rebirth will flare up again in the Empire. Fierce mages confront each other. The protagonist thinks that in turn this will be a huge plus in the fight against the altar of the Black Cross. Frowning, the main character understands that the next raid will be extremely important. The specialist sits opposite him and asks about his opinion. He replies that this is extremely useful information. The man with glasses smiles and says that he is very glad that the protagonist listened to him so carefully, who, in turn, notes that he is grateful and at the same time asks to let you know when more information appears. The specialist with a serious look declares that as soon as he finds out something, he will immediately inform. A group of people is standing in the middle of the city. The events take place on December 24th at 4 p.m. Sungmi stands alone in the street. She looks at her palms, on which snowflakes are slowly falling. Suddenly, a strange shadow appears above her. The smiling protagonist holds an umbrella over her. He happily asks what she wasn't expecting in the store, because it's snowing outside. The girl replies with a slight smile that she thought he would be back now. MC holds an umbrella and offers to go. Their hands are touching. Joyful Sungmi agrees. They are walking down the street and discussing something. The main character is sitting opposite her in the establishment. Then they sit peacefully at the bar. The protagonist, together with a girl, walks through the night city. Their hands are tightly clenched. Do-hyuk looks at her and asks how she is today. She replies that she is delighted. Memories arise with the bandits. The girl explains that every time they went on a date, something interfered with them, and she was afraid that this time it would be the same. Sungmi thinks about those cases with a serious look. The smiling protagonist agrees with her, stating that trouble seems to be haunting him. The girl with reddened cheeks says that even if this is true, it is thanks to this that they have become even closer. Do-hyuk looks at her carefully and addresses her. She smiles as the fireworks sparkle behind her, the protagonist thanking her for an amazing day. A couple in love watches beautiful colorful fireworks exploding in the sky. Sungmi is fascinated by this beauty. Then she turns to the guy with a smile. Do-hyuk does not take his eyes off the multicolored flash that illuminates the sky. She rests her head on his shoulder. The guys approach the car. The main character says that it is too late, and therefore he will give her a ride. The amazed guy turns to the girl who addresses him. Embarrassed, Sungmi suddenly offers to spend the night together. You can see a tall building in the middle of the night sky. Do-hyuk sits on the bed with his girlfriend. The excited lady is glad that she had the courage to come here. The perplexed girl is trying to understand what to do next. The main character touches her hand and addresses her by name. A smiling girl raises her loving gaze. The protagonist kisses his beloved. They look at each other embarrassedly. The girl has an intoxicated look. The main character smiles slightly. The girl lies down on the bed. The protagonist looks at her carefully. A lady with flushed cheeks asks to wait a little. She states that she will take a shower and come back. Steam spreads around the room. It is in the soul. The brooding protagonist sits on the bed. Suddenly, his phone started ringing. The main character suddenly hears this call. MC takes up his smartphone. He looks at the screen and sees that he is receiving a call from an unknown number. Astonished, Sungmi gets out of the shower. She looks around the empty room. There is a note on the bed. The girl does not understand what is happening. 3 guys are standing in the parking lot. The main character stands opposite and asks if they called him. They call him by name in response. The astonished protagonist wonders if he really knows his name. Veins are visible on the cunning faces of the interlocutors. The main character does not understand why they look so strange. The main character notices that they have very strange veins and eyes. Do-hyuk is amazed to hear a cry that there is no place to park due to the fact that he took up 2 parking spaces, while MC calls it a far-fetched reason. The interlocutors glow with a red aura. The main character says that he does not know what the reason is. An angry MC wonders if they really called him because of such a small thing. Suspicious hooligans in anger notice whether he is too smart and how he cares why he was summoned. The scoundrel with reddened eyes exclaims that they just like him, and that's it. The protagonist notices that he has taken out a knife, at which point the others come up from behind. Armed bandits surround the main character and advise him not to be afraid, because they will do everything very quickly. Gritting his teeth in anger, Do-hyuk realizes why they called him. A bright flash from magical charges illuminates space. A strong stream of fire rages after the use of flaming hands. An ice storm swirls everything around. The villain lies on the ground and understands that things are bad. At this moment, the protagonist is standing next to the defeated guys. The bandit expected that he was just another show-off, who, in turn, wonders if they really thought that the crowd would be able to cope with him. An angry MC tries to figure out who sent them after him. A bully with veins on his face hears a question if they were really sent to kill him. He frighteningly assures that he knows nothing about it. A piece of paper is shown. The guy claims that they only received a letter, and it said that they would be paid a lot of money and drugs if they finished him off. Suddenly, other bandits with knives crept up from behind. Do-hyuk turns his head and notices them. His hand lights up blue. He calls for a helper. An image of a blue creature appears near the protagonist. The main character stands still, wondering if someone else was there. A pleased MC thanks him for his help. In front of him stands an imperturbable guy dressed in a jacket and hat. Do-hyuk's eyes sparkle. The stranger has them glowing green. The guy stands in front of him and asks who he is, while MC assumes that he is not one of them, because he helped him. The stranger adjusts his cap and asks if he really does not know about the psycho potion. An image of a purple liquid in a bottle appears. It is said that this potion temporarily improves concentration and reaction speed. The fighter in the jacket claims that these poor guys are dependent on him. Do-hyuk remembers the awakened with a serious face and states that he knows that since the days of the guilds, there has been a policy to combat this drug. A stranger is introduced near the map and agrees with this argument, saying that in the beginning it was so, but after the intervention of the Tewa Guild, the situation worsened, and he was watching the drug addicts to get on someone's trail. A soldier stands next to the soldiers, stating that he will hand them over to the KBI. A stranger with a serious face wishes him all the best. The protagonist watches after her, wondering if she is really the one associated with the KBI, while wishing her good night. She walks on, assuring them that they will meet again soon. The main character instantly takes off. A tall building is shown in the middle of the night. MC finds himself in his room, his girlfriend sitting on the bed. He has an astonished look. The stunned protagonist smells a pink aroma in the apartment. A bottle of perfume is located nearby, which creates mutual attraction between 2 people, but the effect does not work if one of the partners does not have sympathy. Do-hyuk looks at Sungmi with a smirk and turns to her. The girl in the dressing gown looks at him embarrassedly. She puts her hand on his shoulder. A surprised guy watches her actions. Sungmi excitedly watches the protagonist. The nervous protagonist silently looks back. Their faces gradually approach each other. They jump on the bed. The girl, blushing with embarrassment, exclaims that everything is ahead of them. Clouds floated over the green hills. The protagonist and Sungmi walked through the forest, looking around. The guy looked up. They stopped in front of the entrance to the cave, and he was surprised that the rift was in such a place. The companion smiled and offered to wait here until everyone arrived. The brunette looked back at the sound behind him. The man with the green strands smiled as he noticed that they were already there. The hero looked at him and remembered that it was he they had met yesterday, and the interlocutor replied that he was disguised, but he still recognized him from the first time. The SS rank awakened stretched out his hand and introduced himself as Baek Chanju. He looked at the girl and congratulated her on receiving B rank, noting that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and she thanked him, adding that she was still far from him. The man smirked and muttered that such modesty was unnecessary. Chanju made a gesture with his hand when the blue-haired woman said that he was still the same, and replied that he thought he had changed a lot after being abroad. He held up a finger, remembering something. The awakened man narrowed his eyes and noted that, although they had seen each other yesterday, the main character seemed taller in the daylight, and his body was so strong. The brunette arched an eyebrow in bewilderment, and replied that it was just the light falling like that. A rustle was heard in the bushes. 2 more came up to them, apologizing for being late, and the pink-haired girl bowed and explained that it was all because she was driving too slowly. Chanja looked back at them and suggested that they move out, since everyone is assembled. Drones flew up the stairs of the dungeon as soon as the group entered the rift. The green-haired man looked at the main character and asked what they were doing here. He looked around and added that their guild usually didn't deal with such rifts, and didn't take on those that they couldn't handle without the intervention of foreign guilds. Duhui looked at the brunette and said that it wasn't their level. She knitted her eyebrows and said that the rift was theirs, and they had tried to clear it, but there had always been not enough people. She smiled and added that it had been so until now, and now the famous Duhyuk was with them. The guy chuckled contentedly, and a bluish energy appeared around his body. The companions went upstairs, and the woman said that this time they would cope. She handed the hero a box of magical Denkart sneakers, which she was going to exchange, but could not give earlier. They were of legendary rank. The guy took out a blade of the same level that he had prepared for her, and expressed the hope that she would like it. Someone pulled a string with a poison arrow. Duhyuk flinched, and his eyes widened. Chanju also narrowed his eyes, activating the energy when the hero called out to him, and replied that he knew. The man frowned and asked if this was how guests should be greeted. Purple lines rose above the forest. All these arrows were aimed at the green-haired man. The awakened one waved his hand, releasing mana. He deftly repelled the attacks with his strength. Only purple lights flickered in the air around the satellites, dissipating. Chanja frowned and muttered that they had just entered and were already surrounded. Monsters looked at them from the bushes. The main character approached the man and offered help, but he refused, putting out his hand in front of him. The interlocutor looked around and asked for a better reconnaissance of the territory, because it seemed that this place was somewhat different than they imagined, and he would cope with this. The enemies rushed to attack. The man stretched out his arms, concentrating energy in them. Large blue brushes appeared near the monsters. They abruptly collapsed, grabbing the opponents. Several such traps have appeared around the heroes. Chanju frowned, squeezing his palms. His eyes were shining, and he abruptly called out to Duhyuk, asking him not to let him down. After that, the main character pushed off the ground and headed in the other direction. The brunette looked back at the clearing for the last time. The guy hovered above the clouds, trying to figure out what was going on. He looked around, thinking that something was wrong here, and everything looked like another dimension. His eyes rounded. Sunmi put up a shield as several enemies rushed at her. However, a big shadow suddenly fell on all of them. The girl looked up in surprise. Someone stamped a huge paw. A monster was looking at her from behind the trees. The SS-rank giant flashed red eyes and grinned. The girls opened their mouths in surprise. The monster gnashed its teeth. A bright light appeared from its mouth, indicating an impending attack. The main character frowned as he looked down. He turned his head dumbfounded when he heard a stamping. Several horses appeared very close. Several dark riders rode on them. They were A-rank black knights. The guy looked back at the brunette, who called out to him. The guild master unleashed her energy, asking Duhyuk to leave the giant on them while she took care of the monsters behind. The interlocutor smirked and decided that this was a great idea. Lightning flashed over the huge monster in the sky. The brunette stretched out his hand, creating spheres, and said that this was a gift to him. Golden balls sparkled next to the giant, while the hero promised to deal with him later. A bright snow-white light flashed in the air. The giant lowered his head, coming to his senses. At this time, Chanja swung, concentrating the energy in his palm. He frowned and jerked his hand. A powerful attack fell on the enemy. The main character turned around, leading this battle to his comrades. He flew past the giant. The guy was heading towards the Black Knights, intending to cut them off from the huge monster. The brunette stretched out his hand and applied transcendence. A fiery arrow struck the ground, blocking the path of the riders. The hero himself landed on the ground on the other side. He narrowed his eyes, trying to determine how the enemies could do this. A silhouette and a red flash appeared in the flames. Duhyuk knitted his eyebrows warily. The knight leapt out of the fire, clearing his way with his spear. He looked at the hero, who was surprised that he managed to get through the wall. The brunette waved his hand, applying restraint. Blue blades flashed in the air. They pierced the body of the enemy, shackling him. The tip of the spear stopped a centimeter away from the protagonist's face. Other knights were already appearing behind this opponent, and the guy realized that there were many of them. Duhyuk gripped the weapon with his hand and activated transcendence. A warm light illuminated the rider's helmet. Then, several magic circles appeared above the opponents from the use of the lightning chain. Bright discharges were visible over the forest. Chanju arched his eyebrows and sneered that A-rank couldn't do that. He stared at the powerful spell and muttered that such a thing couldn't be. The main character stood in front of defeated enemies. The guy frowned and decided that they wouldn't be able to break through any further. Flames were still blazing in front of him, and the brunette thought that even if they rebelled, it would take time to overcome this wall of fire. Duhyuk narrowed his eyes and noted that only these were left. Several knights loomed over him. They aimed their spears at him, activating energy. The main character created a dark sphere in his palms. The orb of eternal darkness absorbed the light. It grew and grew, absorbing space. And now the riders were shrouded in darkness. The awakened man took a step forward. Then he pushed off the ground abruptly. Duhyuk jumped back. A greenish haze appeared above the opponents after activating the transcendent cloud path. A blue shield was visible from behind the treetops. The enemies were imprisoned inside the prison of the cloudways. One of the knights walked forward, ignoring the effects of magic. He stretched out his hand to the hero, but his fingers and body began to burn. The brunette stood in front of the monsters that had turned into goo. Du-hyuk coldly looked down on them. The sun shone on a castle in the kingdom of Sinters in the south of the continent of Miraselim. Everything was shrouded in haze when this kingdom faced a huge problem 30 years ago. From behind the forest, the living dead and a giant appeared, which became a problem for the kingdom's army, although this Lepelin mountain range was a natural fortress and source of minerals. The hero imagined the map and thought that at this time, the Northern Sorcerer Empire was only watching from the sidelines and looking for an excuse to invade, and the kingdom had to erect high walls and create a huge fortress. The guards patrolled around the clock, because it was necessary to prevent the living dead from climbing higher to the north. The knight approached his comrade and asked what he was looking at, and the interlocutor asked him to take a look too. The man came closer, and the warrior asked if anyone had said that the royal mages would come to their aid, and he replied that they had not received such a message. They saw bright flashes of lightning, wondering why there were traces of magic. The knight chuckled, asking what was going on there. The man leaned on the wall and said that he would go to check. The subordinate looked at the commander, who jumped down and asked him to be careful. The giant clutched his head, which was emitting smoke. Angry, he swung his fist. Then he unleashed a powerful blow on the ground. His attack was met by a shield. Sungmi gritted her teeth and thought that the opponent was damn strong. The giant grinned and attacked again. The girl touched the staff, concentrating her energy. Red magic reached out to the monster. The devil held out her hand, creating a barrier, and the system announced that the spirit magic was no longer working for those who had already succumbed to the whispers. The pink-haired woman jumped away and shouted to the master that her skills did not work for them at all. Duhui narrowed her eyes and replied that he was immune and needed to aim for the giant's eyes. The woman rushed between the trees like lightning. She attacked the monster's legs with quick movements. The brunette frowned in displeasure and gritted her teeth. Cuts appeared on the enemy's body, but he did not even move from such an attack. The master raised the blade above her head, concentrating her energy. It unleashed a more powerful blow on the enemy. He managed to cut off one of the giant's legs. The enemy staggered to the side. Then he looked around dissatisfied. Sungmi flinched and opened her mouth. The giant swung his paw, because the master provoked him with this attack. The enemy struck at her with force. The brunette looked ahead in surprise. The main character protected her with a barrier. The guy looked at the woman and asked her to heal her wounds. Du-hyuk straightened up and called to him. The robots flew over the forest in his direction. They rushed to the enemy. The giant frowned and grinned. Then he stretched out his hand to the golems to grab them. The robots dodged, flying around. They flew higher, hovering over the enemy. Then they flew down at the same time, about to strike. The attack hit the monster exactly on the top of his head. A powerful explosion reverberated through the forest. Duhui and Du-hyuk watched as clouds of dust rose from the ground. The woman looked at the guy in surprise, who instantly disappeared. The robots continued to sit on the giant's head. He jerked and growled. The monster leaned on the ground and raised its head. The main character suddenly appeared in front of his face. He exchanged glances with the enemy, gritting his teeth. Then he threw several bombs at the giant. The orbs began to glow in front of the monster's nose. At this time, Du-hyuk created a large sparkling sphere above him. His attack fell on the giant. The monster's body was burning alive. After that, it collapsed flat. The main character was standing nearby, looking at the golems. The brunette picked up the trophies that had dropped from SS rank, and the system announced the receipt of a 7th class spell, Control of the Living Dead. He smiled and thought that this would be useful to him. The guy presented the diagram and noted that there was a drone that could be used in the real world, which was a great luck, even though they had just entered the rift. Du-hyuk raised his head, noticing something. Sungmi and Chanju ran up to him from behind, and the girl asked what they would do after defeating the giant. The brunette looked at them and replied that they could leave at any time, but the green-haired man suggested that they stay here for a while. The protagonist introduced each member of the team and said that the plan remains the same. Only this time Akron and Irene will help them from the flanks. The guy knitted his eyebrows and said that he would take care of the air himself. Sungmi looked at him and asked him to be careful. After that, the hero lifted off the ground. He looked down at the red flashes. The brunette chuckled and muttered that he must be able to make full use of the spell in such a huge place. A rift opened above his head from the activation of the meteor storm. The knight raced through the forest. He saw red reflections in front of him. It was a crowd of ghouls. The man unsheathed his golden sword. He swung, striking a blow. In a few precise movements, the warrior struck down the dead. Only charred particles remained around it. The blond man narrowed his eyes and looked up. Meteorites fell from the sky, and he tried to understand what kind of magic it was. The knight remembered the man and assumed that the chief mage of their kingdom, Beltran, had arrived, but immediately thought that he must be in the Sorcerer Empire. The main character was floating in the air, sending a spell to the ground. His comrades fought on the ground. The guild master looked back at Chanju and boasted about how cool the brunette was. The man agreed without turning around and asked if she had brought him. The awakened stood with their backs to each other, and the woman replied that they had an agreement, after which the green-haired man admitted that he had considered himself quite strong up to this point, but compared to Du-hyuk, he was nothing. The woman narrowed her eyes and asked not to say stupid things, and the fact is that the main character simply goes beyond the standards. Sungmi activated her shield magic and shouted that the enemies were approaching again. The monsters rushed towards her, overwhelmed by red energy. The blade of the sword began to glow with gold. A powerful attack, the aura blade, rained down on the enemies. The bodies of the ghouls were burned. The girl knitted her eyebrows and looked forward. A male silhouette appeared near the trees. He stood in front of her and asked who they were, and the blue-haired woman thought she couldn't recognize the language. The main character appeared next to her, who replied that they came from another world. The blonde looked at them and said that he didn't know that he could use translation magic. The SS-rank Duke of Smelitz knitted his eyebrows and asked if they were the ones who dealt with this undead army. The brunette looked at him and confirmed that he had come here through the rift between dimensions. He made a gesture with his hand and explained that their goal was to hunt, but these dead men immediately attacked. The interlocutor frowned and asked again. The man's eyes flashed and clarified whether they were definitely not their target. The Awakened stood opposite each other, and Du-hyuk revealed that they were pursuing the interests of the Desmond Empire, and Kalen Ogre, who had disappeared from the continent of Idamantia, was their opponent, and the knight clarified if this was the forgotten state on the central continent. The brunette closed his eyes and nodded. Smelitz presented a map and said that this place is called the northern continent of Merclium. Their fortress is a little higher to the north, so they were mistaken. The main character knitted his eyebrows and replied that this was not entirely true. He narrowed his eyes and added that they had come for the undead, as exterminating them would give them more strength. The Duke's eyes flashed and said that strangers were not liked here. He lowered his sword and said that this time he would close his eyes to their presence, so let them return home in peace. Powerful energy emanated from his blade, and the man warned that next time he would regard them as enemies. Everyone else took up fighting stances, ready to defend themselves. However, the brunette held out his hand, stopping them. Du-hyuk looked back at his bewildered comrades. He frowned and shook his head silently. The hero looked at the knight with a smile and said that they would retreat now, but they would return later. The interlocutor sheathed his sword and replied that he would be looking forward to him, a mage from another dimension. With that, he turned around and walked away. The soldier stood on the fortress wall and looked ahead. His commander suddenly jumped nearby, surprising his subordinate. The warrior looked at the Duke and asked if everything was all right, and he confirmed. The blond man crossed his arms when the interlocutor asked how it went. Smelitz remembered the Awakened and replied that there were 5 foreigners dressed in strange uniforms and speaking a different language. He thought of the sea lizards and added that they were not the ones who had traversed the open sea full of monsters and huge whirlpools. The subordinate remembered how the commander killed a stranger who said that they really came from another dimension. The blond man knitted his eyebrows and told them that he had warned them not to come back. He imagined the protagonist's face and added that the energy emanating from the magus he was talking to was completely different from the others. The man remembered Du-hyuk, who remained calm even when the knight showed anger at him. The soldier frowned and assumed that it was because he did not know the strength of the commander. The interlocutor looked into the distance and said that the brunette would definitely return, and then they would find out why he was so calm next to him. He waved his hand and asked me not to forget to write about what had happened today and send a message to Sir Belten, and the subordinate replied that he would deal with it immediately. The comrades were sitting in the waiting room of the Blue Castle Guild. Chanju stood behind the master, saying that it was a rift to another dimension, and it was still difficult for her to comprehend it. The main character took a look at them and assumed that the advanced group of the military was destroyed by the living dead. The guy crossed his arms and added that they coped with the giant, after which a certain Smelitz appeared. The woman narrowed her eyes and said that she had learned about everything related to other dimensions, and this place was not a pleasant one. Du-hyuk shifted his gaze to the side and muttered that when other worlds became known, it was obvious that someone had penetrated there for their own gain. He stood up and said that he would like to conduct a few more raids, but the master recalled that Smelitz had warned them not to go there again. The interlocutor spread his arms and asked if the strongest did not win. The green-haired man frowned and said that there was just a misunderstanding between them. He remembered the main character and the knight, and added that the comrades thought that it was one of the monsters, and the stranger thought that they were enemies who had come to seize their lands. The brunette smirked and said that he would talk to him, and then everyone would come to a consensus. Duvui turned to the pink-haired woman and muttered that she was uneasy about the civilization of another world, and she agreed, because they were surprised to meet people instead of monsters. The protagonist squinted at Sungmi, thinking that he was also surprised when he first saw another dimension. The girl closed her eyes and frowned. She remembered the giant's attack. His blows fell on the shield, and the blue-haired woman thought that if only they had defended themselves, but weakened his power even a little. Sungmi imagined herself in battle and decided that she needed to train to land soft blows that could reduce damage. Du-hyuk glanced at the girl and assumed that she was remembering the previous battle. He put his hand on her head. The brunette stroked her and praised her for her good work, but she replied that it was just luck. The blue-haired woman touched his arm as he repeated that she was good anyway. The interlocutor smiled and muttered that she could get used to praise this way. Their sweet couple looked quite cute from the outside, and the master hurried to return the conversation to the working track. Duvui looked at everyone and offered to prepare and go there again in 2 days, but for today, everyone is free. Chanju took out an X5 crystal of transcendence from his inventory, which cost about 30 billion, and said that he had received an interesting loot that would help improve their characteristics. Somewhere in the middle of the sea a ship was drifting. It was a floating base of guards with a coat of arms. The man approached his colleague and asked how long such weather had lasted, and he replied that more than a week had passed. The captain frowned, trying to understand what the hell was going on. Suddenly, purple lightning struck the ship. The crew grabbed the instruments. The men looked at the monitor, discussing that a lightning bolt had suddenly struck the deck. A stranger stood upstairs, and the captain wondered who would be there in such weather. The mustachioed man frowned and ordered the guards to get rid of him as soon as possible, and the subordinate passed an emergency message to check the deck. People went upstairs, muttering that they had had enough rest. They approached the red-haired man, asking who he was. Purple flashes appeared in the sky. The man turned around, and lightning struck behind him. His eyes flashed menacingly. The men looked at him, recognizing him as an executioner from the first platoon. The guardians suddenly evaporated when someone asked why he was here during his vacation. The red-haired man was behind them, landing several accurate blows. There was a purple glow around his body. He frowned. A man narrowed his eyes flashing, and gave him orders to kill. The villain reached out and controlled the guard like a puppet, forcing them to destroy the intruders who came from another dimension and interfered with his Bendela plan. Stars shone on the house of the main character. He sat on the bed and looked at the system windows, and Sungmi lay next to him. The brunette knitted his eyebrows and said that he should start with the potion he could get. An orange vial of the Arcturus star chemical compound appeared in front of him, and the young man thought that with the awakening of the divine spirit, he would enhance the effect. The hero quickly flipped through the stats, muttering that the potions he used often had become stronger, so there was still a benefit from the frequency of use. The brunette frowned as he imagined the blade in crystal, and noted that he had never seen an application for items compared to the things he had recently received. He remembered the page of the site, and thought that nothing had appeared on DUSNet, an identification for a long time. Do-hyuk opened his mouth in surprise as he stared at the system's golden window. There was a message on it that he had been prepared to be able to use one shard from another dimension to get information about the rift, where there were the items he needed, but the probability of success was 10%. The guy chuckled, deciding that they thought they would make him choose DF again. He smiled and remembered that this time he had also received shards. The hero tossed the crystal using one of the 10. Do-hyuk looked at the screen and asked to find the level 7 summon blaze and the level 8 simulacrum, after which the search for items began. A new alert appeared in front of the guy. Sungmi looked around in surprise as her boyfriend screamed. He clutched his head and exclaimed that it was unbelievable, because he had been told that he could get what he wanted in Desmond S. Brunette gritted his teeth, noting that 5 more shards were available. The hero imagined a headless knight, and thought that that dimension had been restored. Do-hyuk narrowed his eyes, knowing that even if he went there with Hayes and Rakiz, it would be hard. The girl lay down next to her and muttered that he had been screaming recently. She looked at the brunette, and asked what was wrong. The brunette pointed to her with his hand and asked her to see. On the system window, it was written that he could enter with his closest colleague, or a person of the opposite sex. Deus would be favorable to this person. Sungmi glanced at the notification and asked if he was upset about it. She knitted her eyebrows and said that she could go with him. However, the hero frowned and refused, explaining that this rift was much more dangerous than yesterday's. The brunette narrowed his eyes and said that he could not take her to such a dangerous place where she had a risk of getting hurt. He introduced a few people and added that if Sungmi joined him, he would get bogged down in this story unfolding between the Black Cross and the Desmond Empire. The interlocutor stood up and resolutely stated that she wanted to go with him. She knitted her eyebrows and asked to check her. The awakened woman narrowed her eyes and added that she would go with him if she could handle it. Then she opened her mouth and muttered that she would back down if she lost. The guy straightened up and agreed, since she was so eager to do so. The partners went down to the underground training hall. They stood opposite each other, and the hero began to tell what her test was. He introduced them schematically and stated that if she deflected his attacks and was able to hit him, she would pass. But if she took 10% damage, then her armlet would light up yellow, and the girl would lose. The main character took out dragon spiders and warned that he would attack with them. Do-hyuk frowned and added that she only had one chance. The opponent sat down, stretching her legs, and the guy offered to start. The blue-haired woman stretched and agreed. The awakened looked at each other resolutely and began the duel. The hero stretched out his hand, creating a magic circle. He attacked his opponent with a power missile, illuminating everything around him with light. Sungmi took a fighting stance and concentrated. She dodged several attacks. Then she turned around and stabbed with her sword. Blue flashes flashed in the air in front of her. After that, an explosion rang out. The main character stood and looked at the rising dust. However, his opponent was on top, ready to counterattack. The brunette rounded his eyes in surprise and raised his head. The blue-haired woman swung her blade violently. The guy stretched out his hand and held out his shield. They looked at each other, each putting in his strength. At some point, the girl's sword cracked, and from the side, a spider was already approaching her. She hurried to spin up to destroy the enemy. The insect was cut by a fragment of the blade. Sungmi jumped away. A broken sword was smoking in her hand. The blue-haired woman gritted her teeth and thought that she had a chance, but she couldn't cope with what to do now. The brunette pointed her finger to the side and asked her to take a look. The bracelet on her arm glowed yellow. The girl cowered and shouted that she could still fight, and the other party replied that she had misunderstood him, but the test had passed. Sungmi looked at him in bewilderment, and reminded him that she had never been able to land. The guy remembered her attack and said that she only needed to touch him and repel his attacks, especially since the second was more important for the tank. The brunette knitted his eyebrows and reminded him that until the very end, the girl was concentrated and fought off all the spiders. The main character smiled and said that this was enough. A red portal sparkled in the Desmond Sea rift. The main character looked around and asked what kind of place it was. Hayes looked around and replied that it was the tomb of the kings of the Desmond Empire. System windows appeared in front of the comrades with the task of getting rid of Durahan Formido, which protects this shrine, and getting resurrection magic. The protagonist knitted his eyebrows and stated that he would go forward, and Sungmi and Rikiz would take over the flanks. The green-eyed woman narrowed her eyes and agreed when the guy added that she would have air and rear on her. The brunette looked around and asked him to do everything quickly to avoid meeting the crusader. The comrades rushed forward through the dungeon. Hayes was riding a wolf when she approached the blue-haired woman. She smiled and thanked her for joining in. The interlocutor ran forward, saying that it was all thanks to the main character. Sungmi looked at her resolutely and added that she didn't have enough strength, but she would do her best. The brunette frowned as he looked ahead. They stopped near the tall statues. Their eyes began to glow red, and immediately all the armor was enveloped in energy. The creatures surrounded the awakened. One of the warriors swung his weapon. Then, they all attacked the intruders at the same time. The protagonist and Sungmi put up a shield around. The guy narrowed his eyes and shouted what was needed now. Thin blue lines flashed in the air. Hayes and Rikiz resolutely looked ahead as they attacked the enemies. The girl and the wolf jumped and struck from above, and her partner wielded a blade below. The statue crumbled into pieces behind them with its backs. They banged their fists, discussing that they made a great team. However, here the red energy enveloped the wreckage. The statue began to rebuild right behind them. The awakened looked around dumbfounded. A golden bolt flashed in front of them from the use of the lightning chain. However, the wreckage still continued to connect. The main character rounded his eyes, realizing that the opponents were recovering. He waved his hand and called his comrades here quickly. His teammates ran towards him, apologizing for the failure, but Do-hyuk only asked them to hurry. They were followed by huge armor. The protagonist turned around and ordered everyone to hide behind him. He opened the box from which the light poured. Suddenly, a powerful blue beam pierced the enemies. The brunette narrowed his eyes, trying to see what was happening in front of him. Orbs appeared among the debris, and the guy shouted at everyone to attack the cores until the statues were restored. Rikiz took a swing, saying that he would take care of it. He managed to break the spheres with his blades. The main character looked at him with a smile and praised that they managed to notice the cannonballs, although not the first time. The men were enveloped in blue energy, and the brunette asked to be more careful next time. Suddenly, the hero felt himself falling down. The floor under his comrades cracked. At the same moment, they all collapsed down into the unknown. Do-hyuk opened his mouth in surprise and looked ahead. Below them was a circular hall, where a guard was already waiting for them. He raised his helmet in his hand, and it became clear that there was emptiness inside the armor. However, there was light in place of the eyes. After that, the enemy attacked the invaders with their magic. Purple arrows reached out to the awakened. The hero stretched out his hand and used transcendence. A blue shield appeared in front of him. The attack hit the barrier with all its force. The guy gritted his teeth, trying to withstand the pressure. He frowned, investing more energy. However, in the end, the shield could not stand it and crumbled, letting some magic through. Sungmi reached out to the brunette to pick him up. Hayes frowned and yelled at Lucchini to help her. Blue spheres appeared around the guys. They smoothly descended to the floor so that no one was hurt. Blue-haired looked at the hero, trying to bring him to his senses. However, Do-hyuk lay with his eyes closed, and dark veins protruded from his body. The enemy stamped his foot. The girl gritted her teeth and turned to him in displeasure. The armor was turned to Hayes and Rikiz. Durahan Formido, the boss of SS-rank monsters, emitted dark energy, muttering that he heard the pleasant whispers of death. Red magic appeared in his hand. The weapon plunged into the floor. The boss leaned on his sword and asked the assassins who had come for him to get up. His power spread throughout the hall. The floor began to crack around the guys. From the rifts, the hands of the dead stretched out. Rikiz and Hayes looked around. The skeletons rebelled and headed towards them. The woman chuckled and muttered that she didn't think the ancestors would meet them. The green-eyed woman frowned and asked her companion to concentrate. Sungmi knitted her eyebrows and said that it was necessary to protect the main character. She turned to the guy, who stood up and said that everything was fine, had already come to his senses. He grabbed his hand. His skin glowed from applying maximum healing. Durahan held out his sword and ordered his soldiers to attack, noting that the guy was stubborn. The brunette frowned and said that he would take charge of the boss and let the others take care of the undead. His eyes flashed, and the guy ordered action. Magic swirled around him as he activated his speed and strength. The helmet flashed and noted that the hero had interesting abilities. Sungmi stretched out her shield and used a provocative scream. All the skeletons felt the energy and froze. The brunette pushed off the floor. It quickly swept over the heads of the undead. The enemy shone, calling to listen to the call of the dead. The guy frowned and exclaimed that he would not fall for the same trick. Do-hyuk created a barrier in front of him and asked if this was all. Disc repelled the attack and sent it back to the guard. The boss looked around, noticing this. He set out a purple shield around him, and the black tentacles did not harm him. The protagonist frowned, noticing that it didn't work. Magic circles appeared above the guy's head, and the opponent activated chains with spikes. Black feathers descended from the ceiling. The guy used a protective barrier. Do-hyuk knitted his eyebrows and created 2 blue rings in his palm. Durahan swung his sword and shouted that it would be an offering to him. The brunette's eyes widened, barely having time to deviate. A powerful attack still threw him back. However, it was not the main character who rose from the dust. Spiders appeared around the enemy, and he guessed that it was a trap. Do-hyuk smirked and activated an explosion. Fiery flashes flashed in the air. The skeletons opened their mouths and rushed to attack. Haze lowered her hands as she used the call. Magical beasts appeared around her. They attacked the undead, biting into skulls. One of the enemies crept up from the side and swung. The green-eyed woman turned when she saw the threat. However, Sungmi immediately appeared in front of her, shielding her. The blue-haired woman frowned, blocking the attack. The blade stuck in the shield. The girl sharply deflected the blow. The blade of the skeleton broke. Sungmi turned to her partner and asked her to duck. Red energy swirled around her sword. The awakened woman swung her weapon, attacking her enemies in a circle. The undead around them were defeated. Blue-haired straightened up and muttered that skeletons could be of high rank, and her friend thanked her. However, a purple substance appeared on the floor. It bubbled and connected with each other. And now something terrible grows next to the girls. A monster consisting of corpses loomed over them. The dead turned their heads towards them. At this time, explosions fell on Durahan. His armor was engulfed in flames. The main character stretched out his hand and used his breath. The energy spread from him to the enemy. A gust of wind lifted the helmet into the air. Do-hyuk hovered above him, activating the 2 elements, and asked if this was the first time his head had been so far away from his body. The guy's eyes flashed red. He put out his arms and attacked with power missile and fireball at the same time. The enemy was engulfed in flames. The brunette created several sparkling magic circles around it, and then the chain of lightning fell on the opponent. The helmet half exposed Durahan's skull. The eye sockets gleamed purple. A barrier appeared around him, preventing the lightning from causing damage. A powerful energy emanated from the enemy, and he once again called out to the call of the dead. The brunette abruptly pushed off the blue disc to the side, and the opponent grinned that he was running away quickly like a rat. The boss attacked the hero with black flashes. They approached the guy, but he dodged. Durahan beamed and warned that he should be more careful now. The main character frowned and his eyes flashed. A blue light appeared behind the enemy. Do-hyuk opened his mouth and opened the door to another dimension. A portal appeared under the helmet. He began to sink inside. The brunette clenched his fist, closing the gate. Only half of the skull remained on the surface. She fell to the floor with a thud. Durahan raised his sword above him, and the hero assumed that this was his last attack. The boss's hand began to change, and now a powerful energy was coming from him. He unleashed his magic on the guy with force. A red wave was approaching the hero. The awakened one created a luminous inscription in his palms. Several magic circles appeared in front of him, and the guy applied the reverse course of transcendence, a reversal. At this time, a creature of the dead was reaching out to the girl. Sungmi pushed herself off the wall and held out a shield. In a few precise movements, she sliced through the hands of the undead. The blue-haired woman and the mage frowned at the same time and shouted that this was the end. The girl rushed through the enemy with lightning speed, cutting through him, and the main character repelled the attack straight into Durahan, after which the system notified his comrades of the victory, and that Do-hyuk received 2 desired spells. The friends went up to the 3rd floor of the dungeon, noting that it was different from the 2nd. The guy approached the book on the pedestal and said that they needed to return soon, so they needed to use rebirth magic as soon as possible, and the system asked which individual they wanted to resurrect. Haze looked at the brunette carefully. Do-hyuk opened his mouth and said who he wanted to revive. A bright yellow light appeared in front of him. A male silhouette appeared in the beam. He had long bluish hair. Haze shed tears at the sight of her brother. The man opened his green eyes. He was standing in front of the guys. When the light was gone, the man looked at them. The girl looked at the Arkans happily. Her brother looked at her in surprise and asked if she was dead, what had happened. Instead of answering, she rushed to him, gritting her teeth. She hugged the man. Haze cried and said that the protagonist resurrected him. Arkans also shed tears, smiling. Riki stood next to the brunette, and also wiped away her tears, glad to be reunited. The long-haired man looked at Do-hyuk and remembered that he had fought him back then. The brunette presented the moment of their battle, confirming that they had met in the past. He handed the necklace to Desmond, saying that he had given it to him then. Arkans knitted his eyebrows and said that he remembered entrusting him with his subjects. He looked down at his hands and asked how they managed to resurrect him, and the brunette explained that they had used the rebirth magic that was hidden in this place. The man reached into his clothes and muttered that he owed them a great debt. The protagonist looked in surprise at the outstretched weapon that the interlocutor asked to accept, and it was the chalk of Zakali's censure of legendary rank. Longhair remembered that this blade had been used by a holy knight, but he hadn't had a chance to use it himself. However, Do-hyuk could be useful. Sung-mi glanced at the guy, noting that there was almost no time left, because the timer showed 5 minutes. The hero stood next to her, saying that time was really coming to an end. Hayes smiled and exclaimed that she would never forget the time she spent with him. She looked at the brunette and added that thanks to him he was alive, and now her brother was also resurrected, and although not for long, she was very happy. Green Eyes knitted her eyebrows and promised that she would do whatever it took to get revenge on Bendela and his followers and revive the empire, while Ricky's promised to give his life for him, after which Arkans expressed hope that they would meet again. Do-hyuk waved at them, and Sung-mi bowed goodbye with a smile, after which the system announced that the Desmond Sea rift had been cleared. The red portal sparkled with lightning. The partners went through him to their world. They stopped, listening to the silence. There was a t-shirt on the couch, and there were notes on the table, and the main character said that while he lived with Hayes and Ricky's, he did not imagine that without them this house would be so big. The blue-haired woman looked at the guy and asked if he was sad. The interlocutor smiled and replied that everything was fine, because these two returned to where they should be. He introduced the trio and added that we needed to see where it would lead, but the guy was sure that they would be fine. Companions walked through the dungeon. Together they went outside and looked at the city lit up by the dawn. The blue-haired woman blushed, muttering that she had an idea if he was sad. Do-hyuk smirked and asked if she wanted to live together, and the girl muttered that yes, if he didn't mind. The brunette smiled and invited her to move in. The interlocutor resolutely turned around and said that she would immediately bring the luggage, but the guy held her and said that it was late today, and it was better to just rest. The next day, the office was illuminated by the sun. In the notebook, it was written that Ricky's, Hayes, and Arkans, having parted ways with him, were watching over the ancient territories of the Desmond Empire and fighting for the day when the empire could be reborn. The man put his pen on the table and muttered that this was the end of the Arkans story. The author of the DF story, Garam Han, straightened up and noted that it was left to finish with Berhard. He threw back his head, introducing the characters, and muttered that the dark heir of the Arkans, Durahan, and the executioner were all ready. The button on the phone lit up, and a voice asked if his son was still working, and the man replied that he had recently finished and decided to take some rest, so he could eat together somewhere. He closed the notebook when the interlocutor clarified whether the person would be present, and the writer confirmed. The man got up from the table and said goodbye. The lights on the chandelier were no longer lit, and the room became dark. A red portal appeared in the center of the room. Someone's shadow hung over the table. The man opened the notebook with the story. A rift also sparkled in the streets of the city. Sung-mi looked around and told the hero that this place was different from the past. There were many alleys, and the guy agreed, noting that he did not feel a single monster in the area. A system notification appeared in front of him, and the launch of a special quest where you need to meet Berhard. The girl looked at the task and said that since this was a quest, it was definitely not a monster hunt. She turned to the companion and added that there was also a time limit, and the companion frowned and asked who it was. There was a blonde man in front of him, and Do-hyuk exclaimed that he was completely different from the Berhard he knew. The brunette narrowed his eyes and thought that this mage was probably still young, which meant that this was a moment from the past. The girl looked back at the noise as the protagonist frowned and mused that he didn't know what Deus wanted to change since he had sent him here. But first he had to find Berhard. The guy looked at his companion and offered to move out slowly, but she unexpectedly announced that she had found a person from the quest. Together they looked around the corner, and the blue-haired woman asked to look at the one who was being beaten. 3 bandits were kicking a man in a gateway. The main character rounded his eyes dumbfounded and opened his mouth. The man on the ground gritted his teeth and closed his eyes, covering himself with his hands. Looking at the group of people, the hero said that he should stop, because he had something to do with that person. Well, I heard the question about who they are. Frowning, Do-hyuk replied that he hated rudeness, so they had better disappear immediately. The blonde man turned around, wondering who these people were. The opponent looms over the hero, asking who he is and what kind of girl is with him. He looked back at his comrades, adding that the guy looked weak, but there was such a beauty next to him. He got punched in the face when he suggested that she forget the loser next to her and go with him. The blow knocked him down. The bandit flew away, crashing into the wall. With a stern look at the others, Sung-mi replied that she was annoyed by the insults to Do-hyuk. Others were frightened when the hero asked what to do with them. The bandits decided to run away. The hero stretched out his hand to the man on the ground, asking if he was okay, who replied that everything was fine, asking who they were. Noticing the people in the alleys, Do-hyuk replied that they should leave first, and he would explain everything later. A magic circle appeared under them when using a teleporter. The system notified that the hero must listen to Berhard's story and help him solve his problems, having managed to do it in 2 hours. The 3 of them flew over the forest. Looking ahead, Berhard clarified that they really met him from the future. Looking at him, the hero noted that the guy still did not believe him, to which he said that it sounded like nonsense. Tana frowned, adding that if they could save his beloved, then he could believe. Sung-mi noticed something when the hero agreed to this, and said that there was a red flag at the bottom. Noticing several houses, someone said that this was the camp of Fresco and his bandits. Bernhard was looking down when the hero asked him about Mary's whereabouts. Noticing one of the houses, he replied that she was probably in prison. He introduced a bald warden. They say that not only she is kept there, but also many other girls. Mary looked frightened, and he said that gangsters kidnapped people and demanded ransom for them. Standing next to the interlocutor, Du-hyuk replied that he would fall with him. The girl smiled when he said that after they came in, she would have to apprehend the bandits, and replied that it would not be a problem. Du-hyuk looked down himself, saying that they were now coming. 2 guards guarded the gate. One looked at the other, saying that it was all pointless, and he agreed. He pulled his hand aside, saying that this was the lair of Fresco, who single-handedly dispatched an army of 3,000 men. No one would dare to invade here. At the same moment, an explosion sounded behind my back. The robber looked behind him in surprise. A bright light was introduced in the sky. Several rays struck the ground. Looking at the flames, the guard said that this could not be. The beam struck behind him. From fright, he fell to the ground. An Akron appeared in front of him. The golem's eyes shone brightly. Together with his friend, the hero sank to the ground, saying that this was their chance. The 2 of them went to one of the houses. Du-hyuk looked ahead thoughtfully. Grabbing Bernhard's arm, he applied invisibility. Part of the roof shattered into pieces. Fresco was surrounded by a red aura. The man frowned as he asked who dared to invade his domain. Spreading his aura, the robber demanded to show himself. The enemy saw the hero below. Looking at him, Fresco asked him what the guy dared to invade his domain. Du-hyuk looked at him silently. The man rushed into battle. The attack caused a burst of energy. The girls sat on the floor, hoping that they had come for them. The guard approached them, demanding that they be quiet, and replied that there were no people who would come here to save them and be able to stand up to the leader. The flame set up behind her back, when he demanded that they calm down. Bernhard let fire out of his hands. The guy was breathing heavily. Then he ran to the cage, saying that they were safe, and they had come to save them. He threw the door open and saw Mary. Bernhard was worried about her. Looking at the rescuer, the girl asked about what was going on, since there were so many soldiers and the king of robbers himself, to which he replied that she did not have to worry and that there was a man who had come to help him. A smile appeared on Bernhard's face. Fresco threw a lot of punches, demanding to show him even more punches. Du-hyuk defended by creating a barrier. Imagining the bright eyes of the bandit, the guy said that the heroes would cope with him without any problems. A bright trace remained in front of the hero's face. Du-hyuk fell to the ground. Looking at him, the man noted that everything had only become more complicated. He saw 2 bandits rush into battle. The bandits surrounded Sungmi. Looking at her, Fresco told her to just give up. He raised the hero, adding that her dear friend had already died, and it was not worth repeating his fate. She opened her mouth in surprise, not understanding what he was talking about. The guy's body rushed away to glow brightly when he was surprised that she couldn't see. The man was surprised to see this light. After that, an explosion sounded. Smoke was coming from his hand. Holding the wounded hand, Fresco asked where the real one was. Du-hyuk nailed him to the ground. Lowering his eyes, he replied that he was here. A dark aura surrounded the enemy when defragmenting was applied. Smoke was coming from under the hero's hands. The rest of the bandits were shocked that he had smashed the boss in one hit, turning him into powder. The bandits rushed to run. The freed girls went out into the street, so after the extermination of the bandit squad, they returned all the abductees home. Du-hyuk looked in their direction. Mary turned to him. Coming closer, the girl thanked for saving them, to which the hero and his companions replied, because they were glad to meet her. The hero held out a small object, saying that he would like to talk to both of them, but there was no time, asking them to accept it. Looking seriously at the interlocutor, he added that this pendant contained a message that they had passed on to themselves from the future, adding that he had not listened to it. Bernhard picked it up. A bright light came from the pendant. The guy opened his mouth in surprise. Tears appeared in his eyes, and he said that now he understood it too. Bernhard clenched his fist, saying that he had sent himself a message from the future, wondering if he should praise his present self. Du-hyuk looked at Sungmi, saying that was it. The system notified that the task had been completed and that his interference with another space and time was successful. People were looking up at the sky when the announcement came that they had freed the tigers, and now all living beings are praying for him in gratitude. They were wearing white cloaks. The system also notified that they had released Anti-Itis. Now they are also praying for them. The hero and his companion were surrounded by a golden glow when it was reported that they had received the energy of blessing through the prayer of these 2 dimensions. Du-hyuk was watching what was happening as his level had risen to S rank. The girl was also surrounded by a glow. Her level had risen to a rank. Sungmi's shield also lit up brightly when the reward was added to her. A large cross appeared on it, stating that it is now the shield of the Tiger Crusader, which is legendary. Her eyes grew larger in surprise. Sungmi inspected the reward, not understanding what it was. The hero was surprised that she did not know that not only he but also new users were given a special reward. Du-hyuk applauded her, congratulating her on her rank up. Bernhard, who was standing nearby, turned to the hero. Looking at him intently, the guy expressed the hope that in the future they would be fine. Du-hyuk held out his hand, noticing that his eyes were shining again, and replied that he had to do it for the sake of his beloved. The guys shook hands, wanting to see each other again. A message appeared that he had cleared the rift. The bright sun illuminated the Japanese skyscrapers. The girl stood at the entrance, asking that the master had called her. Placing the tablet on the table, the man replied that Ri could have passed. Folding his legs, Kazuya clarified that she probably knew why he called her. After introducing the traditional house, she replied that it was because of the failed attack on the Buddhist statue rift, and the JBI had set a bounty for overseas guilds that decided to enter it, and there was also a high probability that this 20-year-old rift would lead to a rift. The interlocutor frowned, specifying that the man wanted to ask the Korean team Do-hyuk to deal with this as a prophetess. Sitting at the table, he replied that she quickly understands everything and that she seems to be familiar with the hero, to which she said to entrust it to her. Tilting her head, Kazuya wanted to know what her interlocutor thought of him, and whether he really was so incredible. Remembering the team, reassured him that the hero's abilities were incredible, and the other guys also praised him. Staring at the girl, the guild leader wanted to know if his team would be able to attack the Buddhist statue rift. She closed her eyes silently. Then, looking at the interlocutor, she said that she had no information about the team. Imagining a magic circle under Do-hyuk, the girl added that this dungeon could not be done alone, and the only member of his team she knew was himself, and the rest were unknown, other awakened. Kazuya smirked, deciding that he had to get him involved first, demanding that he be told that they would give him all the promised reward and even what was due to her, and if he had the conditions, he would try to fulfill them all. One Eye smiled confidently as he said that through him, they would receive information about the rift, and use it to prepare the next attack. The sun shone on the facade of the White House. The hero remembered the use of his skill, thinking about the special spell he received for reaching S rank, and now he has enough spells to attack, so he needs to collect spells for defense. There was a message about an invulnerability spell that consumed 1,000 mana per second and granted invulnerability to all allies within a radius of 50 meters. Then he glanced to the side, thinking that he had obtained all the items that he had received in the last rift. Ixin and Yunso entered the room, saying that they had arrived. Smiling at them, Do-hyuk replied that they should pass. The guy glanced at his friend, who noted that there was still time before the new rift, asked about what had happened, and replied that he had been contacted by the Fukutsu Guild this morning. Touching the letter icon, he said that he had been told something about the Buddhist statue rift. Comrades looked at the screens of tablets. Sungmi was sitting nearby. Looking up, Yunso asked what she wanted to say about this rift. Frowning, she talked about how the Buddhist statue rift is known among the awakened as the oldest rift that has not been conquered for 20 years. Introducing the ladies on the slope, she said that the difficulty is that the terrain. Then she recalled previous raids, noting that their success depended on the characteristics of the players. Then she introduced the current lineup, saying that teamwork is important in this rift of the Buddhist statue. Do-hyuk looked at her interlocutor, saying that this place was cruel to unorganized groups, to which she replied that the rift was a kind of graveyard for the unwary awakened. Imagining the shattering of the building, she added that even the best Japanese guild could not overcome it, and it was a very dangerous place. Ixin was visibly worried, surprised that they were offered to go there. Then she imagined her hands reaching for the light, replying that to them this rift was like Moby Dick. Imagining the man in armor, the hero reflected on the fact that the ancient rift was overflowing with energy from another dimension, since no one had been able to attack it yet, and because of this, the difficulty level of the rift was high, but the reward would be appropriate. Introducing the man in the chair, he noted that the head of the American Freedom Guild was leading this raid. There was a sinister smile on the man's face as he wondered if it might be because he was the only one who had been able to clear the rift, which was also one of the most ancient. Glancing in the direction of the interlocutors, Sungmi clarified about Ri and that she had heard her name from the master. Introducing the girl's face, she said that she was not a guild worker, but one of the key figures in it. Afterwards, also presenting the necessary number 40, she noted that the authority to attack their oldest rift is usually not transferred outside. Frowning, Sungmi thought about what they were asking for help. Opening his mouth slightly, the guy replied that their goal might just be to clean up the rift. We imagined the one-eyed powerful and also thought and suggested that maybe they wanted to use them to learn more about the rift. Ixin looked up, also not understanding why they were instructing them to attack the rift, and the man glanced at the hero, suggesting that he ask about it, and he agreed. Do-hyuk, who was sitting in the center of the table, said that he couldn't decide for everyone, and was asked what he thought about it. The hero smiled, answering that he was for it, and that he believed that they would cope. Besides, he was interested in what the reward would be. He looked at Sungmi, who said she wanted to try it too. Looking at the guy, she was talking about the need to plan everything and practice on other rifts, because their teamwork had to be perfect. The man folded his arms over his chest as Yunso supported the others and said that if 3 were in favor, so was he. Clenching his fist, Do-hyuk was happy about this, adding that he would then ask for official documents from the guild. A confident smile appeared on his face as he added that they would definitely succeed in this attack. Sounds came from the cave. Lightning flashed inside. The man was carving something in the rock. The hammer struck the chisel. Lowering his head, he noted that the insignificant ones had come again. Getting back on his feet, he said that it had been 20 years since he had been locked in this rift, but it would not be long. As he paused, he thought of the day when the wall of this rift would collapse. After that, he introduced the children, thinking that he would definitely find the people because of whom his peaceful life with his sister was destroyed. Looking at the statue of the girl, he asked her to wait. Something lit up on her head. The people in front of him were holding a mask and a staff. He put the helmet on his head. A bright light appeared around the helmet. There were many dark silhouettes in front of him. They were all statues. The staff in his hand began to glow brightly. With the impact, the light spread far and wide, and he told them to wake up. The eyes of the statues lit up. The Buddhist statue saw a lot of lights in front of him. Lightning flashed under his feet. A bright light burst out of the ground. A stone golem appeared behind him. The golem was much taller than a man. The Buddhist statue soared above the ground. The eyes of his helmet glowed brighter, saying that they must kill anyone who dared to enter his territory. The acolytes moved forward. The sound of footsteps could be heard in the forest. Ri followed the hero, saying that it was not a fracture, but a flying drone earlier, asking about it being new, to which he replied that it was, and it was a reconnaissance drone. The girl smiled, noting that this was their third meeting, and each time the guy had a new toy, and he noted that the first rift was Arkan's. Ri looked him in the eye, suggesting that the next time we would meet not in a dangerous rift, but in some other place. Her eyes sparkled with the words that she knew a great restaurant in Japan, where you can only admit by invitation. Do-hyuk and Sung-mi turned around, replying that they needed to figure it out first. But Ri took his hand, saying that he needed to rest sometimes. A systemic message appeared in front of the hero, when the girl said that they would be tired and it would be difficult for them to use their powers. New reports indicated that negative energy had been absorbed from all over the area, and the bracelet of despair had transformed into a fell bracelet and revealed its characteristics. Looking to the side, Do-hyuk thought that although everything was fine around him, he was very worried. A spear flew out of the forest. A bright flash appeared from the impact. The shield deflected the spear. It flew aside. Sung-mi looked up in surprise. Soon many similar spears were flying. They all pierced the ground. Spears stuck out of the ground. The group took cover behind the barrier. The statues headed in their direction. Their eyes shone brightly. Grinning, the hero thought that these were metal golems, so the drone's thermal imager did not detect them. Among them, a monster with many arms appeared. This is the boss monster Verutica. The monster clenched its teeth tightly. A red aura surrounded him and the people. Their eyes lit up brighter as he told them to feel the crust of heaven. A red beam rushed away from him. Do-hyuk held out his hand in front of him. Spiders appeared in front of the beam. A powerful explosion sounded. After the explosion, a cloud of smoke appeared. The beam was in front of Verutica. The monster swallowed him. Smoke rose in front of the boss again. Sung-mi rushed to attack. Verutica's sweeping blows left bright traces. The girl defended herself with her shield, thinking that he was strong in a one-on-one battle. However, his attack could be avoided. Covering herself, she rushed forward. Sung-mi watched his movements intently. She managed to strike. Behind his back, Iksan was preparing an attack, saying that he could not lose. The blade of the axe was surrounded by a golden glow. The swing left a bright mark. Verutica looked down. He leaned on his knee, calling people trifles. Lava appeared under the weapons. A gate appeared next to Sung-mi, and she said that she would take him north. The girl was behind him. The cross on the shield began to glow brightly. Energy gathered around him when he used a provocative howl. Turning around, Verutica said that he would get rid of her first. The monster raised his sword above his head. The fire monstrosities burst forward when using a ground rip. The monster struck the barrier. Gritting her teeth, Sung-mi held off the onslaught, and the rest of the comrades appeared behind him. They were surrounded by a bright light while training skills. His eyes also emitted a bright glow. Verutica looked at them angrily. A multicolored glow could be seen from all over the forest. The sounds of blows were heard throughout the area. A lot of enemy blades appeared in front of Iksan. Yunso fired a multiple salvo. Her arrows struck the blades. The sword was over the boy's head. Sung-mi struck a shield at this moment. The comrade managed to avoid the attack. Iksan spotted the moment to attack. A swing of axes cut through the enemy. He smiled, thinking that this was his team. He remembered his encounter with Do-hyuk, thinking that it was not for nothing that he left the guild and joined his group. Then I remembered the attack on another person from my old comrades, thinking that they were engaged in threats, attacks on people and blackmail, and no one cared about the others, because they only cared about money. Then he imagined Do-hyuk extending his hand to him, noting that everything was different here, and therefore he had to give his best. Frowning, the man decided that he had to cope. Then he took a step forward, realizing that otherwise there was no point in his departure. Do-hyuk approached him, asking what was wrong with him, as he had suddenly become quiet and perhaps not feeling well, to which he replied that there was no need to worry. Frowning, he told the hero that he had to go. Later they ended up on the bridge. The guy looked ahead, noting that they had finally arrived. The group stood in front of the B-zone gate. Iksan and Do-hyuk turned to Ri after hearing that this was the limit of their oil and there would be no stone golems here. Imagining the border between the zones, she said that they had a certain time to clear this zone. She frowned, adding that the boss of Area C would go on a rampage, and then Area B would be destroyed. Turning forward again, the hero replied that in addition to this, they needed to prepare for battle, and for this they needed to act quickly. The statue was surrounded by a dark alba when he said that you need to work at speed. The many faces sat in the lotus position, saying that lost souls had reappeared before him. Avalokiteshvara turned to face them with yellow eyes, saying that he would personally show the way. A lot of circles appeared over people. Palms came out of the circles. The hands struck at once. The boss smiled ominously. The barrier held back their onslaught, and then he added that the main condition for them would be to survive. A gate appeared over the enemy as he told them not to be stubborn and to accept their fate. Do-hyuk emerged from the portal, thinking he didn't know how long Sungmi would be able to hold off the attack. He withdrew his hand to strike, deciding that the enemy did not know about his spells, so now was the best moment. The red-eyed head noticed him as she repeated the word kill. A multitude of blades appeared in front of the hero. They were all attacking him. The guy's eyes radiated light. Ice covered the weapons. He was surrounded by an ice storm when applying freeze. Avalokiteshvara watched what was happening. A bright light appeared in Do-hyuk's hand as he thought he had received a freeze and a clear mind for capturing the king. The light became brighter. A bright flash hit Avalokiteshvara while using the Spear of Terror. The monster was knocked down. A head with green eyes said that it hurt. His body was coming back together. In surprise, Do-hyuk opened his mouth, thinking that he could recover. A red ray appeared on the ground. Comrades looked around, noticing that the attacks had stopped. Sungmi paid attention to the hero, noticing that something was happening to him. Ixin rushed towards him. A lot of red circles appeared above the guy with the words that the main danger had been identified and the priority had been changed. The hero looked around. Hands attacked him at once. Do-hyuk blocked them with a barrier. Gritting his teeth, the guy held back the onslaught. A portal appeared above Avalokiteshvara's heads. The spear flew out of it. The weapons rushed towards the barrier. The hero was visibly nervous when he saw him. Blood spurted to the side. Do-hyuk's eyes widened. Ixin took the blow of the spear on himself. Blood came out of his mouth. Avalokiteshvara, who was standing in front of him, said that someone had decided to hit the road. Smiling ominously, he added that the man need not worry, and others who have gone astray will soon follow. Ixin smiled back. The monster stared at him, asking what made him laugh. Do-hyuk continued to hold back the onslaught. Refired a shot. Pulling the trigger, she fired a fatal shot. The bullet flew between his hands. It swept past his comrade's head. Avalokiteshvara noticed her coming. The bullet glowed in his hands. He managed to hold it. Another shot hit him. The monster's hands shattered into pieces, and he said it hurt. Another shot came close to his face. The head shattered into pieces. The eye was still shining brightly. Disintegrating, the monster noticed something. Yunso stood behind Ri. After imagining how he was attacked, Avalokiteshvara said that he did not expect them to use the first attack as bait and attack from the side. The monster was left with Ember. There was a message that it had been destroyed. A bright light surrounded the Do-hyuk when applying maximum extraction. An angel appeared next to him. The wound on Ixin's body was healing. He was approached by Sungmi, who told him that although he had received the treatment so quickly, he still couldn't recover due to the bleeding, and noted that it was good that they had time and could prepare. The other two girls headed to the side, saying that they would check the entrance. Lowering his eyes, the hero thought that this was indeed a rift that could not be cleaned for 20 years. A message appeared in front of him when he decided he needed to be more focused. The message box was reflected in his eyes. When he saw the lightning, he read that emergency changes were taking place in the rift. The barrier covered the entire area with a message that the faults in Area B and C were closing due to the discovery of an unknown force. The comrades looked at the barrier that had appeared. They were surrounded by darkness with the message that the Buddhist statue had left Area C. Do-hyuk looked behind him. The girls looked up in surprise. The huge golem took its hands above its head. A Buddhist statue sat on him, saying that they had destroyed everything he had built. His eyes lit up brighter, saying that he would destroy them and create this place anew. The golem struck a powerful blow. Its power spread throughout the area. An aura shone above the boss's head. In front of the golem was scorched earth. The Buddhist statue noticed something. Do-hyuk and his comrades took cover behind the barrier. The monster raised his leg, and the enemy said that he would crush them like insects. At that moment, a gate appeared behind him. Then a few more palms appeared. The boss surrounded himself with a bright aura. The petals of the flower covered him. Many portals shone above the bud. The glow spreads from the flower when a mana set is applied. Do-hyuk rose above the ground by using transcendental power. A bright orb appeared in his hand when applying domination enhancement. The system showed a description of this skill. A magic circle appeared above the guy after applying transcendence. He pointed his finger downwards, using a meteor storm. A light appeared above the golem. The Buddhist statue looked up in surprise. Meteorites appeared in the sky. They headed in his direction. There were many explosions on the ground. Meteorites flew past Do-hyuk, who was using intelligence enhancement and transcendental power. He opened his mouth wide, knowing that this was the best fire spell he could create. Huge flames hid the enemies. The others took cover behind the Sungmi barrier. Ixin and Ri watched the scene, surprised that the story of the meteorite impact wasn't just a story out of a movie or novel. Looking back, Yunso wondered how they could help. Frowning, Sungmi noted that this spell takes a lot of strength from the hero. Seeing someone breathing heavily, she added that the guy had overdone it. The girl turned to her comrades, telling them that they should prepare for the worst-case scenario. The guy landed on the ground, thinking about how the 9th grade transcendence spells were too burdensome for his body. Pursing his lips, the hero hoped that this was the end. The ground trembled beneath his feet. The stones rose into the air. Several golems formed from them. The Buddhist statue stood behind them. Lowering his head, he invited the hero to test this basis. Do-hyuk inspected the new statues. Then he looked around, noting that, judging by their condition, the enemy was also at the limit. The golems approached him. He realized that he had to deal with the man before he recovered. Another cloud of dust rose in front of him. Do-hyuk was visibly surprised. Sungmi and Ixin took a look at him. The guy said that they wouldn't let the hero's magic be wasted on these statues. Surrounding himself with bright auras, he added that he would clear the way for him. The sword touched the axe. The swings of the blades left many bright traces. The hero rushed to the Buddhist statue. His energy became stronger. After that, a bright light appeared. Something surrounded his body. Man has become like a monster. His eyes radiated light. Buddhist statue pointed spears. They rushed towards Do-hyuk. Bright circles appeared behind him when using a power missile. Several explosions sounded between them. The guy looked through the smoke. The spears headed in his direction. With a quick movement, he avoided their hits. Buddha's statue attacked with his hand, offering to block it. The blow shook the ground. The enemy continued to inflict many blows. But he was surprised by what he saw. The hero's body was covered with iron skin. Do-hyuk approached the enemy. A green light appeared from the touch of the hand. The light surrounded them. A lot of green lines appeared around when using the poison net. The net hid the Buddhist statue. Noticing the glow in his chest, the hero realized that there was the core of the boss. Then a lightning bolt appeared in his hand. He led her behind her with a power missile and a spear of terror. Lightning struck the enemy while using the spear of force. Do-hyuk opened his mouth wide, letting out a scream. In the bright flash, only the silhouette of the Buddhist statue was visible. White clouds floated across the sky. The girl stood over the boy and, seeing that he was sleeping again, reminded him of his promise to make her a toy. Frowning, she demanded that he stand up. The man raised his hand, saying her name. Do-hyuk glanced at him, seeing that he had come to his senses. Barak was surprised that he knew their language. The guy was sitting next to me, saying that it was all because of the spells. Lying on the ground, he said that he did not want to be here. They looked up at the sky. He added that he did not want to be imprisoned here and did not want to kill people who come here. Presenting the cannonball, he said that it was only gradually that he had been captured by his voice. Do-hyuk, lowering his eyes, replied that he knew, because he had already met people like him. Remembering previous opponents, the hero added that he saw those who, against their will, ended up somewhere there and lived, suffering alone. Looking away, the Buddhist statue asked him who he was. To be sure, the hero gave his name, saying that he was looking for the one who created this hell. The interlocutor glanced at him, remarking that it was an unusual name, which did not at all fit in the age in which he lived. Then he stretched out his hand, wanting to ask him for something. A small light appeared in it. In his hand was a doll of the girl, which he asked to pass on if he suddenly met his younger sister. The doll sat with her eyes closed. He said that he had left a letter inside and that he had bad handwriting, so when his sister saw it, she would definitely understand. Do-hyuk took this doll, answering that he would definitely pass it on. The Buddhist statue closed his eyes, repeating her name. The interlocutor breathed his last. A bright light immediately appeared. The doll opened her eyes. She flew up in front of the hero. Then she went to her brother. Kissing him on the cheek, the doll wished him sweet dreams. The brother's body disappeared. Turning to the hero, the doll asked if he would remember him. The girl smiled, wishing him all the best. Later, Do-hyuk and Ixin ended up in the city, and the Japanese rift, which no one had been able to clear for 20 years, was crossed by his team, and people were waiting to see what else they could achieve. Someone gritted his teeth and cursed at Ixin. The man moved his hand to the side. The object crashed against the wall. He opened his mouth wide, shouting that he went into pedophilia because he wanted to please Do-hyuk. Looking at the door, Jang heard that a guest had come to see him. On the other side, there was a man with a girl, saying that it was the deputy of another guild. The frowning man thought that this was the one with China. Then he waved it off, answering that she should be sent back, because he was not in the mood to talk to anyone now. He lowered his eyes, thinking about what to do with Ixin. Sword marks appeared on the door. The girl held the sword behind her back. Jean was surrounded by a dark aura. Jang turned around, asking about what she was doing. He surrounded himself with an aura, noting that the Chinese guild had no manners at all. The interlocutor was clearly tense, answering that she did not expect a warm welcome. Two men appeared in front of her when she said that she was being received too coldly. The men looked at her with a smirk. Approaching them, she added that the interlocutor was incompetent. The blocker gritted his teeth. The men fell to their knees when she asked the question that subordinates should leave. Jang looked at her angrily. Standing in front of her, he told her to repeat it again. Noticing the broken tablet, the girl replied that he was too impulsive and unrestrained. Frowning, she pointed out that this was why he couldn't beat Do-hyuk. The interlocutor spread his hands, indignant at the way she dared to say this. Jean put her hand in her pocket. She showed a black envelope. Holding it in front of her, the girl said that this was a decree from the master of her guild to support, and sponsor all guilds in the Republic of Korea. Her eyes radiated light. A slight smile appeared on her face as she added that one of the conditions was that the Interlocutors Guild should obey her. Smiling wider, Jean also noted that this condition is not only now, but also after they take the conditional top in the Republic of Korea. Ixon walked down the corridor of the training underground hall, thinking that he would never get used to this place. He entered the room, addressing Do Hyuk. He opened his mouth wide, warning his comrade. Something was flying in his direction. The man only opened his mouth in surprise. The object with a loud sound seemed to crash into him. Ixon caught it with his hands. Something caught his attention. He noticed traces of blows. Do Hyuk ran up to him, asking if he was okay, to which his comrade replied that he had managed to block. Looking at the hero, he wondered what kind of training it was, to which he replied that he was testing the spells he had received in the previous rift. The guy clenched his fists, saying that if you check everything beforehand, you can use it in a suitable situation. The girl smiled, saying that she would heal his wounds. The light illuminated Ixon. The man felt a pleasant warmth. Looking at the girl, he noted that it was surprising. She threw up her hands with a smile, saying that the healing could be entrusted to her. Do Hyuk folded his hands, asking what had brought his comrade here. He put his hand in his pocket. Then he held out a sheet of paper, offering to take a look at it. Do Hyuk looked down carefully. Looking at the letter, he noted that there was another guild there before contacting him, and after hearing the news of the Buddhist statue rift, they sent a message for his comrade to return. Frowning, the man noted that he was responsible for many things in that guild. Looking at the interlocutor, the hero heard that he was responsible for all the documentation, noticing that from the outside he just looked like a handsome man. Ixon put his hand on his belt, saying that it was too much, saying that if you look at him differently, you can see that he is the brain of the team. The guy looked at him uncomprehendingly. Still, looking into his eyes, Do Hyuk pointed out that it was still strange, it would be quicker for them to conduct a new recruitment than to pull him there again. Ixon was standing across from him, and after hearing that the hero would find out in person today, he assumed that Jang was targeting him. Do Hyuk squeezed the letter, noting that if a comrade had important information about the guild, they would probably want to kill him. A confident smile appeared on his face. He added that they would be ahead of them. Fog appeared on the streets of the city. Ixon walked along an empty sidewalk. A man watching from the roof confirmed the movement of the target. Another watched from another building, saying that there was no one in the area, and he continued to watch. The man glanced at the other, wondering why the man would go where there was nowhere to hide, to which the man replied that it was even better. They saw their target enter an empty warehouse. The guy looked at the interlocutor, asking what they should do. He was surrounded by an aura and replied that it was unknown how the target had prepared, but the guild was with them. Later, he stood at the entrance to the warehouse, telling the man that they had not seen each other for a long time. Ixon turned around, noting that it hadn't even been a day since he had received the letter. Smiling ominously, the interlocutor told him that they had known each other for a long time. They stood opposite each other. Ixon said that as soon as he left the guild, they were no longer connected by anything and asked why they needed him, to which Suchong was surprised that he didn't know. The aura of the interlocutor became stronger with the words that his boss was annoyed by the fact that he knew a lot. His eyes began to glow, and he added that they had come to calm him down. The interlocutor withdrew his hand, calling the others. Then he ran out into the street. Looking around, Suchong didn't know where everyone had gone. The man later clarified that something was wrong. Ixon smirked, adding that his opponent did not expect this. Do Hyuk, who was standing nearby, said that they had fallen into their trap from the beginning. Suchong turned to them after hearing that they knew about their surveillance, so they lured them to the warehouse. Now they will deal with each of them. The hero snapped his fingers. The bright light blinded the guy. There were bound people under the ceiling. Looking at them, Do Hyuk noted that everyone except him had already been caught. Frowning, the guy offered him to surrender. Looking at everyone, Suchong thought that he wanted to deal with the hero after dealing with Ixon. Taking the phone in his hand, he decided that he needed to call the guild for help. The spikes broke the windows. They surrounded Do Hyuk. Spikes also surrounded the prisoners. A moment later they struck them. Ixon took cover behind the barrier. The man turned to Suchong, asking what he was doing, but what he saw surprised him. The man grabbed his former comrade. He was frightened, asking to be saved. His face was reflected in his eyes. Suchong fell to the ground. The masked man frowned, saying that the target had been confirmed. The enraged man's body was surrounded by red whirlwinds. Red veins appeared on his face. Looking at the trail left by the movement, Ixon also noted them. The enemy rapidly approached from the side. Red rays flew from the attack. The masked guy's eyes widened in surprise. His palm was blocked by a piece cracked from the blow. Irene picked up the hero, protecting him from the attack. At the top, a bright glow appeared from the use of the lightning chain spell, and then golden lightning through the attacker back. Ixon looked at the guy who said that he was too fast and thought he could become stronger thanks to his experience in that rift. He stood up, thinking that he was still ballast for Do Hyuk, and Do Hyuk called for the robot. Squinting at Irene, the brunette asked to pick up and take Ixon out of there, to which he heard that it would be done. The robot was pushing the red-haired man in the back, and he tried to stop him. The opponent moved forward again, and the guy warned Do-hyuk that he seemed to be doping a psychedelic potion. The brunette looked at his comrade, hearing that it didn't last long. If he dragged out the battle, he could defeat him. Remembering the crowd of gray puppets, the hero thought that perhaps this is why he felt the same mana from him as from those guys. Imagining the opponents with glowing red eyes, he thought that if that was the case, then the Tewa Guild must be behind the Wooden Soul Guild. Opening his mouth, the hero thanked Ixin. The robot and the guy took off rapidly, leaving a bright trail. The enemy looked at the rising beam and said that it was impossible to miss the target, and ordered to block it. A crowd of puppets moved towards Irene. They opened their mouths and screamed. Glowing fists appeared from the magic seals from the use of the Fist Strike spell, which attacks the opponent with immaterial fists filled with mana. Flashes from the strikes remained in the air. Irene, shifting her gaze, said to check the escape routes. Blue flames erupted from the nozzle from the application of speed boost. Irene moved swiftly from side to side amid the flashes. Then she pushed off the wall. Looking at the pure ceiling, Do-hyuk thought it was good that Ixin was gone. Confidently shifting his gaze to the side, he said that he would attack with full force. The hero raised his hand with a glowing orb in the air and used a power missile. Bright flashes shattered the wall next to the enemy. His leg was surrounded by a red glow. He attacked, but the hero defended himself with a barrier. Do-hyuk watched in alarm as shrapnel flew off his shield. The guy with veins on his face looked away, and then the space was cut by bright red rays. The hero thought that the spells aimed at one target were too slow, they would not pacify him. The guy standing in the shining dome thought that it was impossible to use the spell on a wide area, as it would hit bodies that could serve as evidence. Do-hyuk closed his eyes, thinking that in case the fight dragged on, there was a chance that he would escape. He should take those guys to prove the connection between the Tewa and Wooden Soul Guilds. The dome began to dissipate when the hero thought that he had no choice. A slight blue glow surrounded his body from the use of the magic gaze skill. The enemy was surrounded by a red haze and thought that he did not know why he had destroyed the barricade. His eye glowed red, and the guy thought that if you think about the time of the potion's action, this is the last chance. Swinging his fist, he resolutely thought that he would definitely kill him. A bright beam crashed into the ground, breaking stones. Do-hyuk ducked, avoiding the blow, and then a devastating fist created with the help of mana from both hands crashed into the opponent's jaw. Mana items hovered above the guys. The attacker asked how he was able to read his attack. Looking at him with a glowing blue eye, Do-hyuk replied that it was easy. There was a bright magic seal in the sky above them, and he said that he saw everything from above. The system reported that it was a magic gaze that expanded the field of vision using mana. Stretching out his palm, the hero nailed the opponent with spikes, using human hold. With a resolute look, the guy thought that he could take him prisoner. The masked man was lying on the ground. The hero thought that he could not move. Blue sparks flew from Do-hyuk's palm. The guy said that the mission had failed, and used the last gun. His body turned red from the use of evidence erasure. Do-hyuk shifted his gaze to the flashes that had appeared. Looking furiously with red eyes, the opponent said that they would meet in hell. The brunette looked down tensely, and then everything disappeared in a bright flame. Thick smoke rose up from the burning building. The girl was standing on the roof. With her hands behind her back, Jean wondered if this was too much for a doll enhanced with a psychedelic potion. Thinking back to the gray-haired girl, she thought that if she looked at the amount of magic power, she was much higher than the others. Surrounded by flames, the guy summoned a snowstorm. Ice whirlwinds flew around him. The charred buildings were covered with ice. The guy grimaced in displeasure, thinking that he was hiding evidence with a spell. The girl looked at the police cars and thought that the police arrived faster than she expected. The brunette looked down inquiringly. A girl in black pants got out of the car. Jamie was standing at the open door, and Jean thought that she had come all the way here. Watching the heroes talk, she thought that Do-hyuk was so excited that she had given up the Tewa Guild. Gritting her teeth, the girl thought that she would not give up. The man behind her told the mana-shrouded heroine to be careful. At this distance she might not be able to handle this power, and she replied that she knew. Looking back, Jean said that she wanted to test his skills first, and ordered him to step back. A spark flashed in her blue eye, and she thought she couldn't back down now. Jamie looked to the side, and the girl decided that she would not leave them alone. A crescent moon shone in the sky above some alley. The man crashed into the wall with force. He rested his palms on the ground, trying to get up. A red ball hovered above the man's palm. He said that things were completely incomprehensible. The brunette sat across from the guy with the orb and asked to be saved, promising to give him everything he had. But he refused, saying that he had to die. Putting his foot on the guy's head, he said that he could not leave the witness alive. Blood splashed near the frowning red-haired man's face. Leaving the pool of blood behind, he said that there were many names on his list that he wanted to kill in one way or another. A red system notification has appeared that promising information is being updated. Do-hyuk in the Great Buddha Dungeon in Japan has been cleared of the minimum rank reached. Holding the phone, the red-haired man clarified, Do-hyuk from South Korea? Looking ahead, he was silent. And then he headed down the corridor, thinking that first of all, clearing the territory, and then he would go to Korea. Everything was happening at the behest of Vendela. Do-hyuk and Sungmi were descending the stairs. Turning to the girl, the guy asked what happened this time. How did her meeting with her family go? Did she like everything? The heroine awkwardly averted her gaze and hesitated. Looking at her, the guy asked what had happened. Climbing to the top steps, the girl said that her father had become very demanding, so she had to develop her skills further. As soon as the contract with the Blue Castle Guild ended, he already knew where she would go. Turning to her, Do-hyuk asked if her father had decided everything for her. Waving her hand, Sung-mi asked why he thought so badly of him. As soon as he found out that she was in contact with him, he would be furious. Clenching her fist, the girl shouted that she could not hide the truth from him. Suddenly, the guy touched her head and asked her not to worry. With an encouraging smile, Do-hyuk said that he was by her side. A determined Sarah hovered nearby, saying that there was nothing wrong with her sister's emotions. The hero removed his hand, and the girl thanked them. The foot of a monster appeared among the bushes. Standing on the stairs in front, Chanja said that he thinks he should cope. The monster's eyes glowed red. A question was heard, he still doubted. Looking decisively, Do-hyuk stated that he already knew his abilities. The tactics remained the same. Then he looked to the side carefully. A bright flash appeared among the trees. Then a golden ray swept by. A red-cloaked warrior sliced through the monster's body using the aura blade. A bright glow reached the disgruntled Sasha. Dust from the explosion flew up. Holding the golden blade, Smelitz said that he had warned him. He stepped on the body of a huge monster. With a resolute knitting of his eyebrows, the blond man declared that if he came again, he would consider him his enemy. Standing on the enemy's body, he said that he was giving the hero a chance to get away if he took advantage of it. Chanju was standing behind him, and the guy continued that he was going to kill him with his dagger. The golden sword in the guy's hand shone even brighter, and he said that what he was talking about was unrealistic. Imagining the green hills, he said that his goal was to protect the land on which he stood. Swinging his shining sword, Smelitz said that he was a stranger. He was not allowed to set foot here. A blue glow appeared in Do-hyuk's palm, and he said that it was useless talk. Two flashes of color shot up above the trees. Bright flashes collided with a bright ball, and then Smelitz appeared from it with a sword in his hand. The blade shattered the ground. The blond man looked intensely ahead and thought that he was casting spells without channeling. Do-hyuk jumped, rushing to attack. The opponent tried to hold off the power missile's blow with his sword. Several bright flashes caused him to fly backwards. In the next attack, he repelled it with his sword. There was no one in front of Smelitz, and asked where the enemy had gone. The blonde's gaze became surprised. He looked intently ahead. After seeing many identical Do-hyuks, he thought it was nonsense. The hero imagined the map of the demon land of Krisha, which housed the kingdom of Sinstress, and thought that it was the continent of Miraculum, the northern front, the kingdom of Sinstress. A blue magic circle glowed on the floor. A person was standing next to the magic circle of travel to the northern part of the Sinstress kingdom. The man with the round eye patch began to speak. However, he was interrupted by the man who opened the door, who asked where he was going. It was Chief Magus Reinhardt. The Archmage of the Kingdom of Beltan turned around and said that he was going to meet the guy Duke Smelik was talking about. His hair hid the eye of the guy who asked if he believed in talking about a guy from another dimension. Turning to him, the Archmage asked if he had ever told him about the Verhad that came from the central continent, and he replied that he had. Imagining the grey monsters, he asked if he was one of the few who had crossed the Magnum Seas in the last 100 years. Remembering the man who turned his back, Beltan said that when he was researching with him, he repeated the same words to him until his tongue was callous and asked him to remember it well. Verhad turned around and said that the name of Do-hyuk, if he ever met this man, let him listen to him carefully. The man in the red cloak quoted him as living proof of the fatal weaknesses and gaps in their measurement research. The man had a red eyepiece on his eye. He asked Reinhardt to pretend to be one while he traveled south for a while. The Magus standing behind asked if this was such an important matter. Walking towards the radiant seal of displacement, the man said that he was really curious to know this person. Reinhardt closed his eyes and agreed, saying that he would try his best to pretend to be one. Many Do-hyuk clones surrounded the Smelitz. The sword in his hand shone dazzlingly. Many beams of his blows sliced through the clones' bodies. Watching it from above, Do-hyuk thought it was pretty good. He looked at the glowing golden blade and thought that instead of releasing an aura, he had gathered it into a sword and expanded the range. The blond man was rapidly attacking the attackers, and the hero thought that by being distracted only by the clones, he completely forgot about defense. Imagining how the bodies of the doubles dissolved in a bright glow, the hero thought that if it were just an illusion, they would immediately disappear. A Do-hyuk clone grabbed the blonde by the leg, and he exclaimed that such jokes were meaningless, and the guy thought that the alter ego created with the help of the simulator was completely different. Smelitz gritted his teeth. His figure was hidden by a powerful whirlwind. Then there was a flash in the center. Clenching his teeth in displeasure, the blonde thought that these were definitely illusions. Do-hyuk's flaming spear was approaching the guy from behind. He turned around in surprise. The hero threw a flaming spear, using the terrifying spear and the fire arrow. The fire engulfed the screaming Smelitz. Standing in the center of the magic seal, Do-hyuk raised his fist as he cast supremacy. And then he powerfully attacked from top to bottom with a slashing punch. The blond man looked up. The golden dome delayed the impact of the powerful blue beam. Smelitz gritted his teeth with zeal. Blood flowed from his mouth, but he screamed that he could not be broken. Golden sparks flew around the fist of mana. With a sharp movement of his sword, the blonde managed to shatter the slashing blow. Do-hyuk looked ahead in shock. The opponent's cloak fluttered, and he used the aura blade. The brunette protected himself with a blue barrier from the golden blow of his blade. Stretching out his arms, the guy used reverse. A bright blue beam struck the ground. Smellets looked stunned. Gray smoke swirled near the ground. A red pulsation appeared in his palm. Beltan stood in front of the blonde man, holding out his palm. Waving his hand, he offered a breather. It doesn't look like he's trying to kill the Smellets. Do-hyuk remembered the attack in amazement, and thought that he had made the aura sword disappear in an instant, a reflection of who he was. A sword guy standing behind asked Beltan how he got there. Beltan replied that he had found out that he was fighting against this young man. He had come to stop this fight. Introducing the skeletons, the guy asked if they had forgotten what happened to the undead legion that appeared through the dimensional crack. A group of people stood in a red glow. Words were heard that they were all afraid of the appearance of the legion there. Without turning to the young man, the archmage said that it was best not to allow this. But of course, one should not behave hostilely either. Do-hyuk, who was standing nearby, said that if they wanted to resolve everything through negotiations, he would also stop. The historian thanked him. The man's body was surrounded by a slight red glow. He wondered if the hero of Verhad knew that 20 years ago he was helped by a man who looked like a young guy. Remembering the boy and the girl, Do-hyuk replied that yes, for him it happened a few days ago. He helped him and saved Miss Mary. The words were heard that thanks to him they are still alive. The man in the red cloak took a step forward and said that his name was Beltan. He was studying the dimensional crack with him. The hero imagined Verhad, who held out a pendant, and thought that from what he heard from him, the person who left this world turned out to be Miss Mary. The future had changed. Beltan, who was standing in front of him, said that his past and present were different from what he knew, and Do-hyuk replied that yes, he was probably interfering with his past and present and changing the world. The man imagined a finger pointing at the hero and said that by following the dimensional crack they were examining, he thought that the chosen one was endowed by God with the right to change the course of space and time. There was a blue aura around Do-hyuk. He heard the archmage talking about him. He was a messenger sent by him by the god himself. The object held up by Beltan flashed, and he said that if a conversation was needed, he could use it at any time. The system reported that it is a communication stone, which cannot be used in dungeons and the earth dimension, can only be used in mountains. The communication object is limited to the Duke of Smellets. Confidently looking ahead, the man asked to solve this problem. Many people now know about his existence, and there is nothing good in it. Looking at him resolutely, Do-hyuk agreed and said that it was a useful time. The brunette walked away. The man thought that as an enemy, he did not want to let him go. Let him be a person with good intentions. The heroes cut through the attacking monsters, after which he and his teammates hunted all day long. Huge green monsters towered behind the trees. The farther south they went, the more and more giants they encountered on their way. Do-hyuk and his comrades were coming out of the green portal. Due to the fact that it was difficult to approach them, they said goodbye and returned to the dungeon. The next day in a light glass building, Do-hyuk saw the hooded man and asked who he was. The girl adjusted her hood and greeted the guy. A little surprised, Do-hyuk asked what Jangmi was doing here. She took off her hood and apologized for coming in the morning. Standing at the entrance, she asked if she could come in. She needed to talk to him. Sungmi in pajamas came out behind and asked what was wrong. She was embarrassed to see the girl. There was a cup of coffee on the table, and Jangmi could be heard saying that she didn't know that the two of them lived together. Do-hyuk, who was sitting next to him, looked ahead and replied that it hadn't been long since he had met Sungmi. Closing his eyes, he explained that due to the fact that they converge in many aspects, they lived together. Jangmi folded her hands in front of her, and the question was heard why she had come to their house so early. The girl sitting in the chair explained that she wanted to ask him if he knew about the opening of the Golden Gate first. The hero imagined the thin lines surrounding the land and replied that yes, including the Office of the Awakened on each side, he had heard of an attempt to conquer the best guilds. Looking confidently ahead, he said that he was also interested in this. He introduced influential men in business suits and said that South Korea's Golden Gate is run by KBI. Opening her mouth, the girl said that this was why the capture of their KBI was successful. She sat by a large panoramic window, saying that 3 of the 4 teams failed during it. Do-hyuk sat across from him when he heard that it had ended with the destruction of enemies and relics, except for the legendary Dimension Stone. Gritting her teeth in displeasure, the blonde continued that, however, the Directorate, which is part of the Jane line, did not even think about mourning the dead. The general manager calls it a new circle of virtues of the best awakened. It involves the countries that have awakened from it. So he wants to turn everyone who does not follow him into scapegoats. Touching his chin thoughtfully, Do-hyuk said that he thought he was among them too. Looking at him confidently, Jangmi confirmed. A guy sitting opposite heard a request to refuse the offer of the manager Jane. Suddenly the building shook. Jumping to his feet, the guy asked what it was. He could feel the energy coming from below, and thought it was something in the basement. He disappeared into the blue portal, asking the girl to wait here. Do-hyuk jumped out of the blue gate. Looking attentively to the side, he asked how many percentages there were. In front of him, something crawled out of the red crack. He continued what the percentage of the probability of an epidemic in his house was. Black claws broke the floor. The spider-like creature ordered him to kneel quietly. Raising the flamethrower, he threatened that he would use it otherwise. Do-hyuk waved his hand, trying to say something, but he was reminded of the order to kneel. A volley of flames from a flamethrower flew forward. The space in front of the creature was flooded with fire. Do-hyuk then simply pushed it away with his hand. With a wave of his hand, he dispelled the fiery whirlwind. Calmly looking ahead, the brunette said that there seemed to be a misunderstanding. A red cannon flashed on the body of the creature, which said that it was useless to listen to what a person was saying. Looking at him in surprise, the guy thought that he looked weak, but this was the first time he had seen such a technique. A fired missile flew at the hero. She flew into the blue portal of the dimensional door. A second portal appeared directly above the monster. A powerful explosion thundered. The whole basement was covered with smoke, and in the smoke you could see the outlines of creatures. The first said that he was very strong, and the captain replied not to give up. After visiting several dimensions, they became stronger. Do-hyuk's eyes widened in amazement. A disgruntled cat named Deli told a mouse named Latte that they couldn't die here. The brunette crossed his arms, saying that today he saw them for the first time. Why they attacked him? The cat exclaimed that it was useless to pretend. They had tracked down the person who created the crack to this point. He remembered how the snake chased them, how they ran away from the huge ball, how the brown monsters surrounded them, and said that because of it, they stayed in the gap between dimensions for 30 years. How many died during this time? Deli reached into his inventory after hearing that Do-hyuk thought there was a misunderstanding. He didn't really want to fight them, and exclaimed that they wouldn't give up. Taking out the cannon, he exclaimed that this was an ordinary resistance. Then his look became surprised. A huge fireball hovered above Do-hyuk's palm. He smiled sweetly and suggested that we put down the weapon and sit quietly and talk. The mouse and the cat raised their paws, saying that talking was also good. Latte stood next to the captain and introduced himself. Deli said that they were an ordinary cat and mouse caught in a dimensional crack before the experiment of the magician they met. Waving his hand, Do-hyuk asked what they wanted to do now. Wasn't that their destination? The cat touched a button on his chest with his paw and asked him to wait. Latte threw up his hands about the energy of the dimension, and the captain asked not to make a fuss and to take out the dimensional stone. The inventory window opened in front of the mouse, and he exclaimed that he had a spare stone left. A blue system window appeared above the guy's palm. The cat raised his head when he heard how he was called. Do-hyuk placed a large crystal in front of him and asked him to taste it. Touching the dimension stone with his paw, Deli said that it was a mineral of pure blue color, and he had never seen anything like it while passing through the dimensions. Sitting down next to him, Do-hyuk asked how he was. He was not bad, right, and heard that it was unlikely that he would give it to them just like what he wanted in return. Propping up his chin with his fist, the guy replied that he did not want anything. He looked at the wreckage of the robot behind him and said that he was only interested in the technology of the things they brought with them. Touching his comrade's paw encouragingly, Deli said that he and Latte were staying here under his protection. In return they would show him various relics. With a confident look, the cat stated that despite their appearance, they were arms dealers and engineers, so they could help. Looking at them with a slight smile, Do-hyuk agreed and said that he would protect them and provide them with a peaceful life. He shook the cat's paw, saying that in return they would actively cooperate with him, and he agreed to these conditions. The girls entered the room. Sungmi asked if the hero was still alive. A guy sitting next to the animals replied that he was fine. Deli said that a pleasant smell emanated from these people. Touching the guy's leg, he asked who these beautiful people were. He lived with them. And then he ran to Sungmi, who crouched, asking who it was. Turning to the guy, she repeated the question of who they were. Looking at the girl, Do-hyuk replied that they were Latte and Deli. He would explain how they got there a little later. Let him talk to them for now. The hero began to rise from his knees. Turning to Jamie, he suggested that they step back and talk. Hugging the cat, Sungmi squinted at them. She pouted in displeasure. The hero turned to the girl, who said that now everything turned out this way. He constantly amazes her. Turning her gaze to the side, she said that she was interested in many things about them. Putting her hand in her pocket, Jangmi continued that she would like to hear his answer first. Looking at her resolutely, the brunette stated that he would challenge the Golden Gate. Resting his hand on his side, he explained that this was primarily because of his desire. Looking to the side, he said that it was necessary for his growth. Looking confidently to the side, the guy said that there was a second reason. Imagining dark silhouettes behind the man, he wants to lure out the organizer hiding behind Jane. Looking at the guy excitedly, Jangmi asked if everything would be fine. She imagined the man holding out his hand and said that if he did so, Jane's pressure would become even greater. With a resolute knitting of his eyebrows, Do-hyuk declared that he was ready. He looked at the girl, who said that if he said that, then it was good. Lowering her head, Jangmi apologized for not being able to help him properly. Smiling slightly, the hero assured that he would be fine, even under Jane's control. He imagined a man who had a map in his palm and said that if they disappeared, all businesses would come under the influence of Jane. Taking a serious look at the hero, Jangmi said that she realized that they were exploring everything related to him on their own, and he should also take care of himself. The man touched his chin and the guy was talking on the phone. After that day he accepted Jane's offer and immediately contacted his teammates. A golden portal flickered on the pedestal. The hero thought that only 5 team members would enter the Golden Gate. Imagining the attentive gaze of each of the characters, he thought that at the moment it was himself, Sungmi, Iksun, Yunso, and 4 people. Imagining a girl fighting a monster, he thought that he had decided to call Shin, who was busy in Europe. Under the dark sky stood the building of the international airport. The wheels of a suitcase clattered on the floor. The girl stopped at the sign with the number 4. Shin straightened her hair. Turning to the side, she said that she had been told that someone had to accompany her. A Do-hyuk drove up to her in a white car. Glancing at her, he asked her how long she had waited. Opening the door, the girl said that she thought he would meet her through the teleporter. She did not expect this from him. The hero sitting behind the wheel said that since he needed to meet her, he decided to take a walk at the same time. Looking at the guy with a slight smile, Shin asked how he was doing with Sungmi. They were dating. Without turning, the brunette said that she had just arrived. Why did she ask such a thing right away? A red light was on at the traffic light. Then the guy turned around and asked how she knew about it. She was in Europe. Arching her eyebrows awkwardly, the heroine replied that Sungmi had asked him about him last year. The girl blushed, saying that she had even given her some good advice. She closed her eyes with a smile and said that if they were doing well, it was thanks to her. Then she looked enthusiastically at her friend and exclaimed, she did a lot for them. Would he treat her? The hero asked what she wanted to eat. Shin held a backpack, saying that since she was back in Korea, it would be Korean food, and began to list her favorite foods, saying that it would be nice to check out a famous Korean restaurant. The girl was surprised to hear Do-hyuk calmly say that he was very tired today. All the team members had just gathered in the boardroom. An indignant cry was heard from the white convertible that she had just arrived, and she already had to go to meet her, whether he was too cruel to her. Under the dark skies of the Mado Empire, the magical Artania Tower towered. A man with a beard sat at the head of the table. Propping his head on his hand, he said that a golden-colored dimensional portal had appeared in the Empire's cameraman's palace. They had sent advance teams to check it from the inside. Introducing the portal funnel, Vendela said that they were supposed to meet with sentient beings from another dimension. The man whose face was hidden by the cloth asked if they weren't one step closer to making contact with the dungeon they were studying. Imagining the screaming creature, the man replied that it was so, but that it would not be possible to receive a blow from the enemy through the mind killers of these creatures. Looking at the people sitting at the table, the old man said that since they only received instructions from him, only they could do it. Slamming his hands on the table, one of them resolutely agreed. The man crouched, saying that his trusty sword Perseus, would follow him. Coming closer, Vendela asked if he needed to step forward himself. The man with the mask on his face sat leaning on one knee and heard that even if he didn't intervene, there were many people who could replace him. To which he replied that there was no place where he didn't recognize his enemy. An aura of determination emanated from the Perseus swordmaster, and he stated that therefore, he would go himself, capable among them. The man's eye was glowing red. He asked who he would take with him. Still sitting on one knee, Perseus replied that 4 people were enough for him. Deception, chaos, and even disguise subordinates were skilled in everything. He introduced a dark portal, saying that there were just 5 of them. Placing a hand on his shoulder, Vendela agreed, ordering the enemy to be eliminated, absorb all their knowledge, and return. The man's eyes burned red when he said that it would be better if they captured that place and captured the enemies alive. Words were heard that his order would be carried out. On the pedestal in front of the golden gate in the dais tower, a golden glow swirled. Do-hyuk stretched out his hand and glanced sideways at the man, who said that during the successful conquest of the KBI, the reward given to each person was valued at 10 billion won. Jane looked ahead, saying that he sincerely hoped for the success of his team and a safe return. Do-hyuk shook his hand and thanked him for worrying about them, and Do-hyuk told him to do their best. The guy and his team disappeared into the golden portal. Sarah sat on his shoulder. Behind the trees, a yellow barrier network could be seen. A golden system window appeared in front of the hero. The notice stated that until 5 members from the enemy side were confirmed, they should not go beyond the limited area. They have to wait inside the barrier. When the barrier falls, they can suffer serious physical damage. The same system notification was in front of Yunso, who said that there is an instruction here. It's striking. Shin added that it looks like a game. Looking forward, Do-hyuk has been thinking about playing Deus, in addition to DNF creating an awakening system, which can be seen as similar things. The system notification said that 5 participants from the enemy side had been confirmed. The golden barrier began to dissolve. The hero warned of caution. The system reported that the barrier was destroyed. Comrades stood next to Do-hyuk. On the other side, there were people in black cloaks. Resolutely looking ahead, the hero called his comrades to follow him. Surrounded by a red aura, Perseus also gave his team such an order. In the middle of the snowy mountains, a large flower-shaped monster appeared. Shin, holding his scythe, rushes to attack. Sharp green spikes aim in her direction. Another warrior at this moment spins the shells. A powerful yellow stream of energy flies at the monster from the third awakened. A red-haired warrior in a mask calmly rushes forward. Bright flowers appear on the stem of the thorny plant. With their help, the monster spews flames right on the battlefield. Everything in front of him is blazing with bright fire. Shin is running on the ground at this moment. She stops, a deadly weapon in her hand. The heroine soars into the sky. A girl in a gas mask swings her giant scythe, emitting a red aura. furiously cuts the stem of the plant. Her gaze is harsh and cruel. The plant falls dead to the ground. The protagonist approaches her and notices that the girl has done a good job. She in turn states that she imagined what monsters would be inside the Golden Gate, but they turned out to be weak. Yoonso, crossing his arms, states that the other team has monsters more dangerous than these. Sungmi adds that there is no need to worry since they are of this level. Shin says with a disgruntled face that it will be easier if they are hostile as mutants and get closer, while agreeing with her. MC thinks seriously about how the enemy is trying to be friendly in order to come up and take him by surprise. In the system windows, it is written about the independent judge, a passive skill in which the Black Cross and the Dark Mage can be found within a radius of 500 meters. The astonished protagonist looks at his ring and wonders if it is a coincidence. The pop-up says that a member of the Black Cross has been discovered. The guys look at the main character in amazement, who offers to get together with everyone. MC in a black suit claims that he needs to prepare something urgently. Shin watches with interest and asks if she is really being appointed as the leader of the team. Ixin stands in front of Do-hyuk and asks why he made this decision. The protagonist replies that he has a relic that can recognize enemies, and this effect has just worked. A red-haired lady with a stern face wonders if this is due to the fact that he decided to change the leader. The protagonist says that from now on he will play the role of a porter who lacks level. The unflappable protagonist declares that everyone needs to address him as a porter, then the enemies will be distracted. MC looks at the girls and says that Shin is very suitable to be the leader of the group, and if they behave as usual, just attacking monsters, then the enemy will quickly relax. The red-haired girl, frowning, claims that she hears him now scolding her in this way. The guy, wearing a hood, denies it. He follows the guys with a large briefcase and asks them to pretend believably. Nearby you can see a dense forest, behind which there are high snowy mountains. Shin holds a scythe and crosses the scorched field in front of the forest. Suddenly, a giant worm crawls out of the ground. The girl turns around and orders everyone to dodge. Boulders fly in different directions from the movement of the worm. MC with a backpack as a porter flies to the side and falls to the ground. Shin in a gas mask offers to go there. Ixin asks in bewilderment if it is true to do it again. Do-hyuk uses magic chains to impale the worm's body. He starts screaming in a rage. A fireball forms in the hand of a stranger. A fiery stream flies through the air. A powerful explosion occurs in front of it. Behind the protagonist sitting on the ground is a mysterious magician. The main character with a cunning look wonders when Perseus will be released. The man in the robe stands nearby while MC ponders whether he will come out in front or use a deceptive psychological attack. Suddenly, the stranger holds out his hand. A smiling guy helps him get up from the ground. While asking about his condition, he replies that everything is fine and thanks for his help. Shin along with Sungmi approaches them and apologizes for the youngest of their team causing trouble. The girl replies that there is nothing wrong with that. Indignant, Sungmi suddenly shouts angrily, asking why the leader took them there. The red-haired warrior in a mask hears that there is no need to interfere and it is better for everyone to go the other way. She in turn says that in this case she will kill the youngest, so let them be careful. The magician states with a smile that before going to the dungeon master, he would like to introduce himself. The guy with purple hair calls himself Perseus, and also introduces his subordinates. Shin turns around and says that she is glad to meet you, then introduces herself as the leader of this team. The sorcerer in the white cassock says that they don't have much time, but he would like them to be kind to him. The girl agrees, assuring them that they will do their best. A dark-faced henchman under his hood asks Perseus what they will do. Perseus replies that Mr. Vendela warned that an unexpected guest might appear. The leader with red eyes and a cunning look says that even the appearance has changed to distract them, so it is better to limit the strength and help in the hunt. The protagonist with the briefcase goes further. The magician suggests that the porter may be hiding his power. The sorcerer stands behind him, thinking that he will keep a close eye on him. MC understands with a sly smile that in turn he will make him nervous. Images of a brutal battle appear. The protagonist realizes that their discretion has denigrated the Archons and destroyed the kingdom, so he will always be attentive. Do-hyuk smirks slightly, intending to take a look. Perseus smiles benevolently, while the protagonist wants to know who will last longer. A giant monster stands in the middle of the forest and receives a series of powerful blows. The frightened protagonist hastily runs away from him. The plant uses the stem to lift it into the air. Perseus stands next to him and realizes that he already knew it would be so useless. He has a magical object on his back. He is sure that it is not worth wasting any more time on it. The leader turns to look at his henchmen in white robes. Surprised, Do-hyuk stands near a tree. He looks ahead in shock. He has no words. Suddenly, a giant three-headed dragon appears. Shin is standing in a gas mask and says that they need to cover it like then. The purple glow reaches her. She does not have time to order. The villain strikes a powerful blow with his weapon. Ixin and Sungmi are horrified to see that Perseus has proven to be a traitor. The fearsome leader orders them to kill them. The minions immediately swoop down on the heroes. Suddenly, they stop in midair, Do-hyuk using the human grabbing skill. They freeze in place, dumbfounded, realizing that they can't move. Perseus opens her red eyes in horror. In front of him is the tip of a dagger. Shin stands in front of him and states that she hoped he would protect her. The girl puts on a mask and says that she does not want to be approached again with a knife. The discouraged magician does not understand how the girl remained unharmed. A powerful energy flow pierces his body. With a twisted face, Persis feels attacked. The main character stands in front of them and is surprised at how her companion freed herself from the spell. An indignant magician asks if he really knew everything about him. Do-hyuk removes his hood and agrees with a smirk, claiming to have known it initially. The angry protagonist rips off the cape, calling it the Black Cross Perseus. His body is absorbed by blue energy. He talks about excellent spiritualism. The scoundrel takes on his true guise, stating that he did not think that when he mentioned the unexpected guest, Mr. Vendela was talking about the porter. Purple energy rages around the dark-robed fighter, and Perseus assures him that it will kill him immediately. He takes off, leaving behind only a purple lightning. The angry protagonist turns around and exclaims that he personally received him, so he is responsible for each person. An enraged opponent flies like lightning through all of the protagonist's associates. The opponent strikes a powerful blow. He sees the protagonist above him and shouts that it's even better that MC flew to the sky. Do-hyuk forms a powerful power rocket in front of him, firing energy directly at his opponent. The villain deftly fights back, declaring that for him it is trivial magic. He takes out a gleaming blade and says that all this is useless in front of his magic sword. Persan delivers a slashing blow. A giant bundle of energy approaches the protagonist. Focused, Do-hyuk sees this and realizes that if this amount of electric current hits him even a little, his body will be torn apart. The protagonist counterattacks this clot with his mana. He rushes forward using transcendental protection. The system window describes the skill, the owner of which receives 99% protection against an attack by an element of one property. The angry protagonist flies forward, realizing that the electric current of an ordinary magic sword, in which the aura has not been invested, will not be a problem for him. He forms an electric clot in his hand, realizing that he is about to use the power of the electric current. Persan is shocked to see the lightning bolt of his sword. He sees a discharge cloud above him, realizing that it is concentrated in one place. The protagonist clarifies with a smirk whether this is really trivial magic in the enemy's opinion. A floating MC generates a giant bolt of lightning, suggesting that you tell him it again. He then unleashes it by using the lightning orb skill. The villain sees an impending threat in the form of a cloud of electricity. He immediately counterattacks with his blade. There is a powerful multicolored flash. The discharges fly to the sides. Soldiers standing nearby see this explosion. Do-hyuk is hanging in the air and hears someone growling. A ferocious monster stands in front of him. The main character ponders whether he really began to move. The protagonist looks at the three-headed dragon, realizing that it is bothering him. Multicolored lights burst out of the monster's mouth. Suddenly, the villain strikes a powerful blow with his blade, wishing him not to worry about the monster. The monster takes serious damage to its body. The red-eyed fighter claims to kill him. The defeated giant lies next to the villain. A warrior holds his sword stuck in the ground. A fierce eye opens. The main character orders to devour. Violet energy flies away from him in different directions. MC puts his fist in front of him, realizing that something sinister is coming, so it is necessary to stop it. The main character fires several flaming projectiles. Frowning his face, the scoundrel sees this. A powerful explosion occurs, and fiery clouds rise. Smoke dissipates on the battlefield. The villain's wings shielded him from the effects of the attack. Perseus furiously straightens them, a dark aura flying apart. In his hands is a dark sword with an eye-shaped insert on it. Perseus took the form of a winged demon with large claws. At the same moment, he rushed forward. The main character, radiating mana, sees the approach of his opponent. Their weapons collide. Do-hyuk masterfully blocks his punch. Sparks illuminate them. The villain rises above the protagonist, who immediately uses the skill of protecting the sword. The bewildered demon notices this ability. The winged monster rushes at the drones, asking how the enemy uses such a technique. MC, sword in hand, replies that he doesn't need to know about it at all. A bright flash can be seen in the sky. The main character uses the shield turn of a level 4 drone. Perseus absorbs red energy. A scarlet whirlwind rises in the sky. The villain spreads his wings until the protagonist realizes that he needs to act now. Irene flies her foot straight at him at high speed. Suddenly, an attack beam appears from the other side. It turned out that Akron had joined the attack. They were shooting from both sides. Do-hyuk aims his sword directly at the villain's chest. Gritting its teeth, Perseus is electrified purple. A flow of powerful energy is released from it. MC hangs in the air with his arms crossed. He has an angry look. The demon releases magical steam from its mouth. The stunned protagonist watches his actions. A powerful stream of mana bursts out of the villain's mouth. A small explosion occurs. He looks at the aftermath of the attack with a fierce look. Do-hyuk, like its drones, is protected by magical barriers. At this moment, the winged fairy helps the main character. In the system window it is written that this is a fiery support that extends to 7 selected allies, while the indicators increase by 500%. Perseus claims through clenched teeth that this is a futile fight. Combat drones are highlighted in blue. Together, they fire beams using the magic rocket skill. With purple barriers, the villain deftly reflects each of them. He shouts in anger that such an attack will no longer work. MC smirks, stating that he knows that. He jumps up, explaining that she lowered his vigilance. Robots aim from cannons along with drones. The villain wonders that the enemy says that such physical strength is enough to penetrate his body. Do-hyuk swings his sword, advising him not to look around, delivers a powerful slashing blow, slices through the enemy with the victory sword skill. Perseus sees his severed arm and starts screaming loudly. His eyes and mouth turn green. It spews out a green cloud of energy. Leaving the smoke, the villain tries to fly away. Suddenly, an orange stream appears in front of him. The main character with a smirk declares that the poison does not work on him, while in the system window it is written that this is a simple spirit, in which, when choosing a target, immunity to all debuffs begins to take effect. The dazzling vortex spins more and more. The skill of transcendence is used. The concentrated guy applies a flaming blow. The demon feels the hellish flow of fire on himself. He burns alive, emitting inhuman screams. In the middle of the battlefield, a gigantic glow can be seen. Do-hyuk stands on a scorched field, taking place after killing Perseus. The guy directs his hand. It is said that he left only one of his subordinates alive. The villain was left without eyes because the protagonist made him like this as a warning sign to send Vendela back. The awakened stand in front of the portal. It is said that after receiving the trophy of the Golden Gate, they returned home. A tall tower stands in the middle of a gray city. The events unfold in the Mado Empire, a magical tower. Vendela sits on the throne opposite the subject and says that Perseus died, but he miraculously managed to get out alive. He assures that he was spared. The old man with a sinister look claims that he was not allowed to appear in front of him alive. A huge bone hand pulls the soul out of the poor man. Only a phantom remains. Vendela says that now he is ready for a conversation. The ghost explains with a serious look that according to Mr. Perseus, the real identity of that person is Do-hyuk, who is also the real killer of Mr. Morse. The old man is furious and demands to tell in detail what magic or technique he used. The phantom remembers the battle and says that he didn't see it, because they fought with his subordinates, and Perseus was with him. The henchman's body is incinerated and the leader claims that he is just a useless worm. The old man rises from the throne, a purple flash in front of him. He remembers all the powerful fighters, thinking that their killings are not ordinary coincidences. Vendela thinks of the protagonist that Do-hyuk is being looked after by a vile traitor in order to override his plan. The old mage unleashes dark energy and screams in rage. The entire tower begins to emit this aura. He notifies all the mages that from now on, the primary target of their tower is the main character. Then he orders to immediately find his dimension. Frowning, he demands to hurry up and gather all the dark energy of the altar. The action takes place after conquering the gate. Shin asks him to call at any time, as there are many more dungeons to go to together. The main character smiles slightly and thanks her for coming. There is a story that Shin will immediately fly in for the next capture, so now she is back to her guild in Britain. Yoon-so is dressed in a business suit. It is said that she received a secret promotion in the KBI case. Ixon sits on a bench in a white sweater. It is said that he asked for a rest to recover from what happened in the Golden Gate. The satisfied protagonist points his finger at the system window. The events take place in his underground training ground. Shown are books that are spells of various classes and a legendary level magic sword that can use the swordsmanship skill Insane Wrath. The hero has multicolored rings on his finger. He understands that they are a replacement. Pop-up messages say that this is a dark and gold ring of a unique level. MC realizes with a serious look that he has taken a good trophy from a defeated opponent. He sees a white cat in front of him and wonders what Terry is doing. A fluffy assistant with an important look says that the result of his automatic production does not please the cat, so he decided to improve. A diagram with flasks is shown. He explains that he designed it so that it was possible to seal the prepared container, into which the decoction was poured in advance. The protagonist puts his hand on his head and declares that he is just an excellent engineer, who, in turn, assures that it is easy for him. Closing his eyes, Terry says that she owes him a debt of gratitude for allowing Do-hyuk to live here, so he needs to do something. The amazed protagonist remembers the mechanical robot that this skillful assistant created. In front of the protagonist, something sparkles. He wonders if the fluffy Terry can repair it. In front of them is a broken combat mech. MC looks at his friend and says that he wants to trust him to improve the cyborg. The engineer with loving eyes assures that this robot is simply amazing. He jumps on it and exclaims that he seems to be touching an incredible creation of a civilization of the highest order. While the specialist notices that from the outside the magical scheme looks very detailed, so the thing is really amazing. Terry jumps on the robot and clarifies that the protagonist may be sitting inside, who replies that he won't be able to do it due to the power of the dimension. The white beast wonders if it's Sungmi. The satisfied protagonist agrees, explaining that this is why he asked him for help. Do-hyuk looks at him carefully and claims that he believes in the success of this case. Terry lands and claims that he can be trusted. The engineer says with a smirk that for her sake he will improve the robot so that it can be easily used, and the protagonist, if he can, must prepare a lot of legendary level dimensional stones. Sungmi appears next to the guys and asks if the main character called her. Terry in love stretches out his paws to her and exclaims her name. They hug. The girl does not understand why he suddenly reacts like this. The assistant snuggles up to her and exclaims that he will definitely create some charming thing for her. Events take place in a night city. A man is standing in the middle of a dark room. Jane lowers his head and is grateful to his interlocutor for having gathered at such a late hour. In front of him are several people, the heads of the guilds Pilwon, Rihan, and the guardian of the international criminal organization Weiss. The head of the WBI's Korean department is standing in front of the screen. He is told that it has been a long time since they last met. He looks at Rihan and wonders if the last time they met in Weijin was when the alcohol was delicious, and Rihan notes that it cost no more than a few tens of millions of won. The guardian of the criminal organization interrupts them, saying that they are not here for simple conversations. The boss in a business suit stands in front of the screens. There is a suggestion to move on to the main thing. The containers are on the ground. It is said that the preparation of sending X to the guards is complete. The volume is significant, but if merchants intervene in the middle, they will find themselves in a difficult situation. Jane, closing his eyes, says that the preparation for sending the cargo to Korea is in the final stage. He looks at Pilwon and asks if he agrees. Images of stealthy fighters are shown, and it is explained that they were joined by a separate squad sent by the head of Rihan via Busan. A man in a business suit with a stern face declares that preparations for the invasion of the capital have already begun. Weiss says with a stern look that only the KBI remains, while he clarifies that the director has 2 subordinates who are poisoning his life. Jane looks at the screens and says that if it's Jangmi and Daeho, there's nothing to worry about, and the other person asks if he's really going to deal with 2 awakened rank S at the same time. The man smirks slightly, assuring that it is not necessary to take their lives, because there are many ways to get them out of the way. The head of the WBI department states that there is no need to worry about this. It is better to move on to the next step. Weiss says with a serious look that once a reliable supply line is established in Korea, their custodians will ensure the uninterrupted supply of the X. But if something goes wrong, everyone present will have to answer for it. A man appears behind Jane, and he asks not to worry, because Mr. Weiss has brought in a reliable assistant. The moon shines over the city. It is said that in this case they will meet on that day. In the system window, it says that this is the entrance to the dungeon of Rentisby. The girl covers herself with a golden shield and shouts to Do-hyuk that it is dangerous. The amazed guy looks up. A giant dragon spews flames. The pillar of fire is aimed at the protagonist, who is masterfully covered by a barrier. He looks around and thinks about how the dragon's breath can't be that weak, so something is wrong. Energy appears in his hand. The flow is broken into small pieces after casting the skill. Astonished, Sungmi looks around and notices that the dragon has disappeared. Do-hyuk says that it is a hallucination or a space of illusions created based on this principle, but on a higher level. The guys are standing on the ground. The guy says that all this was not real. The girl wonders who did it. A green forest is visible in front of it. MC says that the owner of this place did all this. Berhard looks at the guys and says that he thought it was who was able to break through his protective barrier, and these are old acquaintances. The main character smirks, stating that the roads brought them together again. The lady asks how he is doing. The blonde happily talks about the fact that 20 years have passed since then, and he is already 40. He and his wife have a son. A giant castle is shown. The man explains that his name is Jared. He is 17 years old, and he is a hard student at the Magic Academy, where, by the way, he takes first place. Berhard scratches his head and apologizes for talking, then he calls them into the house. There is a mug on a wooden table. The man stretches out his hand and offers to drink tea. Sungmi sits next to the protagonist and wonders why Daes transported them to this time after 20 years, who suggests that this moment is very important for Berhard. The image of Mary appears. The guy says that it was the same when they saved his wife, while the partner suggests that today's quest is of great importance to him. Berhard clutches the scroll in his hand and apologizes, stating that he needed to find the map. The main character and his partner look at him, hearing the question if they have a time limit. Like last time, he replies that it is not yet known. The blonde man says with a serious look that in this case they are given exactly the time that the gods have appointed for this conversation. Blue energy portals sparkle in space. The man declares that he will continue his research in the field of measurement, as before. The guys are sitting at the table opposite him, hearing that his research has reached an impasse since last year. They, in turn, wonder what happened. An image of a giant dark dragon appears. He says that in order to conduct an experiment and simultaneously solve the equations of measurement, he needs a magic stone of high power, and only a stone extracted from a black dragon can withstand the load, so it is difficult to understand how to get it without attracting the attention of others. The red crystal is lying on the table. The protagonist wonders if it will work, but Berhard states that it has already been processed, so no. The stone radiates bright mana. It is said that a man needs a high-power magic crystal in its original form. The long-haired magician admits that he hoped that the main character would someday return to this world. Do-hyuk sits opposite and hears an offer to help get a magic crystal from the lair of the Black Dragon Marvelos. In the system window it is written about the goal and reward for such a task. The protagonist agrees. He reveals the map, and is asked if he has any plan, and Berhard replies that he has already found out the boundaries of the Black Dragon's domain. The protagonist states with a satisfied look that dragons usually do not spare those who dare to enter their lair. The map marks a monster. It says that in order to steal a high-power crystal from its lair, you need to lure it out. The man in the cassock rolls the card and offers to leave it to him and not worry, while Do-hyuk claims that he wants to do it himself. The main character with an important look says that while he will distract him, they need to try to get into the lair. Outraged, Berhard screams, asking if he realizes how obsessed he is with his lair. The dragon lies on a mountain of gold. The mage shouts that he remembers the location and name of each thing, and will never tolerate intruders. Then MC is asked if he is sure he can handle it. The fighter stands in the middle of the forest. The events take place on the border of the monster's domain. The guy crosses the bright line. With a serious face, he understands that the monster's territory is next, so the enemy can appear at any moment. Suddenly, there is a powerful impact that permeates everything around the main character. A ferocious monster suddenly claims to have found him. Marvelos with giant wings appears in front of the protagonist. An explosion of black aura occurs near MC. The hero shields himself from it with his hands. A large black dragon has descended to the enemy. It has huge fangs and claws. The red-eyed monster calls Duhyuk an insect that dared to enter his lair. The flying lizard shows sharp fangs, asking if it is really him. The monster was visible through the smoke. Smiling, the hero noted that he was waiting for a black lizard. The monster swung. Duhyuk used the dimensional gate, but the skill didn't work. He saw a paw above his head. The monster struck. The guy managed to avoid this attack. The enemy had already pointed a second paw at him. The blow knocked Duhyuk to the ground. Clouds of dust were rising all around. Surrounding himself with an aura, the hero used transcendence. A lot of lights appeared around the monster. The beams headed in his direction when using magic arrows. The lizard's eyes widened. The hero's attack was stopped by the barrier. All the magic arrows were dispelled. Duhyuk looked at it in surprise to see that they hadn't even touched it. Still, he noticed something. Looking at the lizard's tail, he realized that the spell released behind his back had not disappeared. Remembering the skill of the gate, he understood why it did not activate. Imagining the monster's field of vision, the hero decided that it was blocking the spell in it. Flames burst out of his mouth. Duhyuk looked at him in surprise. The fire covered him. The black lizard watched what was happening. Berhard and Sungmi were walking towards the black dragon's lair. The man said that they were almost there. They turned to the light. In the distance, a pillar of fire was rising. The girl frowned and said that the hero would be fine. Then, turning around, she added that that was why they had to hurry up for him. Looking ahead again, Berhard agreed. Approaching the entrance to the cave, he said that he needed to find what he needed as soon as possible. The ground in front of the monster was baked. He asked the hero what he was doing. Duhyuk moved behind the enemy, who said that he dared to wake him up, and now believes that he will leave so easily. Frowning, he decided not to use high-level magic several times in a row so as not to waste mana. A light appeared in his hand. He knew that he needed to wait for the monster to let go of his sight, and then deliver one crushing blow. A flash appeared behind the monster. Duhyuk pulled his arm behind his back, using the Spear of Terror and a chain lightning. The weapon rushed forward like a beam after using the lightning spear. The monster took notice. A barrier to the use of dispersion appeared in front of him. The spear was scattered in the barrier. Looking at the man, he was surprised that this was all he was capable of, hiding in the shadows, calling it a pathetic charm. The guy just grinned. A portal appeared over the enemy. A lot of lightning struck him. He fell to the ground. Duhyuk wondered if it worked. Standing in the smoke, the enemy called it curious. Surrounding himself with damage, he told him to find a way around him by creating him anew. Dark charges appeared above him with the words that the hero should show what he is capable of. His eyes shone brightly. He added that it would be too easy to let him die after a person dared to interrupt his sleep. Duhyuk opened his mouth in shock, surprised that the enemy called it pathetic attempts. As he dodged the attacks, he thought about what he was going to do with him. Afterwards he raised his hand to the sky, deciding that he needed to teach him a lesson. Several magic circles appeared above him. Watching what was happening, the dragon called it boring, wondering where this trick was, what was before, why he decided to attack his block. An aura surrounded the dragon when the dispel was applied, but the laps were still over Duhyuk. The monster's eyes widened, surprised that his skill wasn't working. Smiling, the guy noted that his vaunted dissipation didn't work. A rift appeared in the sky as he suggested thinking about why the skill was not working. Smiling ominously, Duhyuk said that his mind was even more primitive than that of an insect. The dragon's eyes shone brighter, and he called him insignificant. A fireball fell on the dragon when a meteor storm was used. Looking at the sky rift, the hero thought about the fact that the Class 9 summoning spell is immune to dispel, and meteor storm is one of them. And he, like an awakened one, has been subject to the laws and regulations of DNF from the very beginning. Duhyuk opened his mouth wide, looking down. The space darkened. The monster created a dark sphere. The light blinded the hero. The dragon directed a dark beam into the sky. He hit a meteorite. It shattered into pieces. The cave was shrouded in mist. Berhard manipulated the sphere, saying that he needed a little more time. Lightning flashed all around. The sphere emitted a bright light. The attack headed at him. Something flashed in front of Sungmi. A bright trail remained above her head. Several blades headed in her direction. 3 golems loomed over the girl. She smiled, noting that as expected of the guardians of the Black Dragon's lair, they were not easy to deal with. The golem's eyes shone brightly. The man turned around, asking to hold out a little longer, thinking that he had figured out the structure of this technique. Frowning, Berhard only waited for the moment to dissipate it. The girl took cover behind the shield. The sphere barrier began to disintegrate. He disappeared, blinding the man. He stretched out his hands to the object inside. Berhard felt a powerful pressure. He fell to his knees. The golem took notice of him. The system announced that the magic stone had been successfully stolen from the Black Dragon's lair, and the ultimate taunt skill was automatically obtained. Sungmi looked at this message in surprise. Her eyes lit up brighter. Raising her shield above her head, she used absolute provocation. The golem's blade stopped in front of Berhard's face. Then they headed in the other direction. They were approaching a girl who was thinking about how this skill doesn't just attract the attention of monsters. The golem was following the red light. The golems headed towards her as if attracted by a magnet. They crashed into each other. Sungmi was above them. The girl prepared a powerful attack, then struck. Berhard got to his feet. The companion stood on the defeated enemies. Frowning, she said that Du-hyuk was waiting for them. The fire spread through the forest. The dragon pounced on the hero, asking why his dispel did not work on him. Turning around, the hero replied that if he wanted to know, he had to catch him. There was a message that the magic stone had been successfully stolen from the Black Dragon's lair, and among other rewards, the Class 7 spell of Limited Wish had been learned automatically. A smile appeared on the hero's face, and he realized that his comrades had coped. Imagining a burning candle, he thought that a Limited Wish is an unusual spell that fulfills a spellcaster's wish, but the conditions for its use are very strict, and it does not grant any wish just like that. The flame of the candle became many times larger. He realized that if he did not formulate it accurately, the area of action would be limited to the spellcaster, and a desire dictated by greed could turn into a real disaster, and he had to be careful. Black rays appeared from behind Du-hyuk. The guy looked up in surprise. The spheres headed in his direction. Each sphere had several spikes. The dragon soared above the ground and said that even running away could be considered a completion. Du-hyuk folded his hands, using a limited wish. A multicolored aura spread around. A bright light appeared in the place of the hero. The monster saw that the man in front of him had disappeared. Suddenly, something caught his attention. His attacks were directed at him, and the dragon shouted that he would never forgive the hero. A pillar of light appeared in the forest near Berhard's house. A magic circle remained on the ground below the group. The guy fell to the ground when the man was surprised that they were at his home. Sungmi sat down next to him, and he said that there was no need to worry, because he was just dizzy from depleting mana. Berhard turned around in surprise, asking how he had managed to escape. Looking at the light in his hand, the young man replied that it was a limited wish, and he used a wish-granting spell, albeit with restrictions. The interlocutor approached him, not believing that such a spell exists, because in his world such magic was unheard of, to which he replied that the world of magic to which he belonged was much more extensive. The man held out his hand, noting that the main thing was that he got out of there alive. Du-hyuk accepted the help, heard that thanks to his selfless efforts, he received the necessary material for the study. A message appeared in front of the hero. The system had notified that all the Black Dragons had declared him to be his #1 target, and relations with the Black Dragon race had deteriorated considerably. The guy just smiled. Then he looked up at the man, who said that thanks to him, he could resume his dimensional research using the magic stone they had mined today. Sungmi sat next to her, hearing that today's events could affect their world, which the hero only hoped would be positive. Frowning, the man said that he would do his best, but then he raised his staff, adding that in addition to the magic stone, they had collected something useful. After showing the book and vials, he said that they were a tome of a great mage, an ancient dictionary of the dragon language, as well as rare potions of black dragons. After accepting the items, Du-hyuk thanked them for everything. The hero and his companion were surrounded by radiance. The interlocutor noted that this is not worthy of gratitude, and he is sorry that he could not find anything more suitable for him. The guy said that it was time for them to go back after hearing from the man that next time he would become stronger. A bright beam rushed to the sky. Berhard raised his head, adding that the guy would not stand still either. The system reported that the dungeon had been completed. The man put his hand on the table, thinking that he needed a face that did not attract attention, in order to penetrate the keepers unnoticed. There were several photos in front of him. He was thinking about whom to choose. News was broadcast on a tablet nearby. Against the backdrop of the planet, the presenter talked about how the cases of murders of the awakened around the world have recently become more frequent, and that the Japanese Bureau of Disaster Management has lost a promising awakened, and they claimed that an antlion is behind it. Standing by the lake, the blond man noted that it was convenient for everyone to blame him. Looking at the photos, the man decided that he would choose it. The man brought his hands to his head. He began to look like a man in a photograph, wondering who needed to eliminate the promising awakened in such a turbulent time. He straightened his tie, deciding that it was unlikely to be revenge. Then he introduced the face of Du-hyuk, deciding that perhaps they were looking for him. The man took the tablet in his hands, deciding that he needed to be warned. After that, he put on a jacket, realizing that he still had a lot to do, asked the hero to try not to die. A dark flame appeared in his hand. It spread around when it hit the floor. Smiling, he was glad that he could indeed use black magic. A new message has appeared that the tome of the great magician has been studied and the skill of wielding black magic has been obtained, which allows you to use it. Do-hyuk threw up his hands at the message that new scrolls of black magic were available to him, and thought that due to the huge mana cost, it was difficult to use often, but it would be quite suitable as a trump card. Then he raised his head, thinking that, moreover, more types of scrolls were now available to him. Sungmi peeked out from behind him as he decided to go through more dungeons, and asked about his plans for another dungeon. Turning around, the guy replied that she scared him, to which she said that he had just returned from the dungeon and should not overexert himself so much. Do-hyuk picked up the phone, replying that he was looking at the trophies from the dungeon. Then he put it down when he heard that he had not yet eaten his supper. A little embarrassed, the interlocutor offered to eat out today, which he agreed. A message has appeared about the skill of subjugating souls. The stars shone over the city. The facade of the restaurant was brightly lit by many lights. There was various food on the table. Munching on it, Do-hyuk noted that he didn't think the girl would offer him to eat the chicken so late. She, having taken a bite, replied that if she had trained, she would have refused. They sat opposite each other. Sungmi remarked that since they were here, they should eat properly, and that she needed to say something else. Bringing the food, the guy asked what it was about, but he immediately spat it out when he heard that it had reached S rank. Do-hyuk looked at the interlocutor with surprise, asked how she managed to do it, to which he heard that yesterday they enjoyed growing in the lair of the black dragon. Presenting the vial, she talked about how as soon as they returned, she drank it, and her rank went up, thinking about how many awakened people take years to reach it. Sungmi lowered her eyes and heard that if the hero knew, he would throw a party. Looking at him embarrassedly, she added that she was just happy to be around him. Do-hyuk smiled broadly, thinking that she was very cute, then asked for forgiveness, leaving for a minute. I received a notification on my phone. Reports came from an unknown number that the next target of the awakened killer could be him, and therefore he had to be careful, and if he encountered him, he should kill without hesitation, and the hero thought that it could be an antlion. Someone came to his desk. Frowning, Do-hyuk said that this was his companion's place, but the guy stared at him, saying that he wanted to meet him.